Today I'm bringing something that can only be called a straight-up classic. This is the literal definition of 99% of gamblers quit right before they hit it big. Meet Grid, a guy every single guild on the continent is looking for because the rumor is that anything he forges comes out as the absolute best possible legendary item for its class. A simple arrow normally goes for 3 silvers, but the first batch he ever made got snatched up at 72 silver per arrow, 20 times more than normal price, and all 99 of them vanished off the market instantly. People were fighting to bid for that. This archer baddie takes one look at the stats and physically cannot believe something this game-breaking is being forged by a player that had to be some secret drop from a monster. But where did his hype begin? His name was first heard in a competition today. Grid's stuck in a blacksmith duel with his master's forge and home on the line, a shop that's been in the family for 7 generations. If he loses, it gets handed straight to the slimy merchant company that's been sabotaging the place for days. And his opponent? Euphemina, a prodigy with one of the most broken abilities in the entire game, a perfect copy. With a simple look, Cedric can perfectly copy someone's skills, and sometimes even is more effective than the owner since she's much high level. Which is terrible for our boy since he's low level and has just awakened his skills. She is the perfect counter. Before the forging starts, Euphemina turns on the charm, telling Grid their fates brought them together and that she'll be in his care, which should make him feel lucky since she's a beauty goddess. Grid tells her not to come near him, calls her a kid, and says she's not his type. She's offended, saying that's a rude way to talk to a beautiful girl. Grid says she's kind of mid and should know her place. No man has ever treated her like that, and it throws her off enough that she swears she'll humiliate him in front of everyone. The challenge is to make the better dagger in 3 hours. Her plan is to copy his skill, so she uses Analyze on Grid, and something she's never seen before happens. The system tells her she can't copy it because her Analyze level is too low. That should be impossible. Her Analyze is already level 7, and back when it was only level 5, she copied an advanced blacksmith skill with no problem. She starts wondering if he's a master blacksmith, but that makes no sense, since the #1 ranked smith is only intermediate. An epic class? Can't be. She's supposed to be one of only 3. Whatever his class is, it's too far above her to read. Without options, she copies the skill off Khan instead, which is our boy's master, taking advanced blacksmith crafting level 2. It was strange that she could steal the master but not the pupil. The teacher's skill copied cleanly, but the student was somehow on a level the system wouldn't let her touch. Euphemina locks in the copied skill, tells herself the levels are even now, and feels confident she'll win, so she gets to work. And after some minutes of forging, she comes up with a dagger, an epic class seduction dagger with clean stats. The crowd reacts, and he calls the match in her favor. Even Grid admits it looks impressive and that she wasn't all talk, but he's still hammering, heads down and locked in on his own work. The merchant running the duel starts to worry, because the closer that blade gets to finished, the more it looks like it'll beat her dagger. And just as he's about to drop something legendary, something that would leave her dagger with absolutely 0 chance, the guards storm in and arrest him, screaming that he's been working with a wanted terrorist from the region. Before he can even get a word out, Grid is dragged off, but Euphemina and the merchant already knew the truth. If Grid had finished that item, it was over. This guy has the potential to completely shatter the power balance of any war he steps into if he's capable of this level of forging. And spoiler, they're not wrong. That's exactly what's coming. A few months forward in a boss room, a top-tier guild grinding one of the hardest dungeons in the game, sweating bullets against a boss they've been preparing to for 5 weeks straight. The fight was about to start when suddenly someone gets into the room, and it's Grid. Everyone's asking who's that guy with those absurdly overpowered items, but instead of fighting, RG goes to a corner and starts mining in front of the boss. The thing unloads a full attack on him and he just ignores it, doesn't even flinch. Then he casually turns to the dude behind him like, "Yo, can somebody deal with this thing? It's getting hot back here." The whole guild is like, what the fuck? He's tanking the boss like absolutely nothing. But wait, how that? Because some time ago, Grid was just a broke, burnt-out grinder doing an S-rank quest for the Count, who hired him. Months of his life gone, all in the search of this one item, a legendary reward. But the second he finishes the job, the guy who hired him betrays him, turning on him to rip the reward straight out of his hands. Cornered, seconds from death, Grid does the only thing he can. He cracks open the legendary item he found, bet everything on it, fully expecting something incredible to happen. And what does he get? A black fucking smith class. Bro was floored. The game's babbling about Pagma's descendant, this and that, but the only 2 words that registered were legendary class. Even though it wasn't an actual fighting class, he could seal this for a fortune. 100,000 minimum in the market. He could pay off his tuition and never touch slave-tier manual labor again. Except instead of selling it, the moment he was attacked, he ended up being forced to activate it. The class change nukes him from the 70s straight down to level 1, and one tiny flick to the forehead later, he's dead. Booted all the way into negative levels. Then he's blinking awake at home, crawling out of his capsule like none of it happened. Meanwhile, the devs are watching. To the team, he's just another deadbeat gaming addict who's gonna waste a legendary class. But the big boss, he's losing his mind, because this absolute nobody just beat the company's prediction supercomputer by 2 entire years and grabbed that book way ahead of schedule. And everybody's doubting him. His family treats him like the parasite dragging them under. But this dude has only one redeemable quality, and that is that he never gives up. Rock Lee maxing, aren't we? Back home, Greed thinks about logging into the game because he still wants to see what the class is like, even after losing everything. He says, as long as the capsule holds together, it'll be fine. So he puts his faith in it, one more time and swears he'll get his money back no matter what. Then he logs back into Satisfy. He appears there half naked again and wonders where he is, because this place looks nothing like that cave. He figures he's still somewhere in Patreon, but he never explored the whole area. He grumbles that getting extracted by Libanier was already bad enough. So first he decides to find a sign and figure out where he is. Then when he looks ahead, he spots something dangerous. And when he peers inside, he sees something he definitely shouldn't have found. A sacrifice is underway, with a woman lying in the center. Greed can only wonder what kind of messed up place this is. The system announces that he has entered the Temple of Yatan. He immediately thinks temples are meant for players above level 150, so this place is way too dangerous for him. Checking his status, he sees his class and title, but also notices his carry weight is absurdly high. That confirms it. He really is level -1. It wasn't a system bug. Even so, he says the options still look amazing. He can make money with repair skills. Then he tries equipping an item, and when it works, he realizes he can wear level 60 gear. He figures that should normally need at least 200 strength to use. He also notices there are penalties attached, but even then, the longsword still has 200 attack power, and the metal armor should give around 130 defense. Level 1 gear barely helps at all, so even with the penalties, this is way better. That makes him excited. Legendary classes really are amazing, and being able to equip higher level gear is incredible. He says he must be insanely lucky, but then remembers he's still inside the temple. If that nearby monster is level 195, then everything around here is probably just as strong. He wonders if the game is trying to stab him with a smile. Then he hears the woman in the middle groaning in pain, and since this is the Temple of Yatan, he guesses Yatan followers must be nearby, so he wonders if they're carrying out some kind of ritual. He thinks wandering around here will get him killed. Even one scratch from these guys is enough. Then one of the followers shows up behind him. He tells himself he'll be fine as long as he doesn't get caught, and hiding should be easy enough, but then the follower puts a hand on his shoulder, and the boy swings his sword back in panic. The man quickly tells him to relax, asking if he was really trying to kill him. The man says he's a secret guard under Stren, and his name is Doran. Since the boy was hiding, he figures he isn't one of them. So the two move to a more secluded spot. There, Doran explains everything. The boy learns the woman is Irene, Count Sten's daughter. Doran says she was kidnapped during a trip, and even in a mess like this, it's good to have help. Grid has no idea what he means. Then he gets a quest: save the Count's beloved daughter within 1 hour. The reward is 3,000 gold with a chance to become the Count's son-in-law. Fail, and he loses 2 levels. Seeing another S-rank quest pop up, he can only think this NPC is a total menace. Doran says most people are crushed by the dark energy, but since Grid seems fine, he assumes he's strong. Grid asks if he's serious. There's no way a weakling like him should resist this, so he wonders if it's because of some natural skill. That has to be it, his self-control skill. It greatly lowers the chance of status effects and speeds up recovery. He realizes he needs to learn his class's pros and cons fast. Doran is shocked that a warrior like him would help, and he thanks him for stepping in at such a hard time. Grid just looks at him and asks, "Who said this is my problem?" Doran tells him to come on, but Grid keeps refusing. Doran tells him to wait and asks if he'll really make him fight all those dark mages alone. Grid still says it's none of his business. Losing 3,000 gold would suck, sure, but he's already stuck with another S-rank quest. Taking this one too would be insane. Doran asks if he can really endure the dark energy, because he can't win alone, and he begs the boy for help. Grid says he's only fine because he got lucky. Nothing more. He's level -1, so if he fails, he'll drop to -3. Doran begs again, saying the Count's daughter is in deadly danger. Grid asks how many times he has to repeat himself. He can't help. Doran tells him to stop lying because he knows he's strong, and Grid keeps denying it. But while they keep arguing, they don't notice a rock fall from above. It drops down and kills one of the men below. Just like that, the quest to save the Count's daughter becomes active, and the boy starts getting annoyed. Doran says Grid has now crossed the Temple of Yatan, so he's just as doomed as he is. Grid asks who decided that. Doran explains that Yatan's followers are fanatics who perform human sacrifices. Now that he attacked them, they'll never let him leave. He says this is his fate now, so complaining won't help. He should accept it with honor, and Doran will open the way for him to save the Count's daughter. The Yatan men call them heretics for daring to wound a child of Yatan and order everyone to kill them. Grid sees there are way too many and tells Doran they need to run. As those crazy fanatics charge in, he gets more and more terrified. Even with all his gear, the penalties drag his stats down to about a level 34 player. One hit and he's dead. He starts thinking he's going to die right after respawning. That thought makes him miserable. Then one of the Yatan cultists suddenly drops dead beside him. Meanwhile, the rest keep rushing Doran, but he just cuts them down one after another with ease. The boy is stunned. Doran moves insanely fast, even in such a tight space. Maybe if he's lucky, he won't die after all. Then more cultists appear behind Doran, and Grid decides maybe he really is dead. Doran asks if fighting like this will get them anywhere. Grid honestly says he has no clue. Doran says he knows what Grid is doing, waiting to wipe them all out at once instead of wasting time on weaklings. Then he throws the boy down from the altar and jumps after him. Grid immediately thinks they're finished, but Doran uses levitation, keeping the boy from smashing into the ground. Doran says it's just a spell to stop fall damage. Grid thinks it's wild that someone this strong calls magic like that simple, and starts realizing he may have a hard time trusting people. Even so, he admits he's only alive because of Doran and thanks him. Doran says that means it's time for Grid to use the strength he's been hiding. He says the mission to save the Count's daughter starts now. They've reached the bottom, and enemies are waiting ahead. The cultists start casting, calling on the souls of the underworld to carry out their will. Grid asks if they're chanting some kind of spell. Doran realizes it's black magic, and says they can't let them finish. He starts throwing kunai, asking if they really thought he'd let them complete the spell. One cultist notices Doran is targeting the casters and orders the children of Yatan to buy time. They must kill the heretics at any cost, so they rush in. Grid is amazed Doran is handling them alone, especially in a level 150 temple. Doran really is incredible. If this keeps up, Grid might clear an S-rank quest thanks to an NPC, so all he can do is cheer from the back, calling Doran his hero, and telling him to crush them. But one dark mage finishes the spell and fires it at Doran. The black mask catches him. Grid instantly takes back everything he said and jokes that he always wanted to be a servant of Yatan anyway. The cultist says that's what happens to heretics who stick their noses where they don't belong. He starts thinking he's about to control Doran, but Doran declares that he is Doran, the shadow of Sten, the shadow that protects the family and will fulfill its duty to the end. With that, he breaks free from the black magic. Grid is shocked and realizes Doran is a named NPC. The cultists begin another spell, but Doran pulls out daggers now charged with lightning. He says anyone who threatens the Sten family doesn't deserve a second chance. Then he hurls his kunai at them, but a shield appears. Everyone is caught off guard, and then a woman arrives saying, this is their lucky day. She warns they won't get past her because protecting the ritual is her S-rank mission. She says she never expected her opponent here to be a named NPC like Doran and admits she hasn't been this excited in a long time. Then she asks if they'll give her the honor of fighting them. She introduces herself as Yura, the Blood Witch, the #1 black mage and 5th on the unified rankings, a famous South Korean player known around the world for both her beauty and skill. Yura says she's really lucky. She never thought this mission would make her face Doran, and now this sounds fun. She's known as a master among dark mages and pushed her class past its normal limits through amazing combos and control. Grid can only wonder why the hell she's here. She attacks right away, forcing both of them to dodge. Then she asks if he's the one who accepted the East rank mission. Grid is shocked. Yura says this place is perfect for testing her new skill with no cameras around, and tells him it's all because of him. She notices he's wearing Mangle armor and using Momon's longsword, then asks if this won't be a pretty hard fight for a level 80 player. Grid is stunned that she guessed his level wrong, but ranked players really are on another level. Still, this won't be so easy. He tells her not to get cocky, because that guy over there is a named NPC. She replies that actually he and Doran are doing her a favor. She needed an opponent to celebrate reaching level 230. Doran tells Grid not to just stand there. There's no time to hesitate. Even a little extra speed can decide a fight. While trading blows, Yura thinks that does sound like something a named NPC would say, but she still can't keep up with his speed, so she uses black magic to bind his leg. Doran says there's no way a pathetic skill like that can hold him. Then he makes the daggers stuck in the ground rise up toward her, telling her to return the favor. She avoids them and says it's impressive, especially since he's already used a good amount of stamina. Doran thinks she's strong enough to deal with monsters like her. Then he notices a spell forming over him and realizes her real attack is coming from the other side. Yura says he should go ahead and thank her, because she's about to make that powerful body of his lighter by draining all his blood, and his blood starts spilling out. Grid feels useless just standing there. If Doran dies, he's done too. Yura says this is an advanced skill that uses 30% of her mana and now it's over, but then Doran starts activating something in his hand. He asks if she's being too arrogant, showing off a power that's protected his family for 100 years. Yura is stunned. How did he force out a level 220 focus skill? Grid asks what just happened, and Doran explains that it's all thanks to his ring. Its effects are unusual, but even if the protection isn't perfect, it can block her curses and help him recover faster. Grid immediately aims for the ring, and Doran asks if he's always this blunt. Still, he says Yura isn't unbeatable. They need to move now, it's time to strike back. Then he sends his daggers moving again, launching them at her, but Yura knocks everyone away. Even so, she admits he's tougher than expected, and if she has to use her last resort, so be it. She's determined to beat them. What she doesn't get is Grid. Why bring a low-level warrior into a dangerous high-level area? Then Grid notices the mages have respawned and warns Doran that they're back. That makes Yura angry. She didn't want NPC help to finish this mission, but this is her chance, so she calls on the gods of darkness and tells Doran it's over. This is her ultimate spell, powered by every bit of mana she has left. She unleashes Black Storm at both of them. Doran panics thinking this is the end, but Grid steps in front and takes the hit himself. Yura thinks using that spell this fast may have been overkill, but at least they should be dead. Time to leave. But then Grid comes out of the attack completely unharmed. Yura can't believe he's still alive after taking her ultimate spell. How can someone this strong be a total unknown? Who is this guy? Grid knows he definitely got hit, but somehow he's still at 1 GP, and then he realizes why. He still had tenacity of the legends. When his HP gets low, he's invincible for 5 seconds. That's why he's still alive. Yura is completely lost. She thought he was just level 80. On top of that, he's smiling. To him, it looks cool and determined. But really, he just looks greedy. She keeps wondering how someone this strong could be unknown and who he really is. Then Grid gets smacked on the back by Doran, who reminds him that the fastest one wins. Yura asks if he really thinks that was the finishing blow, telling him not to underestimate her as she casts Crystal Shield. Doran admits he didn't expect her to still be able to cast. She's almost out of mana, so she decides to finish him before it's too late. But when she looks over, Grid is already gone. She can't believe he left without attacking, even after showing that kind of power. What is going on inside that player's head? Meanwhile, Grid is furious in the real world. He died and lost 2 levels, dropping to -3. Since that's his second death in 24 hours, he can't log in again for the next 12 hours. Then he remembers how Doran used him as a stepping stone, dealt 1 damage and got him killed. He realizes Doran's friendly fire finished him off and starts cursing him out. Back in the game, Yura is left behind, wondering if he gave up the mission for her sake. She can't believe he'd act that kind, and swears she'll find him and never forgive him. The next day, an unknown player shakes the satisfied community after the fight with Yura at Yatan Temple. Grid, meanwhile, keeps trashing Doran for forcing that mission on him and then getting him killed, calling him a useless NPC. He blames everything on Yura. If not for her, he would have gotten his happy ending. After cooling down, he admits this game is all about the strong surviving. He needs to think clearly. Instead, he jumps onto the player forums and starts hating on Yura in every way possible. He even admits he's being a sore loser while telling her to go die, calling her an evil witch. Then his sister walks in and asks if he's finally lost his mind. That girl is Shin, his 17-year-old little sister. She asks if he could at least clean his room once in a while because it smells awful. She says his hair is greasy and asks when he last showered. While she starts cleaning up, he tells her to stop and asks if she woke up just to annoy him. She ignores that and asks if there's really money to be made from that game. He says it's huge with 2 million real players, so if someone takes it seriously, they can do very well. Meanwhile, she notices everything he wrote about Yura. He quickly says it's not his fault, and that he has nothing to do with that kind of thing. Shin says she can't believe he'd act like this, and tells him she's disappointed. He tries to explain, but starts thinking Yura is ruining his real life now too. A little later, he's home alone. His parents are at work and he is still at school, so he can finally watch the Satisfy channel in peace. There, an international news reporter says he's live at the scene of a breaking story. Grig comments that every channel has a game show now. Satisfy really is massive, and if he got famous, he could make a fortune too. The reporter says he's outside Yatan Temple in the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom, and that the temple collapsed last night, as everyone can see. The big question is what caused that much damage. Grid is shocked because that's where he was. Then the reporter says their investigation has led to one name, the one responsible, Yura, the dark mage ranked 5th on the unified rankings. Judging by the ruined temple, a fierce battle took place there. Next, they play testimony from an eyewitness. The witness says he had to flee the temple while a monster chased him. Then he heard a loud crash and saw Yura use a powerful spell against a Ryung. He almost gets sidetracked saying Yura is super pretty in real life, and the reporter has to pull him back on topic. The witness continues, saying something shocking happened. Even Yura looked stunned after using her ultimate spell. Even after being hit by it, the Ryung didn't have a scratch on him. The reporter asks if that means the man was a top-ranked player, and wonders how the witness couldn't recognize someone that famous. The guy says a rock hit his head, and while he was out of it, Yura died. So the reporter says he understands, but now the whole world wants to know who this mystery player is. Grid starts realizing he's getting famous, and the second he notices even a little fame, the crazy part of Grid starts thinking about all the money he could make. You only live once, he thinks, and there's no way he's letting this chance pass. So he calls the contact center and says he wants to share information with the international news, because he's the player from the Yatan Temple story. They ask for his nickname, and he says it's Grid. Then they ask his level, and he says -3. The call is immediately disconnected. Grid thinks none of this would have happened if not for Yura. Later, the news says they'll air one last recording from the temple, and hope viewers can help identify the mystery player. Watching it, Grid realizes Doran managed to save Irene. He says Doran doesn't look good though. Well, of course not. He fought Yura all by himself. Then Grid realizes Doran died in the end. That actually hits him hard. For an NPC, Doran was a really good person. Grid also remembers that Doran had that pretty amazing magic ring, so after that he decides to take a nap. The news moves on to another hot Satisfy topic, an interview with a rising player, and he introduces himself as Cades, a level 203 warrior. Grid recognizes him right away as that famous arrogant brat. He heard Cades is the heir to a huge company and pretty reckless. The host says Cades reached rank 53 on the unified rankings in no time, and everyone's curious about the secret behind it. After all, he gained 30 levels in just 3 months. Grid is shocked getting to level 70 took him years. Before answering, Cades asks if this is a Korean program. When the host says yes and confirms Korea's top player is Yura, he sends her a message. Her era is over. He says he'll crush her pride and become the next #1. Grid calls him insane. The guy is rank 53 and thinks he can challenge #5. Even Grid knows Yura is a monster. Then Kade says everyone wants to know his leveling secret, and claims the answer is his sword. Grid admits it looks impressive, but still wonders how a sword alone can explain all that success. Kade tells them to watch for themselves and decide whether they believe him or not. Then he starts wrapping the sword in a wild aura, and Grid instantly wonders what kind of sword that is. It looked terrifying. He says it's his passive skill. Any weapon he holds can drain some of his life and turn it into attack power. The more he attacks, the more it drains, so he can grind faster. Then he brings the sword close to the host. She says she's never heard of a skill like that, and he proudly says that makes sense. He only got it 3 months ago. His class is called Blood Warrior. Grid realizes it's another secret class. No wonder he leveled up so fast with just that one skill. That makes him want to try out his own class, Tagma's Descendant. So he logs back into the game and arrives at Bara Village, then remembers this is where he did Asher's quest. Since the Yatan religion hates him in Dukes, there's no way he can respawn at the temple. A moment later, he hears people looking for a monk over level 130 to go to the Mubide ruins. Others are recruiting high-level fighters too, and Grid quickly gets why everything outside that village is over level 100. At level -3, he can't even step outside. He's completely stuck, so he decides he needs a village that matches his level better. Then he remembers he could just take a carriage. He goes to Koshiro and asks for the nearest safe village. Koshiro says Easton would be perfect for a beginner, and that the ride costs 10 gold. Grid checks his money and finds out he only has 3 gold and 11 silver. He apologizes, and Koshiro tells him to get lost. Then a boy speaks up, but Koshiro cuts him off and asks if he's here to gather herbs. His mother is sick and the boy says yes. Even so, Koshiro still tells him to leave. Grid can only blame cruel capitalism. Now he starts thinking he might die trapped here. Asher ruined him, and he wonders why he had to change classes and drop to level -3. But then that class change hits him. He's Pagma's Descendant. He can make money and level up by crafting items, so there's still hope. He decides to check his stats and skills, thinking he might be holding something amazing. Then he sees Blacksmith's craftsmanship, which raises all item stats by 10, and every item he makes boosts his reputation and status. He's already mastered basic blacksmith crafting and even has level 1 legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship. On top of that, he knows the top blacksmith in the game only reached intermediate rank, so this is huge. Creation is the best part. He can design his own production method, and he gets 3 chances to do it, so he decides to give it a shot. If an epic class was that strong, a legendary one should be even crazier. At that point, he starts wondering why he should even keep studying. The system tells him he's using legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship and asks what item he wants to make. He picks a longsword since it would help him in battle and for grinding. Then the system asks what materials he wants to use, and he goes with blue or calcum because he wants something strong. That reminds him of the guy talking in the square earlier. Next, the system tells him to enter the weapon's traits after making the design, and a drawing screen pops up. Grid is shocked he has to do it himself, but then he shrugs and starts dreaming big. He wants it huge and powerful like a shark, heavy but light, dark but shiny, with over 8,000 attack power, meteors falling every time it strikes, defense ignore, and instant death. Good thing Grid doesn't take his meds because only a maniac could come up with something this wild. All excited, he keeps drawing a sword that looks like some weird mix of shark, Hot Wheels, and a car wash sign. Looking at that thing, he thinks it's amazing, like some shark anchovy mutant. Then the system says calibration will begin, with changes based on the materials and the design. Grid is shocked, the weapon can auto-fix itself. As it adjusts, he admits he may have gone a little overboard, and wonders what all those numbers and words even mean. When the auto-calibration ends, he suddenly understands all of it. It's his first time designing something, so maybe this is his class effect. It almost feels like he's become a real blacksmith, and the sword actually turns out great. 1090 durability, 1820 attack power, 800 defense, and 50 agility. Grid says the crazy stats got toned down a bit, but it still kept all those extra effects. That shocks him because every single one of them is busted. Now he just needs gold and blue orichalcum from the Forest Guardian quest group. But then he remembers they're only looking for players around level 200, so he gives up on the material for now and checks the weapon requirements. They're absurd, level 300 or higher, over 5,000 strength, advanced sword mastery level 8 or more, and 550 weight. Even the top player in the unified rankings just reached level 250. And there's no way Grid can hit 5,000 strength, even if he puts every stat point there. The best blacksmith only reached intermediate skill, but this sword wants advanced sword mastery level 8 too. He realizes he wasted an insanely valuable skill making one giant, overpowered mess shaped like a shark. Still, it's not totally useless. He has no item equip limit. That's why he's been able to use his gear up to now. Even with the heavy penalty, the longsword is still broken. He just needs some way to forge it, so he decides to move fast. He has to join the Forest Guardian party no matter what and get carried, because going alone at level -3 is basically digging his own grave. He approaches a man who looks shocked that Grid wants in and tells him to get lost. Grid asks why, and the guy says the party is only for players over level 190. Based on his gear, Grid looks around level 60. Grid lies and says he's level 100, just wearing weaker gear, and adds that skill matters more anyway. That only makes the guy mad. He asks if Grid is saying he relies only on equipment, and another one demands to know how some nobody can look down on their group. They point out he has no accessories. clearly wants to be carried, and is probably lying about being level 100. Then they ask if he's not ashamed of being so shameless. Right then, Regis steps in and tells them to stop. He says his guild will handle the boss fight, so why not let Grid do something else? That's when Grid realizes it's Regis from the Tezuka Guild. The others say it's their first time seeing him in person. He's number 1 among martial artists, known as the Holy Fist. His class has harsh gear requirements, so leveling is hard, but he's still already over 180. Grid instantly gets jealous that this handsome guy is a ranked player too. As always, the world feels unfair. The recruiter still complains, saying Regis is too kind and shouldn't trust suspicious players. But Regis says more people would mean more loot. Grid quickly agrees and tells them to leave it to him. Even if he doesn't like Regis's face, he has to admit the guy seems pretty decent. The recruiter says that's fair, but the other members may not agree. Grid starts wishing he'd just accept a ranker's opinion already, and asks Regis to back him up, so they suggest a one-on-one test. If Grid can prove he's good, there won't be a problem. That's when Grid realizes everything just went very, very wrong. Now he's panicking, and Regis asks if he's ready. The recruiter says everyone agreed. He asks if the kid's name is Grid, and announces the test is about to start. Instead, Grid takes off running. He calls them annoying, says he needs leg day and bolts. Regis is left wondering why he ran off, since it would have been good to have him with them. Grid, meanwhile, admits he knew it wouldn't work. For now, he'll just try to earn enough money for the carriage. Then the system tells him to name the item, and he gets annoyed at the thing he created. Still, thanks to it, he now understands how creation works. Since the creation skill has limited uses, he decides to save custom items for when he really needs them. For now, he'll treat this like practice while earning money for the carriage fee. So he names the sword Failure and says this is only the beginning. Then he heads to a forge. The blacksmith there tells him to leave before Grid even says a word and keeps repeating it. He's offended that Grid wants to learn a creation method and asks if the kid is looking down on blacksmithing. Still hammering away, he grumbles that some brat who doesn't even know the basics came to steal his secrets. Grid says he already knows it's not a big deal and just wants a little help. That only makes the man push back harder. He says Grid isn't the first person to look down on the job, and he wants to tell him something. People who belittle others and what they have are all the same. They've never made anything with their own hands. He tells him to quit bothering him and get lost. So Grid leaves, saying this was his only shot at making money for the carriage. He starts wondering if he's going to die stuck in that village. But then the blacksmith comes out and says he can't just let him die. He tells Grid to stop smashing his head against the wall and chop some firewood instead. That starts a quest. Cut 500 logs for 10 EXP and 20 bronze. Grid is surprised. It's been a while since he got a normal quest like this, and he thinks he can handle it. But he's heard you can still fail at chopping wood in this game, so he checks the axe first. It's an old axe with 6 durability and 47 attack power. His understanding of it jumps straight to 100, and he learns how it's made. That shocks him, and he wonders if it's because of his passive skill. Still, knowing something and actually doing it are two very different things. And he looks at the log and sees a marker showing the exact spot to hit. He swings there and cuts it in one try. Grid can't help saying that knowledge is seriously amazing. He figures if he can understand legendary items this easily, he might get rich fast and finish this woodcutting quest just as fast. But 2 hours later, he's flat on the ground. He curses his level -3 stamina because he's only cut about 150 pieces. Even so, he forces himself to keep going with the little strength he has left. If he wants to leave the village, quitting isn't an option. So he gets serious and tries again. The system rewards that effort by giving him persistence. Grid stares at it, confused. Persistence makes him tire less easily, raises how much weight he can carry, and keeps the feeling of satisfaction around longer. On top of that, every 10 points in persistence raises his indomitable stat by 1. Grid realizes this is a legendary limit break skill. That explains why he suddenly isn't tired anymore. He can feel power running through his body. He tells himself to hold on a little longer and pushes through to finish the quest. In the end, he completes it. All 500 pieces of wood. The blacksmith is shocked that he finished what he calls 1,000 logs in just 6 hours, and Grid brushes it off like it was easy. Then he adds that, looks aside, he's a blacksmith too. The old man treats it like a joke and asks how a kid like him could be a blacksmith. Still, he gives Grid another job, mine iron, and says he'll believe him if he can do that. Grid sees he only needs 55 EXP to reach level 0, so he confidently says to leave it to him. Then he heads to the mine. Once he gets there, he's stunned. It took 3 hours to make a trip that should have taken 30 minutes. Just walking drains his stamina. The slow movement makes sense though. He's wearing level 70 gear while stuck at a negative level. He'd love to take it off, but he can't. At the mine, he tells a worker that Smith sent him to gather iron. The miner repeats that to his friend, then gets distracted by Grid's strange armor. They wonder if the kid is just going to slow them down since they're already busy trying to meet their own quota. So they tell him not to bother them and to go over there and pretend to work. One of them adds that he doesn't have time to teach him and says he'll complain to Smith later. Then they suddenly hear a huge crash from Grid. When they turn around, they see he mined iron with ease. The men are stunned. They ask how he pulled that much iron out at once, and while wearing armor no less. Grid feels like his body is about to fall apart, but his mind is still sharp. At that moment, he admits the blacksmith was right. With this persistence, he really can do it. The miners are impressed now, saying they can't help admiring him and feel bad for looking down on him. To them, Grid is on another level. They even bet he'd make a great miner. Before long, Grid has nearly cleaned out the whole cave. He gathers 170 chunks of iron ore. Then he lets out a huge shout. His weapon, he says, is persistence. And at last, Grid reaches level 1. The system announces that he's level 1 now. The stats that had dropped to the minimum because of his negative level penalty return to normal, and Pagma's descendant base stats are applied. Grid is shocked to feel normal again. He counts it up, 22 stat points at level 1, plus 165 base class stats. With the points he put into persistence and indomitable, that gives him 182 total. Then he notices he has 40 stat points. He should only get 10 per level, so why did he get 40? He remembers the 4-level gap from level -3 to level 1, and just stares in surprise. At the same time, Smith says he's ashamed for treating someone so talented like a child, and admits he's jealous. His relationship with Smith rises by 60. His reputation in Byron Village goes up by 200, and Grid is horrified by the numbers popping up. Smith grabs him, saying they're both blacksmiths now, but Grid tells the old man to back off. He explains that someone told him about an item with high demand and he needs good money to pay for the carriage. Smith says he already has the perfect item for him. It's called the Jaffa arrow, a very special kind of arrow. Grid doubts it right away, saying cheap consumables like arrows usually aren't worth much. But Smith explains this isn't ordinary. It's made by mixing Jaffa and steel. Because of that, it ignores part of the enemy's defense, which makes it important for archers during the Forest Guardian quest. Grid instantly sees profit in it and asks if he can analyze it. He checks the arrow. It sells for 6 silver. His understanding reaches 89 and he can use it skillfully. He's surprised it stopped at 89 and thinks he might get the last 11 points by using his item disassembly skill. Acting all friendly now, Smith asks if he wants to learn the production method, and Grid wonders if he's always this eager to switch sides. Smith begins teaching. First, put the right ratio of ore into the furnace, then remove the limestone and the iron's impurities. Once the iron hardens, it becomes pig iron, but that still isn't ready for a weapon. It has to be turned into steel with less carbon than the original iron. After showing the process, Smith tells him he can try, though getting the ore ratio just right is the hard part. Grid says he's ready to go for it. He notes that he paid close attention to Smith's method. Even though this game is realistic, learning job knowledge is pretty easy. On top of that, his class compensation effect gives him guides for the direction and force of the bellows. Thanks to that, he gets the furnace going in just 5 minutes. The system says Pagma's descendant is sensitive to temperature changes, letting him measure the furnace heat exactly. It hits 700 degrees, then climbs to 730. Grid thinks it's awesome that he can read the exact temperature. At this rate, he knows he can do it. He finishes the task and gets 80 EXP. He's happy about that, right until Smith suddenly appears behind him. Grid snaps at him not to sneak up like that, and Smith says it's unbelievable. Even with 0 smelting experience, he pulled it off. Smith says this goes beyond talent. It's almost like Pagma came back to life. Grid thinks the old man got close, but not quite. He's not Pagma reborn. He's Pagma's descendant. Then he reaches level 2, and Smith moves on to the next step, making the arrowheads by mixing Jaffa and iron at a 1:12 ratio. After that, the arrowhead has to harden in the mold for 40 minutes. Then it needs polishing, careful symmetry while hammering, and a sharp tip. The process ends by fixing the head onto the shaft. Smith adds that the shaft and feathers must keep the arrow's center of gravity perfect to maximize penetration. Then he asks if Grid thinks he can do it. The system immediately says he learned how to make Jaffa arrows, and Grid answers with total confidence that he can. His understanding reaches 100. Smith hands over the materials and tells him to start. Privately, Smith realizes Grid is no ordinary kid. The way he handles molten metal is already very skilled. He starts to say he still hasn't taught him how to make the arrow shafts, and that he'll prepare some while the arrowheads cool. But Grid cuts in and says it's fine. He'll make the shafts himself. His understanding is already at 100, so he can see the full production method. Just by watching, he learned that much. He says the list is still a little incomplete, but one day it'll be full, and for now he can do this alone. So he starts sanding and straightening bent shafts, cutting them to the right length, and attaching the feathers. With his current dexterity and class correction effect, it's much easier. Watching all this, Smith can only think it's incredible that Grid learned everything just by observing. Then Smith spots Grady dunking an arrowhead in water and freaks out, asking what he's doing. Even if it gets stronger, he warns, it could also snap. Grady tells him to relax, he's going to heat it again afterward. Smith is shocked that he even knows how to temper metal, but says it's a bit much for a consumable item. Using that method means he'll make fewer arrows. Grady figures better-made arrows will sell for more anyway. He also thinks that if someone like him wants to grow, then he has to work harder than everyone else. So he keeps forging the arrow. Once it's almost done, Smith says the only step left is fixing the arrowhead to the shaft, then praises Grady's skill. Grady can only laugh at the irony. In real life he works all the time, yet somehow working inside a game is actually fun. With the quest nearly finished, he starts to relax, but then the system says the legendary blacksmith's breath has activated, and the arrow begins to change. He stares at it confused. The skill description explains that when he's fully focused on crafting, the will of Pagma's descendant completes the item. All item stats go up by 5, and there's a rare chance to add a special effect. A special Jaffa arrow is born, and it comes out epic. Grady is stunned. The quest clears right away. He made an epic item, all his stats permanently rise by 4. His reputation across the continent goes up by 80. He gains 300 experience and reaches level 3. He can hardly believe it. On top of leveling up, the arrow is epic. Smith is amazed. Even as a beginner, Grady made a perfect arrow, and Smith asks if he's just as blown away by it. But Grady is actually crying, saying he should have made an epic sword instead. He checks the stats and realizes most arrows don't even hit 40 damage. This one also ignores enemy defense. That makes it insanely strong, maybe even stronger than a level 20 sword. Later, Smith sadly asks if he really has to leave so soon, but Grid tells him not to look so down. They'll meet again. Smith says he earned this fair and square and tells him to keep it. Grid receives 100 Jaffa arrows and 3 Jaffa bars. Since his affinity with Smith is so high, he's shocked by how generous it is and thanks him for everything. Smith says he'd love it if Grid stayed with him, but Grid tells him not to make that face or blush like that. He admits it's a great gift, but all that weight makes him really slow. Then he shrugs it off and decides he'll just sell everything. He proudly tells players everywhere to get ready for amazing items made by the great Grid. Elsewhere, at the Forest Guardian raid, one party is getting crushed by the monsters there. Then an archer starts saving them, calling them idiots, and reminding them she warned them to be careful. That archer is Jashuka, master of the Sudaka Guild. She asks if they still want to live and tells them to wake up and fight. Regis charges in, swinging hard while Tobin pushes forward with his shield, and Vantner joins with his axes. Afterward, Jashuka looks over the dead players and says most of them were useless. She can't believe they died to weak mobs after the group had already killed the boss. Even so, she says the losses were too heavy. The raid was rough, but they cleared it. Then they start discussing how to split the loot. Jashuka lists it out. 30 iron ores, 8 orichalcum ores, and 1 blue orichalcum ore. Regis points out that the amethyst shield still didn't drop. Banter says at least they got the blue orichalcum ore, even if it took a full day of fighting. Jashuka asks Tobin how many died. He says 75 total, counting his guild members. The golems multiplied and caused major damage while the main team handled the boss. Jashuka says ranked quests are just too hard without proper plans to deal with them. After that, they head to Bearing Village. She says the 4th raid didn't bring good results either. The Forest Guardian raid is losing value, and if this keeps up, future raid groups will fall behind in levels. The story then explains the Zadaka Guild. Even though it only has high-level players, its fame isn't that big, because it has so few members. The 17 guild members first met in an older game called LTS, long before Satisfy. Since they're small, they often raid with regular players, but that only works up to a point. Tobin says they need the amethyst shield for a chain quest, so they'll pause the raid for now and focus on strengthening the guild overall. Rakus says he doesn't care as long as he gets to fight, but Vantner warns them not to rush. Jashuka agrees. From now on, the Zadaka Guild will stop raid activity and focus on leveling up and improving gear. Her goal is for everyone to gain 15 levels in 3 months. Then she adds, almost cheerfully, that anyone who fails will be killed. She singles out Regis and raises his minimum target to 20 levels. Vantner immediately starts teasing him, saying it's too bad, and asking if he even knows what she's like. Later that afternoon, Jashuka visits another place and asks a shopkeeper to show her his Jaffa arrows. She thinks the guild's situation really is bad. Early on, they got lots of attention, but now not even newbies talk about them, and she needs better arrows. Then she sees someone selling arrows for 18 silver, triple the normal price, and pauses. They're purple arrows. Epic arrows. She checks the stats and wonders what she's looking at. She asked nearly every blacksmith for special arrows before, but none of them had ever even heard of epic arrows. And now she realizes these things are absurdly overpowered. They could decide high-level battles, so she has to buy them now. But first she wants to know who made them. As far as she knows, only the top blacksmiths, Pamir or Stang, should be able to pull this off. If it wasn't either of them, then someone has already surpassed them. Meanwhile, Regis starts wondering how he's supposed to gain 20 levels in 3 months, and Vantner tells him to think carefully because Jashuka was probably serious when she said she'd kill him. Vantner jokes that all he can do now is plan Regis's last meal, which just makes Regis even more annoyed. Then they receive a guild message. It says they need to find someone, a blacksmith. Regis says Jaka just sent them this out of nowhere, and asks what their guild master is thinking. Vantner notices he actually read the message since his mood changed really fast. The message says that blacksmith might help them clear the Forest Guardian raid. And Vantner says if their guildmaster wants him that badly, they need to find him quickly. The message also says they're an elite group that has stayed in the top 3 of their class rankings since the second half of last year, so there's no way this blacksmith would turn down an offer from their guild. Even if they aren't as famous or influential as the biggest guilds, no one can deny Zadaka's strength and authority. That's just how Zadaka does things. Jashuka adds that if this smith really is better than Panmir or Stang, then the items he makes must be far better than what's being sold on the market. Soon every guild on the continent will be hunting for him, so they have to find him before anyone else, no matter what. Elsewhere, in a mining area, people start talking about the rumor. All the major guilds are searching for a famous blacksmith, and apparently it's because he crafted something incredible. Fans across the game sites are talking about it too, and Pan Min hears the news about the epic Jaffa arrows. He reads the item description, which says the arrow was made by a craftsman with great skill and huge potential, but little experience and reputation. Pan Min thinks not even his own items were ever described that way. He says that even though he's only done it twice, he was the first person to make a unique item, and he's always been proud of working harder than everyone else, so now he wants to know who this bastard is. Meanwhile, that same bastard is at his real-life job, eating kimbap and wondering what time work even starts. While waiting in line, he gets elbowed as someone rushes in to apply for a job. He grumbles that the guy could at least show some pity for younger unemployed people. Then a man calls out that they need 3 laborers. The kid keeps getting shoved around while trying to volunteer. He needs money too, and begs them to let him work, but someone says there's no time for a petty fight. Then the man offers one opening for spinning wire, saying it pays 11,000 won. Grady thinks that's the worst job there. He tried it last year and spent more on medicine than he earned, so he decides he won't take it. But then the man grabs the boy's arm and Grady ends up stuck with the job anyway. The next day, he heads to work looking half dead. His mother says it's barely morning, but he says he's already late. Then his father asks to talk to him and he gets impatient, wondering what his dad wants now. After paying off his loans, he'll only have 9,221 left. His father tells him to take the day off and says he'll cover his pay, but the boy notices there's only 70,001 there when he normally earns 90,000 a day. His sister tells him to be grateful he got anything at all, then gives him something and says she already prepared his bath so he should rest a little. He says if this isn't important, he should already be at work by now. Then he asks what's going on. Did they want to have breakfast with him or something? Then he realizes how nice his family is and jokes around, asking his dad if he can pay off his loans too. That gets him a bowl of rice to the face. After that, he goes back to the game, thinking a little rest in gaming should help, but his empty bank account and all those loans ruin the mood. He starts wondering how much money the arrows made him, but first he needs to hurry back to the village. And when he opens it, he nearly jumps. People are offering 72 silver for his arrows. At 72 silver each, and 99 sold, he made 71 gold, and 28 silver. Since 100 gold equals 12,001, and 8,001 takes him 6 hours to earn, he doesn't need that job anymore. He heads straight to the bank to withdraw his gold, but the banker says it's only 60 gold and 59 silver now, because epic items get hit with a 15% tax. Grid starts grumbling that taxes are basically theft, but if money is this easy to make here, maybe he doesn't need to leave after all. Then he remembers Smith and decides staying is way too risky. Yeah, he still needs to go. On the wagon, he complains that 8 gold and 90 silver is way too expensive. Koshiro tells him to be thankful for the discount and asks if he thinks driving a carriage is easy. Grid asks why Winston Village isn't called a city yet. Koshiro says the population has grown so much that it'll probably become a city soon. He also heard Count Stance's son is the lord of the town, and Grid feels like he's heard that name before somewhere. Soon they realize they're almost there, and he says he's finally reached the next village. Once he arrives, he sees it's 4 times bigger than Byron Village, and the center is way busier too. He wants to start off right here, so first he decides to clean out his inventory, because walking those streets with all that stuff is a pain. He thinks about dumping what he doesn't need into storage, but then pauses. He still hasn't analyzed Maimon's item, or Mingle's. Now he wonders if understanding them better will lower the penalties. Maimon's longsword reaches 33% understanding, and Mingle's metal armor hits 65%. Unlike the axe, neither one jumps straight to 100%. Then the system says, better understanding reduce the penalties, the longsword's attack penalty drops from 30% to 20%, and the armor's defense penalty falls from 20% to 8%. Now he finally sees the value in this. His gear durability is pretty low, and repairing it could raise his understanding more, but right now he needs to save money. So he decides to store the items away, since he needs energy to make new gear. Then he buys a storage slot, and the clerk says each storage container costs 30 silver. Grid asks for a discount, but of course that goes nowhere. For now, he only stores the sword and armor, and keeps Jaffa's special arrow with him in case of an emergency. Without the armor, he feels super light, and now it's time to find a forge. Looking around, he notices this area is full of noobs, while the stronger players are somewhere else. The levels here don't seem too uneven, so he goes off to find a forge. When he spots one, it's pretty big, and he figures the blacksmith there must be at least intermediate level. That means the guy should treat him pretty well. So he barges in, shouting for the blacksmith, but the place seems empty. And then a man asks who's there. He wants to know what this is about. Grid says he wants to learn how to make the most profitable item in the village and asks for some help. The man says he can't help. Miro Company has been buying up nearby forges and selling items cheap, so he can't sell anything around here anymore. He adds that this forge has basically been shut down for a long time. Grady clicks his tongue and asks if there's another forge nearby he could recommend. But right then someone arrives, calling out to the old man and asking if he's made up his mind yet. They tell him to hand the place over while they're still being nice. Grady feels bad. He first thought the guy was just lazy, but the truth is he literally can't sell anything. One of the men orders him to sign the sale contract already and stop testing his patience. That's when Grady realizes they want both the forge and the land, so this Miro group must be a big company. He decides to leave before they turn their attention to him, but one of them stops him and asks where he thinks he's going after seeing the contract. Then he asks Grady if he's a spy from Scania Company. Grady figures Miro must have hired a hostile NPC to do the dirty work, and hostile NPCs can kill players too. Judging by their gear, those thugs are around level 35. Better a live coward than a dead hero. So Grady quickly says that's not it. This is his first time in Winston, and he knows nothing about the place. The NPC says that matches his clothes and tells him to get lost. Then the old man starts cursing them out, saying they're destroying a family business that lasted 7 generations. One thug asks if he has any idea how much trouble he's causing, then says it'd be great if he handed over half the payment to make up for their headache. Grady realizes that money is almost enough for him to open a shop. Then another NPC says the old man's son died from illness, so he has no future anyway, and asks if this forge is going to be his grave too. The old man snaps at him not to speak about his son like that, and Grady gets mad. He tells himself to calm down since he can't beat them and tries to leave, thinking this isn't his problem. But then he starts wondering if the old man will really be okay. Just then he gets a B-rank quest, Blacksmith's Fury, and he can't believe the timing. The quest tells him to destroy the contract between Khan and Miro Company. The rewards are a big boost to Khan's affinity, max friendship with Khan, and just accepting it gives him the skill Blacksmith's Fury. He notices there's a reward just for taking it, and since it's a class-related skill he knows he has to accept, but he still wonders what his odds are. Then he remembers he has legendary Blacksmith's Patience, plus another skill that makes him invincible for 5 seconds if his HP drops too low. On top of that, his stats put him around level 20. The biggest problem is that he left his armor and sword in storage, so he has nothing to fight with. Then he remembers he has an epic weapon and summons Jaffa's arrow. Even if its attack power is weak, the armor-piercing effect should be enough. Then he asks the evil NPC if his mother never taught him to respect his elders. Khan asks why he's getting involved. The thug asks why he still hasn't left, and Grady fires back that even idiots have limits. The man asks if he's gone crazy after being spared, then mocks that tiny arrow and tells him to shut up and get out. Grady says it may look like just an arrow, but he's got another weapon too. Then Blacksmith's Fury activates and the NPC wastes no time trying to attack, but Grady slips out of the way. He's shocked at how fast warriors are, then realizes he needs some kind of edge, so he moves to the stairs where the narrow space will help him. He taunts them, asking who wants to get chopped up. They all start coming up, but the kid quickly uses Blacksmith's Fury again, driving the arrow into one of them and landing a critical hit. They're stunned because it's just an arrow. Grady asks if it still looks like just an arrow, then invites them to try it too. With Blacksmith's Fury, his power and speed shoot up for 20 seconds, and the countdown starts ticking down. He realizes he's already landed 2 hits thanks to the attack speed boost, and both times the armor ignore passive activated. That kills the Winston Bandit. His reputation in the village rises by 60, his relation with the Winston Bandits changes to hostile, and he gets 4,300 EXP leveling up 5 times. He reaches level 8 and is stunned, because back at level 3 killing a level 35 NPC gave him 5 whole levels. Now his stat points are up to 110. He figures those jerks hit hard, but their defense is weak. To kill the rest, he needs to dump all his points into agility and strength right now. So he spends every last one, then dodges another attack and slams into a bandit from the side, sending him flying. Then he asks if the man's okay, and the thug says he can still fight. Maybe that last hit was just luck. The red-haired one says the brat is fast, and their weapons are useless on such a narrow staircase. Grady realizes he still couldn't kill him even after spending all his stat points. This time the armor ignore and critical didn't trigger. The red-haired thug asks if he plans to stay there forever, and tells the kid to come down. Grady says he has no choice but to face them, and the thug warns that refusing won't change anything. Grady knows he won't last 3 hits if they surround him, but he still has one more card up his sleeve. Even with low HP and no armor, he can still beat them the moment they all rush in, as long as he has enough HP left to keep going. What he needs is the legendary Blacksmith's Patience. It boosts vitality, defense, and dexterity by 200% for an hour. That's the skill he's been counting on. The redhead thanks him for finally stopping the stalling, then says he'll make him pay for wasting their time or kill one of the others. Ready to fight, the redhead closes in while he tries to trigger legendary Blacksmith's Patience, but the system says the skill uses no mana and can't be turned on by choice. It only activates on its own when he keeps fighting to stay alive. The redhead asks if he's ready to die, then he freezes in shock when the skill still doesn't activate. The thugs don't wait around for his panic. They rush him, and he realizes he's in real trouble. The one skill he needed most didn't work. All of them attack at once. His max HP is only 316, so he has to use a mid-level potion to raise it. Even then there's a 20-second cooldown. He just has to stay alive until it ends. He survives another hit by stopping an axe with an arrow. Still, he takes 200 damage and the blow slices his leg. The pain almost drops him. Even so, he avoids the next attack. He realizes he'll need more expensive potions if he wants to keep living. Each one costs 10 gold, about 24,001. He's spending more on this B-rank quest than he ever did on fried chicken. The bandits close in on him again. He keeps dodging. They mock him for scurrying around like a rat, and wonder how much longer he can keep it up. He's shocked they're still this strong, even with his buffs. More than anything, he needs time for his legs to recover, so he backs off, and the men hesitate. Greed figures they're stronger than he hoped, so he offers a deal. Hand over the contract and nobody gets hurt. They tell him to stop the nonsense. After he killed Neo, there's no way they'd hand it over now, and either way they plan to kill him. Greed says he means it, that he won't kill them. At the same time, he notices the potion cooldown is almost over, so he just needs a little more time. One of the punks keeps arguing with him, but Greed takes advantage of the opening and strikes straight at his head. Then he asks why the guy let his guard down. They're not close enough to talk to him like that. With that, he kills Johnson, earns 4,300 experience, and gains 3 levels. The redhead says he thought Greed was strong, but it was just the potion. He calls him a filthy cockroach and goes right back to trying to kill him. Greed warns him that charging him carelessly now is a bad idea. He's level 11 and things are different now. He lands a hit on the bald guy's chest, but it still doesn't kill him. The bald man tells him to keep swinging if he wants. Then he promises Greed a slow death for it. A cross-shaped slash tears across his chest, and he knows he has to keep dodging until he can drink more potions. But then the bald guy grabs him around the waist and asks if he's trying to run again. Greed knows this is bad. If it keeps going like this, he really will die. For a second, he thinks it's over. Then he looks up and notices a suit of armor nearby. In that moment, he drives the arrow into the bald man's neck. Then he throws the arrow toward the redhead and sprints up the stairs toward the armor. The redhead can't believe he threw away his weapon. To him, that just proves Greed is desperate. Greed tells him to keep talking all he wants. Then he shouts to Khan, asking if he wants to protect the forge. Khan says of course he does, and if Greed helps him, he swears he'll protect it from now on. Hearing that, Greed says he's going to borrow that armor. Khan warns him that item can't be worn by just anyone. The only things Greed can use are on the first floor. The redhead laughs and asks what the point of that warning is when he's about to die, but Greed is already putting the armor on. The redhead says his luck just ran out and tells him to die. Instead, Greed asks if they've ever heard of overgeared. Yeah, he really said the title right there. The bandits wonder who this bastard really is, and then he wipes out all of Winston's men, leveling up again and again. Khan asks if he's okay, but when he looks at the boy, he sees Greed wearing that golden armor, like some legendary knight. Greed tells the old man it's amazing, and asks why he left something like this collecting dust upstairs. That armor is Valhalla, a unique item. Its requirements are insane. Level 250, 800 strength, 1000 stamina, and advanced heavy armor mastery. Its creator is Albertino. In Greed's hand is the replica of Dainsleif, also unique, with just as crazy requirements, and it was made by Albertino too. Greed says this Albertino guy is amazing, and he wonders how he can even see the details of those items, including who made them. He shrugs and says he kinda just took a look. But when Khan looks over, he suddenly faints. Greed figures maybe it's high blood pressure or all the drinking. Either way, old people really need to watch their health. He tells Khan it's fine, he can stop pretending now. The mission is over, and Greed needs to move on to the next one. Then he remembers what the next mission is and immediately tells Khan to wake up already and not die before giving it to him. Meanwhile, at the Mara Company, they learn the mercenaries they sent have vanished. The man giving the report says he recommended them because they were famous in the village, but his boss cuts him off and asks how he plans to take responsibility. He says the man is responsible for advancing their payment and will have to cover the loss for their failure. The man says he doesn't have that kind of money and begs for one more chance. His boss tells BL to listen carefully. If he can't get the money, he can always sell his relatives at the slave market. Then he orders the man to get upstairs. After that, he turns to Rabbit and tells him to explain exactly what happened. Rabbit says it's strange. They definitely went to the forge, but after that, they seem to have just disappeared. Valmont says there can only be one forge per village, and he needs that one. He can't believe they failed such a simple job. Then asks about Old Khan. Rabbit says Valmont was ruthless. He tossed aside an employee who worked for him for the last 10 years without mercy. He also says a witness saw a young man carrying Khan to the clinic 2 hours ago. Valmont realizes that young man might know something. He says getting rid of that blacksmith took a lot, selling weapons cheap and forcing Khan into debt, and he can't believe he lost his chance after barely keeping him trapped. So to fix this mess, he orders Rabbit to handle everything. Meanwhile, back at home, Greed is thrilled. He says his luck has been crazy lately. He can't believe killing those bandits got him all the way to level 21, and he even picked up a chain quest. If that armor and sword are the reward, he's going to get rich. He points out that Dainsleif, Valhalla, and Failure are all unique items, but unlike Failure, those two don't have impossible restrictions for selling, so the quest should be easy now that Old Khan is recovering at the clinic. He thinks Khan should really take better care of himself, then pushes that aside. It's time to make easy money. He logs back into the game and sees he spawned in the clinic. Khan asks if he came to visit him. Greed asks the doctor how Khan is doing, and the doctor says his cholesterol is down. He can leave now, and he'll be fine as long as he stops drinking. Khan then asks Greed's name, saying he owes him a lot. Greed says people should help each other in hard times, then tells the old man to pay the medical bill and get discharged soon. Khan apologizes and says he's broke, so Greed goes, "Wait, what?" Before he can say more, the doctor gets right in Greed's face and says he's sure Greed wouldn't want to upset the god of this world, then tells him to pay 1 gold. Greed realizes that God's kindness is nowhere to be found, so he pays and Khan starts thanking him. Khan says greed gave him hope. Because of him he saved the family business, passed down for 7 generations, and nearly lost forever. Greed agrees and tells him to go home and rest, now that he's been discharged. He says it's a good thing Khan managed to protect that place because losing it would have driven him even deeper into drinking. He also points out that Khan never would have made it to the hospital without him. Khan admits that's true and says he'd love to repay him somehow. Then they end up standing in front of that armor again. Greed's eyes light up right away. Khan tells him to wait because he can't give it to him. Greed gets mad and says he's the one who saved all of this. But Khan says those are family heirlooms and begs him to understand. He wouldn't hand them over even if his life were in danger. He explains that Dainsleif and Valhalla are cursed items and their power is beyond imagination. But because of absurd restrictions, it's been hundreds of years since anyone could use them. Still, 130 years ago, one man recognized them. His name was Pagma. Pagma equipped them and showed sword skills so amazing it was unreal. He moved like he and the gear were one, and his blade seemed to pierce the sky, calling down lightning. Khan's ancestor, a descendant of Albatino, knelt before Pagma and begged him to please take Dainsleif and Valhalla with him. Greed asks if Pagma accepted. The old man says no. Pagma refused, saying the true owner would appear someday and he had been able to equip them. Khan says his answer will decide everything, then asks how Shin was able to equip them. The protagonist thinks this must be the start of a chain quest, and there's no way he's letting those treasures go, so he tells Khan the truth. He's a lot like Pagma. The blacksmith is stunned. He asks if MC is Pagma's descendant, and MC says yes. That unlocks the class quest for Pagma's descendant. To learn Pagma's swordsmanship, Shin now has to uncover his full legend. He asks if Khan will hand over the items now, but Khan says not yet. First, he needs proof. He wonders if the protagonist is truly worthy of inheriting that legend, just like Pagma once did. Khan says proving it shouldn't be too hard, then suggests they celebrate meeting each other. MC immediately warns him not to drink a single drop until the quest is done. While they argue, someone arrives at the shop and calls out, "It's Habit, an employee from Marrow Company." Shin recognizes the name and wonders if this is the guy who hired those thugs. Khan says he'll go hear what he has to say. Habit tells him he owes Marrow Company 600 gold, and from what he heard, Khan has no way to pay it back. Khan admits that part is true, but says he still won't hand over the forge and tells him to leave. Habit replies that he came to offer a deal. Marrow Company will take ownership of the forge, but Khan can keep working there. Khan asks if that means becoming the company's pet blacksmith. Habit says it's better than their last offer and asks if he really plans to refuse. Khan answers that he isn't trying to protect his job, he's trying to protect the forge itself. Habit says the rumors about Khan's pride were true. If that's how he feels, then there's only one way to settle it. He proposes a duel against Marrow's blacksmith, with the debt and the forge on the line. The more skilled blacksmith keeps the forge. Shin can tell it sounds fair, but it's obviously a trap. They'll bring someone stronger than Khan. Still, Khan accepts, and that catches Habit off guard. Khan explains he can't show his real skill right now because of his drinking, and because he hasn't worked in a while, so his successor will take his place. Then he asks if that's a problem. Habit says he didn't know Khan even had a successor. Then Khan shocks even him by announcing that he is the one. He has no idea what's going on. He asks who said he'd be anyone's successor, and Habit points out that he just looks like some random traveler. That triggers the quest Duel of Blacksmiths against Marrow Company. The goal is to win. If the protagonist fails, Winston's reputation will hit rock bottom, and Khan's forge will go to Marrow. The system asks if he wants to accept, but MC tells it to wait a second, and starts reading the details, especially the part about the 600 gold. Habit tells him to leave since this has nothing to do with him. But greedy as ever, Shin jumps in and says he'll crush them. Seeing that look in his eyes, Habit gets nervous and says he'll send the location soon. After he leaves, Khan apologizes. He says this was the only way to protect the forge, but he says he gets it. Inside though, he's thinking he'd sell his soul for that reward. Then he notices the quest rank and realizes this should be impossible for a level 21 player. Still, he reminds himself he's the legendary blacksmith who made an epic item, so somehow it'll work out. Khan says the forge has been idle for a while, so there are still plenty of unused materials Shin can practice with. The protagonist asks why Khan never told the Lord about any of this. Khan says the Lord is on Marrow Company's side. He was bribed. MC points out that Winston belongs to the Kondestem territory, so why didn't Khan try to meet him instead? Khan says he appealed and even tried to see him in person, but the local lord blocked him every time. Shin tells him not to worry, they'll win this. He knows Khan chose him because he believed in him. Khan thanks him for trying to cheer him up and says that if his son were still alive, he would have grown into a great man like him. The protagonist tells him not to get emotional yet. He'll feel a lot better once he sees him at work. Then MC stops and wonders why he's acting so nice. He's usually not like this. Maybe it's because Khan feels like a lucky charm, and he reminds him of his grandfather. The way he talks and the feeling around him are strangely similar. Now Shin is working through the heat and steel beside someone he actually likes, and he realizes moments like this make Satisfy feel real. Later, outside the game, he finally logs off before 4 a.m. He wonders if he should sleep another 30 minutes. 2 days passed in-game, but the results were really good. He thinks Khan is different from the blacksmith and Byron. Even in bad shape, Khan still shows the skill of a master. Shin even finds himself missing Khan because he wants to learn more from him, but then he catches himself and realizes how crazy that sounds. He goes to talk with his family, and they ask if he feels better after resting all day. They're surprised he's up early. He says he'll work harder if his mom cuts him some pineapple. His dad instantly clowns him, asking why he needs pineapple when he doesn't even have a girlfriend. The protagonist tells them not to underestimate him. He could get a girlfriend anytime. His mom joins in too, joking that she didn't know her baby could be so confident. Then he asks about his grandfather and how he's been lately. His family is caught off guard by the question. His dad says it's rare for MC to ask about him, but he's doing fine. He asks why they don't visit him together next time. MC says that sounds good, and promises he'll definitely visit this time. The next day at Marrow Company, the owner asks Habit why he did something so unnecessary. He says Khan would have lost the forge anyway, since he can't pay his debt, so why make a pointless bet and give him a chance? He even asks if Habit is siding with Khan. Habit says the company's image has gotten worse because of its push for monopoly, and if they care about long-term ties with the townspeople, acting friendly is the smarter move. The owner snaps back, asking what Habit is trying to say. He reminds him that he bought this lousy land and the trade rights, and says everyone else can go to hell. He's in charge. Habit thinks Valmont has hit his limit, and that Marrow Company will have a hard time growing under him. He explains that the villagers admire Khan for standing up to their pressure alone, but the owner asks what that has to do with anything. Habit says giving Khan a fair chance will make people see the company in a better light. The Marrow owner realizes that could bring in not just customers but loyal ones, so he says fine as long as there's profit, he has no problem with it. Then he asks if that boy really has any chance in the duel. Habit says his investigation found nothing special, he is just an unknown young man. On top of that, Habit already picked an opponent he can't beat. The owner decides this should be easy, and tells Habit to use the chance to wipe out the problem for good. Habit thinks that even if the protagonist has no fame, they still sent their best blacksmith against him, because unknown factors are the most dangerous. Meanwhile, an old friend of Khan asks if that boy really beat the Veil Gang. He says Shin looks too innocent to understand how the world works. Khan replies that even if he looks like a nobody, he's very skilled. MC just tells them both to be quiet. Then more people show up and ask Khan if the rumor going around the village is true, that Marrow Company is going to duel him with the forge on the line. Khan says it's true, and asks why they're making such a big deal out of it. The villagers say they were starting to think Marrow might not be so bad after all. Since the company chose a fair duel, it looked like they really respected Khan and maybe wanted to live peacefully with everyone. Shine says that might be true. Even though they sent bandits before, this duel almost makes them seem decent. But Khan tears that idea apart. He reminds them Marrow tried to monopolize the land and trade rights, driving people into poverty. He asks how they could be fooled by one piece of paper after everything they've suffered. The villagers admit he's right. They say they were stupid to believe it, and got tricked again after being betrayed so many times. Shin realizes they're right too, and thinks he almost fell for it himself. Then a boy shows up and says he heard Marrow bought land and trade rights from villagers who didn't know about Winston's development plans. So were they forced to sell their property? He immediately thinks this guy's a jerk. Because he has a green light over his head, he's a player. The man says the villagers sold their land for money and plan to leave. After hearing about the development, they changed their minds, so he blames their greed instead of the company. That sets the NPCs off. They ask how some outsider dares to meddle in their business, and whether he's a spy for the company. He quickly says he doesn't want to fight. His point is simple. Companies chasing profit is normal. If the villagers accept that, he says they can live in peace with the company, like they should have from the start. And the company needs them too. The villagers start to waver, thinking he might be right. If the company prospers, maybe their lives improve too. Greed notices the whole conversation has shifted and wonders who this bastard is. Khan asks for his name, and the man apologizes, saying he was so worried he forgot to introduce himself. He says his name is Heroi. Greed is stunned by how easily Heroi changed the mood and starts wondering who he really is. Even Khan starts to agree that living peacefully with a big company could be better in the long run. But then he adds that Winston Village falls under Candace Ten's rule, and there is a local law called the Rights of the People. Heroi asks about that. Khan explains that people living in Candace Ten's territory have the right to be told first and ahead of time about changes in their area. Candace Ten personally declared those rights. He says this matters a lot to the villages around the northern city because of the Northern Development Zone. Candace Ten wants everyone prepared for major changes and wants information shared with the people so everyone benefits. Heroi realizes the real problem. The company completely ignored Candace Ten's will. So if the Lord let the company hide the development plans, then the Lord is in the wrong too. Khan agrees. That's exactly why this whole conflict started. Now Heroi says he understands the situation and there is something he has to do. He says he knows Khan's appeal was blocked by the Lord and the company, and everyone confirms it. So they decide the Lord's and the company's crimes need to be exposed, and Heroi says he'll secretly take the appeal to Candace Ten himself. At last, they find a solution. Grig can hardly believe it, and keeps wondering how Heroi pulled that off. He didn't receive the quest. He made them hand it over. After Heroi leaves, Grid runs after him, but Heroi mistakes him for an NPC from the Forge. That pisses Grid off. He gets straight to the point. Heroi clearly started with the Miro Company quest, so how did he switch sides? Hiroi instantly loses enthusiasm at Grid's tone, but still shares the quest details with him. The quest is now about protecting Winston's residence, and the new goal is to get an audience with Candace 10. The rewards are the title Apostle of Justice, max affinity and reputation with Winston's villagers, and a gift from Candace 10. The title also unlocks the bravery stat, gives +10 to all stats, and grants the skill Unshakable Justice. Reading that, Grid can only think one thing. Those were basically his rewards. Trying not to sound jealous, he asks how Hiroi did it. Hiroi can tell from Grid's face that he definitely is jealous. Since Grid figured out he made the villagers give him the quest, Hiroi wonders if he should explain. He says all he did was use the freedom Satisfy gives players. If you directly interfere in NPC matters, you can trigger quests tied to those problems. Older players know this trick, which is why Grid didn't. Hiroi adds that the method will probably spread online soon, so Grid shouldn't feel too bad. Right now, only veteran players use it. Then Hiroi asks what's wrong. Still tearing up, Grid says he's an old player too. Hiroi bursts out laughing and says this is common knowledge among longtime players. He finds it so funny that he offers to be Grid's friend. Grid gets even angrier, tells him to screw off and logs out right away. Hiroi realizes that Grid got mad and ran off. He lets it go since he has no time to waste. Even after playing 18 hours a day since launch, he's only level 127. He says that's because his class is Orator. Leveling is hard because his offense depends on speech. His weapon options are limited, his HP is low, his combat power is weak, and worst of all, he has no escape skill. That's why he needs the bravery stat. He can't become a ranked player just by talking to NPCs and collecting quests forever. He decides he has to get past that gate and meet Candace 10, so Hiroi walks up to the guards and comments that security looks tight. Then he says he's just a traveler and would like to leave if there's no problem. The guards stay silent and Hiroi thinks that's strange since they aren't reacting at all. Then Rabbit appears and says they won't answer because he ordered them not to. Hiroi is shocked to see Rabbit there and asks what he's doing. Rabbit reminds him that he was told to report back after investigating. Hiroi realizes this is going to be a pain. He'll have to use persuasion, and if he uses it right, he can sway an NPC. He activates his passive and starts talking, but Rabbit cuts him off. Rabbit says he overestimated him. They got confused by the rumors and couldn't investigate properly, but now that Hiroi is trying to run, Rabbit assumes he's been digging into them. Hiroi starts to realize his persuasion didn't work. Rabbit says he's learned to stay ready for betrayal, and Hiroi should know exactly why he's being arrested. Hiroi takes off running, saying he can't give up on the quest like this. First he has to escape, but a rope catches him and yanks him back. He pulls a dagger from his pocket and says it's not much, but it'll have to do since he's in a hurry. He tries to cut the rope, but a soldier strikes his hand and knocks the dagger away. Hiroi expected that. Fighting his way out won't work, so he tries to force an escape by logging out, but the game tells him he can't log out now. Rabbit says resistance is useless, and asks if Hiroi didn't know they could block his exit spell. Since he'll just revive if they kill him, Rabbit says prison is the better choice. They're taking him to the castle's underground jail. Then the quest changes to wait, start rank. It says Rabbit captured Hiroi and locked him in Winston Castle's inescapable underground prison. But if he waits patiently, the Apostle of Justice he failed to become will come save him. The goal is to stay logged in for 50 real-world hours, and the quest warns that it's extremely dangerous. Elderly players or anyone in poor health are advised to give up. The system asks if he wants to quit the quest, and Hiroi thinks 50 hours is almost impossible. He's played 20 hours straight before, but the capsule forces users out as a penalty and locks them out for 6 hours. Staying trapped in a prison for 8 days and 8 hours in-game could seriously mess with his mind. Still, he's a lonely, unemployed guy in real life, so no one is going to interrupt him. Maybe his body can handle it if he turns on the capsule's trance mode, and he can't throw away an S-rank hidden quest. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so he refuses to quit, accepts the quest, and the timer starts. The game also lists the rewards, which can just go on screen. There is no penalty for failure, and Hiroi activates the capsule's trance mode too. In trance mode, his brainwaves are monitored, and the system will force him out if he's in danger. If that happens, the SA group will send executives and a medical team to his house. The capsule also can't be shut off from outside. If there's any outside shock or someone tries to power it down, an SA group employee will be sent to protect the capsule. So Hiroi starts begging for someone to help him clear the quest. No matter who it is, he'll swear loyalty to them. All he can do now is wait for the Apostle of Justice. Then the story shifts to Satisfy, a huge game where every player's actions can change the world. With over 20 billion players, unexpected variables are everywhere, so errors and bugs can't be allowed if the game world is going to keep working. Then someone reports that mission B408 has been activated and asks for permission to send the executives out right away. The team leader approves and says he'll be there soon. He's surprised because B408 is a hidden quest with very specific conditions, and its reward is a secondary class. If the player succeeds, he'll be the first in Satisfy to have 2 classes. But to clear it, he has to stay logged in for 200 in-game hours, and if something goes wrong, his life could be at risk. Then Hiroi's ID file appears. His real name is Dambi Alumbatar. He's 25 years old, and he's the player who triggered mission B408. The team leader says that's incredible, since only 3% of their players are from Mongolia. The assistant adds that even though he's a weak fighter and just a speaker-type class, he still made it to level 127 by clearing class-related quests. Hearing that, the team leader asks Director Yon if the Mongolia branch manager reported anything. They connect with him, and Park Ryu says the other branch executives are there too. The team leader says the meeting is about Mission B-408 and asks if Alom Batar's safety has been confirmed. They say yes, they're watching him live, a medical team is ready, and they even have support from the Mongolian government. Then they say they want to make a proposal. The leader is confused, so they explain. They want to reveal that players can earn a second class. If people learn the first player to get one is from Mongolia, interest in the game will rise there, and the market should grow. They admit the Mongolian market has been struggling, and one woman agrees. Since much of the population is nomadic, many people there distrust the capsules, but the bald director asks if they're being too hopeful. What happens if he fails after they build up all that hype? His coworker tells him not to worry. As long as Hiroi isn't forcefully logged out, they should be fine. The mission was designed to be easy. Then he turns to team leader Choi Nahe and asks if she checked the mission success rate. She says she already sent the data so they can see it for themselves. When they pull up the success rate, everyone realizes it's only 9%. He's shocked and asks if Mission B-408 wasn't supposed to involve a hidden NPC rescuing the player. The player trapped in the underground prison was meant to meet a secret swordsman after the Winston Village incident. That rescue would lead to huge rewards, and as long as the player stayed safe, clearing the mission should have been simple. But then the head director starts laughing. The others ask why, and he tells them to read the document again. He says there was one variable. The mission information was shared. Looking closer, they see Hiroi was originally supposed to be saved by that hidden swordsman after Winston, but he told another player about the quest, making the NPC unnecessary. Then they notice something even more important. The player he told was Grid, Shin Young-yu. Meanwhile, the protagonist is dying of jealousy over Hiroi's quest. His own reward is only 600 gold, so he curses Khan for not giving him that amazing mission sooner. At the same time, the tavern owner is still furious. MC complains that Hiroi only had to talk a little while he had to pay that old man's medical bills. To cheer himself up, he orders chicken soup. After stuffing himself, he gets home at 1 a.m. and says he'll need to sneak in quietly. But his sister catches him and scolds him for not saying he'd be late, asking if he even knows what time it is. Shine asks why she's still awake. He says a student shouldn't be nagging him about that, but she says she got worried because she couldn't find him anywhere. He's usually inside his capsule. Then she notices he's been drinking. He grins and asks if she was worried about her big brother. She denies it, saying she just stayed up watching shows longer than usual, then tells him to go take a shower while he keeps standing there drunk. Back at the meeting, the director in blue asks if the success rate shouldn't really be 0. He says 9% makes no sense, and even jokes that the Morpheus supercomputer must have made a mistake. His coworker shuts that down. He admits he knows it was just frustration talking. The head director explains that once the quest info was shared, everything changed, so the success rate can no longer be predicted normally. Hiroi's savior in the underground prison is no longer the hidden swordsman. Now it's Grid. Another director gets really annoyed because Shin Young-yu keeps causing trouble. He has a legendary class, yet he's still only level 21, making everyone wonder what he's been doing this whole time. It already made no sense for a talentless nobody like him to get that class, and now he's interfering with another major event too. The director starts calling him a cancer, saying Grid is a fatal disease to satisfy. One coworker asks if Hiroi is just going to fail if they leave things as they are. If so, trying to advertise this now would be a huge waste. The head director thinks about how, ever since getting his legendary class, Grid made epic arrows and triggered a class quest. His results are hard to predict, but then the director says that honestly, Grid is fascinating to watch. His incompetence goes beyond common sense. He adds that there are currently 3 epic classes in Satisfy. Aside from the newest one, Blood Warrior, the other 2 haven't been revealed to the public. Nobody knows who got the first epic class. The second was Agnes, ranked 7th overall, and ever since then they've kept arguing about what the other 2 classes are and who got the first one. Meanwhile, in Acheron Dungeon inside Count Stain's territory, a bunch of guys crowd around a girl, asking her to join their party and promising to split the drops evenly. Their female teammates get jealous because those guys never welcome them like that. They grumble that this self-centered girl always has a swarm of men around her. Euphemina answers calmly. She'll join the strongest party, so they should show her what they can do. That gets everyone excited. When monsters appear, they rush in, eager to impress her and win her into their party. They wipe out the monsters fast, but Euphemina just watches, unimpressed, until Whirlwind of Fury appears and catches her eye. She can tell it's a powerful skill and wonders who used it. Then she spots the older man who cast it. She figures he worked hard to level that skill and it would be perfect against Piaru, so she asks to use it too and instantly copies it. At that moment, the skill leaves the old man, transfers to her as Whirlwind of Fury level 3, and the copy succeeds. She's told the copied skill can be used once and she'll keep it until she does. After that, she casually says goodbye. That was their first meeting with Euphemina, the level 190 imitator. Once the fight ends and they try to talk to her, they realize she's already gone. Euphemina keeps moving, saying that one skill should be enough. She spent 63 days preparing for this, all to clear an S-rank quest. She steels herself and checks the mission info. Before going in, she admits S-rank quests are terrifying, especially since the enemy NPC is insanely strong. When she steps through the door, she remembers hearing he was stronger than bosses. Then Pru, the immortal hermit, appears before her, and she recognizes him as the strongest knight in the Saren Empire. He asks if Asmaful sent her. She thinks she can do this. She prepared too much to fail now. But Pru attacks first, striking straight down at her, and she uses Tartan, calling up a giant guardian behind her. She explains that Tartan is the strongest defensive skill, possessed only by Bump, the #1 guardian knight. Euphemina says she only has 9 base skills and can use her copy skills just 3 times a day, so she spent the last 2 months collecting high-rank skills. Because of that, she managed to gather 50 top-level abilities. Even if each one can only be used once, she believes it should be enough. Then Piro suddenly moves to her left. Euphemina, the first player in Satisfied to earn an epic class, uses Counter Barrier to block his blow and throw him back. Piro wonders how she can use a skill like that. She follows up with Whirlwind of Fury and attacks him at close range, but she quickly realizes that still won't kill him, so she gets ready to go all out. She unleashes Blazing Heatwave, Scepter of Light, Tyrant's Right, Spear of Darkness, and Prelude to Destruction all at once on Piro. She wonders if that finished him, but it didn't. The clear screen never appeared. He's still alive, and she burned through a huge amount of mana by chaining that many high-level skills. She starts floating back, saying she needs some distance so she can drink a potion and recover her mana. But Pieru comes out of a dark portal with his sword at her neck, and she wonders if he took no damage at all. Even so, she thinks of the next skill, one that should definitely kill him, and activates Mortal Fate. Pieru tells her he'll give her an unavoidable death instead. Now panicking, she fires the skill, thinking she has to survive. A burst of shadow projection shoots at him, but Pieru only grows more excited, asking if Asmaful has finally come to fight. Euphemina realizes shadow projection traps the target in a deep illusion. She'd been saving it for a moment like this, and the effect won't last long, but at least he's busy fighting Asmaful in his own mind, giving her time to restore mana and use the rest of her skills. Then a warning pops up. She pushed herself too hard in too little time. Her body and mind hit the limit. Her skills are sealed for now, and all her stats drop by 50%. That makes her panic. She was so close. Even so, she knows she has to run before Pieru fully snaps out of it. But Pieru suddenly stops midair. Then he turns to her with pure killing intent. She realizes he's already recovered and calls him a monster. As an imitator, she was never strong enough to beat him head-on. Now she just freezes, unable to think of any way out, so she gives up and fails the mission. She loses 2 levels, as Mulfils trusts her less, and all that hard work over the last 2 months feels wasted. She complains that this was the perfect chance to earn a new title, one that fit her class exactly. Furious, she starts cursing. Sure, she'll never get another S-rank mission like this again. Then someone walks up and asks if she's Lady Atarina. He says he has a message for her, and that catches her off guard. The man adds that if she isn't busy, they'd like her help with something. A new quest appears, and she scoffs. Losing one mission was bad enough, and now these losers want a favor too. But then she suddenly stops. The quest reward includes a title, plus 1,500 gold. She also notices he called her Arena. Out of all the fake names she has used, Arena was the one she used when she made an amazing item. That makes her wonder if he's from the Marrow Company. She quickly agrees and accepts the Blacksmith Duel quest. Meanwhile, Calm tries to calm down. He finally says enough is enough. He can't believe he gave such a great mission to someone he barely knows, and reminds them the whole village is under watch. If he left Winston, he'd die right away. But an outsider like Heroi wouldn't draw as much attention. He says he can't risk putting his benefactor in that much danger, and Greed starts to understand. Calm adds that if anything happened to him, he could never live with it. He sees Greed like his own son. Greed tells him to quit crying. Then Greed says they should get back to training, and asks if they decided when the duel will happen. Calm says it's in 2 days and asks if he's ready. Greed says of course they'll show everyone what a real blacksmith looks like. He says the more he uses his skills, the better he gets. His movements have clearly become more precise and efficient. He makes another item, gaining +2 to all stats and +30 reputation across the continent. After that, he keeps forging non-stop, raising both his persistence and dexterity. Greed says this feeling of getting stronger is amazing. Later, he finally collapses from exhaustion. He wonders how much he's improved, but after checking his stats, he feels disappointed. After making so many items, the gains seem small, and he wonders if Java's arrows were just a rare exception. Still, he decides it's not a big problem. Marrow Company bought all the good materials, and they could probably even sell some epic items. Even if his stats don't look crazy, his blacksmithing is clearly improving fast. He earned 130 stat points just from forging. He says dexterity is the best choice if he wants to win this game, but after nearly dying to those bandits, he wonders if that should really be his top priority. In the end, he puts 60 points into stamina and 70 into dexterity. As his stamina rises, his HP goes up too, and he thinks this definitely doesn't look like a level 21 character. Going by stats alone, he says he looks more like level 75, and the better the items he makes, the more stat points he earns. That should help make up for how weak he is in combat. He knows he'll have to work like crazy, but that's nothing new to him. So he says that in tomorrow's match, he'll show the true power of a worker. The next day, the competition starts in Winston's Central Square, packed with both NPCs and players. The players wonder why so many NPCs showed up. They hear the villagers came to support the forge and stop it from being taken by Marrow Company. Before long, all the NPCs start cheering for Grid. The players look him over and ask if that's really Grid. Judging by his gear, they think he looks like a noob and joke that this is just a match between two amateurs. Then the leader of Marrow Company asks if everything is ready for Habit. They say yes, and the announcer asks everyone to welcome today's star. Representing Marrow Company is Arena. The crowd immediately notices how pretty she is and starts cheering for her. She thanks her fans and lays on even more charm. Grid admits she's pretty cute, but wonders if she can really compare to Arena. He tells himself he doesn't care if the players are all on her side, since at least the villagers still support him. But then even the villagers start getting won over by her. Grid instantly gets gloomy after losing his only fans. Then she sweetly says their fates have brought them together, and that she'll be in Grid's care. But he's already annoyed and snaps at her not to come near him. He calls her a brat and says she's not his type. She looks shocked and says that's a horribly rude way to treat such a beautiful girl. Grid shrugs and says she's kind of cute, but brats like her should know their place. Now she's completely thrown off. No man has ever treated her like that before, so she swears she'll humiliate him in front of everyone. She argues about the brat comment, saying she's 20 years old, but he just mocks her age and says she can't compare to an old man like him. Right in the middle of that childish fight, the duel begins. The judge explains the challenge: make a dagger in 3 hours. The winner is whoever creates the better one. She thinks about the prize. If she wins, she'll get a title and bonus luck. Her only concern is the quest difficulty, since it's marked as unknown. She wonders if that's because his skill is also unknown. Still, she decides it doesn't matter. She already has a plan. She's going to copy his skill and enter the crafting phase with the same ability. If they both use the same skill, then the person with higher luck should make the better dagger. It's a gamble, but she still has a 50% chance. So she tells herself this will work. But Grid just starts hammering the iron right away. That startles her. She realizes she can't relax. Their skill gap might be huge, but if they end up using the same skill, then better tools could decide the winner. So she pulls out an epic grade sacred blacksmith hammer. Even then, she knows a great item alone won't help much. Not without blacksmith skills. That's why she plans to borrow his ability, and she uses Analyze on him. But the result leaves her completely stunned. Grid notices her staring and asks if she lost something. Then the system tells her she can't analyze the target's skill because her Analyze skill level is too low, and she can't believe it. Her Analyze skill is already level 7. Back at level 5, she had copied an advanced blacksmith's ability. For a second, she wonders if this guy is a master blacksmith, but that makes no sense. Rank 1 is only intermediate. Then another thought hits her. Could he have an epic class? No. Agnes, Katz, and she are supposed to be the only ones. So she starts wondering if he's a player with a unique class instead. But no matter what he is, if she doesn't act now, she'll lose. She calls Rabbit over. When he asks what's wrong, she asks whether that guy has a mentor and orders him to bring Calm in. Rabbit asks why they would change the rules in the middle of the duel, but she just tells him to make it happen somehow. After thinking it over, he agrees. Greed notices Rabbit heading to the announcer and asks what's going on. Then Calm is called up to the stage at once, because Irina is giving them an advantage. Calm says what happened, and the man explains that she said he has the right to help his apprentice. Everyone starts thinking she wants a 2-on-1 match, and the crowd praises Irina for it. Greed takes it as her looking down on him, but Cam says that since she asked for it, they'll work together and beat her. He says he's glad to work beside a blacksmith he respects, and asks Greed if he can help protect the forge too. Greed says of course they're going to crush that spoiled brat. Seeing that, she realizes she finally has a chance. Now Cam is her target, and she asks him to lend her that amazing skill. She analyzes and copies advanced blacksmith crafting level 2. At that point, she starts to think she got exactly what she needed. If their skills are on the same level, then luck will decide it. And even if he's some kind of master, the duel has only just begun. Sometime later, she keeps watching everything the two of them are doing. Then she says she can't believe they're still hammering. Are they idiots? She's already finished melting her blade. She says if luck stays on her side, she'll win this duel. But then Greed's legendary blacksmith's patience kicks in, raising his vitality, defense, and dexterity by 200 for an hour, and he's thrilled. He says he's never felt better, and Old Khan's focus is amazing. Iron, heat, and the hammer. That's all he can feel, and it seems like the perfect match. Then the legendary blacksmith's breath boosts his crafting speed, and he feels like this is the moment iron and heat truly become one. Meanwhile, Rabbit watches everything closely. Khan is amazed and says it's an honor to help create a masterpiece like this, but Greed reminds him they're not done yet. He says they'll use the Minotaur horn for the handle after all. He spent 10 gold on it. That shocks everyone. Then attention shifts to Euphemia's dagger, and the host says she's already finished hers. He praises the dagger's beauty, saying it matches its maker, and points out that she made such a strong item in under 3 hours. Even Greed admits it looks amazing, and says the brat wasn't all talk. She clearly has real skill. Then the host calls everyone over to check the dagger's stats. It's an epic class seduction dagger with 60 durability, 122 to 127 attack power, and 8 attack speed. The host says the result is obvious. Euphemia has won. Greed tells himself not to get shaken. He needs to focus on his own work. Watching him, the company leader is surprised. He didn't think the boy could finish a dagger under that much pressure. Rabbit calls it downright scary. Khan admits she's incredibly talented for someone so young, and says she could probably teach him a thing or two. Still, he asks Greed if she really never came close to his level. Greed says absolutely not. The job is almost done. He says the crowd will be stunned when they see this dagger. Just then, several guards show up and head straight for Greed, pressing swords to his neck. They say they got word he's working with the criminal Heroi, and that Heroi has already been captured. Kan is shocked to hear Heroi was arrested, but the company leader only says that's unfortunate. Kan quickly realizes what happened. Valmont played dirty because he knew he was going to lose. Greed can't understand it, asking why he'd ever work with Heroi. Rabbit, meanwhile, watches him get arrested and stares at Greed's dagger. He says he's been a merchant for 20 years and has handled all kinds of amazing goods, but Euphemia's dagger doesn't even come close to the greatness of that one. In other words, they lost. Valmont says they almost got caught off guard by a great blacksmith and admits that dagger is splendid. Rabbit realizes Valmont saw it too and asks if he personally called the guards. If the results were announced now, they'd lose the crowd's support. Valmont says the audience will believe in Euphemia's victory just by seeing her dagger and asks if Rabbit really thinks they'd give up Khan's forge. Then he orders him to seize Greed's dagger and make sure its stats are never revealed. Looking at Greed, Rabbit thinks he really might be the best on the continent and makes sure to remember the boy's name. Euphemia asks what kind of item that was. If he had finished it, she would have lost. Still, she says the crowd ended up on her side when the duel was over, so it's time to collect her reward now that she did what she came for. Rabbit agrees. A promise is a promise. Her mission is cleared and she says everything looks great except for that skill, since it's totally random. Even so, it's still better than failing another mission. Then she wonders why they had to drag that guy away like that. Rabbit says things just turned out that way. Euphemia thinks he had an awful personality, but she's still curious about who he really is. Rabbit says he bets she never expected to lose to someone who wasn't even a real blacksmith. That startles her. He explains that her movements were rough but exactly like Khan's, and asks if she has some kind of copying skill. She realizes Rabbit figured it out and curses the damned NPC. Then Rabbit says Mero Company has become too greedy, and Count Steam will hunt them down soon. That's why he plans to leave the company before long. Khan's forge will be his escape route, and that's why he noticed Greed's value. With his connections and business sense, they could build a small or medium company around items made by Greed. That shocks her. Even Bega, the #1 merchant, only runs a small business, so she didn't think this could go beyond that. Rabbit then makes her an offer, asking if she'll help save him. Right away, she gets a new mission. Help Rabbit in his new job, rank S. She's stunned to get an S-rank quest right after meeting Greed, so of course, she accepts. At Khan's forge, the workers start arming themselves. Now that Heroi has been captured, they know they have to move. Khan thanks them and says they can't just sit still while Heroi and Greed fight for them. He says they'll protect their own future and win their freedom with their own hands. But then one of them is struck by an arrow. Valmont sees they're starting an uprising and says he expected this. Someone says if they keep Greed locked up, he'll crack fast. Greed has no idea what's going on, but he panics. Khan will be in danger if he stays trapped, and if he can't escape, he won't even be able to log in and play. So he decides he'll say whatever they want and tells them to take the gag off, even apologizing to Khan. But a soldier says to leave him tied up until he talks, and Greed thinks he would talk if he even could. Then they throw him into a cell and tell him to shut up. He won't be leaving until he confesses. But then a new S-rank quest appears, Apostle of Justice. He has to save Heroi, and the rewards look strangely familiar. They're the same as the quest Heroi showed him, but now he's locked up too. He wonders how he's supposed to rescue Heroi in under 7 hours, especially with a failure penalty. What kind of crap is this? He doesn't want it, but then the system says he can't refuse because the mission is already in progress. He wonders why this kind of nonsense always happens to him. 3 hours pass and he says he knew it. There was no way someone as unlucky as him would get a lucky streak for free. He starts thinking he's cursed with bad luck, and says he should have known something was wrong when he got a legendary class. He even feels like punching the god of luck. Then someone calls for Greed. He hears Euphemia's voice asking where he is. Greed recognizes the brat right away and wonders what she's doing there, but he doesn't care right now. She's his only hope. As she keeps searching, she's still calling him an annoying jerk. With only 2 hours left, he starts slamming his head against the door, saying time is running out and he has to get her attention somehow. Then she realizes he's in there, but when she looks through the door, he's covered in blood. That shocks her, but she brushes it aside and says it's a good thing she found him. She says she'll get him out, but first she gives back his dagger, saying he worked hard to make it. He gets excited that it's the dagger he made, calls it cute, and says it actually looks pretty nice up close. But she says she has one condition. She wants him to make her an orb, one that can store as much magic as possible. Greed realizes that's not just an orb, it's a magic item. He says he's never made one before, and wonders why he should even do it. Then he decides it doesn't matter, and plans to agree for now, but she says there's one more thing. He needs to stop calling her brat. Her name is Euphemia, and she tells him to use it. That catches him off guard, and he wonders if she's using a fake name. But in the middle of that dumb little argument, she frees him and hands over the dagger. He asks why she decided to save him, and then how a blacksmith even managed to get down there. She tells him she isn't a blacksmith. Her secret class is copycat, and she copied Khan's skill during the duel. That shocks him. He says he heard only 3 players had that class, then asks why she's telling him after trying so hard to hide it. She says they'll be getting to know each other soon anyway. Then she asks if he has a secret class too, saying it has to be at least unique. He wonders how she figured that out, and jokes that maybe she likes him. She snaps, asking what the hell he's talking about. She says she doesn't know what class he has, but right now he needs to fight properly. Otherwise they'll both die because a whole group of soldiers is coming for them. He wonders why there are so many, like they brought an entire army down there. She says she already took out 100 of them, but if he wants them both to get out alive, he has to help. Greed thinks the only weapon he has is that dagger. Then he realizes it's a unique rated weapon, and wonders if the dagger he made was really that good. The system tells him that because he created the item himself, he has maximum understanding of it. But the item's conditions weren't met, so a penalty was applied. Its attack power drops by 20%, and only 50% of its bonus stats can be used. He thinks that's such a joke. Damn. Shin can't believe the system is punishing him for using a weapon he made himself. Seeing that, Euphemina asks if he's some kind of assassin, since that dagger needs high mastery. But that makes no sense to her, because he also showed blacksmith skills like a master. The protagonist realizes she checked the dagger's details. Still, since she didn't steal it, maybe she's actually decent. Then the girl warns him the soldiers are coming. Shin almost gets hit. In his head, he curses her for not warning him sooner. Then he uses wind explosion and blasts the soldiers upward. Euphemina is impressed, but MC snaps at her, asking if she's just going to stand there. She says saving him was the only job she took, and anything more costs extra. While they argue, more soldiers keep rushing in, and Shin realizes there's no time, because he can't handle all of them alone. So he says they need to rescue one more person, and she asks who. Euphemina says she already saved old Khan on the way here. Shin is shocked Khan got captured, but relieved he's safe. Then he says they still need to save someone named Heroi. She asks who that is, and he admits he barely knows him. They only talked once. That annoys Euphemina. She doesn't want to risk more for some stranger, and says he's asking too much. The protagonist fires back that he's tired of getting dragged into this too, and asks if she can just listen for once, calling her brat again. That makes things worse fast. She reminds him she already told him not to call her that, then starts casting skill after skill. She throws Spear of Destruction at him, but Shin dodges and the huge attack hits all the NPCs nearby. The soldiers immediately start yelling that she's dangerous. Shin realizes she's insanely strong even without chanting, probably on Yura's level. She lets this one slide since they still need to save someone. Still, she'd really like him to stop calling her brat. So MC has no choice but to apologize to Milady for his terrible sin. Alright, I don't hate her as much as I did the first time, but I'm still Team Jashuka. Meanwhile, he wonders how far down they need to go. He thought this prison only had 3 basement levels, but Euphemina says they need to reach the 4th. Then the system reminds him he only has 1 hour and 10 minutes left. The protagonist asks if she's sure since Heroi might still be upstairs. She says she checked the 1st and 2nd floors while looking for him and never saw any prisoner named Heroi. A reliable source also told her there was a 4th basement floor, so Shin tells her to show him where the hell the stairs to the 4th floor are. Right then, soldiers show up, saying the fugitives went deeper down. MC tells her to head that way, but she gets distracted by a flower on the floor, amazed that something that pretty bloomed without sunlight. Shin quickly stops her and tells her not to touch it. She then says the whole hallway is full of traps, though the lines are easy to spot, so it should be safe if they're careful. But while he tries to move through carefully, he almost gets his head taken off because she picked the flower anyway, just because it was pretty. He tells her they need to be careful, mentally calling her a brat again while trying to stay calm. But as they move through the trapped hallway, she starts setting off every single one of them, forcing Shin to go through hell. He yells at Euphemina to pay attention, and asks how many times he has to say they're all traps. She says it's actually safer to trigger them now, and asks why he'd think she's making things harder when she's already helping more than she should. Then the guards start catching up to him, and Shin drops into a trap hole. She asks where he's going, and he says it's the fastest way to the next floor. He tells her good luck with the guards up there. Since he has no armor, he can't fight them head-on. He tells her to wipe them out with fire magic or something, while he goes after Heroi. At that point, she realizes he really is awful. She says she'd roast herself alive using fire magic in a place this tight, but the protagonist honestly doesn't care and remembers she's basically broken. Her mimic class lets her copy anyone's skills, and even if someone's magic is strong, most people still need time to cast it. She can use copied magic right away, which is completely unfair. At least that means he doesn't need to worry about her. So he leaves the soldiers to the brat, and she uses Queen of Ice's breath, freezing the whole area. Still, no matter how many she beats, more keep coming. She thinks long-range fire spells would be perfect here, but she'd burn herself too. After the PRO mission, she only has 11 spells left. She refuses to lose to a bunch of guards, but the real problem is that she still can't find Winston's 5 knights among them. Meanwhile, the soldiers realize one of the prisoners escaped, so they split up and send half the group after him. Euphemina answers by activating her Sword of Light. A guard asks if she's really going to fight until the end, and she says she'll keep her word for now. That leaves her with only 10 spells. She knows she can't hold them back forever, so she tells Shin to find Huro fast. Huro, meanwhile, realizes about 50 real-world hours have passed. He's at his limit and begs for someone to save him. Right after that thought, he suddenly starts collapsing and screams. MC hears it and knows that was Huro. He must be close. He can't believe that idiot dragged him into this mess, and swears he'll beat him up when he sees him. But then he runs into a very different-looking guard. The man recognizes him and introduces himself as Leo, a knight of Winston. Leo says he heard Shine escaped and figured he'd come here if he was working with Huroi. The protagonist figures a knight has to be at least level 180, and starts thinking hard about what to do. Then he provokes Leo, saying the little dog finally found the courage to do more than bark. Leo takes the bait and says MC should be grateful, because now he'll kill him himself. For a second, he wonders if he pushed too far, then activates Blacksmith's Rage and quick movements, stacking a bunch of buffs. He knows he has no choice but to fight. As the knight rushes in, Shin is shocked by how fast the attack comes. Still, he manages to block and realizes Leo is insanely fast. He barely defended in time and knows he would have lost without the quick movements effect on his dagger. Leo's pride takes a hit when a mere blacksmith avoids his blow, and he demands to know how the protagonist dares insult a knight's honor. Then he declares that Shin will die to the ultimate strike of his fire sword. Leo attacks again and deals 17,300 damage. MC's HP drops so low that legendary stubbornness activates, making him immune to all attacks for 5 seconds. After taking the hit, he panics at that insane power and thinks he needs a health potion right now. But then he wonders why that jerk suddenly stopped. Inside the flames, Leo is completely wrecked. Shin remembers Irene saying fire magic in a closed space would turn someone into barbecue, and realizes it was a dust explosion. Leo demands to know what the hell the protagonist did, and MC says that's what a skill gap looks like, managing to defeat a Winston knight. That earns him an achievement, the title Knight Slayer, the prison key, and several level ups. He reaches level 45. Then he goes to Huroi and opens the cell door. Sunlight spills inside and Shin says he was planning to beat him up, but Huroi looks half dead. Then Huroi realizes it's the apprentice and the mission is cleared. At the same time, Huroi gains the secondary class Partner of the Apostle of Justice and calls him his savior. Shin's mission clears too and he gets the title Apostle of Justice. Then Huroi kneels before him and says that if the protagonist helps him finish the mission, he'll offer total loyalty. He reveals his real name and says he's a descendant of the Blue Wolf, swearing to repay this kindness and follow him to the end as the partner of the Apostle of Justice. Watching this, MC wonders what is wrong with that guy. He must have gone crazy. Seriously, how can Shin call himself unlucky when he keeps getting absurd luck like this and basically just won a servant? At the same time, we're told the Mimic class lets a player copy skills and take advantage of any class, making it one of the most useful classes of all. With the right set of copied skills, a Mimic can solo a boss or wipe out an army in war. But there's a limit. Only 3 skills can be copied per day. Each one can only be used once. They only have 9 non-combat skills and their physical stats are weak. So a Mimic with stored skills can look overpowered. But once those run out, Euphemia becomes very vulnerable. Even so, the soldiers are still in shock that this girl beat hundreds of guards by herself. She thinks only the elite knights are left. Most of her copied skills are already gone, but at least they won't rush her carelessly now. Then a huge blast echoes out. Since Grid still hasn't come back, she wonders if he died. Still, she quickly rejects that. Even if he saved Huroi, would he really come back for her? The guards start talking among themselves, calling this whole thing shameful. Even so, they decide to work together and finish her off. Euphemia gets frustrated and thinks she just needs to stall a little longer. Her last 3 spells are all fire magic, and in a cramped place like this, using them could kill her too. Then they charge her. She barely dodges and regrets trusting Grid or getting involved at all. While that thought crosses her mind, another attack comes in, and this time she knows she can't dodge it. She figures she'll have to use at least a basic skill, but when the hit lands, it sends her flying back into the wall. The knights realize how frail she really is and say they were scared for nothing. Now they want payback for the 500 soldiers she killed. They even tell her not to take it personally, but she refuses to give up. She still has a 50-50 chance. If luck fails her, she's done. Even so, she gets ready to roll the dice. Right then, Grid arrives, calling them out for ganging up on a defenseless girl. She's shocked to see him back with Huroi. Annoyed, she asks why he took so long. She was about to curse him out. The knights realize that if he returned, then Leo, the North Star, must have been defeated. Grid says he doesn't know any North Star. He just beat some trash named Leo in a fair one-on-one fight. Everyone is stunned, and Grid asks if they think they can beat him too. Euphemia remembers that NPCs instinctively back off when someone is at least 30 levels above them. Seeing them retreat this much, she wonders just how high Grid's level is. One knight remembers he's only a blacksmith, but another warns them not to relax. If Grid beat Leo and came back without a scratch, he must have some trick, and they can't take on someone with that kind of killing aura lightly. Grid tells them to move unless they want to end up like Leo. Huroi thinks Grid looked weak before, but now even the knights are afraid of him. To Huroi, that makes Grid seem incredible. Huroi gets excited and says this is great. He doubts the knights will dare attack and figures Euphemia will wipe them all out anyway. But the knights warn Grid not to come any closer or they'll kill him if he takes one more step. Then they realize he's been forcing them back toward the stairs to the 2nd floor. They tell Grid to stop, saying they won't be humiliated by some fugitive. Grid throws the question back at them and tells Euphemina to show them how it's done. She awkwardly says she kind of can't right now and asks why he doesn't handle them himself. Seriously, just look at this psycho. Grid stares at her in disbelief and admits he has no chance against them. So she asks if he didn't just beat a knight by himself, telling him to finish them too. Grid says that was different, but the knights attack before he can explain. Offended that he ignored them, they rush in, ready to crush him. Grid realizes the knight is fast and starts wondering if he pushed them too far. Then Heroi steps in and takes the attack for him. Even so, he stays standing like he's completely fine, while the knight hurts his wrist and drops his sword. Grid can't believe Heroi is unharmed, and Heroi activates great determination, saying it's the skill he gained after surviving that hell. Euphemina wonders how he blocked a knight's strike with his body alone, and Grid admits he doesn't really understand Heroi either. Grid says they should run, but Heroi asks about his promise. He says he'll hold them here because he swore to repay Grid for saving his life. She asks if he plans to stop them all by himself, but Grid just tells her to go. He tells Heroi to hold on as long as he can, and she says they'll meet again if possible. The knights laugh and ask if they really think they'll escape that easily. Heroi steps in front of them and says no one is escaping. Then he activates Evil Tongue and starts throwing curse after curse at them. Their stats begin to drop. After that, Heroi prepares his new skill, Unshakable Justice. It deals 300% physical attack damage over a wide area. The attack looks flashy with a big effect and all, but it barely does anything to the knights. Heroi had expected that it's a useless skill for an orator like him. The knights ask if that was all a bluff and order him thrown back into solitary. Heroi thinks that now the mission is over, he can finally log out and Winston's lord is finished anyway. It's been a long 50 hours and at last he can rest. He did everything he could, all that's left is to wish Grid good luck. After climbing the long staircase, Grid and Euphemina make it outside the castle. They think they escaped, but she tells him to shut up. They're still in enemy territory. They need to get farther from the castle, especially before the knights below join up with the lord's bodyguards. Then Grid suddenly starts rolling around on the ground, saying the fresh air feels amazing. She snaps that she already told him to shut his mouth, or she'll do it for him. Grid apologizes, but she keeps thinking the most annoying thing about him is how he acts like an idiot, even though he seems higher level than her, which isn't even true. It's the lord and his bodyguards, and the man brands them as criminals. This is Baron Louis, and he says they took down all the knights and guards. Grid tells Euphemina they only found them because she started yelling, but she shoots back that he was the one making noise. Louis thinks that if they escape, the citizens will tell the constable everything, and he'll be ruined, so he swears he'll never forgive them and orders both of them killed. Grid tells Euphemina to show them who's boss, and asks if she can handle it. She wonders if he plans to keep pretending he's weak to the very end, and decides she'll just have to put up with him. Now that they're no longer trapped in a closed space, she can attack freely, so she uses Demon King's Tailfire. The spell crashes down on all the knights. They're wiped out in an instant, and the lord realizes her power is way too much. His elite guards were erased by one attack. She says she had to burn through every skill she saved up, and she was already in a bad mood because of a certain idiot. Still, thanks to the lord, she got to let off some steam, and even thanks Baron Louis for it. Looking him straight in the eyes, she says they're leaving this damn castle now. Grid thinks she's terrifying and decides he should try not to make her mad again. So they head out through the front gate, thinking they're finally free, until Rabbit appears at the entrance. Grid is shocked, but Louis is thrilled and says Rabbit came just in time to save him. That makes Grid nervous. He forgot Rabbit worked with the Marrow Company, so maybe this isn't over yet. Euphemina asks if these are the men he mentioned, and Grid says yes, exactly them. Then Grid remembers she was hired by the Marrow Company too. That makes him wonder why she helped him at all, and whether this is some kind of trap. He demands to know what's going on, then decides it doesn't matter. Company or not, he won't go down easy. He reminds himself that his stats are unusually high for his level, and he even has 4 hard-to-get titles. There are about 10 enemies, and he's glad he isn't wearing heavy armor right now. Actually, he has no armor at all, so he decides to dump all his spare stat points into attack and defense. He puts 150 points into strength, raising it to 316, and 90 into stamina, bringing it to 334. Even if he doubts he can win, he has no choice but to fight. After spending those points, Grid had become absurdly strong, but his fear kept him from realizing it. A normal level 45 player would have a little over 500 stat points. Grid has more than 1,300. And with the ideal dagger equipped, he's stronger than a level 100 player with a combat class. But compared to his enemies, his weak point is experience. That makes him hesitate, and he admits he's almost sure he's going to die, but he'll still do everything he can. Then Louis asks what Rabbit is doing and why he's talking to that snake, ordering him to let go. Louis keeps shouting, demanding to know why Rabbit is speaking with that snake and telling him to release him at once. Rabbit says he's no longer with the Marrow Company. He's here to punish Louis and Valmont for their evil deeds, and tells Louis to come quietly. Louis calls Rabbit a traitor and says he shouldn't pretend to be an apostle of justice when he's just a merchant. Rabbit answers that he is a merchant, which is exactly why he follows Prophet. He's betting everything on Grid, leaving the boy completely confused. Rabbit says Grid's skills will let him create amazing products, but he'll never make the biggest profit alone. Rabbit is sure that if they work together, they'll outdo even a mid-sized company, and he's willing to invest all his resources and experience in him. Grid wonders if that's why Rabbit saved him, then asks why he betrayed the Marrow Company. Rabbit says their new business will start in Winston, at Khan's Forge, and they'll win the people back by taking down the tyrant ruling the place. Then Euphemina tells him to move, they still have to finish this, and he agrees. Rabbit says they'll explain everything after dealing with the company, but promises one thing, Grid will make more money than he ever imagined. That gets Grid's attention fast, but Euphemina cuts in and reminds him about his promise to make her a one-of-a-kind orb. He says he didn't forget, though he'll need the crafting method and materials. She agrees, but says this all feels way too easy. Grid says a promise is a promise, but inside what really excites him is learning the production method for free. He silently thanks the brat. Euphemina says she'll contact him once she gets it, adds that this was fun, and leaves. Grid wonders if it's finally over. He's exhausted and ready to log out, but now he finally sees a real chance. A mid-sized company's profits are huge. He starts thinking he'll be rich soon. While Grid is lost in those dreams, Rabbit says he looks scared of Euphemina and asks what happened inside. She acts confused and says Grid was just putting on a show. Then she reveals he beat a knight in a duel, leaving Rabbit stunned. He asks if Grid is really stronger than a knight. Rabbit says that can't be right. How could a blacksmith be that strong? Then he remembers Pagma, the blacksmith who was said to be incredibly powerful. The pieces start to fit together. Grid's crafting skill and his strength suddenly make sense. Rabbit becomes sure he's the descendant of Pagma. Now he's thrilled that he might get to handle items made by Pagma's descendant, and thinks that means they really could build a huge company. But his dream as a merchant never came true. With help from Rabbit and Euphemina, the Marrow Company fell, and Count Stain uncovered the corruption tied to the local lord. Valmont and Baron Louis were sent to the border, and the Count ordered their execution for their crimes. Rabbit wasn't so lucky either. He got 10 years in prison. He thought his help would earn him forgiveness, but Count Stain turned out to be a very strict ruler. Even so, Rabbit says it's a shame things ended this way, though at least he took part in a page of history for a nation. And once the tyrant's rule ended, Winston quickly returned to what it had been before. Soon, a bard starts telling the story of the company leader's right-hand man, the most beautiful woman in the world, and a young blacksmith, the three who brought peace back to Winston. Then a white-haired woman walks up, says it's an interesting story, and gives him a few silver coins. She thanks him for telling it, and the bard is shocked by how generous she is. He says he's never seen her before and asks if this is her first time there. She says they'll be seeing each other often from now on, and she's looking forward to hearing more stories. And so the story of the Yatan Temple goes on. Meanwhile, Count Stain names his daughter Irene as Winston's new ruler. Then TV News breaks a shocking update. Satisfy officially announces that a player has gained a secondary class. In the United States, powerful figures complain that the SA group refuses to reveal any details about it. In England, people hear the player is from Mongolia, and they're shocked since that country has very few players. In China, they say SA clearly wants to rule the world through Satisfy, and one spokeswoman insists the game should be banned before people get addicted. Things get pretty heated there. In Japan, they assume they already have a player with an epic class, so they say it shouldn't take long for someone in their country to get a secondary class too. Then one reporter asks if Korea has a chance since it's a Korean game and has the biggest player base. Another says no, the odds are low because they barely have any top-ranked players besides Ibelin. In Korea, analysts explain that a secondary class can raise a player's stats and expand the kinds of weapons they can use. They also say players may get 2 extra stat points every time they level up. Watching this, Grid thinks that's totally broken and unfair. He gets jealous of whoever got the class. Later that night, he tells his family he's done with physical labor from now on. His sister asks how he can be this irresponsible at his age. His mother reminds him he still has debts to pay, and asks if he got caught in another pyramid scheme. He says no. This time it's different. He explains that he's a blacksmith in the game and can sell what he makes for real money. A major merchant promised to back him, and Grid says that one day he'll make as much a year as a CEO. Before he can keep talking, his father smacks him in the face with a spoon. His mother starts crying, asking what they're supposed to do with him, while his father demands to know if he just plans to lock himself in his room and play games all day. His sister says if he could really make money in the game, he wouldn't be buried in debt. She tells him to wake up. Grid insists things are different now and says he became a legendary blacksmith, but his father tells him to stop talking nonsense. Then his father warns him not to even think about skipping work the next day. Grid thinks no one ever listens to him. Still, he's forced to go to work. On the way, he thinks it always comes down to money. If he wants to stop working, he has to make his family trust him, and he decides he'll accept Rabbit's offer as soon as he logs in. With Rabbit's experience and resources plus Khan's Forge as a base, he might get real results he can show his parents. So he logs back into the game. Khan is surprised to see him so soon. Grid says everything looks peaceful now, like that whole mess is finally over. Then asks if Rabbit came by. Khan says it seems he hasn't heard yet, and that he has something for him. He hands Grid a letter and says it's from Rabbit. In it, Rabbit says he wasn't fully forgiven for his past ties to the Marrow Company, so their business plan is dead. Still, he believes Grid's skills alone can make him the richest man around. Rabbit says he'll watch Grid's legend from afar and cheer for his success with all his heart. Khan explains that Count Stain didn't fully forgive Rabbit for his crimes. Rabbit will spend the next 10 years in prison, and Grid is crushed because his plans just fell apart. But Khan tells him not to be sad. He has an offer for the boy. He says he wants to leave the forge to Grid someday because Grid protected it from the Miro Company, and he believes he's worthy of it. That completely shocks Grid. Khan says he plans to retire in a few years, and it would be an honor to pass the forge down to Pagma's descendant. Grid is stunned. He's never heard of a player becoming the heir to an NPC's business. He says he'll only believe it after they make a contract. There's no taking it back after that. So Khan draws up the contract, and Grid gains the title of heir to the forge. He can barely believe it. For now, he still has to keep doing manual labor in real life, but one day he'll own the forge. Khan then asks if he's ready to train like its future owner, and Grid eagerly joins him. Elsewhere at the auction, Jashuka notices it's gone. She can't find that special Jaffa arrow she saw before. Blacksmiths usually make items in huge batches, but this one sold only 99 and vanished. She starts wondering if another guild found the smith first. While she worries, some NPCs start talking about how hot Jashuka is and wonder if they should hit on her. She's clearly not in the mood and tells them to get lost before she kills them. Then she opens the guild chat and orders everyone to listen. If they don't find that blacksmith before the end of the month, they're all getting put through hellish training. The only one who likes that idea is Faker, and everyone immediately tells him to shut up, because he's the only one thinking that way. One member says they honestly don't have enough info and asks if she realizes how many blacksmiths there are. Jashuka tells them to figure it out anyway. They need that blacksmith to make the guild stronger. Thinking of Faker and how much he loves training, she asks where he is, and one member realizes she just wants to dump all her stress on the poor guy. Then Kotz logs in and she starts complaining right away, asking what he'll do if she takes his rank. She can't believe he slept for 7 hours. Kotz says he's late because he found something interesting online. He asks if she's heard of Winston Village, and she says, "Isn't that near Byron?" Khan says there was apparently a blacksmith duel there, and one of the challengers made an epic dagger in just 3 hours. Jashuka realizes at once, it's him. That epic item in just a few hours? Not even Parmesur, the top blacksmith in the rankings, could do that. So she orders everyone to meet in Winston right away, and the guild starts asking why. Her answer is simple: the last one there is dead. Meanwhile, in-game, Khan storms a castle and cuts down wave after wave of scouts. Using his Blood Warrior class, he starts draining blood from the monsters he kills. That class gives him high attack and speed, making it perfect for hunting. It pushed him all the way to 40th in the overall rankings, and he's also the second heir of the huge Jin business group. His rank shot up in less than a month, thanks to that class, but lately he hasn't climbed at all, no matter how hard he tries. So Ket starts wondering why he still can't reach first place. Are his skills not enough? To him, that's unacceptable. In real life, his brothers beat him at everything, and he refuses to lose inside the game too. If he wants to keep rising, he'll have to hunt in even harder places, and money isn't a problem. He'll just buy the best potions and push through. But then he thinks about the armor of excruciating pain and the dark wind gauntlets, and realizes he still can't find better gear. So what are these blacksmiths even doing? To him, they're all useless, and he yells in frustration. 1 month later, in Frontier, the capital of the Eternal Kingdom, Euphemina runs into trouble again. She thinks she still hasn't found it. The production method for orbs. She never thought high-level item recipes would be this hard to get, and she's already spent a month searching. She made 6,500 gold from the quest, but what's the point of having money if she can't use it? While walking through the city, she feels something off. Someone's presence. It was annoying before, but now it's getting on her nerves. So she tells whoever is following her to come out. Her class has sharp perception, so being watched like this is no joke. Even though her identity as a rankier is still secret, it's never happened before, so she demands again to know who's there. But the stalker stays hidden. He's shocked that a mere blacksmith noticed him. This is Faker, Sudaka's #1 assassin. Another guild member immediately starts mocking him for getting caught. The others pile on, saying the whole guild would cry laughing at this. Looks like becoming the top assassin made him sloppy. Annoyed, Faker snaps back and explains they all came because of new information about the blacksmith duel. With so many people watching that match, they track the winner down fast. The suspicious blacksmith, Irene. He remembers Jashuka saying she wants to meet her in person, so they were told to find her location as soon as they arrived. Still, Jashuka only ordered them to watch until she got there, and even with level 7 stealth, Faker got exposed. Then the girl attacks. In one move, she reveals the assassin's position and smashes part of the building they were hiding in. Everyone crashes to the ground, and Faker asks if they're okay. But Euphemina keeps attacking, yelling at them to stop spying on her and calling Faker a creep. Then she unleashes Angel's Cry on all of them. The attack tears through their ears, and Faker can't believe a blacksmith is using high-level magic. That's when he realizes she isn't a blacksmith at all. A bunch of guilds were after the creator of Jaffa's special arrows, so maybe a rival guild spread fake info. Maybe even the blacksmith duel was fake from the start. His guild got played, so Faker calls it a dirty trick and demands to know what guild she belongs to. She just asks what he's even talking about, and why every man she meets is insane. Spying on her was bad enough, but now they're threatening her too. Fed up, she calls down lightning. Faker notices right away that she cast it without chanting, and even he's impressed. Still, he says that won't be enough to beat him. Then he flashes behind her, catching Euphemina off guard. A hard kick follows, sending her flying. She realizes this is the first time a player has hurt her since becoming a duplicator. This guy is strong. Faker responds by using Shadow Clone. Several copies appear in front of her at once. He says it ends here, but a burst of light she summons wipes out multiple clones in one shot, leaving Faker stunned. Then the girl summons the old Queen's Knight behind her, a golem nearly 3 times her size. Faker is shocked she has a familiar. She's not a summoner, so is she really a duplicator? He can't make sense of it. But the knight doesn't give him time to think. It charges and attacks at once, and Faker can feel how destructive it is. An assassin has no chance against a knight in a straight fight. Since he can't beat the knight head-on, he decides to target the girl instead. Take down the master. Euphemia is startled when daggers fly at her, and Faker wants to see if she has any defense spell ready. She starts casting something, but those daggers were made to react to any magic she uses. Instead, she dodges them with pure agility. That shocks him, because it's an assassin skill. She explains she copied several rankers' abilities while searching for the orb recipe, and says she's never been stronger than this. Then the knight attacks Faker again, forcing him to leap back. His subordinates shout that they'll cover him because there's no way he can beat her alone. He tries to stop them, but it's too late. The knight rushes them and drops several in a single blow. They complain that fighting is impossible with that familiar around, and before they can recover, Irene hits them all with Dragon's Claw, making things even worse. A rain of fire crashes down on the whole guild, and Faker gets blasted away face first into the ground. None of this makes sense to him. How is she beating 4 elite rankers so easily? It almost feels like they're looking at some all-powerful god. Then the girl drops one last fireball on him. Sometime later, the place is completely wrecked when Jashuka and the rest of Sudaka arrive. She sees the destruction and wonders what kind of monster they fought. Someone explains that she beat 4 guild members by herself, including Faker, and seemed to use skills from several different classes. That makes Jashuka think the girl might have a hidden class. Then she wonders how that girl dared attack her guild. With stronger guilds around, they can't afford to look weak. So she orders everyone to find her immediately. They're going to wipe out her and all her followers. Meanwhile, Khan goes to Shin and asks why he never takes a break. He wants to know if the kid ever gets tired. But he says that after hammering away for a whole month, he's learned a lot. Making the same items over and over barely gives him any experience, so he keeps pushing. There are 2 big requirements for making high-level items: either use great materials or spend a long time working with weaker ones. On top of that, dexterity and strength matter a lot too, especially when you have to hammer heavy metal for hours. Even so, he finally stops to rest for a bit. His stamina isn't really the issue. He gained 30 points in every stat while crafting items. Legendary Blacksmith's craftsmanship reaches level 2, and even his item-making skill improves, which almost never happens. Legendary Blacksmith's patience also reaches level 2. The real problem is time. It takes him more than 6 hours to make one item, and he's crafted 73 so far. But only 3 turned out epic, so he starts thinking there's nothing legendary about that. Still, he did at least get a list of item recipes. After becoming Khan's heir, he learned dozens of production methods. Before that, learning even one was incredibly hard. Then he remembers that brat who wanted him to make an orb for her. He never expected to get both the recipe and materials for a unique orb for free. She's kind of scary, sure, but this is still a huge chance for him. Then a bad thought hits him. What if he only ends up making a normal orb? She'd definitely kill him. That idea starts to freak him out, and then someone arrives at the forge asking if Euphemia is there. Instead, they ask if the boy is blacksmith Khan. Sheehan has no idea what's going on, so he calls Khan over. Khan asks what they need, and the man asks if he fought someone named Irene in a blacksmith duel a month ago. Khan says yes. Then the man asks if that girl is really a blacksmith, and whether Khan actually saw her forging items by herself. Khan says that's a strange question. She's an outstanding blacksmith. Then he asks who they are to come here and start interrogating him. But the man keeps pressing, asking if Marrow Company was the only group involved in that duel, or if anyone else was part of it. Their attitude feels off, and they press the old man to answer because they don't have all day. Grid starts wondering what these jerks want. Even if Khan is an NPC, he still has memories and feelings. He's also way older than they are, so Grid asks what their problem is. Rouge snaps back, asking who Grid thinks he is. Grid says he works there, and they're getting in the way of business. The guy mocks him, asking if they were supposed to bring a gift just to ask a simple question. His friend can tell he's going too far and tells him to calm down. He says the guy's been tense ever since Faker and the others lost. Then he tells Khan they only want information about Arena. They also heard Khan's successor was in the duel and ask if he knows her. Khan says they barely met her during the match, so how would they know much? Grid notices they still haven't realized he's Khan's successor. Then again, looking at him, that makes sense. The men decide to leave, saying they can just ask other people if no one here knows anything. That sets Grid off. He warns them not to come back and calls them a bunch of Zeruella punks. Khan just says that girl must have become pretty important, and Grid should try to see the bright side. While that's going on, another customer comes to check Khan's goods. It's clear the rumors about Grid's high-quality items are pulling in more and more people. Grid thinks that's great, they can sell them right there. Selling items yourself and haggling with customers is a huge pain. Auctions and direct money transfers also take heavy fees. But at Khan's forge, Khan sells Grid's items for free. If this keeps up, Grid could make serious money. Still, he doubts it. Lately, he's only been making lousy normal items, and he starts cursing the game system. Meanwhile, at the SA Group headquarters, someone in the operations team shows their boss an email from Grid. full of insults and accusations that they're rigging the odds. The guy keeps reading that storm of swearing until his boss tells him to stop. But he asks if the chances of making better items shouldn't go up as the level rises. She says the answer is simple. Grid is an idiot. He has a legendary class, yet he still doesn't understand something that basic. Still, the employee points out that only 3 of 73 items turned epic, so it makes sense that Grid thinks something's wrong. His superior says that's exactly the strange part. If anything, it would make more sense if it were a bug, or if the rates really were being changed. But even with a legendary class, Grid is somehow the unluckiest guy around. Then Grid does the math. After selling 73 level 60 items and subtracting production costs, he made 1,079 gold, just over $1,000,000 yen. And that's from only working 5 or 6 hours a day, so if he worked all day, he'd make even more. He can't understand why his parents still don't get it. No matter how many times he explains, he figures he could probably convince them by showing how much he'd earn from selling the ideal dagger, but no one can use it yet because it needs advanced dagger mastery, so there's no reason to sell it now. Since nobody can use it, he heads back to his part-time job again. But then a flyer smacks him in the face. It says there's a top-tier capsule room with a lifetime 30% discount on usage fees. Right away, he thinks this could be a huge chance. Using a capsule room costs 100,000 won, and with a 30% discount, he could use one in the morning and afternoon, then use the one at home at night. From that day on, this would become his new workplace, and he'd never do manual labor again. From then on, Shin Yong-woo, Yang Woo in the game, started working as a full-time blacksmith. Sometime later, people start complaining, because the anonymous blacksmith's items are already sold out. A girl asks if he's really that popular, and a man says she must not have heard. Mid-level players can't even buy his gear because it's always out of stock. It's a little pricey, but it's about 20% better than other items at the same level. So people start asking Khan where they can find the anonymous blacksmith. They want to place custom orders, but Khan knows he can't answer that. Even working non-stop, Grid can't make gear for everyone. On top of that, he still doesn't want his name spreading yet. From that day on, more and more players crowded around the forge trying to place requests. Meanwhile, Grid kept working without stopping, and none of them guessed the rookie hammering away in the back was the blacksmith they were looking for. Grid looks so plain that nobody even considers it. His luck stat feels so cursed it's almost funny, and now he's begging for one item to finally come out right. He's been spending 15 hours a day in the capsule room, and because of that, the number of items he makes has doubled. This day feels like the final test. He made that metal armor by following Khan's method exactly. It cost 483 gold, about 1/5 of everything he had, and it's officially the most expensive item he's ever made. He spent 20 hours on it because he was scared it would turn out normal. So he starts praying for it to be legendary, or at least unique. The moment he puts it all together, the armor is complete, but it only comes out as epic. Grid instantly starts cursing the developers. Thinking it's all over, he shows Khan, who asks if he really used the method he taught him. The result looks very different, even with the same process. Then Khan says his successor is amazing. Grid asks how much he thinks it's worth. Khan says it's hard to name an exact price, but it would be better to auction it to the knights than sell it at the forge. He's seen their armor and this one is much better. Grid is shocked, then realizes that actually makes sense. Because he used legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship and legendary blacksmith's breath, the stats are 20% above normal. Most knights are around level 180, but even this level 120 armor would catch their eye. Khan says this is a great chance. Grid would have to go to the castle to sell it, but there'd be no fee this time. He asks what Grid thinks. Grid asks if he's going to get robbed, then agrees right away. They'll auction it there, and besides, he's been stuck in the forge long enough. It's time to get out. Khan says the auction is still 2 days away, and tells him to use that time to make more items. Fired up again, Grid decides he'll try for a legendary one. 2 days later, on the day of the auction, Khan wishes him a safe trip. But Grid looks really down. Khan tells him not to be so upset, because even the normal items he made are impressive. Before he leaves, Khan gives him a medallion. Only people with one can join the auction, and with it, he won't have to deal with all the usual requirements. He receives Khan's successor medallion, and Khan says it'll be a good experience, as long as he doesn't expect too much. Grid thinks that with his luck, everything will probably fall apart anyway. Then he says goodbye to Khan. The Winston Castle auction is a place where knights can get top-quality gear, and where many skilled blacksmiths gather, hoping to earn the right to sell their work to the Lord. Grid looks around and sees players and NPCs everywhere. Some are saying it's the perfect place to find workers once they inherit a shop. Then an announcement says the auction will start soon, and reminds everyone to submit their items with a starting price. Grid heads over to register the metal armor and the epic gauntlets he managed to finish at the last minute. His problem is that he has no idea what starting price to set. If he makes it too high, they won't sell. And then someone walks up and asks if something's wrong. Noticing he's a blacksmith, the person says it must be his first time there and offers help. Grid sees he's a player, and his name looks familiar. Grid admits he doesn't know what price to put. The other guy is shocked and says his mentor should have explained that in the quest, since people usually decide it ahead of time. So he shares the quest details with Grid. Grid asks why he's selling his mentor's items instead of his own. The boy says his own gear can't compare to what's in the auction. His mentor's skills are on another level, and he shows off a rare level 190 longsword made by him. Grid realizes most players usually learn crafting through NPC quests. He almost feels bad seeing this kid so excited over a rare item. Then the boy asks if he can see Grid's mentor's items, but Grid just finds him annoying and refuses. Instead, he asks what a level 120 armor piece should start at. The boy looks disappointed because he was really curious, but says normal ones usually start around 300 gold. When Grid asks about epic items, the boy is stunned that his mentor made one, and says that's amazing. Even with bad effects, a gauntlet would go for about 600 gold, and an armor piece around 1,800 gold. Grady quickly does the math and realizes this is almost 3 million won. After costs, that's about 2 million profit from just 1 week in the capsule. At this rate, he thinks he might pay off his 10 million won debt by himself. He starts laughing like a maniac, which freaks the boy out. The kid tells him to stop spacing out and set the starting price already. Once the items are registered, all he can do is wait and hope the knights buy them. Then the auction begins and moves on, item by item until the very end. People start complaining that most of it was junk, and only 3 items seemed worth buying. Some NPCs even say giving those items to Lady Irene would be embarrassing, and wonder if the remote territory has any good smiths at all. Then they hear the last item is high quality, a magic affinity longsword brought by Lord Rosvan's apprentice. That gets everyone's attention and they admit the wait was finally worth it. Since it's the final item, the bids keep climbing higher and higher, but then a maid rushes over and whispers something to the auctioneer. She asks everyone to stay calm and announces that a late delivery just came in. After the auction resumes, someone calls for Grid. They say the results are about to be announced, and he asks if it always takes this long. The boy says yes. The knights are known for being very picky. Then the auctioneer starts reading the results. Out of 110 items submitted, only 6 were sold. That disappoints the blacksmiths. One of them even entered 7 items and still sold nothing. The auctioneer lists the sales. Clarissa's necklace sold for 453 gold. Miss 39's armor sold, and Piglet's potions went for 15 gold each. Stank's longsword sold for 1,900 gold. The boy is thrilled his mentor's items sold, and asks Grid if he thinks his master will be happy. Grid coldly tells him to ask his master himself instead of asking him. That stings. The kid may be nice, but Grid still gets annoyed by him. Then the auctioneer calls out, asking if Grid is present. He answers, and she says the manager wants to meet him in person. Grid asks why. She just tells him to come along and says she bets it's good news. He's still suspicious. Even so, he follows her to the manager's office. Inside, the man is already examining the gauntlet. He tells Grid to sit and says Khan's skill is clear in this piece, praising him for learning so much at such a young age. He also brings up the blacksmith known as the Smith of Justice, saying he's heard rumors about him in Winston. Even with his humble look, the man says his talent is obvious and Khan must have taught him well. Grid cuts in and says Khan had nothing to do with it. He made everything himself. The man gets right to the point. He'll buy the items for 5,500 gold, and he also wants Grid to make gear for his soldiers. Grid freezes. He can barely believe what he's hearing, and nearly spills his drink. On top of that, he gets a new quest. Fulfill the deal with manager Vlad by crafting more equipment for the knights. He walks out in a daze. He still can't believe it happened, but he already accepted the quest and he desperately needs the money. Still, he figures it might be possible. 2 of his last 3 items were epic, and each took about 20 hours, so maybe he can finish the job in less than a week. Then he remembers that friendly boy, the one who said it would probably be good news. Even though the kid was so happy for him, Grid left without even saying goodbye. Still, the auction was a success. From this moment on, he thinks he's officially rich. Meanwhile, it's explained that Count Sten has spent months hunting down the Yaten Church, a fanatical group that sacrifices young virgin women. Irene, the Count's daughter, was kidnapped by them, and during the rescue, Doran, the strongest shadow of the Sten family, was killed. But now the situation north of Winston has changed. As the knights continue tracking the Yaten Church, they run into Yura. With the Blood Witch on the battlefield, things turn ugly fast. Yura sees there are too many soldiers and realizes this will take longer than usual. That means her SS rank quest is now in play and she knows a mission this valuable can't be wasted. She remembers meeting Agnos, the 7th rank player, and how helpless she felt against someone with an epic class. So she charges the soldiers and fires off black lightning while they brace for battle. If she wants to become number 1, she knows she has to get stronger. While she's tearing through NPC soldiers back at Winston Castle, Irene is told they suffered 412 casualties, and 5 knights were badly injured. She asks how that happened. There were only 150 enemies, so how did they lose 1,000 soldiers and 8 knights? The report says there was one incredibly powerful enemy, and rumors claim she is one of the 8 servants. Irene realizes things are getting worse. Her thoughts go to Doran. She swears to avenge him and orders them to prepare an expedition with their strongest soldiers. At the same time, Grid keeps fighting with his own bad luck and manages to make just another normal item. He's frustrated, while Khan says it's still an excellent sword even if it's only normal rank. Grid snaps, asking if he's kidding. It's normal. Khan asks why he's so angry. Grid says he only had enough money for materials for 7 swords, already ruined the first one, and if he wants to finish the 3 epic swords he promised, then 1 out of every 2 remaining items has to be epic. Khan points out the sword is still worth 800 gold, but Grid says it cost 900 to make. The old man reminds him he's pushing himself to the limit, spending 20 hours on each item. Sooner or later, that effort will pay off. He just needs to believe in himself. Grid thinks maybe he's right. But even after all that work, the next item is normal too. Khan tries to cheer him up, but Grid tells him to shut up because this feels like a scam. Then he goes back to cursing the game developers, saying he'll sue them if they secretly lowered the odds. To him, this legendary blacksmith class feels worthless, and now he only has materials left for 5 more items. As for getting another legendary item, he can only dream. Then he finally makes a rare item, though even that feels hard to get. Still, he tells himself that if he keeps focused, something good might happen. He makes another rare, but still feels like everything is going wrong. At that point, he decides to just finish the rest. 1 week later, Khan counts the results. 2 epic items, 1 rare, and 3 normal. He says 1 more epic is still missing, but this is already impressive. Grid stays locked in on his work. Khan says with the time left, this will be the last one, and asks if he's okay. Grid says sure, but he's already given up. He knows he's completely screwed. Khan says a descendant of Pagma shouldn't act like that, but Grid is so beaten down that he says he's more like a descendant of normal items. He thinks this is the last sword, and there's no way it'll be epic, so he just wants to finish it, get this over with, and finally rest. But when he sets the blade into the handle, he notices something strange happening. A huge light bursts out, and he grumbles for the normal item to stop messing with him. Then the weather suddenly turns. A bolt of lightning crashes into the forge and strikes the sword he just made. Grid can only stare and ask what the hell is going on. He had already given up, so he tells himself not to care anymore. But then the self-transcended sword is created. A legendary item. The system announces that because he created a legendary item, all his stats permanently increase by 25. His reputation across the continent rises by 1,000, and he earns the unique title, Creator of Legendary Items. Grid is stunned. He looks over at Khan, who can't believe it either. The old man is so shocked he starts foaming at the mouth and passes out. Grid panics and begs the old man not to die, because he still needs to finish the quest. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Irene is told the second expedition ended in a crushing defeat. She asks if the 8th servant stopped them again, and they say yes. Irene realizes that if they want this mission to succeed, they have to get rid of her first. Her attendant agrees but says it's impossible with their current strength. Irene knows they can't do anything right now, but no matter how long it takes, she swears she will avenge Doran. As she stares out the window, she spots a total weirdo by the fountain. It's Grid, who finds a coin. He gets excited over free gold and thinks he never imagined he'd make money for nothing one day. Then someone calls for Irene, asking if she's there. She says the director arrived at the perfect time because there's a strange man in the garden. He's glad she already noticed him, and says the man is Grid, someone she needs to meet right away. That surprises her. When Grid is brought before her, they explain that he's the smith ordered to make swords for the knights after the last auction, and he's also the one who dealt with the Miro company. Irene realizes he's the blacksmith from the rumors. She had planned to reward him, but never got the chance because of the crisis. Grid instantly thinks she should have rewarded him sooner, then wonders where he's seen this girl before. The director tells Irene to inspect the weapons made by this man, saying they're clearly excellent. But when he opens the box, a huge light fills the room. One of the servants says the sword holds amazing power, and Irene wonders how he made something this good. Grid, being Grid, cuts right to the point and asks how much they'll pay. He remembers they promised more money for better items. Irene realizes the sword is incredible. With it, they might actually win, so she turns to Faker and asks if this blade would let him fight the 8th servant. He says that with this sword he could match her, or maybe even beat her. Hearing that, Irene stops hesitating. She orders the manager to buy the sword and lets him decide the price. Then she asks if his name is Grid, and says she hopes they meet again. As he looks at her, Grid notices the ring hanging from her neck. He tries to remember where he saw it before, then gives up and just thanks her kindness by kissing her hand. After that, the manager walks over to Grid. Grid says he wants to finish this fast because he's sick of making swords. The manager says that makes sense after creating a masterpiece, but Grid warns him not to cheat him. The production cost was about 1,000 gold. Then the manager offers 220, and Grid immediately thinks that's way too low. Just 220 gold? The man corrects him, not 220, but 220,000 gold. He even says he wants this sword to become a treasure of the Sten family. Hearing that, Grid freezes on the spot. He quietly turns toward the shelf, and the manager mistakes that for disappointment. So he explains that all of Wimsun only makes 170,000 gold a year, and this is the best offer he can give right now. Grid does the math in his head and realizes that's about 264 million won. Even after paying his debts, he'd still keep 254 million. He thinks the sword might sell for even more on the auction site, but no one can use it yet because of the stats needed, so it's better to sell now. He feels like his 26 years of hard work finally paid off. Now he can show up at his school reunion in fancy clothes and a nice car, maybe even confess to Aoyang, his first love. At last, his spring has come, so he agrees to sell it. The manager says that's a smart choice, and adds that there's also a reward for him. Grid asks what it is, and the manager explains it's blue or chalcum, a rare ore. Grid instantly remembers that this is the material for failure. He needed 15 pieces, so this is a huge stroke of luck. With that, the deal is done. He clears the quest, earns 234,000 gold from selling 3 swords, gets blue orichalcum, and also receives the status of being prestigious in Winston. That title is given to people recognized by Winston's government. Items made by someone prestigious in Winston sell for more there, and they're free from all local taxes. Grid sees right away how big that bonus is. No taxes once he owns a forge. Everything really worked out. Now all he has to do is head home with his happy ending. He can't wait to tell his family. In Sheen's mind, he had finally hit the jackpot, but really he had taken a huge loss. Even if nobody could use the sword right now, some players would unlock advanced sword mastery in the next few months. And once that happened, with the current market the way it was, his sword would have been worth billions of won. Still, there's no doubt this was a fresh start for the boy. He gets home and starts talking to his mom and dad, saying he finally made it, but everyone is sitting at the table looking down. He asks what happened and whether something went wrong. His sister explains that their father made a mistake with a loan guarantee, and now they're stuck with a problem worth 800 million. His father tells him not to worry. If they sell the house and use their savings, they can cover 400 million. Grid doesn't even know what to say to them. He can't believe his father is losing everything. Then his father apologizes to Siri, because that money was supposed to be for college and her wedding. That's when Grid notices something feels off. He asks, "What about me? I'm your son too." His father's answer is basically, "So what?" Grid can tell the balance here is way off, and Siri says she doesn't need college. She'll just help by taking a part-time job. Their father quickly shuts that down and says he'll make sure she finishes school no matter what. Their mother says they're making Siri suffer, but Siri insists she's fine. Grid knows they're right to worry. Siri always had the best grades in school, so if she quits now to work, all her effort would be wasted. So he says he'll make the money. Everyone stares at him in shock. He tells Siri not to worry and to keep studying. His father says he'll look for another job tomorrow. His mother says she'll find work at a restaurant, and Siri says she'll get a weekend part-time job. Seeing nobody takes him seriously, Grid tells them to stop ignoring him. He made a lot of money in the game, more than 200 million. That leaves everyone stunned. Grid says he'll save the family. For the first time, he feels like he has a real duty to carry. Meanwhile, back in the game, Irene gives Faker the honor of wielding the self-transcended sword to punish their enemies from the Yatan Church. He vows to win this battle for honor, for glory, and for the North. Irene orders everyone to march and return with the head of one of the 7 servants. She knows the enemy only has 150 soldiers, but with one of the 7 servants there, they still can't be careless. Even so, with 12 knights and 1,500 soldiers, their overwhelming strength should guarantee victory. Faker tells them not to fear anything. He's the strongest knight in the North, and he's leading the charge. Meanwhile, at the cult, a man tells Yura that the pagans have come back. He says there will be plenty to sacrifice in Yatan's name, and that he'll support her with magic while they fight. Yura thinks to herself that she knows very well how evil this cult is, especially the 7 servants. She regrets taking their quests, but without a hidden class like Agnes and Katz, she doesn't have much choice. So she comes down, ready to face the army. The enemy notices that one of the 7 servants has appeared and declares that evil will fall before them. Yura hates being lumped in with those monsters, but then admits their actions really are disgraceful. Still, she calls on the great god of darkness and orders him to show his power and strength. With a powerful spell, she darkens the sky and says she has to protect her followers. Then she casts Black Tempest, thinking it should wipe out a quarter of the soldiers, but Faker bursts through the dark fog on horseback, leaping straight at her. Yura can't believe it. Their leader blocked Black Tempest. As he attacks, she quickly puts up Diamond Shield. Faker tells her not to even think about hurting his soldiers. He says her opponent is him, then activates Perfect Self-Transcendence and shatters the Diamond Shield. Yura is shocked. That barrier could block even strong attacks, yet one knight skill broke it in a single hit. To her, it makes no sense. So she casts Hell, a dark spell that puts fear into one target. Even the horse reacts, but Faker stays calm. He's impressed that she could even frighten his mount, and Yura can't believe the spell still failed. Perfect Self-Transcendence protects him, boosts all his stats by 200%, and Yura feels that same helplessness she's felt before. It reminds her of Grid. Then Faker lands a heavy slash right into her stomach. Yura realizes she has no more choice and no way to turn back. 17 days earlier, she had reached 100,000 faith and heard Yatan's voice, telling her to become his follower and receive a new power. She wanted that power because of Grid, a weapon against enemies her dark magic couldn't affect. So she unleashes the darkness and enters a berserk state, her eye glowing deep red. In the real world, Grid shows his parents the money in his account. They ask if he committed some crime or if the account is fake. And then his sister asks if he sold an organ and wants to check his stomach. Grid gets why they can't believe it. A jobless 26-year-old suddenly showing up with that much money sounds insane. So he swears he earned it in the online game and begs them to trust him. He thinks about everything he sold, including Maimun's longsword and Mengel's metal armor. He made 240,000 gold, and after turning it into real money, he lost 13.2 million to taxes, but he still has a huge amount left. His mother says a friend once asked her son if someone could really make that kind of money from a game, and the boy said only people who were very famous could do it. Then she corrects herself and says that from what she heard, there are fewer than 20 people like her son. Grid asks if that means he can finally relax, but his father says they've only been causing him trouble this whole time. But now all that money proves his hard work paid off. So his father says he approves of the game he's been playing. Grid feels like they finally see him for who he is. His dad says that because of him, the family can get through this crisis, and he should do what he wants. He and his wife can pay back the 240 million won within the next 3 years. Then he thanks Young-woo, saying he owes him a lot. His mother says they'll get through it together, but Young-woo knows the other 600 million is still a huge burden for his parents. He tells his father family doesn't keep score over debt, so he shouldn't worry. Now it's his turn to help. He may stay in debt for a while, but at least he can support his family. Then he reminds his dad it's not just 240 million, it's 240 million and 800,000 won. Yep, he even counted the extra 800,000 his father ignored after checking his wallet. He's really that stingy. Back in the game, he logs in ready to do his best that day. He also knows he has to use his remaining 20,000 gold wisely. Even with bonus effects, a normal item with high use restrictions won't make him much money. A high-quality item would be ideal, but the odds are too low. So he needs to make level 140 gear, normal or better, so the price still covers the cost. Then he hears some players talking about the expedition against the Yaden Church getting crushed again. They say Sir Phoenix, the strongest knight in the north, was badly hurt, and one of the 7 servants is insanely strong. Grid thinks about it. Customers at the smithy are always talking about stuff like this, so he starts wondering if they're really that strong. He opens his status window and sees his stats have gone up a lot while he was crafting. He's already far past a normal level 80 warrior, and with the right gear, he could even hunt level 100 monsters. For a second, he wants to go monster hunting like the old days, but drops it. He still has to work hard to pay off his debts, so he heads back to the smithy and gets to work. Khan notices he came in early, and Grid says he needs to push himself more. Khan calls that a smart choice and asks what he's making next. Grid says he's forging a hammer since the one he's been using is almost broken. Khan says that makes sense. He's always wondered why Grid kept using such a worn-out hammer. He thought it meant a lot to him, but Grid shrugs and asks who cares about some old hammer. Khan can't believe what he's hearing. Annoyed, Khan asks if he's lost his mind. A hammer is a blacksmith's most important tool, and Grid is caught off guard. Disappointed, Khan says he expected more from Pagma's descendant and tells him to inspect his hammer. He explains that materials, patience, devotion, and skill aren't the only things that matter when forging. Grid uses appraisal and finds out it's a rare hammer that boosts the chance of making better items. He understands the maker's intent and the method behind it, then learns how to craft the excellent blacksmith's hammer. Khan says Grid wouldn't have suffered so much if he'd had a better hammer from the start. That makes Grid mad, and he asks why Khan is only telling him now. Khan tells him to calm down and just do his best from here on. So Grid makes the unknown master blacksmith's hammer, an epic item with tons of extra effects and a restriction for Pagma's descendant. He realizes Khan was right. The hammer even has special effects, and it's a personal weapon only he can use. The Khan says Grid is hard to predict, but having him around has made him smile a lot more lately. Then he says he has a favor to ask, and Grid asks what it is. Khan explains that it's the anniversary of his son's death, and asks if Grid can visit the grave with him. That catches Grid by surprise, but he really does go with the old man. Khan leads him to his son's grave, and Grid thinks it feels strange. Still, in both real life and the game, Khan is the only person who accepted him as he is, his only friend, so he agrees. Khan says this is the family graveyard where all his ancestors are buried, and points out the tomb of his son Oliver. Oliver was a great blacksmith too, and Khan always believed he'd one day become as skilled as Lord Albertino, but he died young from illness. Even after 10 years, Khan still misses him every day and wishes he could have taken his place. Then Khan softly asks his son if he can recognize him. He says this is Pagma's descendant, the blacksmith Oliver always asked about in his stories, and wonders if his son is surprised. Khan adds that he's working with someone amazing now, the very person who saved their forge. He says Grid even helped him stop drinking, and on top of that, he'll become the heir to the forge. Khan acts like his son is answering him, then calls Grid over and says Oliver is jealous of him, but happy Khan brought him there. That starts to get to Grid. He even curses Satisfy for making its NPCs feel so real, like they actually have hearts and emotions. Then Grid steps up to Oliver's grave and says Khan is his dearest friend. He promises to make the forge they love the greatest forge of all time, so Oliver should keep watching over him and his father. Khan is deeply moved by that. Then a strong wind hits the grave and startles Grid. His bond with Khan grows deeper, and the graves around them begin to glow as Khan's ancestors rise, touched by Grid's sincerity. Grid tells Khan to look at what's happening, but realizes the old man is asleep. He can't believe Khan would fall asleep at a time like this. Then the spirits speak, saying it's a pleasure to meet Pagma's descendant, the friend of their descendant. They tell him not to panic. They're Khan's ancestors, and they came to reward his sincerity. Grid isn't sure what to make of that. One of them says that 130 years ago they witnessed a sword technique that pierced the sky. Grid has no idea what they mean, so the oldest spirit explains. He was so moved by it that he carved the memory into a cliff on the north side of Kizan Canyon so it wouldn't be lost. There in Kizan Canyon, Grid will find Pagma's swordsmanship. Once again, he sees how everything is connected. Then the Pagma's descendant quest finally updates. He gets his first class quest. Go to Kazan Canyon, south of Winston, and find a clue to Pagma's swordsmanship. The goal is to learn Pagma's swordsmanship. The reward is Dainsleif replica, and there's no time limit. Now he remembers. It's the class quest moving forward. The ancestors tell him their memories will help him learn Pagma's swordsmanship, and they hope it one day surpass even Pagma himself, all while calling him the friend of their descendant, Oliver. Then Oliver appears and asks Grid to take care of his father. That really moves him, and he promises Oliver can leave it to him. He almost cries, but only almost. After the cutscene ends, Khan wakes up. He asks when he fell asleep, and Grid tells him old men shouldn't doze off just anywhere. From now on, he needs to take better care of himself. But Khan notices Grid standing stiffly in a weird pose and asks what's wrong. Grid tells him not to worry about it, while thinking ghosts are terrifying. A while later, outside the forge, Heroi wonders what to do. Will Grid be happy to see him, or ask why he took so long? It's been 40 days since Heroi finished the wait quest. He spent a week in the hospital, just like the SA group advised, and used that time to think about whether he should reveal himself as the first player with a secondary class. After that, he took a short break, came back to the game 3 days ago, learned more about his new class, and finally headed to Khan's forge. He came to find Grid, the one he had sworn to serve. Right then, Grid himself opens the door, and Heroi is glad to see him. He drops to one knee and introduces himself as Heroi. Grid barely remembers him but says it's good to see him. Then, in a very polite voice, he asks if Heroi even knows who he is, and why he told the knights about him when they didn't know each other. Because of that, Grid says he got kicked out of the competition, thrown in jail, beaten by knights, and dragged around by that crazy woman. He asks if Heroi has any idea how much he suffered. Heroi quickly starts apologizing, saying he's truly sorry and that it was all his fault. Hearing him call him master, Grid wonders what's wrong with this guy. He even asks if prison messed up his head. Then Grid tells him to forget it and just leave. But Heroi asks where he's supposed to go. Grid says to crawl back into whatever hole he came from, but Heroi refuses, saying a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. He adds that it's better for the Apostle of Justice and his partner to stay together, and says his place is by Grid's side, his master. Grid thinks this guy is a huge pain, but Heroi still asks to join his guild if he has one, and says he'll follow him anywhere. He wants to serve him, but Grid says he's not in any guild and tells him to get lost. Heroi answers that he should make one, because people will gather around someone with such a righteous heart. Grid knows that's not true. He says he's busy forging gear for his class quest, then thinks this guy seriously needs to stop bothering him. After that, he tells Heroi again to quit the nonsense and leave. That clearly hits Heroi hard. Even so, Grid heads into the forest. Heroi follows in stealth and thinks that even if he shouldn't disobey his master, a descendant of the Blue Wolf never breaks a promise. Meanwhile, Grid keeps going through the rain, sleeps outside, and goes through one miserable thing after another. Seeing that, Heroi decides he has to protect him and wonders how someone can have such terrible luck. While Grid kept searching for materials and failing to find ore, the world of Satisfy was thrown into chaos. Right after the brutal battle against the Church of Yatan in northern Winston, the power of the god Yatan appeared, marking the birth of the 8th servant. Heroi had gone beyond the limits of a black mage and was fully reborn. Then a system notice says the influence of the Church of Yatan is spreading across the continent. The minimum level of Yatan followers rises from 160 to 170, and if the church keeps growing like this, it may become powerful enough to found its own nation. To stop that evil cult of sacrifice from growing any further, many nations join forces and give subjugation quests to their players. The believers decide to show the power of their god Yatan, and the church's bishop, the first servant, the black mage Talos, orders everyone to attack. But Kondistian orders his side to defend the Yatan church's base in the north, and that's how the battle between the Alliance and the Church of Yatan begins. It's the start of a huge event that will heavily shape the continent's future. Then a newspaper asks what will happen if the Church of Yatan succeeds in founding a nation, saying nothing this massive has happened since Satisfy launched. One reporter asks for an analysis of the Church of Yatan, and the other says the cause of all this is the 8th servant. They also recently found out that she isn't an NPC but a player, and if the 8th servant really is a player, then it can only be one person. Yura, 5th on the unified rankings, the Blood Witch. Everyone needs to keep their eyes on her, and the whole world is in chaos because of this unheard of war. Around then, Grid gets a quest to defeat 25 members of the Church of Yatan. He's surprised it's Yatan again, since missions like this have been showing up a lot lately. Still, he shrugs it off. Like most players, he doesn't really care about the bigger situation. Right now, finishing even one class quest would solve a lot of his problems. He thinks about how he finally made rare and epic gear with all the ore he gathered over the last 10 days. But there's still one problem. Even with gear like that, Keeson Gorge is still way too hard. It's known as one of the worst areas in the north, and moving through it is difficult because of the terrain. Worse yet, hidden caves are scattered through the gorge, and they're full of monsters, at least level 160. There's a reason it's one of Winston's 5 forbidden zones. Because of Asher's quest, Grid has already died there more than 10 times. Heroi notices his master has been acting like this for days. He wonders what he should do. Ask him, stay quiet, or even ask permission to speak first. In the end, he can't decide. Grid, though, tells himself it's not completely impossible. He's much stronger than before, but still thinks he has no real chance. Should he wait until level 150? That would take too long, and right now all he wants is to get overgeared with Dainsleif. So what should he do? Yes, he really says overgeared. The idea of becoming super strong through items. Then he suddenly writes something down, thinks about being overgeared, and decides that's the answer. But Roy has no idea what's going on. Grid gets deep into thought and realizes he's being stupid. Then he says failure has amazing design, and after dying more than 10 times in the gorge, he knows that place like the back of his hand. That means he might be able to make an item to deal with it. While the world was in chaos from war in one corner of the continent, a totally new item was about to be born. Kay's Gorge, one of the 5 forbidden zones in the Eternal Kingdom, is packed with hidden caves, where level 160 Moros live. Grid thinks he has to use every chance he gets to make money and help pay his family's debts, so he has no time to waste. His only choice is item creation. He needs to make something that helps against Kay's Gorge's terrain. More stamina would help him endure the harsh ground, but the real issue is the level 160 monsters. They hide in the gorge's caves and ambush travelers. To handle that, he'll need an item at least on the level of the High Transcendent Sword. But how the hell is he supposed to make another masterpiece like that? It feels impossible, but then he notices some ants coming out of a tree trunk and an idea hits him. Maybe he doesn't need to fight them at all. Instead of battling those monsters, he could avoid them with something like an invisibility cloak. So he goes to Khan and asks about materials for stealth items, and Khan suggests silver dragon scales. Grid is shocked, and Khan explains that unlike other dragons, silver dragons are cautious and sneaky. Their scales have natural camouflage that makes them invisible to human eyes, making them perfect for stealth gear. But Grid points out the obvious. If they're invisible and belong to one of the strongest monster races, how is he supposed to get those scales? Khan admits that's true. He's almost sure humans can't even melt dragon scales, so Grid asks why he didn't say that sooner. Khan then says the strongest stealth item ever made was Kruger's invisibility cloak, created by a legendary tailor from 200 years ago. That surprises Grid, but Khan says there's another material for stealth items, sylphid scales. Sylphids are tiny wind fairies, and their scales also have camouflage colors. Dragon scales are so hard they count as ore, but sylphid scales are thin enough to be treated like cloth. So items made from sylphid scales are usually for tailors, not blacksmiths. That gets Grid thinking. He opens the system, chooses to create an item, and says he wants to make a cloak. The system asks what materials he'll use, and he answers, sylphid scales. He figures blacksmiths sometimes use leather, so if cloth really won't work for him, the system should stop him. But instead, it just tells him to draw the item, and Grid is shocked that it works. He says it's time to show off his skill, because a plain cloak would be boring. So he adds a hood but then thinks it looks too much like priest clothes. Something comfy, like a Krypton, would be better. When he finishes the design, he thinks it came out better than expected, and would make him really popular. Though if it's an invisibility cloak, no one would even see it. The system then asks him to describe the item's abilities. He decides not to overdo it like he did with failure, so he simply says it should completely hide the wearer's appearance. The system asks if the item is ready, warning that one item creation use will be spent, and he confirms it. Then the correction process begins and he prays the cloak turns out amazing. A moment later, the automatic correction is complete, and what he gets is basically a really sick unique rank hoodie. Grid is thrilled. It's not just a stealth item, it also boosts movement speed and wind resistance. On top of that, all he needs are 20 sylphid scales, and he thinks that's great. As for the name, he keeps it simple, Zipper Hoodie. But when he goes to Khan to ask about hunting sylphids, Khan says that unless he's an elementalist, he won't even be able to see them. So how is he supposed to hunt them? Grid snaps back, asking what's so funny, and why Khan never tells him this stuff sooner. Now he feels completely screwed, because he designed an item without a way to get the materials, but Khan tells him to listen to the whole explanation. Even without seeing sylphids, he still can get their scales. All he has to do is hunt ice orcs in the northern snowfields. They have a sixth sense that lets them detect and hunt sylphids, and they like hoarding the scales as treasure. Even with a major weakness to fire, they're still bigger, smarter, and stronger than normal orcs. Grid realizes there is a way. Orcs are usually very weak mobs, and if he can handle the cold, he should be able to beat them. Now he just needs to prepare for the hunt, and that means getting the recipe for armor that resists cold. Khan says if that's what he wants, he should use giant brown bear hide. Grid thinks that since he made an epic hammer last time, he should definitely be able to make rare gear now. So this is it, now or never. Time to get started. But the very next day, he ends up making only a normal armor piece. He curses the devs, furious, while Khan tries not to react. Then he snaps again. After more than 20 hours using top-tier materials, all he got were plain normal items. He even used his epic hammer, so now he's wondering if he's cursed to make nothing but normal gear. Still, he tells himself this won't happen again, so he keeps crafting. After some time, Khan says the hunt day has finally come, and reminds him that the ice orcs are no joke, so he needs to be careful. He's glad he finished preparing in time and asks what Khan thinks of the new gear. In the end, he made a normal hat, a normal cape, rare gloves, and epic boots. He figures that's not too bad. But then the system warns him that penalties will be applied for not meeting the use restrictions, and he's annoyed that penalties are still a thing. Even so, the giant brown bear set gives him 60 defense and 60 cold resistance. Grid asks if Khan really taught him how to make a full set, and Khan has no idea what he means. Khan explains that method should only make common items, and this result only happened because Grid picked the exact right ratios. Grid realizes he only followed the recipe, so he wonders if this happened because he's Pagma's descendant. Since sets sell for a lot, this could mean big money. So from now on, he'll use the ideal dagger. It's time to hunt some orcs. He tells the old man to watch the forge because he's heading out. This is the first hunt Grid has actually prepared for the right way. What he doesn't know is that Sylphid scales have a drop rate below 1%. Honestly, this guy is hopeless. With a legendary class, he still keeps making normal items, and now he's chasing something with less than a 1% drop rate. At this pace, he'll be out there forever. Meanwhile, in the snowfields of the north, Grid thinks the cold actually feels nice, and says the giant brown bear set is the best. Now he gets why players get hypothermia after just a few minutes here. 60% cold resistance is amazing. Then he decides it's time to hunt. He spots the Ice Orcs village and is surprised they really have Sylphid scales. He thinks this will be fun since those weak monsters probably can't even use bows. But when he gets there, the orcs notice him right away and start wondering who this guy in fur is. One of them even thinks he must be crazy, because he's walking straight at them. Grid notices they're talking among themselves and assumes these dumb monsters have no idea who they're dealing with. He boasts that he came fully geared with the right armor and weapon. Then he orders them to hand over all their Sylphid scales, or he'll turn the place into a bloodbath. But while he talks way bigger than his actual strength, an arrow flies past his side, and it scares him badly. He's stunned. An orc just fired that shot and it was crazy accurate. Only then does he remember Khan's warning. Even with their huge weakness to fire, ice orcs are smarter and stronger than normal ones. Now this idiot finally wonders if he messed up again, so he starts running, using quick footwork to avoid the attacks coming at him. He figures they're about 10 meters away, but he never expected an arrow to cut through a snowstorm that easily. Just how strong are these guys? Then the arrows stop, and he wonders if they ran out. But one of the orcs has already closed in enough to swing an axe at him. The orc tells him to shut up and get lost. Up close, Grid realizes they're huge, around 2 meters tall. He fires off Wind Blast, using 60% of his current power, and hits the orc in the chest, making it bleed. Grid thinks even an armored NPC would be badly hurt by that, so this should finish it. Instead, that same axe swings up from below and catches Grid off guard, sending him flying. The orc curses at him and says that actually hurt. Grid stares in shock. That hit looks shallow, but the thing isn't even wearing armor. How thick is its skin? How can an orc be this strong? He realizes that even if he can fight them head-on, he won't kill them all before sunset. He needs to fight back with combos, so he starts kicking while blocking the orc's axe. After a perfect guard, he spins and uses Blacksmith's Rage together with Wind Blast. After buffing himself, his attacks finally start working, and he spots an opening in the orc, then lands a critical hit. He deals 923 damage, and the precise strike adds a bleeding effect. Grid wonders if he finally killed it, but the orc comes back even angrier and smashes him again. Grid can't believe it's still alive, but he doesn't get time to think. He takes 1005 damage. His attack worked. The problem is that the orc just has way too much HP. As the beating keeps getting worse, he forces himself to hang on by using potions. He chugs one health potion after another just to stay alive. Then he turns it into a straight endurance fight to see who drops first, trading damage the whole time while burning through more potions. The orc keeps attacking harder and harder until Grid gets rammed backward and slammed into a tree, taking 929 damage. His HP drops below 10%, and to make it worse, his potion is on a 7-second cooldown. The orc gets ready to hit him again, and Grid thinks he's done for. But then the passive effect of Apostle of Justice activates. The system says the Apostle of Justice will not fall easily before his enemies, and all his stats surge with that unmatched courage. Grid realizes this is the title he got after saving Heroi. He had no idea the title had an effect like this, so now he can't blame Heroi anymore. With every stat up by 30, he decides all that suffering was worth it. The other orcs start cheering for their ally, then get confused about why it's taking so long and talk about joining in. A second later, the orc fighting Grid comes flying straight toward them, and they panic, wondering what happened. Then they realize their brother is dead and can't believe it. Grid gets 266,000 EXP and levels up. His HP fully restores, and he's shocked that killing one orc gave him that much. The orcs stare in disbelief, asking how he's completely unharmed. Then they charge him together, out for revenge. Grid decides to use them for leveling, and tells those walking EXP points to come at him. He activates Unshakable Justice and unleashes a long-range physical skill boosted by 300% attack. 3 days later, Heroi arrives in the north and immediately says it's freezing. He wonders if he should have prepared better. Then he remembers Khan saying his lord came to the northern snowfields to hunt ice orcs for materials. Heroi blames himself for letting him go alone. He made a vow and he's not keeping it, so he checks his gear and confirms he brought 50 firebombs, since ice orcs are weak to fire. After getting the title Partner of the Apostle of Justice, he also gained the ability to use a sword and shield, something an orator normally couldn't do. Even so, he's not sure that will be enough against such strong orcs, but when he gets close, he senses a huge burst of power. Something is happening, and he hopes he's not too late. Ice orcs usually fight in groups, so Grid could be in danger. He runs faster, thinking he has to save him. But when he arrives, he just stares, wondering what kind of massacre this is. Ice orcs are powerful level 120 monsters, so he was sure his lord couldn't come out unharmed from a fight like this. Then he hears Grid complaining that his back hurts, and that's when he spots Huroi behind him again. Huroi is just happy his lord is safe, especially after seeing him wipe everything out with such a small dagger. To him, this is his lord's true power. Grid, meanwhile, wonders what the heck he's doing as Huroi lowers his head and apologizes for leaving him. Grid opens his status window and sees he reached level 83. He gained 38 levels in 3 days. He can't believe he got back to the level he had as a warrior that fast, though he figures it's still not as crazy as pay-to-win players hitting level 100 in a month. Then he changes the subject and wonders why Huroi keeps following him. He asks why he looks so happy and why he's always smiling whenever he tags along. Huroi says of course he's happy. He came worried but found him safe, and even got to watch him beat monsters. Grid fires back that being strong means nothing if he still didn't get what he wanted. After hunting for 3 full days and killing 80 orcs, he only got 3 sylphid scales. Huroi asks why he's still so grumpy, and Grid tells him not to annoy him. He's mad because he still failed to get what he needed, and now this pest keeps calling him lord and following him around. He says Grid saved him from that hellish prison, and because of that, he could finish a quest that forced him to spend 50 real-life hours locked in a dungeon. That shocks Grid. What kind of quest makes someone sit in a cell for 50 hours? The boy insists he's telling the truth. Then he explains the quest was so hard because the reward was a secondary class. That's when Grid realizes Huroi is the Mongolian player who first got a secondary class, and the boy confirms it. Grid gets even madder. Huroi hit the jackpot, even though Grid was the one who faced all the danger to save him. Huroi tells him to calm down. The reward may look great, but it's an honorable class built around serving and sacrificing for his master. Grid admits the Apostle of Justice title he got isn't bad, but Huroi still benefited from all his pain, sweat, and hard work. So Grid gets greedier and asks if Huroi will serve him until death. Huroi says that's what he's been trying to say this whole time. Then Huroi asks where Grid is heading next, since all the orcs near the lair entrance are dead. Grid says he still needs 20 sylphid scales. Since he doesn't have enough yet, he plans to go into the cave and hunt deeper inside the nest. Still, after 3 straight in-game days of hunting, he's getting tired. If the next kill gives him nothing, he's done after one more orc. But the next one isn't normal. It's 3 times bigger than Huroi, the level 140 field boss of the ice orcs. At once it hurls its axe at them, forcing both of them to run for their lives. Grid panics, wondering why a monster this strong showed up out of nowhere. Huroi says it probably came out after finding its whole village wiped out. That makes things worse. This is a level 140 field boss, but Grid still sees one way out. He tells Huroi to buy him some time so he can escape safely. Grid figures it's not a huge ask since Huroi was supposed to sacrifice himself for his master anyway, so he thinks he's safe, but Huroi keeps running right beside him. Grid snaps, asking what the hell he's doing. Didn't he just call him his master? Huroi tells him to wait. They don't need to run, as the Apostle of Justice's partner, fighting together boosts their stats by 30%, and Huroi is level 138, so they have a better shot if they fight side by side. Remembering how strong Grid looked in the underground prison, Huroi believes they can beat the boss. Grid agrees but makes one thing clear first. Every drop belongs to him. No defending Grid here. He's rotten to the core. Even so, Huroi accepts and says Grid is his master anyway. So Grid makes a party with item distribution set to leader's choice, and tells Huroi to come on. But when Huroi sees that the party leader Grid is only level 83, he wonders how Grid killed so many orcs at that level. Grid immediately gets defensive and asks if there's a problem with that. Huroi starts to wonder if Grid has one of the 3 known epic classes. Grid basically says yeah, something like that. Huroi is thrilled. His master really is amazing. Now that he gets it, Huroi says it's time to fight. Grid says now that Huroi understands, the boss is all his. He leaves Huroi to deal with that monster alone, while he handles the mobs. Huroi is stunned. He really didn't see that coming. Even so, he decides he has to live up to Grid's expectations. To prove his loyalty, he uses taunt to draw the boss's attention. The boss instantly locks onto Huroi and charges. Grid watches and thinks this is the first time he's met someone even better than him at insulting people. Seriously, Huroi's trash talk is next level. Meanwhile, Grid activates Blacksmith's Rage and Unbreakable Justice, then uses Wind Blast on the orcs coming his way. He thinks this combo is the one he came up with after hunting non-stop for 3 days, and it works insanely well. He gets 2 sylphid scales and drops 11 orcs, thinking he got lucky. Now it's time to finish the boss with Huroi's help, but the boss is already rushing straight at him to attack. Huroi shouts that taunt just wore off. The boss nearly hits Grid, and Grid yells back asking why he didn't say that sooner. Then Grid takes 104 damage. He realizes he's getting hurt just from the wind pressure, and the damage keeps coming even without a direct hit. He says he can dodge the attacks, but he can't fight back because the pressure is too intense. This is the first real boss he's ever faced, and he starts wondering if winning is even possible. Then legendary stubbornness activates. Grid decides he'll do everything he can to win, and calls Huroi in to attack. Now Huroi moves around to flank, while Grid uses Unbreakable Justice. Together they strike the boss from behind. That finally makes it feel pain. Seeing Heroi use the same move, Grid realizes Heroi can copy those same skills. Grid drives a blow into the boss's knee, making it drop, then rises above it and uses Unbreakable Justice again, combining it with Wind Blast right in the boss's face. Grid thinks they've exposed its face and left its legs wide open. He calls Heroi into attack, and after their combo, the boss's mask cracks and falls off. Heroi starts to think they might really be able to beat it. As clingy as Heroi is, at least he can sync his attacks with Grid's. Grid admits that was impressive, but then the boss gets back up and starts threatening both of them. Grid wonders if their damage was too weak. Its hide is tougher than they thought. Then it comes in with another attack. The boss swings its axe in front of them. It doesn't even hit directly, but they still get blown back. Grid can't believe something that big is so fast. He doesn't even get time to figure out what's happening. Both of them are hit again right in the chest. They crash to the ground and the system says they took 5,300 damage. Grid says he has less than 20% HP left. Heroi passes out from blood loss because his HP dropped below 10%. Unlike Grid, who's Pagma's descendant and has debuff resistance, most players get paralyzed for 3 seconds if they lose 40% of their health in one hit. That leaves Heroi completely helpless. The boss takes advantage and charges at him. Right before the attack lands, Grid stops it. As Heroi wakes up after the 3 seconds end, he hears Grid telling him this is no time to sleep. Grid snaps at him, asking if he really expects him to fight this monster alone. Then he tells Heroi not to dare die in a raid he's leading. Heroi is stunned that Grid stepped in front of the attack to save him. He asks why Grid would sacrifice himself like that. Grid tells him to shut up and just buy him some time. Heroi asks if he'll be okay. Grid says he needs time to drink his potion because legendary stubbornness is about to end. Heroi thinks he failed to protect Grid and even got him hurt because of it. Grid asks what the hell he's talking about. Then the orc throws its axe at Heroi. Grid yells for him to look out, but Heroi only tells Grid to drink the potion. Grid shouts back that he needs Heroi to pull aggro first. Heroi tells him not to worry. He says he'll always protect him. Then the boss strikes him, and Grid thinks Heroi didn't protect anything. Trying to block an attack like that should have blown him apart, but Heroi says he won't give up on his master against such a weak enemy. Then he uses great determination, making himself invulnerable for 10 seconds too. Grid remembers that skill. It's the same one Heroi used before when he blocked a sword with his own body. What kind of defense skill is that? Heroi says there's no way he can miss a target that huge. Then he throws a fire potion at the orcs. Grid thinks that was smart. Ice orcs are weak to fire, and Heroi really came prepared. Then the boy starts raining fire bombs down on the orc. The boss finally starts feeling pain, and Heroi knows this is their chance. He calls Grid in to attack with him. Both of them rush in and chain one combo after another. Grid sees they've cornered the orc. Maybe they can actually kill it. Heroi is sure they're dealing damage, but the boss is so tough that its fire weakness barely seems to matter. If they can't land a critical blow, they're the ones who'll die. Grid says the boss hasn't moved since they set it on fire. It's almost like a shield of meat now. Then Heroi tells him not to worry. He'll finish it in one hit, but Heroi also warns him to be careful, because the boss still has enough life left to attack. And sure enough, the orc comes alive again and slams Grid with a headbutt, sending him flying into the wall. Heroi calls out to him. The orc starts cursing at them while pulling out an orb. Heroi wonders what that orb is, as the orc starts drawing some strange power from it. Heroi knows this is bad and he has to do something, but the orc says it's going to crush Grid into pieces. Its whole body turns red as it raises the axe for the killing blow on Grid. Then Heroi suddenly transforms. Heroi suddenly turns blonde and taunts the orc, saying that if it noticed the difference, maybe it's smarter than the usual monster. Then he tells it to focus on him, because this next skill will crush him. He raises his sword and gathers power, and even the orc looks shaken. Grid has no idea what Heroi is doing. Heroi says he's never had a chance to use this before, but now is the time. Right after that, his HP drops all the way to 0. Grid is stunned to see his life bar completely empty. Heroi activates Sacrifice of Justice, a move that uses up all his life and puts everything into one strike against the boss. The hit lands hard and it works way better than expected. Seeing that, Grid realizes it was an amazing blow, a clear critical hit that leaves the boss in serious pain. Heroi crashes to the ground, barely holding on, and even though the boss staggers back like it's about to fall, it plants its back foot, refusing to go down. Heroi expected this much. It still wasn't enough, so he tells Grid to finish it, saying this time will be different, and Grid wonders what he means. Heroi just says he'll see the window soon, but before anything else, the boss kills him. As Heroi fades away, he leaves the rest to Grid. And just like that, party member Heroi dies. Then the orc senses Grid getting back up behind it. Grid still doesn't know what window Heroi meant, but he figures out what he has to do and activates Blacksmith's Rage and quick movements. The boss charges him, and Grid knows he has to hit a vital spot. He drives Wind Explosion straight into the boss's chest, blasting a hole through the middle of the orc. Grid notices the monster is taking more damage now. Then he remembers Sacrifice of Justice. It burns the user's life and drops the enemy's defense to the bottom. But while Grid hesitates for a second in battle, the monster tries to hit him again. Grid keeps dodging and realizes the orc is dying too. Still, he refuses to believe he'll lose after coming this far. For a moment though, it feels like the monster has won. But the courage of the Apostle of Justice is on another level. One of Grid's eyes turns gold. The system says all stats rise by 30%, and Unbending Justice comes off cooldown. Grid isn't about to give up, so he hits the boss again with Unbending Justice. In the final clash, the boss even lifts its axe, but Grid cuts it in half. At last, the boss drops dead, and Grid can hardly believe it. He actually beat the chief of the Ice Orcs and lets out a huge scream of joy. After all, this is the first boss Grid has ever beaten in his life. Later, when Grid gets home, he thinks about how hard that hunt was, and he still didn't get the 20 sylphid scales he needed. Everything on the table is all he earned. Then he spots the Ice Orc Chief's helm, a unique item from a set, along with the red lightning summoning orb. In the end, he only got 7 sylphid scales. He doesn't care at all about the useless orc leather, but the orb and helm should sell well at auction. He also notices something new to him: holy enhancement stones. A normal enhancement stone can make an item lose 3 levels if it fails, but a holy one only drops it by 1. The problem is, they cost about 1,200 gold each, 12 times more than normal ones. Grid figures top players must use only those expensive stones. Being as greedy as ever, he instantly turns that into cash in his head, about 720,000 won, and decides he'll sell them if he has to. He admits he wouldn't have gotten all this without Hiroi, and feels a little bad keeping everything for himself, but not that bad. He shrugs it off, saying it's unfortunate, but nothing can be done now. Then Khan walks in and asks if he's happy with what he got from hunting. Grid quickly grabs his loot and says Hiroi only got that second class because of him, so all of this is his. He even tells the old man to back off, leaving Khan confused. Khan steps closer and asks if those are really the items Grid brought back, since he's never seen some of them before. Grid keeps warning him not to touch anything. Then Khan asks if Grid is throwing that item away, and Grid says it's just Ice Orc leather, totally useless. But Khan disagrees, saying it's high-quality material and could absorb impact well if used as inner armor. Grid immediately wants it back, but Khan reminds him he just threw it away. So Grid says Khan can use it as long as he makes armor from it for him, because he's heading to the auction. Khan wonders why this somehow feels like a bad deal for him, but accepts anyway, since he rarely gets to work with such valuable material. At the auction, Grid buys 10 normal weapon enhancement stones for 1,000 gold, and nearly cries over the cost. Still, he says he has no choice. If he wants to head to the canyon, he needs to be ready. The sylphid scales aren't the only problem. It'll also take time to find Pagma's Wall of Grims in Kasan Canyon. Grid remembers how awful the orc fight was, and even at level 85, he still doesn't have great odds against the monsters in the canyon. So his only real option is to upgrade his gear. He decides to start as soon as he finds a quiet spot. He slips into an alley where nobody will bother him, and tries to enhance the ideal dagger, but then he starts thinking about how badly his family is struggling. He promised he'd save them, so he wonders if he should really waste money on upgrades when he ought to be counting every coin. Then he talks himself into it. Enhancing to +5 is supposed to be easy, so it shouldn't be a problem. This is an investment, not a waste. With that, he starts the upgrade process, uses 1 stone, and keeps going until +5 without failing a single time. Now the ideal dagger is +5, and its attack power shoots up like crazy. Grid is shocked by how much the stats increased. Since the dagger already had good base stats, the enhancement boost was huge. He knows the success rate drops hard at +6, so stopping here would be smart. He gets excited and says he can finally go back to hunting properly this time, but then he stops and lives up to his own nickname, wondering why he shouldn't keep enhancing. His greed takes over. A +6 item is rare among players, and he tells himself he only has to succeed one more time. A +5 item doesn't change how it looks, but +6 makes the weapon glow, and he wants that badly. He tries to come to his senses, asking how he can think like this while his family is struggling, but Grid pushes those thoughts away. No risk, no reward. Besides, he's Pagma's descendant, so maybe he's extra lucky. A little while later, he's back at the auction, asking for 10 more enhancement stones. He can't believe the dagger dropped all the way back to +2 after using all of them. To him, that makes no sense at all. He calls it unacceptable and swears he'll reach +6 no matter what, so he keeps trying again and again. That's when he runs into a harsh truth he didn't know before. He assumed Pagma's descendant had a better enhancement rate, but he's struggling badly. Even so, he refuses to stop until he gets +6. Sometime later, everyone in the square is amazed by him. They say they've never seen that before, and one person doesn't even know what it is. Others explain that blue glow means the weapon is +6 or higher. Grid soaks up the attention with pride, even though he's dressed like a peasant. One player admits he always fails at +3 and gets insanely jealous. Grid feels on top of the world. Seeing all that envy makes him even happier, and he decides he doesn't regret spending 2,000 gold to get to +6. Then people start asking what all the noise is about, and if it's because of the weapon in Grid's hand. That's when the Blood Warrior shows up and calls him a loser. Grid is surprised to see Katz there. People quickly recognize him as one of the 3 hidden class players, and also the number 40 player on the overall ranking. Katz asks if Grid is really that happy over a trash dagger at +6. Grid asks what his problem is, since they don't even know each other. Katz says he just thought it was funny watching someone in such cheap clothes trying to show off, so he came over to look. Then he says this is what a real enhanced weapon looks like, and draws a sword shining gold. He says he'd be embarrassed if his weapon wasn't at least at this level, and luckily for him, it is. Everyone starts saying that weapon is +8, and even Grid thinks it looks awesome. Still, he wonders what that has to do with him, and asks why Katz's weapon level even matters here. As far as Grid is concerned, his dagger looks way cooler. He asks if Katz has ever felt the joy of finally reaching a goal after spending so much time and effort on it. But Katz, acting full of himself, just turns to leave and says whatever. Good for Grid. Grid thinks Katz is every bit as awful as the rumors say. He needs to grow up, stop acting like a child, and quit showing off just because of his weapon upgrade. Some people come up to him and say that was a great comeback. Back at the forge, he gets back to work, still thinking about what Katz said, then brushes him off as just an attention-hungry jerk. He still has sacred enhancement stones, and he can't waste them if he wants to save his family. This isn't the time to get jealous. Khan walks over and says the protagonist is always working hard. The protagonist explains he's making gear for the gorge tomorrow. Then Khan tells him to accept his gift and take a look. MC lights up. Happy Khan really made it. He jokes around, asking what the point of all that effort is, if you use some trash item. But when he checks it, he sees Khan's masterpiece, an epic class item. Khan proudly says it's the best thing he's ever made, and he hopes it helps Shun a lot. That alone makes him grin. He thanks the old man over and over. He'd been feeling down, and this cheers him up fast. Forget extra enhancement levels, this is way better. He decides he's done wasting energy being jealous of Katz. Then he heads for the gorge and says he's ready. It's time to fight. He equips the Orc Chief's helm, Khan's masterpiece, and the adventurer's boots. No regrets now, he just has to keep moving forward. Then he grabs his sword. He can't help himself and blurts out that he really did it. +8 is awesome, and he actually used the sacred enhancement stones. Seriously, this guy is completely insane. As he moves through the gorge, he thinks he'll never get used to this place. One fall means death. Silpha's scales matter, but he reminds himself not to forget his real goal, so he checks the quest. He has to keep going through the gorge until he finds a clue about Pagmay's grimoire, and earn the Dainsleif replica. Even if the ideal dagger reached +8, it's still a level 180 weapon. It can't compare to Dainsleif, a level 250 longsword. Still, the biggest reward is Pagmay's grimoire. He really needs it. Right now, he only has 4 attack skills, but he also has to watch the caves in the wall. He died so many times to the level 160 monsters here that he learned their patterns. As long as he stays quiet, he should be fine. Except this is Shine, so of course not. A gorge lizard suddenly appears right beside him, and he thinks once again his bad luck won't leave him alone. The monster rushes him, and the protagonist figures it's around level 160. The lizard snaps its tongue at him, but he throws on his mask and dodges fast. That sharp tongue has killed him plenty of times before, and it's still just as dangerous. Then it swings its tail. He barely avoids it and notices his body is shaking on its own. Still, he says he's not the same as before and strikes back with his dagger. He uses Blacksmith's Rage, and the lizard drops in one hit. He dealt 1,230 damage, and even Shin thinks that was more than expected. The Gorge Lizard should have more defense than the Ice Orcs, so the dagger's enhancement must be boosting his skill damage a lot. Now he realizes he can beat them easily. Then Unyielding Justice catches the monster off guard and finishes it for good. He gets 329,000 experience. Even Shin starts to feel something is off. He's only level 85, yet he just beat a level 162 monster that easily. He really has gotten strong, but then more lizards show up above him. These ones are different. They walk on 2 legs, carry weapons, and they're level 185. MC immediately thinks they really didn't need to throw him a welcome party. All of them charge at him, and he charges right back, saying he's not the old Shin anymore. But when he hits them, they block his attack and start beating him down. The damage piles up fast, and he realizes their defense is even higher than the regular lizards. Their skin and armor are both tough. He would have already died without Khan's epic armor, and the lizards keep coming at him non-stop. Shin sees his armor won't matter if he can't endure these endless attacks. For now, he needs to stop their movement, so he uses Unyielding Justice and sends one crashing into the other 2. Then he follows with Wind Explosion to hit them from range. They dodge it, but he says he still stopped their advance, and now it's his chance. Using agile movements, he closes in on one of them, and once he gets close enough, he uses Blacksmith's Rage. He plans to use both buffs while they last, and he does, taking the lizards down one by one. The experience he gets is ridiculous, almost 1 million. He reminds the lizards that he warned them. He's not the same as before. He killed them, but now his mana is running low. He only has 4 attack skills, and they burn through mana like crazy. Still, he's not worried about potions, so smaller mobs aren't a problem. And if he kills 2 more monsters, he should level up again anyway. He just has to avoid the Gorge Spider, the strongest thing around here, and of course it's already right above him. Shin's bad luck never takes a day off. The spider locks onto him and lets out a screech. It's level 188. At this point, he's not even surprised. Monsters always seem to spawn the second he mentions them. The spider fires a stream of web at his face, and he scrambles to dodge, yelling at it to get lost like it's a stray dog. This thing is on a whole different level. It can kill lizard men like they're nothing. It already ate him once before, but then he uses Courage of Legends and reminds himself it's still just a normal monster. He fires Wind Explosion to attack, but it only deals 300 damage. He's shocked. Its defense is even higher than the Ice Orc Chief's is. Then the spider sprays more web at him. Using agile movements, he barely dodges it all and knows that if he gets caught here, he's dead. So he sends out another blacksmith's rage with wind explosion at the spider, and lands the hit, but the damage is pathetic, just 344. He starts wondering how high this monster's defense even is. His best combo barely scratched it, and at this rate he's going to die. He can hardly keep dodging, even with the buff. Even wind explosion feels useless. It should raise his attack power by 60, but he only gets half since he doesn't meet the requirements. Unyielding Justice could work if he gets an opening. It boosts attack power by 300. But it needs physical contact, so it means nothing, unless he can get close. Then he pauses and remembers something. Looking at his fist, he wonders if this strategy might work. This is an obstacle he has to overcome, and he has no other choice. He says he's betting everything on Satisfy's freedom system. Then he uses wind explosion, and in the middle of it, right before releasing the skill, he adds Unyielding Justice. The attack flies straight toward the spider and deals much heavier damage. And this wasn't just a lucky hit. The skill fusion actually worked. A new fuse skill is born, Justice Explosion. His intelligence goes up by 10, and Shin is thrilled that he created a brand new skill by combining two others. On top of that, he kills the gorge spider by tearing open its abdomen and dropping it for good. But then the spider starts moving again somehow. He realizes it fell on its back, and now that it can't move, he has to get close and finish it. He uses the gauntlet's special effect, so his attack hits twice, and talks down to the spider, reminding it that he's not the same as before. This time he finally kills it. After the kill, he earns 387,500 experience. He reaches level 86 and gets excited. From high above the gorge, someone watches Shen shouting below and notes that he just beat a gorge spider alone. It's been a long time since he's seen that. He says the protagonist may still be weak, but his abilities grow every time he defeats an enemy. His potential is beyond measure. Then he speaks of Asmophel. Even after being branded a traitor and losing everything, he survived all these years. He endured only to deliver a cruel death, telling Asmophel to wait for him. This man is Piaro, the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire. Piaro stares at Shin and says he's finally found the key to his revenge. Meanwhile, at the spider's nest, a few people hear the noise and wonder what it was. One guesses it was probably the gorge spider going out to hunt. Choi Chom thinks it must be chasing more prey like them. Gil asks why his friend even came to Winston when they're just going to end up as spider food. Junho tells him not to dump all the blame on him. He wasn't the only one who wanted to come. He says he spent forever looking for them and now they want to pin it all on him. Gil Hun starts apologizing, saying it was Shin Chan asks Junho if he's being too harsh. Junho shrugs and says he doesn't need to bow his head to anyone. He goes on saying those idiots should be more like the protagonist. Gyewan has no clue who he means. Then he explains, MC was a total idiot. He'd give up his own money without even complaining. Gai Hoan laughs, saying that really was funny back in high school. They add that the only one who never joined in was good boy Shin Chan. Then Gai Hoan remembers that the protagonist plays Satisfy too. The punk says he heard that at the last school reunion and that the guy was only level 70, useless even in a game. He-chan cuts them off and tells them to do something before the spider comes back. He can't cut the web with his knife and even fire won't burn it. The bully snaps that of course he already tried, but even his strength can't break it. Ji-won starts wondering if this is really how they die. Then he spots someone coming, and it's the protagonist. He figures that cursed spider must have been alive for almost 10 years, so its nest might be full of treasure. Instead, he gets annoyed. Killing it was a pain and it only dropped a few items. He calls the spider useless. From inside the web, the three trapped idiots hear that the protagonist killed the spider. They guess he must be a high-level player and bet he'll help if they beg enough, so they start shouting for help. The protagonist strains his eyes, trying to see clearly and wondering if those are captured people. But when he gets close to the bully, greed suddenly stops. Then he turns around and starts walking away. Jun-ho wonders what that was about and calls the protagonist a weirdo. Greed finally recognizes Jun-ho and wonders what that bastard is doing there. He remembers Jun-ho calling him a jobless, broke nerd and gamer. The last class reunion flashes through his mind, along with the truth. Those three were the same bullies who stole his money and beat him in high school. He fears it'll all happen again if they recognize him in the game. He tells himself he doesn't want to be weak anymore, especially now that he's finally getting stronger. Then another thought hits him. He really is getting much stronger. In fact, he's not the same person anymore. Meanwhile, Jaiwan asks if they should log out, but Jun-ho says they'll die if they do. He bets Greed will come back. He doesn't know it's actually Greed, but high-level players love messing with people stuck like this. When Greed does return, Jun-ho smugly says he knew it. Greed walks back over and coldly asks if they want his help. Jun-ho is confused. It's good that he came back, but even under that helmet, the guy feels scary. Greed gets angrier by the second. They're trapped, his face is hidden, and this is the perfect chance for revenge. He steps up to the web and asks if they're having trouble with it. Then he pulls out his dagger and slices it apart with ease. The moment they see the blade, they realize it has to be at least a rank 8 enhancement. Jun-ho thinks they hit the jackpot. If they play this right, they can get out. So he starts flattering Greed and asks if he'd kindly help them. That only pisses Greed off more. Jun-ho has no shame about begging when he needs something. Greed says sure he'll help, but only if they hand over all their items. Jun-ho and Gaewon hate that deal. Jun-ho mutters that he thought this guy would be useful, but maybe he's just crazy. Greed doesn't let that slide. He slams a hard punch into Jun-ho's chin. The bully can't even process what happened and wonders how that hurt so much, when Greed only used his fist. Still burning with rage, Greed adds Blacksmith's rage and asks if they really thought saving their lives would be cheap. At the same time, he's thrilled this is the first time he's ever punched Lin Junho back, and Satisfy feels amazing. The bully gets back up. He asks if Greed thinks he can do whatever he wants in-game, just because they can't find him in real life. Then he demands his address, promising to track him down and beat him up. Watching him rage like that, Greed actually gets a little nervous. Even so, he says he lives in Brazil and punches him again. Then Guy Huan shouts for Greed to wait, saying he'll get him for this. Greed immediately remembers that bastard too, Junho's partner in bullying him. He's almost glad Guy Huan is there, now it's really payback time. He throws another punch at the fat guy and asks if he remembers him. Greed can't believe this is happening. Satisfy really is incredible. The others quickly offer him money, but he says he doesn't want it, he just wants to keep punching them. Then Choi Chan tells him to calm down. If he's not gonna help, he should just leave. Choi Chan asks what kind of sick hobby makes him beat tied up people. That's when Greed recognizes him and remembers that sometimes Choi Chan at least apologized for what happened. Even so, Greed says he still wants him to beg like a dog before he helps, because he was just like the others. Then he says, forget the money, he's a nice guy. Choi Chan just stares at him. There's no way he'll humiliate himself that much. He'd rather Greed kill him. That answer catches Greed off guard. The other two say the same thing. They'd rather die than beg a psycho like him. Greed complains that this ending sucks. If he kills them himself, he could end up in jail and ruin his reputation. So he settles on what he thinks is the best idea, leave them there to die on their own and walk away. They ask if he's seriously just leaving. As he keeps walking, Greed says they have no idea how long he suffered. Did they really think he'd let them live that easily? He says he'll drag a canyon spider over to them so they can die slowly. They say they expected him to get revenge if he ever lived long enough, but not to abandon them like this. Junho is furious. They waited for nothing, got beaten up, and their luck only brought them a psycho without telling them why he hates them so much. Jun Chan cuts in and asks what good crying will do. What are they supposed to do now? The fat guy says there's no way to escape, and if they wait too long, Greed might come back. Junho says he refuses to become that lunatic's punching bag again, so they decide they have no choice. As night falls, that idiot Greed comes running back. He calls out to those bastards, asking if they didn't say they'd rather die. Then he says scum like them don't deserve a peaceful death. They need to die in pain. But when he looks ahead, all the tea capsules are empty. His excitement drops at once. Did they log out? And now what is he supposed to do with the giant spider on his back? So he ends up fighting the thing again. Later, he reaches a legendary waterfall surrounded by snow and towering 1,300 meters high. 5 colored rainbows always shine around it. Lauren, founder of the Eternal Kingdom, first discovered it before conquering the north. It hides the harsh lands of Kizan Canyon, and the route is only passed down by word of mouth. Lauren's waterfall. He thinks the place is amazing, but then asks where Pagma's swordsmanship mural is. He remembers reading that Pagma carved it into a northern cliff, and starts feeling stupid for believing a ghost. He's been searching all day, and found nothing. For a second, he even wonders if he's supposed to drink the water. Then he notices a narrow gap beside the waterfall. He realizes he never checked that spot. Annoyed, he grumbles that nobody would guess a tiny cave was hidden behind the waterfall. The ancestors of Khan could have warned him. Still, he's thrilled. He finally found Pagma's swordsmanship, marked all across the wall. It's covered in moss, but he can still make it out. He notices the carving of Pagma and thinks the guy looks pretty handsome. He also spots Dane's leaf in his hand, and it looks way bigger than Khan's replica, maybe even 3 meters long. And he wonders why no window popped up saying the quest was complete. Does he really have to learn all of this himself to finish it? What a pain. But since he came all this way, he starts trying to learn it. After a while, he gets frustrated, asking why it still isn't working. He's already spent 3 hours copying the moves. They're so hard that his stamina can't keep up. While grumbling, he notices a mark on the floor he missed before. That's when the system announces he learned Pagma's swordsmanship and cleared the quest. Only then does this idiot realize he never had to copy the moves, he just had to look at every one of them. And just like that, he gets Pagma's swordsmanship level 1. The skills are crazy strong too, both the passive and the active ones. He also gets Wave, which deals 155% of his attack power to every enemy around him, plus Restraint, Link, Kill, and Transcendence. Then he realizes he got a passive and a whole set of skills, and they're just as good as the ones from combat classes. But the mana cost is insane. With his current mana, he can't even use 2 skills. What he doesn't notice is a dark shape creeping up beside him. Still annoyed, he decides to head back. If he wants to use Kill, his intelligence has to reach 400. To him, that makes no sense. A blacksmith should need strength, not intelligence. He also knows he doesn't have time to raise stats slowly. He has to make items and pay off his family's debt. Then a few monsters suddenly drop down next to him. They demand to know where Grid thinks he's going and tell him to hand over his heart. That's when he sees their mermen from the Kazan Gorge, monsters known for being dangerous in the water. There are 4 of them. Even so, the kid starts smiling. He says it's fine, they can help him test his new skills before he leaves, and he calls on Pagma's swordsmanship. Right away, he feels his body move on its own. Even with those hard sword motions, he's able to pull them off smoothly. Then he uses Restraint and strikes all of them. Because of that, the monsters can't get close to Grid. Still, one skill burns through half his mana. He quickly drinks a potion and tells himself he has to manage it until the fight ends. He tells the Byaku heads to stay calm, then uses the buff swordsmanship disable. After that, he follows up with Wind of Justice. The moment it lands, one of the monsters dies instantly, and the others panic over their fallen ally. Grid tells them they should worry about themselves instead. Then he cuts down the others with quick, sharp moves, but one of them hits him from behind and takes away a third of his HP. Even so, it still can't kill him. He admits these monsters are no joke, but restoring mana comes first. So he grabs his dagger again and gets ready to use Pagma's swordsmanship one more time. This time he uses Wave, and the last two die fast. He levels up and gets 10 stat points. He puts all of them into Intelligence, which raises his mana by 30. That's perfect for him right now. And he figures he doesn't need to stress too much. He can always earn more points later by making items. Then Pyro suddenly appears and says the view is nice. Grid immediately wonders why there's a person out here. He checks the name above his head, sees he's an NPC, and recognizes him as Pyro. Pyro tells him not to be afraid. He just has a request, but Grid, being clueless as ever, asks if Pyro is a beggar. Pyro laughs and asks what made him think that. Grid says everything about him does, and warns him to stop shouting before more monsters show up. And of course more do show up, asking who killed their brothers. Grid thought they were rare at first, but now there are way too many, 11 of them. He panics and thinks this time he's really dead. So he sees only one way out and points at Pyro, saying he was the one who killed them. That makes Pyro furious. He can't believe the kid would throw someone else to the wolves just to save himself. Then he draws his sword and wipes them all out with a single slash. After that, he starts talking about how much he despises people like Grid. Meanwhile, Grid is too stunned by the sword itself. He wonders if it's some famous weapon because Pyro just killed 11 mermen in one hit. He starts apologizing, but Pyro cuts him off. There's no point dragging this out. He simply says he wants Grid's help. Then Grid gets an S-rank quest, the true traitor of the Red Knights. Pyro asks him to act in his place and finish his revenge. The target is Asmophil. The reward is the title Agent of Revenge, which gives the cruelty stat. He also learns the Red Knights used to be the strongest knight order on the continent. Pyro found out that Asmophil, the vice-captain, had a secret meeting with the Empress. Pyro was jailed for knowing the truth, and because he's been on the run ever since, he now needs someone else to carry out his revenge. Grid admits the reward is tempting, but there's no way he can fight a vice-captain. It's also insanely far away. So he refuses, saying he doesn't have the time or the power to do it. Pyro calls that an obvious lie and asks if the reward still isn't enough. Grid insists he's serious. He really doesn't have the strength for this, and he tells Pyro to just leave him alone since he already said no. Then Pyro reminds him that he was interested in his sword, and says he'll add it to the reward. It's a unique ranked weapon with amazing stats. Pyro says if Grid can kill the spiders and mermen in the gorge, then saying he lacks skill is just an excuse. Since the reward got bigger, his answer should change too. Then he touches Grid's leg with his sword and warns that if he keeps refusing, he can die. That one touch deals 7,500 damage. Grid is left reeling, and the Apostle of Justice's courage activates to keep him from collapsing. Grid can't believe it. Pyro only hit his thigh once, and it shredded his HP. He realizes Pyro somehow knows everything he did here, and won't even listen to him. Grid can't believe an NPC would actually kill a player for refusing a quest, so the kid tells Pyro to go ahead and kill him. He says dying here and losing some experience is way better than failing the quest, and losing 4 levels. On top of that, respawning in Winston wouldn't even be so bad. Pyro looks at him with disgust, and says people like him have no idea how precious life is. Then he tells Grid to get out. Grid asks why, since Pyro just said he'd kill him for refusing. Pyro answers that he doesn't kill innocent people. Still, if Grid changes his mind, he should come find him. Pyro won't force him, but Grid is his only hope. Back outside, Grid finally gets Dane's Leaf, even if it's only a replica. He's thrilled. Even top-ranked players don't have weapons like this, and since it's a great sword, boosting it later could make its stats ridiculous. Khan starts crying because he's seeing Pagma's swordsmanship with his own eyes. He says he can't thank Grid enough. Grid brushes it off and asks what he should do next, but Khan tells him to rest first. Grid notices his second-class quest still hasn't opened. Even so, he made it to level 98 on the way back, and even if he thinks some of it was a waste, he still put more points into intelligence. At least both of his skills leveled up, so he's in a pretty good mood. Then someone asks if Grid is there, and says the Lord is urgently looking for him. They need him to come to Winston Castle right away. When he gets there, he's taken to the castle forge, and Grid says he didn't even know they had one. They tell him they want his next job done here because they're in a hurry. The man explains that the Yatan Church has been growing fast since the appearance of the 8th servant. Now they're heading for Winston and destroying villages along the way. Grid says he heard that Yura, that witch from Yatan, is the 8th servant. That makes things even more dangerous, since players get 20% bonus XP for joining the Yatan Church during this event. So the man says they need defenses at Kimban Fortress to stop them, and hands Grid the item they want him to make. It's the production method for the Divine Shield, a rare legendary rank item. He gets an AA rank quest to forge it, and the goal is to make a shield of at least epic rank within 2 days. Grid thinks that item is amazing. There's no way he can turn down a free production method for a level 190 item. Then the man says he brought a priest to add divine power to the shield. He introduces him as Cassius, a priest who serves Rebecca, the goddess of light. Grid takes one look at the priest and is thrown off by how shady he seems. He wonders when the guy even got there. Then he gets to work, quickly realizing Mithril is really hard to handle. At this rate, he'll have to stay up for 2 straight nights. He also accepted the quest, because he made no money at the gorge. The problem is, the materials are insanely expensive, especially with Mithril in the mold, and gold being the symbol of Rebecca's church. In the end, he spends 17,000 gold just on materials, and uses up all his savings to make 2 shields. And even if they turn out rare, he still can't sell them, because only Rebecca church members can use them. Back in the real world, they talk about the real Grid, a guy who's hard to sum up. He keeps avoiding the fastest path to success, and chooses the slow way instead, so Sang-min's frustration makes total sense. Then he notices someone else there and wonders if it's an NPC. He asks the supercomputer if it might be a character named Isabel. The computer says no. That only makes Grid even more interesting to him. An unexpected variable has appeared. 2 days later, the deadline arrives. Grid barely finishes in time and tells the priest he can start his part now. And he asks why he stayed there for 2 whole days, when Grid could have called him after the shield was done. The priest says he stayed to pray for Grid's good luck. Rebecca is the goddess of light, and that light includes all good energy, even luck, so his prayer should help. Grid thinks that's pretty funny, because the guy looks so gloomy that it's hard to believe he brings anyone luck. Still, Grid hopes the blessing works, since all his money went into this. A moment later, the priest calls out, "It's ready." The prayer was answered. Grid checks the divine shield, sees only a rare rank, and goes pale. He stares at the priest with dead eyes, saying this was supposed to be a blessing, not a curse, and calls him a demon. But the priest says that wasn't the real result. The one that was answered is this, the perfect legendary divine shield. Grid freezes. Then he lights up, thrilled that he actually made a legendary item. The priest tells him to deliver it. Grid starts thinking the prayer really did work. No matter what, this shield is amazing, and the administrator better be ready to pay big. Instead, the administrator says, "Good work," claims the payment will come later, and tells him to go home for now. Grid is stunned, but the administrator blames the recent war and says they're dealing with an economic crisis. Grid demands the shield back since he paid for it himself. It belongs to him, and this is nothing like what happened with the self-transcendent sword. The administrator responds by ordering the guards to throw Grid into the dungeon. Everyone is confused, but the administrator says the shield must be delivered to that person. Grid was reckless for pushing this, even after being treated well. The owner of that shield is someone they can't go against. Grid keeps cursing and asks what the hell he's talking about. How can they do this to a tax-paying citizen? Then that dead-faced priest steps in. He uses purifying light, and the attack hits the administrator. A black mist bursts out of his body, and he falls backward. The priest says he knew something felt wrong. Only members of Rebecca's church can use the divine shield, yet they asked a priest to make it instead of a paladin. If they wanted something they couldn't use, then the plan was to steal it. He figures a Yatan priest must have brainwashed the administrator. Right then the culprit appears beside them holding the shield. He's surprised the priest figured it out, but laughs it off. A mere priest can't stop him. The priest realizes this can't be an ordinary Yatan priest. A normal one would struggle just to look at the holy shield, so this man must be a high priest. In the back, Grid is still yelling for his shield. Then someone crashes through the wall, saying she knew this would happen. Isabel asks what he would have done if she hadn't come. This isn't like their usual bet. Grid notices she's another NPC and has no idea what's going on, while the priest asks if she really had to enter through the wall instead of the door. She says this way is way cooler, then turns to Yatan. She tells him to explain why he wants the divine shield. Then he spots the spear she's carrying. It's Lifefull spear, and he asks why Rebecca's daughter is here. She tells him he'd better start praying. He realizes this wasn't part of the plan and decides to get out fast. The priest calls to Isabel. They need to catch him now. Grid gets left behind while they chase after him, still confused about this so-called daughter of Rebecca and wondering if he'll at least get a quest from having his shield stolen. But that variable from earlier wasn't the kind that comes with a normal quest notification. Grid only understands what happened 30 minutes after everyone is gone. Furious, he runs outside screaming, calling them scammers and demanding his shield back. Meanwhile, in Pedro, a city south of the Giant Guild's territory, Kronos, the third-ranked player overall, is looking at armor made by an unknown blacksmith. He says the performance is solid. They may have failed to recruit the number 1 and 2 blacksmiths, Panmure and Stang, but they still need to find the smith in Winston. Every guild is desperately searching for this rumored blacksmith. Back at Winston Castle, Regis says his informants learned that Erica was actually Euphemina. Finding this blacksmith should calm Jashuka down, and they hear the Tezuka guild is searching Winston too. On the way, Regis spots a depressed-looking Grid and recognizes him as the guy they recruited for the Forest Guardian raid. He calls him the armorless gladiator, and Grid realizes it's Regis. Grid gets annoyed because this is that muscular pretty boy from Baron Village, the same idiot who let him join the raid. Then he realizes he might get something out of this and decides the nice guy will probably do him a favor. So Grid starts whining that his item was stolen and says he wants to die. Regis instantly feels bad, says that's awful, tells him not to be like that, and promises to help. But Jushuka shows up and smacks Regis right away. She asks what he's doing, why he isn't handling what she told him to do, and who exactly he thinks he's helping. Grid meanwhile notices up close that she's gorgeous. She catches him staring and asks what he's looking at, then says Regis has orders so Grid should mind his own business. Regis explains that she's his guildmaster, Jashuka, but Grid doesn't care and asks why she's stopping someone from helping him. They start arguing. Grid says being guildmaster doesn't mean she gets to boss everyone around, and Jashuka fires back that of course her guild member has to follow her orders. Who would ever follow Grid's? But Grid knows that shield is worth millions of gold, so he really needs Regis's help and begs him to come along. Jashuka realizes this could hurt her image, and says she can't believe Regis got dragged into something so weird but leaves the choice to him. Regis says people should help the weak. That's the spirit of Taekwondo. That makes Jashuka even madder as the two idiots bounce around like fools, and she swears she'll kill that Taekwondo nerd. After they leave, she hears people saying Grid was the one who competed in the blacksmith duel, alongside Khan against Irene. Only then does Jashuka realize he's the boy she was looking for, and he might know where Euphemina is. She thinks about messaging Regis, but he's blocked all her messages, so she says Grid won't get away after dragging Regis off to help someone else, and she'll have the whole guild hunt him down. Meanwhile, at the Yitan church, they pray before a strange cross, and the man leading them is Malachus, Yitan's sixth servant and the church's high priest. He says he didn't expect Winston Castle's defenses to be so weak. Because of that, he even managed to get the best virgin sacrifice of all, Irene, locked up. Irene keeps staring at the ring she still has. She remembers Doran saying that man was the reason they managed to save her, and that she should keep him close and trust him. He's the man who will recognize that ring. The next day, Grid complains that they searched all night, so what if this isn't even the right mountain? Raga says they can just search another one. Ragas also comments on how amazing Grid's gear is. He says he knew Grid was strong, and Grid explains he finally put armor on, since they don't know when they'll find the thief. Ragas remembers Grid saying the thief had dark energy, and guesses he's a servant of Yaten's church. If he's a priest, then stealing the item makes sense, especially if it could harm their church. Grid agrees, then points ahead and asks if those are the guys. Ragas says it looks like it. Since they're in the middle of a subjugation mission, some of them must be around Winston. Grid tells Ragas to lure them over and take them out quietly, but Ragas charges straight at them. He shouts for them to come on and hits them with Storm Strike. After wiping them out, Ragas says he's been training hard thanks to Grid. Grid is shocked he beat all of them, and admits the guy isn't all talk. He's actually strong. Grid says the old man must be inside since he wasn't outside, and Ragas says that means more training. But the moment they step into the cave, Malachus says he hates unwanted guests. His dark power hits both of them with fear, weakness, and paralysis. Then he goes after Grid, but the system says a legend doesn't give in to fear so easily, and Grid dodges after resisting all the debuffs. Ragas isn't as lucky, he gets hit and pierced through the stomach. Grid turns back in shock, wondering if Ragas failed to dodge because of the paralysis. Ragas says this is probably as far as his training could take him. Malachus says it's impressive that someone endured his magic, and asks if Grid is like Yura, though he clearly doesn't care much about the answer. He just says he'll show the boy no mercy. Grid thinks this idiot has it backward. He attacks first and asks questions later. Then Malachus sends a strip flying up and creates a burst of wind over Grid, leaving Malachus surprised by what happens next. Seeing Malachus, Ragas says they need help from the guild. He tells everyone he's on a hill in the middle of the cursed mountains, and that Malachus showed up there. Jashuka snaps at him, asking if he has a death wish and how he could be this reckless. But Ragas tells her to calm down. He doesn't know what's going on, but Malachus should be at Yatan's main temple. Since he's level 310, everyone needs to get ready and come fast. Jashuka says she doesn't care about Malachus right now. He needs to stay with Grit because he's Khan's disciple, and they still need answers from him about Euphemina. That only confuses Ragas more. So the kid's a blacksmith? Meanwhile, Grit keeps moving fast, using the blacksmith's footwork and chaining attacks with his new sword. He says he always meant to use this someday, just not this soon. Still, he got ready for this while searching for what was stolen. Grit says he has to hold it with both hands since he lacks strength, but the sword's weight makes up for that. Then he brings out +5 ideal sword. Using Pagma's swordsmanship link, he cuts through all of Malachus's attacks. That burst of power from Grit leaves Ragas stunned. He can't believe someone this strong is really a blacksmith, and says everyone must have it wrong. Malachus starts laughing. The sword is amazing, he admits, but it's useless if it can't touch his body. Grit wonders what kind of cloak that is and how much damage it can absorb. Malachus says Grit's own weakness ruined his fun, then orders him to die under divine punishment. His attack hits the boy and knocks off his mask, but Grit uses Pagma's swordsmanship restraint to stop Malachus, who looks shocked that he can't get any closer. Grit is relieved. His mana recovered just in time. He tells Ragas that if he's healed up, they need to get out of there. Ragas says he wanted to fight someone strong, and luckily, backup got there fast. Right then, the guild master arrives and fires an arrow straight at Malachus, catching him off guard. She tells them to stay to the side unless they want to end up full of holes and dead against that monster. Ragas is happy to see her there, and she says they'll talk later. Then she warns Grit not to even think about leaving, and to stay right there. Looking at her, he realizes that's a special Jaffa arrow. He says he made those himself and asks if she bought them. She's stunned and asks if he really forged them, So the person they were looking for was right in front of her the whole time. Malicus calls them idiots and asks what mere humans can do against a servant of Yathan who has transcended. Jaffa tells Grit not to move and to stay exactly where he is. Then she tells Malicus to quit the nonsense, he's just prey standing in front of the Tezaka guild. Malicus, Yatan's sixth servant, was one of the church's strongest high priests. He oversaw brutal rituals, including sacrificing 87 virgins to turn the king of the Burgerstein principality into a fool, and 607 more to spread an epidemic through Count Raven's land. Malicus asks if he's the prey and mocks them again. What can mere humans do against someone who transcended as Yatan's servant? Jashuka puts that confidence to the test as he faces her guild, the strongest one there is. He says he'll offer her to his god and attacks Jashuka, but then Tobin steps in front of her and blocks it with the Shield of Patience. Using that opening, she keeps firing at him. Tobin realizes even that simple hit took 20 durability off his shield. He knows she's acting tough in front of the others, but this level 310 mage is no ordinary enemy. She keeps attacking from every angle, while Malicus calls her arrows useless. Then Regis appears behind him and tries to strike. He says this is exactly why he came. His body can't stop moving when a powerful enemy stands in front of him. Malicus is surprised to see him there, but Regis uses Piercing Mirror, sending Malicus flying. He even crashes to the ground with his eyes rolled back. Jasuka tells Regis not to make her waste arrows, and he says he knew she'd fire at the perfect moment. She says Malicus's combat skill is weaker than the other servants, and her guild's average level is over 200, so they can win. Then she asks why everyone's standing around. They need to kill him now. Vant charges first, saying he wants all of them to survive, but Regis notices something strange on his back and gets hit by several dark beams from Malicus, ending up pinned like a bug on display. Malicus shows his true colors and says they are worthless beings daring to defy a god. Then he pours magic power into Regis. His massive dark power spreads fear, paralysis, and weakness over everyone there, and they can't move their bodies. Right after that, Malicus unleashes a surprise spell. The damage is huge, blasting everyone away and leaving them badly hurt. Jashuka notices that everyone lost over 30% of their HP from just one attack. It was a black magic debuff skill with no cast time, and it also gave the caster big mana recovery. In other words, Malicus really was terrifyingly strong. So he asks again, who's the prey now, while slamming Regis to the ground. Toban tells them to protect the guildmaster. She says she can handle herself with a health potion and orders everyone to listen. As guildmaster, her priority is protecting the blacksmith grid. Even if they all die here, he has to live. But then she notices he is perfectly fine and wonders how that's even possible. Not only that, he's wearing armor and holding a sword. Isn't he supposed to be a blacksmith? She wonders if their info was wrong, but then remembers he said he made the arrows. Malicus also notices the boy wasn't affected again and demands to know what that brat did. Jashuka says she doesn't get it either, and orders the vanguard to advance. Vantner really does rush in and swings his axe at Malicus, but thinks he can't get through the cloak. If that's the case, he'll raise his speed. Malicus calls it annoying and says speed won't help anyway. Then a lancer appears and attacks together with Vantner. Malicus notices the strike is lightning fast and barely blocks it in time. On top of that, the force behind it is huge. Pong says it was a perfect surprise attack, but sadly Malicus still blocked it. As the two keep attacking, they start arguing over who's trying to steal Ken's spotlight. Malicus gets furious at their bickering and tells them to shut up, then blasts both of them away. Plong still mocks him, saying getting mad like that won't help. So Malicus throws another ribbon-like attack at Plong, and Plong realizes it homes in on him. He fires Kill Spear at it, cuts the strip apart, and lands a direct hit on Malicus. Malicus thinks the blow broke through 3 layers of his shield, and he's shocked to be humiliated like this by a mere adventurer. Banter keeps up the pressure with weapon throw, and Malicus gets hit again, but it does almost nothing. Banter wonders why. Pong says he's being too greedy as a Guardian Knight. He explains that Guardian Knights with high strength grow fast and do well in PvP, but that build also makes strong enemies harder to deal with. Banter gets frustrated. It's not like he can just reset his stats. He doesn't have valuable gear to make that kind of money. Pong says that even so, he can't believe Kill Spear was this useless. Guess there really is a first time for everything. Then he realizes it's not because of Malicus's defense. It's because his weapon isn't level 190, is low level, and even as a rare unique item, this is its limit. He says he's probably not the only one who understands the real value of the blacksmith who shook the world with the arrows he forged. Then Malicus turns to Jashuka and says he'll show her real despair. He grabs Regis by the hair and tells her to watch closely, because that'll be her in a few seconds. Vantner asks if Regis has any potions left and wonders if he really came without preparing to help anyone. Regis says he wanted to see things up close and thought it would be good training. But then Malicus asks if he's done with his last words. Everyone starts feeling hopeless, because the experience a ranker loses on death is way too huge. On top of that, there's nothing they can do. His magic attack and defense are all top tier. Jishuka starts to despair. While people call Regis stupid for rushing in without thinking and say he brought this on himself, Jishuka forces herself to think, should she risk everyone and push forward or save their strength by sacrificing? But then Grid cuts in, asking what these rankers are even doing. Does any of them know how much money is on the line for him right now? That catches Malicus off guard. Grid charges straight at him with Pagma's swordsmanship, shouting for him to let Regis go. Malicus is stunned to see the kid already right in front of him. Then Grid uses Pagma's swordsmanship again and binds Malicus once more. People call it a style of swordplay that makes your heart race with every move. It carries crushing pressure, but there's also something beautiful about it. To everyone watching, it almost feels like time stops. The only word for that swordsmanship is overwhelming. And Malicus can't understand why he feels this way when he only fears God and Adan. He knows he could kill Grid in a second, so why does this weakling keep standing in front of him and pressing him like this? In the end, he lets go of Regis. Regis says Grid gets more amazing the more he watches him. It's rare to see someone who isn't even a ranker fight this hard, and it reminds him of something Grid said before, that good control doesn't just come from gear. Grid is shocked that a ranker is thanking him like this, even though he only used a simple sword skill. He thinks Regis really is the perfect sucker, probably the kind of guy who'd do anything if you asked. Grid basically gives up on him, then remembers the bind only lasts 3 seconds, and Malicus is already in front of him. Malicus demands to know who the hell Grid is, because that pressure from before vanished like it was never there. Grid can tell Malicus is furious, and there's no way he can escape alone. Then she suddenly creates a wall of fire in front of them, telling them to get out now. Even then, Grid still has time to simp over the world-famous singer, and the idiot runs toward her saying he loves her songs. She warns him that something's behind him. He almost gets hit. Jashuka yells at him, asking what he's doing and telling him to move. Malicus gets even angrier, asking if they really think he'll let them run, and this time he actually lands a hit on Grid's back. But things aren't what they seem. Malicus realizes there's a rat among these worms. Faker saved the two of them with stealth. Grid tries to say something to him, but Faker is already gone. A second later, he's attacking Malicus again. Malicus mocks them, asking if they really think numbers alone can beat him. Vantner starts complaining, and so does Pong. But then someone asks if Vantner remembers Jashuka's arrows hitting Malicus earlier. He has blind spots when he can't prepare for an attack, and they ask Regis if Penetrating Mirror was meant to confirm that, but even he didn't know about that plan. Faker says it doesn't matter, because Malicus can still block every high-level skill the rankers use. And if Pong is right about his mana problem, then Malicus should be taking hits by now. Right then, Malicus starts casting something nasty, and he unleashes magic over everyone while summoning a huge Cerberus behind him. He orders the demonic hound to kill them all. For a moment they laugh, saying he made all that fuss just to summon a dog, but Jashuka warns them not to lower their guard. The beast immediately attacks with ice, fire, and poison. Tabam is shocked that it all came out so fast, and Jashuka orders the front line to attack while the people in the back protect Grid. Meanwhile, Grid himself barely seems to understand what's happening. Watching his swordplay, she thinks he's not a blacksmith at all, but a blade dancer. Still, he recognized her arrows, so for now they need to protect him. She keeps attacking, while Vantner says smashing Cerberus's head is a frontline job. He might not be able to finish Malicus, but these bastards are his. He even manages to hurt the dog a little, but it definitely doesn't go down. Vantner is sure he landed the hit, so he wonders if the beast is just ignoring the damage. Then it attacks him at point-blank range. He thinks these punks shouldn't underestimate a Guardian Knight's defense, but then he notices his axes are being corroded. Just then, Misha fires magic missile bread and slams the dog from the side, knocking it away, then tells Vantner to keep going since the path is open. Vantner grumbles that he can't believe he needed that bastard's help, then uses Guardian's effort to attack the monk again, but the dog rushes him even after losing one of its mouths. Pong thinks Vantner may have dumped everything into strength, but he's still a Guardian Knight, and no one can deny he has the best armor and magic resistance in the guild. Even so, Pong is surprised that dog endured even the magic spear. He says the beast has to be at least level 300, and then it attacks everyone again. Tabem says a lot of unexpected things are happening, but they're getting too impatient. Malicus may be a high-level monk, but the damage is building up. If they can just hold the line, the people in back can fire their strongest attacks. Jashuka agrees and tells Tabam to hang on. But Tabam thinks even his best shield is being eaten away. That dog is a monster. Still, if they endure a little longer, they can win. Malicus starts thinking these travelers are terrifying. Not only did they stop the wild dog, it even looks like they might beat it. But that only matters for one of them. So he summons a whole pack of those dogs. That shocks everyone, and their fighting spirit drops hard. Jashuka lowers her bow and says it looks like this is over. There's nowhere left to run. They've been completely beaten. She tells everyone the raid has failed and apologizes to the guild members. Malicus laughs and calls them weaklings, asking if they finally understand the power of God Yatan. As High Priest, nothing makes him happier, and now it's time for them all to die. But then Grid starts walking toward them. The dogs begin backing away, and Malicus wonders why they're retreating. They keep stepping back, growling the whole time. Grid says he can't believe he almost forgot about this, in the middle of all that chaos, and he pulls out the sacred shield, or at least the rare version. He grumbles that some jerk stole the real one too. Malicus realizes that once again this brat is ruining his plans. Grid complains that he can't believe he had to use this crappy shield at all, and keeps walking with his head down while Jashuka asks if he made that shield too, just like her arrows. That's when everyone learns he forged the arrow, and Vantner asks if the shield is good or something. Tobam says it's far beyond good. As a shield user, he knows this shield is unlike any other, one of the 3 best he's ever seen. The kid asks what they're talking about, because this shield is just a failed piece. The real shield was stolen by a thief from the Sishan church. Tobom is stunned, asking if that thing is really a failure. Malachus then recognizes it as the divine shield, and realizes Grid is the rumored blacksmith who worked for Lord Winston. If Grid has the shield, then Mesta failed. Grid gets mad when he hears Malachus knows the man who stole his shield and asks if he was the one who sent him to steal it. Still furious, Grid keeps pressing him, while Pong says that from the way Malachus talks, Grid really is a blacksmith, but he's wearing heavy armor only knights use, has enough dexterity to equip a dagger, and on top of that, he showed serious sword skill, so they can't treat him like some ordinary blacksmith. Pong figures risking the guild over an unknown player only makes sense if Grid has a secret class, though for now that's just a guess. They'll learn everything after the raid is over, and Jashuka asks Ragas if he's ready to move again, because she knows he won't just stand there. He says of course. After that last attack, he says he already understands how to strike Malachus, and plans to finish this now. Jashuka thinks Ragas is pure combat talent. Even Pong can't match him there. He may be a bit dumb, but he's strong. Then Ragas speaks to Grid, saying those dogs seem afraid of his shield, so he wants Grid's help. Grid figures the guy must finally understand his value, if he's asking now. He decides Ragas must be thinking straight at last, and there's no way he can pass up this chance. After all, he can smell it, the smell of money. So he agrees, but on one condition: he wants 50% of whatever items Malachus drops. Vantner says that's insane. There are 17 people here, so how is Grid supposed to take half? They've been helping him for free, and now he wants to get paid? But Grid points out they're all in the same group, and besides, the one actually asking for help is Ragas, so why is Vantner the one complaining? Pong tells him to drop it. If Grid's shield lets them clear the raid, splitting it 50-50 is still worth it. Still, Grid shouldn't forget they were strong enough to make this possible for him too. Once Jashuka agrees, greedy Grid immediately thinks he should have asked for 70-30. Then she sends a party invite to him, and Grid sees that all 17 guild members are over level 200. Jashuka, Pong, and Ragas could easily be in the top 20 of the whole ranking, and the rest could make top 100. He had no idea they were this strong. At the same time, they see that Grid is only level 95. Even with a secret class, they wonder if maybe he's actually terrible at the game. But Ragas walks over to comfort him, saying it's fine. All he needs to do is hold the shield, and Grid admits Ragas really is a nice guy. Ragas grabs the kid and throws him straight at Malachos, telling him not to come back. He lands right at Malachos' feet. Malachos reaches for the shield, but Ragas rushes in. Malachos catches it and says their attacks are useless, as long as his cloak is active. Even so, Ragas still lands the hit, using Grid's shield to help. Malachos is stunned. How did that attack get through his cloak? Just a moment ago that brat looked weak, so where did that power come from? Then Ragas unleashes a chain of strikes on Malachos. Malachos starts to realize it's not a trick. Ragas is dodging the cloak by changing his attack path at the last second. He pushed his muscles so hard they look ready to burst, and Malachos can only think one thing: this guy is a monster. Ragas keeps going all out, getting faster and faster, until Malachos takes a final hit in the back and gets blasted across the room, crashing into the wall in ruins. Jashuka orders everyone outside. It's not over yet, so nobody should let their guard down. Ragas tells Grid to handle the dogs, and Grid shoots back, asking if he looks like some kind of vet. Malachos starts waking up, furious, demanding to know how mortals dared do this to a priest of Yatena. Then he moves into his next phase. For a second, they wonder if it's over, but Pong says no. Malachos still has plenty of mana. He already knew they couldn't hurt him unless they broke his shield. Even after spending a ton of magic power, Malachos is still healing. Malachos mocks them, saying weaklings like them can come this far, but they'll never break his shield. Then Jashuka fires an arrow straight into his eye, making him scream, and she says it went through. Ragas explains that when Malachos attacked, he got hit by penetrating mirror. On top of that, he had to use 3 layers of his shield to block Pong's spear. That means he has to focus to keep the shield up. If too many attacks come at once, he can't defend everything without exposing a gap. Jashuka says that makes it obvious. Her strongest arrow can pierce him. She even gives him credit for healing after half his head got blown apart. Grid asks Ragas how things are going, because standing back here is getting boring. Ragas tells him they can finish this because of him. Malachos rises again, saying mortals are impressive but still doomed to die. Then, with a grim look, he asks if they forgot about his magic power. A cloud forms at the ceiling as he casts divine punishment, and black lightning starts crashing down. Everyone gets hit, taking huge damage, and some of them even die. Malachos laughs and tells them to perish before the power of his god. Jashuka realizes they'll be wiped out, but she can't let her guild die here. They have to beat him now, so she fires her last arrow and says she'll use her strongest move, pouring in 100% of her mana to launch the Phoenix arrow. Even Grid, all the way in back, can feel how strong it is. The shot tears Malachos in half, and he tells Jashuka it was truly powerful, but says he'll just heal again and that victory is still his, calling them worms. Jashuka drops to her knees. Tobin and Vantner charge in. Since they're the only ones still able to move, they have to kill him before he heals again, so they throw everything they have at him. From the back, Grid asks what happened and why everyone's down, yelling at them to do something. She asks if he's okay, if it's because of the shield. Ragas says they were hit by a massive attack, but the 2 of them alone won't be enough. Grid starts wondering how this is supposed to be the top guild if they're still struggling even with his support. Then he notices something new, a group buff he didn't even know he had. So he pulls out Dying Sleeve and Malicos tells them to enjoy their final moments. The others think his healing is too strong. They can't win. The raid has failed. Malicos says he had a lot of fun, but Grid suddenly appears above him, sword in hand, and cuts Malicos in an X with a perfect critical. Everyone stares, asking what just happened. He's a messenger of Yatan, so how is this possible? Then Grid uses Pagma's sword dance kill. Malicos can't believe a weakling like Grid would dare do this, and the kid finally ends the raid against Malicos. Since Grid got the killing blow, fear spreads across the world. His fame on the continent rises by 3,000. The Yatan church becomes permanently hostile to him and the other churches grow friendlier. With this high priest dead, the Yatan church loses a huge amount of power until a new one is chosen. Grid also gains 1.5 million experience and levels up. As party leader, Jashuka gets all the loot, while Grid is thrilled. She can't understand what just happened. A level 95 player beat that monster. Who even is Grid? Grid points out that the party was active, so the leader gets the drops and asks if she's trying to cheat him out of his share. Jashuka can barely believe this guy but says she'll keep her promise and tells him not to worry. The others all say he's amazing, and when Layla tries to thank him, he starts getting flustered. Then snaps back to Jashuka and asks if they're trying to distract him and run off with the loot. Pong starts realizing Grid is incredible in more ways than one. Jashuka says once everyone is healed, they'll split the rewards. She thinks that even if his personality is a mess, a blacksmith with combat skill like this is someone they need. Then she brings out Malicos' unique rank cloak, Malicos' mask, and his dark magic orb. Pong says the cloak isn't that great. It raises intelligence, but the blood smell is awful. Vantner asks if that insane defense skill was unique to Malicos. Zednis says the mask is good because it boosts all resistance and lowers cast time. Tubin points out that Zednis and Luella are the only mages in the guild, and Jashuka says she wants to give the mask and orb to them. Since they all agree on that, Grid thinks it over, looks at the items, and says he wants the cloak. Jashuka is shocked that he picked the worst item. Grid asks why they're staring at him. They cleared the raid because of him, so are they backing out now? Pong starts thinking this idiot may be giving up the best items on purpose, and says he didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Rigas can't believe Grid chose wrong, but for the guild's sake nobody says anything, even though he feels he should be honest. Then Jashuka steps in and tells Grid the cloak is the least valuable of the three, asking him to think again. Grid thinks there was nothing to worry about. She really is honorable. Still, he has his reasons. The cloak gives intelligence, which matters for his sword dance, and its blood scent draws monsters in, which is perfect for hunting. For a blacksmith like him who needs to level fast instead of boosting pure combat power, it's a great item. So Grid tells them he still wants the cloak. For a blacksmith, that was a rare choice, but it showed he had matured and was focused on leveling as fast as possible. Jashuka thinks even his item choice is surprising. She says they want the mask and orb and asks if it's okay for them to buy one from him. Since Malicos is a unique boss that doesn't respawn, there's no market price, so they'll need time to list it at auction and see what players offer before canceling the sale. Grid agrees, but says they'll be the ones paying the fee. Then they move on to the enchantment magic stones. Altogether, they're worth about 33,600 gold, but Jashuka says they'll give every one of them to Grid. Without him, they would have died in that raid, so all the stones are his. Grid thinks she's not just beautiful but generous too. Rigas says he did a good job and they'll keep looking for his stolen item the next day. Grid is happy Rigas still plans to help, and Rigas says of course he made a promise. Jashuka says they'll meet again in 3 days to finish the trade. She'll send him a private message and he'd better reply. Grid says he'll see about it, then thinks it's finally over and heads out too. But then he starts wondering why that bastard was here in the first place. Just seeing this cave makes him want to explore it. Meanwhile, Irene dreams of Doran telling her to get ready to return to the palace. Since he arrived at the perfect time, she must not let him slip away, and she should remember the young man she was told about. She recalls the man who helped save her from the Yatan temple and wonders if he's really coming. When she opens her eyes, she sees Grid's hand holding her ring. He says he knew that ring looked familiar. It's Doran's ring, which means she must be the Count's daughter that Doran saved. Her eyes go wide in shock. She tells him they've met again, then asks if he's the one who made the self-transcended sword. He wonders why she was missing while the castle was in chaos, then realizes Malicus kidnapped her. That triggers a new quest, escort Irene back to Winston Castle. He notices it's another automatic quest. Still, the reward makes it worth it. He can finally get Doran's ring. To him, that ring is special because of Doran, and he's already thinking about how much it could sell for at auction. There's an even bigger reward on the line, but when he turns around, Yatan's followers start chasing him. He scoops Irene into his arms and says she won't be able to move fast on her own, so she should hold on. She apologizes for slowing him down. He brushes that off and tells her he'll do everything he can for her. Meanwhile, the Yatan men rush in, determined to kill Malicus's enemy. With Irene on his back, Grid uses his quick movement skills to get past them. As they keep moving, she starts to see him differently. Irene knows real strength. She grew up around powerful people like her father and the Northern Knights. Then she remembers Doran telling her to trust the man who recognized the ring. So she starts putting her faith in Grid. Grid, on the other hand, is thinking about something else. If the ring boosts his affinity with Irene enough, maybe he could even marry her. That would make him the husband of Winston's lady, and basically its lord, which makes him even happier because he's already dreaming about paying no taxes. Right then, the enemy tries to curse him. He blocks it with that shield, then mocks them, saying weaklings like them can't even scratch him. After all, he beat Malachus. That same day, Yatan's church quickly weakened after the death of its sixth servant, Malachus. Until a new high priest was chosen, players couldn't become black magicians. At the same time, the Sadaka Guild shot up in fame after the Malachus raid. Players flooded in asking to join, and the impact spread through both Satisfy and the real world. While they travel, Irene asks how he can be so strong when he's supposed to be a blacksmith. He says he's a little different, though he struggles to explain it. In the end, he just says he's overgeared, and that day became the start of a whole new path in Grid's life. Once they reach Winston Castle, everyone is overjoyed to see Irene back. Faker asks to be punished for failing to protect her. She tells him to worry about healing from the mission, but he still blames himself and begs for punishment. Irene insists he recover quickly, because Yatan's attacks will only get worse. During her rescue, Malachus, the sixth servant who kidnapped her, was killed. She explains that she almost died as a sacrifice, but survived because Grid defeated Malachus and saved her. Faker then recognizes him as the blacksmith who made the self-transcendent sword. Still, he wonders what kind of blacksmith Grid really is. He doesn't look impressive, and Irene's expression makes it seem like she's fallen for him. After hearing what happened, Faker admits Grid seems very different now. If he truly defeated Malachus, his reputation must be huge. Then Faker calls him Winston's savior and says he'll never forget this kindness. With that, the quest is cleared. Irene gives him the ring as a sign of thanks, saying it was left behind by the man who once saved her, so he must treasure it. The boy says he has a connection to Doran too, so of course he'll take care of it. But the moment he takes Doran's ring, it binds to him. He's stunned. He was planning to sell it at auction. He says the effect alone should be worth millions, but now he can't even sell it, which makes it useless to him besides the stat boost. Irene then says she'll hold a banquet for him, and asks him to come. Tearing up, he happily agrees. Later that afternoon, he thinks over everything he gained. He reached level 97 after killing Malachus, and the drops brought in 33,600 gold, almost $35,000. He realizes the guild helped him a lot, and decides it's time to log out. Back in the real world, he goes out to eat with his sister. She asks for somewhere cheaper because the place costs $200 a person, but he says it's fine. He made $35,000 the day before, and even promises to take their parents somewhere better later. She points out he can't make that kind of money every day, and they still owe $500,000. He tells her she worries too much for someone who just started high school. While he says that Yura happens to pass by and recognizes him as the guy from the Yatan church. She never expected to see him in real life, so she quietly watches him while another woman talks to her. Yura thinks that even after all her digging, she still never learned his real identity, and wonders if he lives nearby. He's the only person who ever made her feel defeated, and now the rank 5 player has finally found him. So she calls someone and tells them to investigate the man eating there. She's going to find out who he is. Around then, he gets a call from a woman, and he instantly gets excited. It's Jung, his first love. He recognizes her voice right away and asks what happened. She says he still remembered her voice and teases that he really is as caring as ever. Then she says it's nothing serious. She was looking through their graduation album, saw his picture, and wondered if he wanted to grab a drink later, if he had time. He hurriedly tells his sister to finish eating, wondering what's going on, because she actually called him. Back then, he was too scared to confess, because he had nothing. But now things are different. Now he has money, so he goes to dinner with her. She says he seems a lot nicer now, and it's been 2 years since they last met. Meanwhile, he can only think about how beautiful she is and feels like his heart might burst just being near her. He's waited so long for this moment and decides he has to finally tell her how he feels. When she says he's changed a lot, he answers that he got a good job and even paid off all his debts. He remembers spending $1,000 on those clothes, then starts worrying that a sudden confession might catch her off guard. She tells him he always worked hard and she knew things would turn out well for him. That part of him is what she likes. That leaves him blushing, but he tells himself he just needs courage once. All he has to do is be honest, so he admits that he likes her, and always has. She hears him out, then starts laughing and asks why he's being so serious. She says that side of him makes her happy, asks if he really means it, and says she needs some time to think. He says of course, and thinks that's just like a young. She knows how to make things feel easy. Then she says she needs a moment to clear her head and touch up her makeup. So he's left there completely dazed. He heads toward the bathroom, wondering if he should act more serious or keep things light. Then he hears her voice saying that his confession was painfully embarrassing. On the phone, she says everyone from the reunion was right. He's out of school and still can't even dress properly. She doesn't know where he borrowed all that money, but he put on a decent act. She laughs even harder, saying that's not even the worst part. He actually confessed to her. Then she tells them to get the money ready because she's bringing him to the next reunion. She says she's never seen such a stupid virgin in her life. To her, he's just ridiculous, and she can't wait for the reunion. Outside the bathroom, the boy is crushed. He just stands there in shock, then goes home without saying another word. He changes out of those clothes and goes back to his usual style, thinking he had really changed from the broke, empty person he used to be. But now he feels like money and expensive clothes change nothing. In his eyes, he's still worthless. so he goes back into the game. Khan notices right away that he seems down, but he tells himself he needs to work. He still has a debt to pay. All he has to do is make money non-stop without thinking about anything else. Then he gets a message from Jashuka. After reading it, he starts feeling a little better. He asks the old man what needs to be done, and the message says Jashuka needs him. That alone lifts his mood a bit more. Jashuka tells Grid that the guild needs his skills and promises to give him the best support possible so he can make items. He never expected every member of the guild to come find him at Khan's smithy. He wonders if they figured out he has a hidden class after seeing the gear he made and the way he fought. Even so, he says he can make money on his own. Jashuka answers that he'll earn even more with them. Not just more gold, but more fame too. He points out that his base is Khan's forge, so he can't move to where they are, and asks if she's still okay with that. She says she was already ready to move the guild's base there, so it's no problem. In the end, he's what matters. That settles it. He agrees, thinking this is how he'll show his old classmates just how successful he's become through the guild. Then he joins them. But once he looks things over, he's confused. He doesn't care much about alliances. But why don't they have any territory? And why do they have so many enemies? They're even hostile with the fire dragon Trauka. He asks why. If they're a guild, they never got land from a king or noble, so they could collect taxes. Jashuka says they had great offers but turned them all down. He can't believe it, and asks if they know how many guilds would do anything for a territory, so how exactly is this guild supposed to make him profit? She says the nobles offered them territories while they were searching for him, but they couldn't manage land and search at the same time. They looked for him across the whole continent. Hearing they gave up that much for him leaves him shocked. He starts thinking his secret class must be amazing if a whole guild came after him. But Tobum cuts in. It wasn't just that. High-level blacksmiths are extremely rare, and among players there aren't any advanced ones. Jashuka explains they weren't chasing a secret class player. They were chasing the smith who made those epic ranked arrows. They are curious about his class, but if he wants to hide it, they'll respect that. When Khan joins the talk, he says they may seem rough, but they're good people. He adds that they're nothing like the people Shin knew before. That makes him realize they were really looking for him, not just his value, so he says they came to the right place. Everyone gets excited that they finally found a blacksmith, and the kid feels cornered. With 17 people staring at him, he gets embarrassed and asks if they really plan to bring him the materials and production methods. He reminds them he won't craft for free, but Boris says supporting their blacksmith is the guild's job since it helps the whole guild grow. He starts wondering if he's really that valuable. The feeling is strange, so he asks what they want first. The guild members instantly start arguing over it. One of them insists the guild master should go first. Then the arguing starts all over again. Griggs notices the whole place has turned into a mess, so he steps in and talks to the three causing trouble. He tells them they'll be last. After all, Shin still remembers everything they did to him. They're told not to expect any items from him until they apologize to Khan first. The three of them immediately bow their heads. Jashuka then asks if he's okay with it to make Khan's spear first. Khan is their only damage dealer of that type, and he's key in high-level raids. The spear he uses now is low-level, so he can't bring out his full strength. Khan says he already has the production method and asks if Shin can learn it. The protagonist learns it almost instantly. That shocks them because it needs advanced blacksmithing mastery level 4. Even the top-ranked blacksmith is only intermediate, and MC also has real combat skill from the raid. Jashuka starts thinking that even among secret classes, his may be the best of all. He says it's not on the level of the Transcendent Sword, but it's still solid. Pong says he'll buy the materials, while Regis looks for the stolen shield, so the protagonist should just focus on crafting. The protagonist likes that kind of support, and says he'll do his best. Like when he made the Transcendent Sword, he feels his breathing is important. If he activates that skill right, the finished item should come out even better than normal. Vanner walks over and asks for a repair. His weapon got wrecked fighting those dogs. Khan brings over the anvil and the repair hammer, and MC asks if there are special tools for repairs. Khan explains that consumable repair tools let them charge clients more. Their ancestors came up with that to keep a steady income, and he thinks that's genius, so he starts fixing the weapon. While working, he points out that the axe is strange. Its attack power is lower than other bloody axes of the same rank. Vanter says he noticed too, but the effect was good enough that he kept using it. As Shin studies the axe, he senses there's something more to it. Then he realizes what it is. He grabs the hammer and makes an adjustment. After that, he gives the axe back to Vantner. The moment Vantner takes it, he can tell the axe is way better now. It has turned into the true bloody twin axes, and it even gained a new skill, True Conversion. Jashuka notices the weapon changed and that Vantner got a new skill. Torbjorn stares at Shin and asks if that was magic or something. The protagonist says it wasn't magic, it was a skill. With Analyze, he can spot hidden effects in items. He explains that the axe had a hidden function that changes its attack power by adjusting the grip with a secret button, and it had been stuck in the weaker mode all this time. Both of them are stunned, while MC gets proud and says that's what a legendary class can do. Jashuka asks if that means every item has some hidden effect. The question catches everyone's attention. Shin gets distracted by how pretty she is, but forces himself to focus and says not every item has one, he has to check them first. So everyone asks him to inspect theirs too. He thinks this skill is even better than Hawkeye, which costs 15 gold, so maybe he should charge 20. Still, he feels weird taking money from his own guildmates for something he can use forever. But then he changes his mind. To celebrate joining the guild, he says he'll give them a discount. Only 30 gold per item, and if it has a hidden effect, he'll charge 300 more. What a scammer. Even so, everyone thanks him and starts pulling items out of their inventories. Shin is thrilled. He just has to look at gear and he'll make millions of one. He still makes it clear those 3 will be last. Sometime later, Pong and Regis head out to buy materials. They need griffin tendons, but normal sellers don't carry them, and the auction house price is way too high. Pong says they'll need a lot of them, because even an advanced blacksmith has less than a 10% chance to make an epic item. With costs this high, he can only afford enough for 3 spears. Regis says he'd lend money if he had any, then apologizes. Pong tells him to stop handing cash to other people so easily. Then they notice something. Those guys are from the Giant Guild. Regis asks why they're in Winston, and Pong says he heard their leader Kree recently became Lord of the Patreon territory. That means they're probably planning something. Pong says they should head back, buy the materials later, and avoid trouble for now. Giant may be weaker than them in the rankings, but here they're the biggest guild around. Then Regis points out the people selling the tendons are from Giant Guild too, which shocks Pong. So they return to the workshop, and when they get there, they find Vantner making a huge fuss. Pong asks what he's yelling about and what's going on. Vantner tells him to look. He might get jealous because one of his twin axes is now a mythic item. Pong is stunned and asks what happened, and Vantner says Shin found a hidden ability in the weapon using Analyze. Tabam says that's why everyone in the guild is bringing over their weapons, but out of 300 items, only 3 had hidden features. Even so, Pong gets excited and asks him to check his spear too. They realize the protagonist made the guild stronger in less than half a day, but when Pong hands over his spear, the protagonist says there's nothing special about it. MC meanwhile is thinking about the 10,000 gold he made in just a few hours. That's 10 million won, and on top of that he learned a lot from examining hundreds of different items. Then he says he's finally going to start making the spear, and asks if the rest of them are heading out to hunt. But Tabam notices it's already night. He says they need to go. Regis asks Shine to show him the item when it's done, and Vantner jokes that he doesn't need to try too hard on Pong's spear, which annoys Pong. As they leave, he thinks those people are really loud, but having friends like that might actually be nice. While he works, he remembers that he can equip any item even without meeting the requirements, and he also has skills like immortality and even Pagma's sword dance. Maybe Pagma's descendant isn't such a bad combat class after all. Still, it shines even more in blacksmithing, so he activates the class bonus and gets to work. He says the furnace has to stay between 1820 and 1840 degrees to melt mithril. Being able to raise and control the heat that precisely is something only an advanced level 3 blacksmith or higher could do. As he works, he thinks the color looks perfect. Then he even mutters that the spear looks better than Ao Young, before catching himself and realizing he's still losing it over that girl. Next, he picks up his epic hammer and starts forging. Ever since he began using it, the rank of his items has gone up, but if he wants to make something better than a unique item, he'll probably need to improve the hammer too. For now though, it will do. This is his first job for the guild. And just like that, 3 days pass. Pong walks in and asks why everyone is gathered there for his spear. Vantner says they came after seeing Grid's guild message. Then he laughs, saying he heard Pong's spear turned out awful. Jashuka tells Pong not to feel bad, even a normal rank spear could still help. Hearing all the noise, Grid asks why they showed up so early. He says he never told anyone the spear was trash, and tells Pong to come pick it up already. Pong notices Grid stayed up all night and thanks him for the hard work. Grid shrugs it off and apologizes that the result wasn't better. Pong says it's fine and thanks him anyway. He didn't expect much with only 3 tries, but when he unwraps the spear, he stares at Grid in shock. Grid says he hopes Pong will use them, even if he's disappointed. He wanted to make 1 legendary spear, but instead he made 2 epic ones and 1 unique. Pong is stunned. Vantner, burning with jealousy, calls it a lie, and says Pong should throw that trash away. Tombin can't believe Grid really made a unique item. Grid explains the 2 epic spears are decent, but the unique one has 19 more durability and attack power. In his head, he notes that 12 came from his legendary blacksmith skill and 7 from the blacksmith's breath. It also has extra effects. Even with a penalty, letting the main damage dealer stack several buffs at once could become a hidden trump card. Tobin spins the spear in his hands, amazed. To him it looks as beautiful as a national treasure of the Saharan Empire, and the size feels perfect, like it was made just for him. He says he's only felt this thrill twice before and satisfy. The first was when he learned about the game. The second was when he met Kragel, the world's top-ranked player, a genius who crushed him completely. Since then he traveled everywhere looking for a blacksmith who could make unique gear. He never imagined someone could do it in just 3 tries, and now it feels like the wall in front of him has finally broken. This is the 3rd time he's felt that way. He lowers his head and thanks Grid for opening that path, saying he's truly honored to have such a great blacksmith as his teammate. Then Jashuka jumps on Grid, hugging him tight and shouting that he's the best, that he's amazing. Pong tells Vantner that since there are 2 extra epic spears, maybe he should try using them as dual weapons. Vantner tells him to shut up, but Faker appears behind him and says it's not a bad idea if Pong can really use them. Realizing Faker is offering to spar, Pong thanks him, He wanted to test them anyway. Pong rushes in and Faker thinks he's doing pretty well already for someone using dual spears. He wonders if Pong practiced this before. Pong says it's just his basic skill. He adapts fast, just like assassins do. Faker replies that Pong may rank higher, but his own agility is much better, and he's definitely faster than those spears. Pong agrees, but wonders how long Faker can keep up. He keeps attacking, thrust after thrust, until one finally lands and sends Faker flying back. Faker asks why Pong's attack speed keeps rising. He wonders if it's a special effect. Reaching an assassin's speed with spears almost feels like cheating. Pong realizes it's working, and thinks he might even surpass Kragel someday. Then Vanner shows up behind him and tells him to pick on someone his own size. From a distance, some other customers look over and ask if this place is really a forge. Khan notices their confusion, and one man says the place looks like total chaos. Grid is happily buried in Jashuka's arms while everyone else keeps fighting. Khan yells at them, asking what the hell they're doing in front of his forge, and calls for Grid too. That snaps Grid back to reality. He wonders what he was even doing, then suspects Jashuka was trying to charm him into giving away the spear for free, so he tells them to stop messing around and pay up. Khan says they got carried away. This is the first time he's bought something this good, so he really doesn't know the price. He offers 800,000 gold and asks if that sounds fair. Grid is shocked. That's almost 960 million won. He remembers the self-transcendent legendary sword sold for only 220,000 gold, yet Pong wants to pay 4 times that for a unique weapon. Grid thinks Pong must be some clueless country bumpkin who knows nothing and can't even gather materials alone, another idiot after Regas. Of course, the biggest fool here is Grid himself, since he sold a legendary item to an NPC for 220,000 gold when he could have auctioned it for millions. Still, Grid says it's fine. He's in a good mood, so he'll throw in the 2 epic spears as a bonus. Pong is stunned, thinking each one should be worth 150,000 gold on its own. Jashuka starts to rethink him. She thought he was just cheap and greedy, but maybe she was wrong. Maybe he really is special. Pong thanks him and says he really is the best blacksmith. Hearing that, Grid starts feeling pretty pleased with himself. Not far away, members of Giant Guild watch the scene. They'd heard Tusetica Guild kept visiting this forge, and now they finally know why. One says that if this man is the unknown blacksmith, they can't let Sedekai keep him. They need to recruit him for Giant Guild. Sometime later, Regas is fighting. As he battles, he thinks he needs to hurry and find Grid's shield, but there are way more monsters in the way than he expected. Then Pong calls and asks if he found anything. Regas says he's heading to the place a witness mentioned, then asks where Pong is. Pong says he's also checking a spot outside Winston that a witness told him about, but there's still no sign of the shield. Regas asks about the wind spear since the whole guild is talking about it. Pong says it's amazing, almost too good to waste on monsters. Then Jashuka cuts in and tells them to forget the monsters and find the thief. Regas notices she's nearby. She says they have to recover the shield. They need to repay Grid. The rest of the guild will focus on the raids they missed while searching for Grid. Since they have fewer people this time, they need to work efficiently. Bantner thinks Jashuka has taken the whip back out again, and Tauben guesses it's because Pong mentioned seeing those Giant Guild jerks in Winston. They may have been stronger back in LTS, but things are different in Satisfy. Jashuka just wants to catch up to them fast. On the call, she tells Pong that if he doesn't find the shield today, she'll kill him. Neither of them answers, so she asks if they're ignoring her and hangs up. Bantner then asks why they don't have Grid make him a weapon first to strengthen the guild. Jashuka says it's not Vantner's turn yet. Wasn't that the whole reason they left that busy kid alone? The second item Grid makes will be Vantner's. Meanwhile, Ibelin stands outside the forge and sees Grid completely absorbed in his work. He thinks about the weapon Grid is making for him and gets curious. Figuring Grid would be annoyed if interrupted, he decides to just take a quick peek. But he quickly shuts the door again, noticing Grid is already in a bad mood. Inside, Grid really is irritated. He wonders why this has to be so hard, then realizes it's because of that damn flamberge. Looking over the method, he complains about all those useless spikes. He explains that the more the metal is tempered, the stronger it gets, but that also makes it harder to shape. Since the flamberge's form matters so much, making an epic one will be tough, because he'd have to give up half the normal tempering time. He knows the shape matters because it helps the blade cut through anything it touches, but he refuses to settle for a normal or rare item. Then he reminds himself that, with his title effects included, his dexterity is 1,500. Khan, an advanced level 2 blacksmith, has only around 600. That means Grid's dexterity is higher than the best blacksmith in the north, so he decides he can do it. He'll make a flamberge so strong no one else could ever copy it. Elsewhere, in the basement dungeon of the southern castle, Chris defeats a vampire while saying he'll rise again and pay back his misery. After the kill, he gets the vampire necklace, the grace elixir, and the agility elixir. Chris tells it to keep reviving so he can farm those rewards again. Then he defeats the monster again and drinks all the elixirs. He says they finally completed the vampire accessory set. His guildmates cheer, saying Chris just got stronger again. Chris says his strength will become the guild's strength, and since the vice leaders also completed the set, they'll keep pushing hard. Another member tells the guildmaster he heard Sadaka recruited some unknown blacksmith and asks why they still haven't taken him. He points out they have 530 members, so why are they holding back against a guild with only 17? Then he catches himself on that word only and remembers he became a vice leader after they all entered Satisfy. People keep saying Giant ran to Satisfy after losing to Sadaka in LTS, and he calls that rumor humiliating. Still, he says they'll understand once they see their power. Those bastards are hidden dragons. The red-haired guy asks if they really need to be this scared, and Chris asks if he noticed that 3 of their 5 captains aren't on this raid. Those 3 have been with them since LTS, always on guard against Tazaka. Intimidated? No one wants to beat them more than those 3 do. And soon those 3 clash head-on with Tazaka's group. Mihara goes straight at Regas. Zircon joins the fight too. He takes on Pong. They say the same thing goes for all of them. Haselis is also near Jishuka. He watches her from the top of a mountain. At the same time, Mihara speaks up. He calls Regas the strongest taekwondo master in LTS, and says just thinking about fighting him again makes his head spin. It's been a long time, he says, so they should both go all out and take this little gift for their reunion. He sends a wave of fire at Regas. Regas gets hit. Mihara asks what happened. Did he get weak? He says this Regas feels completely different, like he got too strong for them to even be rivals now. Regas says it's been a while since he fought someone who talks this much, then asks who he is. That ticks Mihara off, and he asks if Regas is serious. Does he really not remember him? Meanwhile, Zircon rushes Pong, who remembers him, and asks if he's still wasting his time serving that useless master. Zircon says it really has been a while, and it sounds like Pong still hasn't heard. His master went far beyond expectations. Zircon says he's already better than Pong, and serving him is worth it. Pong realizes that unlike in LTS, Zircon now ranks above even Jishuka. He can't afford to be careless, so he asks if Zircon is actually happy. Zircon swings his sword and asks if Pong thinks a man close to 70 would be happy. Still, being able to live this actively at his age is a small joy, and he slashes across Pong's chest again and again. Jishuka wonders what the hell is going on. The gear they brought to protect against the lizards is useless here, which means someone strong is nearby. Then Acela says she can stop looking. He introduces himself. Jishuka tells him to show himself. He stays hidden, speaking through magic so she can't track him, and asks if she thought he'd beg for death in front of a sanctuary. He's surprised he only managed to petrify their senses, even with his specialty in petrification magic, but says it doesn't matter. They've all been waiting for this day, and monsters start appearing all around them. Bantner counts at least 200, and Tobin says Giant being the biggest guild clearly isn't just talk. Jishuka says numbers alone don't make a guild famous as the strongest. Looks like Giant never changes. Acelis thinks Jishuka hasn't changed either. She still doesn't look nervous, even facing those numbers. But hearing that they never changed annoys him, and he says Kree calls them hidden dragons. Jishuka realizes he's speaking politely while attacking them without their strongest members around. She sees this was all planned by Kree, and starts thinking fast. Acelis says Kree already recognized their strength, so does she really think he came here just for some small win? Then he says her constant tone of looking down on others is annoying, and tells them to hear Kree's order. Their mission is to hunt dragons and punish those who always underestimate others. Elsewhere, Ibelin is shaken when he gets surrounded. More and more members of Giant close in on him. Ibelin uses his old sword and cuts down everyone who comes near. He counts this as the 4th one and swears he'll protect Shine no matter what. Another man charges in and attacks Ibelin, shouting that Tazaka is nothing. He mocks them for letting a brat like this into the guild, then lands a hit that knocks the boy down. The man says it's impressive Ibelin lasted this long, stomps on his hands and says that once he dies, being specially chosen won't mean a thing. He asks how long people will keep talking about LTS rivals. Giant is the strongest now. Ibelin thinks he already took down 4, but the other 12 are all above level 150. After fighting non-stop for 3 hours, his stats are already low. Worse, over half of them are wearing knight chest armor, and his damage flamberg can't pierce it. People watching ask what's happening. Giant and Tadaka are fighting. Some even say Tadaka deserves it for acting like the best while not even noticing their own members are under attack. Ibelin thinks his seniors are being mocked because he's too weak. The attackers taunt him, asking if he's crying and saying they'll finish this fast. Even on the ground, Ibelin tries to strike back, but the man dodges and tells him to just accept death. Ibelin shouts that he won't give up, but he gets thrown away. Even so, he still believes Tanaka is the strongest. Then Sheena's door gets smashed open. Meanwhile, Regas keeps taking hits. Mahara is amazed that even wounded, Regas can still break through the flames. Then Regas lands a blow and sends him flying. Mahara realizes Regas isn't weak at all like he first thought, but he traps him inside flames, then throws his sword at him. Regas sees right away that Mahara is using Grima magic, and both of them are at a scary level. Still, he thinks attacking with the same pattern after losing the sword makes this simple. Mahara calls that pure arrogance, and asks if Regas really thinks every fight is built on the same moves. Then the sword flying near him starts crackling with electricity. Regas realizes the air dried out after all that fire and an explosion goes off right in his face. Mahara says that was a good one, and now he'll finish him with the skill that killed 180 Yeton followers. He tells Regas to feel the lost glory of his past. Then Regas loses sight in his left eye. All his stats drop by 30 until the wounds heal. Regas is disappointed that a basic element attack managed to injure him, and thinks his training still isn't enough. Mahara pulls out the 5 infinity jewels and starts casting another spell at Regas. He says he'll kill him while he's still stunned. using Ultra Fire and Ice Storm. After the spell hits where Regis was, Mahara starts to feel dizzy. Using all that mana makes it hard to even stand. Even so, he says there shouldn't be anything left of Regis. But Regis is still standing. His foot starts to glow, and he says stun usually lasts 5 seconds, and that skill took 3 to cast. For a martial artist who trains both body and mind, recovery is much faster than for a normal person. Mahara then realizes Regis destroyed his magic with a kick. He can only stare in shock. This guy is insane. Regis leaps at him, using Golden Dragon's fangs to strike with his foot, killing Mahara in 1 hit. Mahara had thought he was already strong enough that he had fully surpassed him, but Regis says Mahara was an amazing opponent, and a good fight that forced out his full power. That's what gave everyone a chance to grow stronger. Pong, on the other hand, is being pushed back by Kha'Zix. He was sure he was the #1 swordsman, so he can't understand why the gap between them feels so small. Maybe it's finally time. He wonders if this is the moment. Pong thrusts his spear and unleashes a storm of attacks at Kha'Zix. The old man is surprised by the speed and realizes his defense won't last. If this keeps up, then Pong uses True Illusion with his spear, creating multiple spears and striking Kha'Zix all at once. The old man starts feeling the damage pile up. He admits Pong got strong. Pong says it's all thanks to that spear. At the start of the fight, he was completely outmatched. But Kha'Zix says the strength is still Pong's own, so he doesn't need to be humble. Then he says it's a shame this old man's time is over. Pong tells him to pass a message to Chris. Next time he threatens Sadaka, he'd better be even more prepared. Later that night in the desert, Acellus thinks it makes no sense. They started Satisfy 3 months after him, yet around 10 of them still crushed 200 players from Giant. Their strength goes beyond common sense. He realizes the one creating that overwhelming edge is Jashuka, the perfect archer, and even if they wanted to take her out first, Tobin's defense is too strong. He says the plan was to take control of them, but they can't go back yet. Another team still has to capture the blacksmith, so for now they'll hold these people here. Tobin tells Jashuka this trap feels off. If they're cornering them like this, then maybe they were never the real target. She agrees they need to end this fast. Jashuka tells him to stop wasting time and get out already. She knows the forge is there and the real target is probably the blacksmith. He says they finally packed them in, but it might already be too late since none of their strongest fighters are there. Even so, everything is going as planned. She doubts that, saying a plan like this only works if people act the way you expect. Still, they're about to find out. Then the forge door gets blasted away, and a broken hinge flies straight into the sword Grid was making, dropping into the fire right in front of his hammer and ruining the strike. The attackers complain that Kid made them waste too much time, then realize the blacksmith is inside. Grid sees that they ruined his work, and now a piece of the door is stuck in the sword. Jashuka starts wondering if their plan ever accounted for someone unpredictable like Grid. Furious, Grid demands to know how many hours he spent on that project. Then he puts on his assassin mask and charges everyone. Ibelin looks over at Grid, who's completely lost it. The Giant members realize they barged in while he was forging. He's clearly mad, but one of them wonders if that alone explains this reaction. He says he only came because his master ordered it. Then he introduces himself as part of Giant Guild, asks if Grid has heard of them and says they came to recruit him, telling him to calm down and lower his weapon. He adds that Giant already has 10 blacksmiths, so they know a little about this stuff. Making items isn't easy, sure, but he says Grid can just make another one. He keeps trying to calm him down, saying this is getting awkward when they came with a good offer. Grid snaps back, make another one? Just because they're a famous guild, do they think they can look down on other people's work? Abulson realizes he has to stop this. There are 12 level 150 players here. This isn't like a raid. He tries messaging Grid to wait for healing, because he can't take them on alone. But Grid isn't listening. He starts cursing them all out, saying their attitude and lame excuses pissed him off, and now he's going to kill every last one of them. Ibelin notices Grid can't hear him. Meanwhile, the buzzcut guy thinks their captain may have logged out after dying to Ibelin, but if he provoked this monster, then he was way too careless. Then one of them asks if that really is a blacksmith. That armor is strange enough, but he's even using a dagger. The buzzcut guy agrees. Why would a blacksmith be carrying all that? The man who tried talking to Grid figures he just wants to keep forging, so he says they can wait until he's done, even if it takes a few hours. Hearing that only makes Grid angrier. One of his teammates warns Kido to be careful. Something's wrong, Grid doesn't care. He activates his gauntlets and lands a double hit on Kido, killing him instantly. For a second he can't believe it. One attack, that's all it took. How did a blacksmith do that? The buzzcut guy asks what just happened. Did Kido die because assassins have low HP? No, that attack power is way too high for a blacksmith. But Grid is just as shocked. Now he's sure Dainsleif really is an amazing weapon. He says he only swung without thinking because he was mad, but it's way stronger than he expected. Since it's made to fight groups, the extra 165 damage must have triggered. With 11 enemies, he figures that means 15 extra per person. So against 100 enemies, it could add 1,500 attack power. There's probably a limit, but even without that, the weapon is completely broken. Grid admits the gear made by the first blacksmith, Albertino, is on a whole different level from his. Even as Pagma's legendary descendant, he knows his skills are still below that man's. That's someone he has to surpass. But first, he has to deal with the people who ruined his item. He activates Blacksmith's rage and rushes them. Even the buzzcut guy is stunned. He blocked the hit, but the damage was still huge. Now he's convinced this bastard isn't a blacksmith at all, and that Sedaka guild set a trap. He orders everyone to fall back and run. Grid refuses to let them wreck his work and then escape. With fast movements, he cuts them down, one by one. They can't believe it. Mag 7 is a tank who fights ogres, one of their highest HP, highest defense members, and he's still got one shot. They thought they'd only need to deal with Ibelin, one of the top 10 rookies, but now they've run into a hidden monster. Their leader tells everyone to run and survive no matter what, but Grid uses Storm Strike. Who said you could run? He swears he'll wipe them all out. Then he uses Pagme's sword dance wave and charges straight into the group. At the same time, Jashuka fires an arrow and kills Araceli. As he dies, he curses them. That finally breaks the attack, and he thinks waiting for this opening was worth it. Tobin realizes petrification has worn off, so they need to hurry back to the forge. Jashuka is annoyed. They already wasted too much time here. Then Ibelin calls her. She asks if they're okay and whether they got attacked. He says there were 3 enemies total, and he's still dealing with it. But then he asks her about Grid. Was he always this strong? Grid keeps using wave, killing everyone who tries to run. The buzzcut guy thinks Grid is wiping them out in seconds. Even if it's an attack skill, he never expected damage this high. Now he wonders if it's some rare skill. Watching this, Ibelin is stunned. What class is Grid really? Most people guessed he was one of the 3 players with a hidden epic class, but this kind of power means he must have at least a unique hidden class. All the attackers are shocked. Who would have thought Sedaka had a monster like this? They start wondering if beating him is even possible, and the buzzcut guy knows it isn't. Still, he says they can't leave empty-handed. Even if they die here, they need to learn as much about Grid as they can. He orders them to use skills with debuffs, like Charge of Wrath and Spiritual Control. But Grid shrugs off every debuff through pure rage. Everyone is stunned. Nothing works on him. Grid says if that's all they've got, then they should finish this already. He looks almost like the devil himself, and the people watching from far away can only think how insane Sedaka is for standing against Giant. Some ask if anyone is recording this. One player says yes. He figured he could make money selling the footage, because this doesn't even feel like a fight anymore. It's a massacre. With that mask on, Grid looks like a raid boss tearing through players by himself, laughing like a maniac. He says he'll kill them all. That was the blacksmith's unexpected counterattack, and the Giant Guild members failed their mission. By the next day, Chris is furious, calling them idiots. An army of 300 couldn't beat just 18 enemies. He keeps thinking about the skill that Blacksmith used. Chris is sure Grid has at least an epic class, and he can't understand how Jashuka got him on her side. After that, Giant members were banned from outside activity and ordered to focus only on leveling. It was Chris's command, with no exceptions. On the other side, the winds shifted for Tezuka Guild, and their strength started growing fast. Top rankers finally saw what Tezuka could really do and took interest in them. Including Grid, 7 new members joined the guild. Jashuka says the guild may have grown stronger, but those new people aren't like her core members. She's sure they only came after seeing the madness of that day. That was the day a blacksmith went berserk over a door hinge, and the story spread everywhere by the very next day. It even made the news. On Satisfy's nightly debate show, Boner says they're opening with a video sent in by a viewer. They warn people that the footage is violent, and may not be suitable for the elderly or pregnant women. That was the day the blacksmith who caused a storm became the talk of the game. People started asking if it was really okay to ignore a psycho like this in-game, and Grid, who honestly did earn the title, became known as a psychopath. Sometime later, Grid thinks about the money he made, 40 million from the day they finished the Malachus raid, and 960 million won from the Gale Spear. He also made around 10 million from analyzing and repairing guild gear for a total of about 1 billion. That came out to about 1 billion won, and on top of that he got another 360 million from the Black Magic Orb. He starts laughing. The orb sold for 600,000 gold, and the Wind Spear for 800,000. He still can't believe people paid that much for a single item. Then he starts thinking Jashuka and the others are a bunch of fools. To him they were all idiots. His self-transcendent sword only sold for 220,000 gold. He keeps calling them idiots, then suddenly realizes the biggest idiot was him. After all, he was the one who sold that sword to the administrator for almost nothing. He calls it cursed luck, and says that even after making 1.4 billion, it somehow still feels like a loss. Still, he tries to look on the bright side. That sword got him noticed in Winston, earned him a tax break, and even got him the recipe for the Divine Shield. Then he remembers he got ripped off, but because of that he helped beat Malachus, got closer to Irene, and joined Tezuka. In the end, things worked out, and he doesn't have time to stay stuck in the past. He still has to finish Eberlin's weapon. The spikes alone make this the hardest thing he's ever forged, and even the materials are tough to get. Those guys ruined everything. He starts worrying that if Eberlin can't bring more materials, the job is over. But right then, the boy shows up. Eberlin says he finally got Nabi's diaphragm. Shin thought he had failed, since it had already been 2 days. Eberlin says it was really hard, but he gathered enough to make one sword. He says he'll try again tomorrow morning, and the protagonist realizes this is the perfect chance to beat Albertino. Eberlin brings up the fight from 2 days ago, saying it's the biggest talk in town. He says MC looked amazing and that he truly respects him. Eberlin brushes it off, but inside he's touched. This kid may look soft, but he knows who the boss is. Just like Ibelin said, that recorded battle made him a little famous, even if people now see him as a psycho and a killer. He grumbles that no matter what he does, that helmet always gives him a terrible image. Next time he loses his temper, he needs a better intro. His image matters after all. Maybe all he has to do is change his outfit, and smile looks are everything. But the smile is awful. Even Ibelin stares at him weirdly and asks if he's okay, because a minute ago he looked cool, and now every time he smiles he looks like he's in pain. Shine gets mad and kicks Ibelin out, yelling at him to leave. He can't understand why everyone reacts like that when he smiles, and Ibelin just says he'll come back tomorrow. Now he knows he only has one shot at forging this sword. He wants to make an epic item and earn 100,000 gold. After paying off his father's 700 million won debt, he'd still have 800 million left for a luxury car. To him, life is all about what you own, whether you're on TV or trying to impress young. So he'll change his image no matter what, and he's betting everything on this item. But what he makes is only a rare ranked item. He jokes that maybe he should start his luxury car by buying just the wheels. Then he gives up on that idea. This isn't even enough for a brand new sedan. He wonders if he should borrow money from Regis. But no, Regis is already working hard trying to find his shield. Then Shen looks over at the failed sword. It's not like he's totally out of materials. The metal may have blood on it, but if he reforges everything, he should get one more try. Since he's already come this far, he might as well forge something from the ruined parts and squeeze out as much money as he can. 2 days later, Jishuka tells Ibelin not to be too disappointed. He doesn't get why she's saying that even a rare item from the protagonist would still be on another level. He's just grateful. Shin, who had fallen asleep on the floor, notices they've arrived. He can already tell they saw how badly things turned out. Ibelin says yes, and thanks him for all the hard work. MC tells him life doesn't always go the way you want. He made another sword, but it's kind of rough, and it's sitting on the bench. Then Ibelin notices there's another one. Since it's a two-handed sword, even one should be enough, and he thanks him anyway. He explains he made it from the sword those guys ruined, so Ibelin shouldn't expect too much. He repeats that life doesn't always go your way, but then Ibelin ends up getting a legendary greatsword of deep grudge. He's completely shocked, and the protagonist asks if he's surprised, because he was too when he read the item's description. The item was born from intense emotion. During the forging process, the flamberge was abandoned after blood was spilled on it, leaving it unfinished. Because of that, the blade is filled with terrible hatred and resentment. Shine thinks it's pretty ironic that the creator really was full of hate and resentment. Then the system announces that a legendary item has been made, permanently raising his stats by 25 points and boosting his reputation across the continent by 1,000. Jishuka remembers hearing that even the few blacksmiths recorded in history had an extremely hard time making unique items. A player making a legendary item was supposed to be impossible. Those were only meant to come from raid drops because of the system. But the guy in front of her just made another one. She says that based on how Satisfy was designed, there's only one reason he could do something that's normally impossible. Then she asks if Shine has a legendary class. MC can tell she figured it out, and he knew he couldn't hide that secret forever. But then another thought hits him. Why does she look this good? It's driving him crazy. And if she keeps staring at him like that for one more second, he might lose it. Still, he stops himself. He was made a fool by Young not long ago, so he can't let himself get tricked again. Then he admits it. Yes. And she jumps on him. She hugs him tight and presses him into her chest again, calling him the best. Shin tries to stay focused and tells himself not to give in, but this feels way too good. Then Ibelin tells him he doesn't even know how to thank him, and offers 1 million gold right away. The protagonist snaps back to business in seconds and asks if he's crazy. For a legendary sword, it should be at least 3 million gold. Ibelin says that's way too expensive. He explains that yes, the sword's power is incredible, but only he can use it because of the blood owner condition. Since nobody else can equip it, it can't really be sold, and he only offered 1 million because he didn't want to disappoint MC. Shin says he already knew Ibelin would say that, so he tells him to hand over the sword. Ibelin asks what he means, warning him that it has a curse effect. He starts slashing his own armor with the sword. The system says the greatsword of deep grudge hates him and curses him, but he resists it all. The protagonist says if Ibelin won't buy it, he'll use it himself. Ibelin is stunned. He can't believe it, and asks MC what class he is. He cuts him off and says that since he's a guild member, he'll give him a discount. 2.5 million gold, no more and no less. Getting cheated on the self-transcendent sword was enough for one lifetime. Sometime later in the real world, he tells his parents they'll pay off the debt first and use the rest to steady the shop. His parents had both been working part-time while running the store. His mom asks how he got so much money, and his dad says it was their job as parents to take care of him. Then his father apologizes to his son. Shinny thinks to himself that all this time he never really understood how hard his parents were working. It really wasn't easy, and he says they need to take care of each other because they're family. His sister says he's amazing and tells him not to waste the money that's left. The protagonist just says that's how life works, but then he goes out and buys a car. To him, it's every guy's dream, a B13 that costs 80 million won. His mom asks how he could buy something that expensive and says he'll never grow up. He apologizes, but even so he feels good because the smacks she's giving him are full of happiness. The next day at his sister's school, everyone is fawning over her and her friend, saying they're unbelievably pretty, like celebrities. People also say they're not just pretty, they're among the top 5 students in the whole country. Her friend loves the attention. His sister wonders why this happens every time. Her friend tells her to wave at them, but she says that's exactly why it's getting worse, because she keeps encouraging them. Then the friend jokes about introducing her to the brother. She always hides. His sister quickly says no and tells her to stay away from him. Right then, Shine appears in front of them. She freezes when she sees her brother there, and her friend is shocked that he's really her brother. They look nothing alike, so she even asks if his sister was adopted. Offended, she fires back that yes, he really is her brother. He greets C's friend and says it's nice to meet her, but she calls him ugly and tells him to get lost before it rubs off on her. C is clearly annoyed. Yarin keeps going, so he tells them they can talk on the way and has his sister get in the car. She's shocked he actually brought one, and Irene quickly recognizes it as an automatic B-13. Right away, her attitude flips. She calls him handsome and asks what they're waiting for. They should get going. I'll hold back on the joke, but yeah, that was very obviously interest. Seriously, that was wild. Saboof Ari snaps back that if she's in such a hurry, she can go by herself. Then she turns to him and asks what's going on. He says he needs her help looking better because the reunion is tomorrow. And then the day of the reunion arrives. He drives out there, annoyed they picked a place so far from the city just to make things harder for him. Still, this time he got help with his clothes. He fixed his hair too, and with the car he feels like a whole new person. On the way he notices someone stopped and wonders if their car broke down. He tells himself he's really not in a position to help anyone. But then he changes his mind and asks the girl if she needs help. Once he steps out, he notices her car is a Model S 4 times more expensive than his B-13. He says only rich people can buy one, and wonders how someone so young got it. She asks if he can give her a ride. But when he finally sees her face, he realizes it's Yura, the only woman in Satisfy's overall top 10, third on the list of the world's most influential people, the queen of ads and the most beautiful woman alive. She's standing right in front of him, and he can't believe it. This can't be a coincidence. He starts wondering if she came because of the comments he made after she ruined his quest, like maybe she's here for revenge. Then she just gets into his car and says she'll take that as a yes. He wonders if she didn't recognize him because he looks a little different now. But then she gives him a sharp look and says it's an honor to meet him in person, calling him greed. He quickly says she has the wrong person, while thinking he's completely screwed. Now he's wondering if today is the day he dies, but she simply tells him to keep driving to wherever he was headed. Meanwhile, back at the reunion, they start trashing him for being late and ask Yang if he's even coming. She says she's not sure, then points out it's partly this guy's fault for picking such a faraway place. She asks if he's that nervous without someone to mock and tells him to calm down. Then she says not to worry, his first love did a good job talking V into coming, so why doubt it? The others say there's no reason to worry anyway, since plenty of guys there are waiting for him just like he is. Yang adds that no one is better at getting under his skin than the guy next to her. Then she tears into him too, saying he's still unemployed even in a city full of jobs and just got fired from a convenience store because of his attitude. Basically, he puts others down to feel better about himself. And honestly, she destroys him with that one. Even he has to admit it's annoying because it's true. The only life he sees is more pathetic than his is the protagonist's. Then someone notices a B-13 pulling up and says it's a limited edition worth over 800 million won. The jealous guy scoffs and asks what's so special, figuring it must be some rich kid living easy off their parents. Yang says she can tell he's jealous, and whoever it is might be worth charming. Then they see the door opening and realize more than one person is getting out. The protagonist steps out with Yura and everyone is stunned that he's the owner of the car. Then they realize that woman is Yura, the goddess of Satisfy, and they can't believe the same guy they knew as a jobless loser is standing there with her. They all wonder how he climbed so high so fast, and the jealous one can't believe that's really him. Yang sees Yura too and gets even more bitter. Now she has to wonder if he really did make it, and she envies Yura even more. Then the protagonist notices a limousine stop nearby, and Yura says it's her secretary. She thanks him for the ride and tells him to think carefully about what they talked about in the car. He's left feeling unsure. Then she suddenly kisses him on the mouth. Everyone inside is completely shocked. They really just kissed. Yura says people are watching, so he can count this as part of her debt being repaid. But it seems like she only got close to whisper that she's leaving. Inside, both jealous people are boiling. One can't accept that the protagonist moved up in life, and the other hates seeing him in a world she can't reach anymore after losing her golden chance. Now everyone starts crowding around him, asking if he's rich now, how he got so much money, and whether he's dating the goddess. They say they were friends before and even talk about setting up a barbecue. Meanwhile, the redhead is thinking this is not why he wanted him there. The protagonist calls out to Junho. He asks how things are going and whether Junho still has that habit of picking fights. Then he says Junho is an adult now and should grow up. That sets him off. Junho grabs him by the collar and says he doesn't know what game he's playing, but he better not get cocky or he'll get beaten down. The protagonist just smiles and asks if he got mad over something that small. Then he asks how it feels to be crushed by the same person he always looked down on. Junho freezes for a second, staring into his eyes like he's seen that look before. Then he remembers that's the psycho who killed him. He becomes sure it's the same person. The protagonist says he likes that expression and would love to see it again, but he's too disgusted by everyone there to stay any longer. They spent all this time mocking and humiliating him, and now they're desperate to act nice because he's doing well. He calls them shameless parasites and says they should learn their place instead of dragging him into their fake sense of superiority. Then he says he's going home and tells them all to screw off. Honestly, the strong language was deserved. Then he heads for his car. Yang runs after him and asks if he's leaving already, saying they still haven't finished their last conversation. She tells him she likes him too, and says she can heal the wounds she and the others caused him. That makes him think back to what Yura told him in the car. He remembers Yura wanting to repay him for saving her from the Yadan church. She had said he made her give up on winning and helped her finish the quest, but he says there must be some mistake. He never helped with her quest, so she owes him nothing. At this point, he feels like he's trapped in a nightmare because things are already messy enough. She says she became the 8th servant because of him, so there's no way she can let this go. He can only think that she's doing whatever she wants. Then she says she knows he joined Sadaka Guild, the group that wiped out the thugs, and now that they're sworn enemies of the Yatan church, battles are unavoidable. Still, she says she'll never kill him in battle, maybe just beat him until he can't fight anymore. He realizes she really did investigate him, but he also figures they can fight all they want since he's only after money. She says she'll repay her debt in the game. She also heard he gets humiliated all the time at reunions like the one he just went to. Then she says she'll be his girlfriend and make everyone jealous, telling him to think about it as her guarantee that she'll repay what she owes. He thinks about how much changed after he started playing Satisfy, especially after hearing both Yura's promise and A Zhang's. His conclusion? Both women are terrifying. Even so, he thanks Ai Yang for what she said. But then he remembers hearing her call him the dumbest virgin she'd ever seen, and he can only laugh at that now, so he flat out tells her he doesn't believe her anymore and says goodbye. That felt amazing. He finally cut toxic people out of his life and walked away from everyone who kept humiliating him. The only reason he even came to those reunions was because he was hung up on that girl and wanted to see her no matter what. So yeah, this was deeply satisfying. Sometime later, we're told that even though Satisfy had over 10,000 classes, reaching the top 10 of any class was so hard that the rankings almost never changed. What changed that? Were the members of Sadaka Guild, who slowly climbed into the top 10 just 4 months after they started playing. Players called it the Cataclysm Change Period. After staying frozen for so long, the rankings finally started shifting again. And then some monsters start taking heavy damage. Ibelin's weapon goes to work as he slices through that giant stream. The boy keeps leveling up. He can hardly believe it, these mobs are 30 levels above him, but he's cutting them down with ease. At this rate, he'll catch up to the others in no time. He says it's all thanks to the Spine of Great Grudge, and paying 2.5 million gold for it was worth it. If this keeps up, he'll reach them very soon. He says he may have been ahead when he first made the rookie top 10, but Lim passed him and became the #1 Kegong master. He doesn't know much else about him, but getting beaten by someone his own age hit hard. So he tells Lim to wait, he'll catch up with the Thorn of Deep Grudge. Meanwhile, Vantner gets jealous again, wondering why Abelin is doing so well. Now that Abelin has a better weapon, Vantner can't believe the next crafted item still won't be his weapon, but armor instead. Jashuka shuts him down, saying his weapon is already good enough thanks to Grid, and what he really needs is better gear so he can actually tank in raids. She adds that he's clearly excited about getting a weapon like everyone else, but even Grid can't make unique or legendary gear every time. Vantir should be grateful he's next in line at all. Vantir agrees, but says he only meant a weapon would help him level faster than armor. That just makes Jashuka even madder, and she snaps that he talks too much for a bald guy. Then she asks if he already gave Grid the crafting method and half the materials, and he says yes. So Jashuka tells him to stop wasting time and go get the rest. Grid isn't even at the forge today, and he's out grinding levels too. Meanwhile, inside Madanja, the players there are shocked that Grid beat those iron golems, monsters with huge resistance to physical damage. They say the golem labyrinth is usually a popular hunting spot for mages. They thought Grid was just some newbie because he brought a great sword, but then they realize who he is. It's that psycho butcher guy from TV, and he really lives up to the name. They can't believe it, those golems usually hold off whole groups, and now they're getting chopped into pieces. Grid keeps breaking them apart with a pickaxe. He gets iron ore, deluxe iron ore, and damaged ore shalcum. Just like he expected, the pickaxe was the right call because of its 100% understanding. He'd been worried since using kill with a greatsword only took half a golem's HP. Aside from the magic stones that power their gears, the golems are basically made of ore, so with the pickaxe he can deal with them easily. People say a great mage hid treasure somewhere in this labyrinth, and Grid figures this place is perfect. He can level up and gather ore at the same time. One player sees Grid fighting with just a pickaxe and assumes that must be the golem's weakness. He tries it too and gets killed in one hit. Grid just ignores it and keeps going. Everyone else is stunned that he didn't even react when the guy beside him died, which only makes them call him a psycho even more. Grid says he gained a few levels and picked up a ton of ore too. Then Jashuka sends him a message and he realizes it's probably time to head back, but now he has no idea where he is. He got so focused on killing golems that he got lost, and he can't even find the other players anymore. Instead of stressing out alone, he decides to ask the guild for help and asks if anyone can guide him out of the golem labyrinth. But right then he falls into a trap. It drops him deep below, and a system message says the traps made by the great mage Bray have been activated. Grid is shocked when he takes 205,100 damage, but Doran's ring activates and restores 102,550 GP. He keeps taking more damage, 410, 399, 174, 340, but immortality activates, letting him survive for 5 seconds at 1 GP until he crashes to the bottom. He wonders where he ended up. The ring saved him, but now things are dangerous since immortality is on a 24-hour cooldown. Then the Labyrinth's guardian wakes from its long sleep and stares at him. Grid thinks it's a giant, about 5 times bigger than the golems from before. He says he'll get out alive even if he has to kill it first. Then activates Pagma's sword dance and attacks with kill, and the glove effect activates too, dealing 68,700 damage. But the golem punches back right away. It sends him flying, yet Grid survives. Even with kill boosted by 1,500% attack power, it only took about 1/15 of the boss's HP. If his best skill barely works, he knows he's in trouble. Landing 15 hits while dodging every attack would still take hours even if he plays it perfectly. Meanwhile, Jashuka runs to the labyrinth after seeing Grid's message. She figures out he fell into the trap and says they came as soon as they saw it. Grid can't help wondering how this turned into him fighting the boss alone. Fulnaner says they need to help him and asks why they don't just go down. Jashuka says Grid still hasn't given up, and knowing him, he might think they're trying to steal his boss. So she shouts down to Grid that if he can't win, he should run through the cave behind the Guardian. She thinks that's the best help they can give him. Grid recognizes Jashuka's voice and wonders when she got there. Then he looks toward the cave she mentioned. That split second of turning almost gets him smashed by the golem. Still, he taunts the monster, asking if it really thought he'd stand still and die, then activates another skill. Up above, everyone sees a red bolt shoot out from below, and they're all stunned. The golem takes massive damage. Grid starts laughing. If he can't avoid the boss, then he'll just fight it head on. He asks the monster if that hurt, then calls it Geodude. That red lightning appears again, and he channels it into his sword before using kill, dealing 141,000 damage. Now the golem finally starts to feel it. Grid notices the damage was more than double, and wonders if the sword is creating magic damage because of its magical properties. Vantner is amazed and asks if Grid can use magic too. Jashuka says she has no clue, but the skill is kind of like a Shade's ability. Now Grid starts cutting into the golem, and he notices the parts struck by his attacks are changing as if they've turned into ingots. Seeing that, he realizes he can do what he does best. He pulls out his hammer and starts reshaping the golem's arm. He laughs, calling it nothing but walking ore, then says he's going to finish it. Grid starts changing the golem's whole body, saying he wants to melt all its joints until it can't fight back anymore. Then he activates Blacksmith's Rage. He says he's never used this skill before, but thanks to Malicus's cloak, he finally has enough mana to test it. Next, he uses Pagma's sword dance, Transcend. The moment the attack comes out, Grid looks like a monster himself, with no limits at all as he drives the attack straight into the golem. The boss takes heavy damage, and Grid sees the strike hit twice. Red lightning triggers again, and now it really looks like that rocky face is about to melt. He thinks the timing is perfect. Now he can try a few more moves. So he activates Link and unleashes a chain of attacks. Each hit is weaker, but the non-stop damage keeps piling up. Grid is amazed. At first he could only use Link 6 times, but now he can do 10. He's gotten way stronger. He tells the golem it's pointless to block with that arm. The monster still tries, but Grid mocks its giant Megazord arm and says defending with that thing won't help. From above, the others watch Grid beat down the boss and say his attack power and toughness are insane. Jashuka says he may have gotten a little lucky since the Labyrinth Guardian is a boss with no special skills, but she always knew he could break through that defense. He didn't even use all his skills in the Malicus raid or against the giant guild. Grid realizes the fight is finally almost over. He uses Pagma's sword dance, kill one more time, and Jashuka thinks to herself that maybe Grid could even compete with Faker if he went all out. Then he finishes the boss without a problem. He defeats Braham the Great Mage's Labyrinth Guardian and gets 180 gold and 43 million experience, reaching level 114. He can't believe he soloed the whole raid. Since he got all the experience too, he's even more hyped. On top of that, he gets 90 deluxe iron ore. He also gets 3 deluxe magic stones, 45 orichalcum, and 33 black iron. Then he receives the key to Braham's treasure chest, and wonders what happened. Was that really all the loot? He knows the boss didn't have any special skills, but it was still a boss. Getting just 1 gold coin and some stones feels really disappointing. He assumes the traps will disappear once he leaves, but the reward still feels awful. Then the dungeon starts collapsing around him, and he asks what's going on. He realizes the whole place is caving in. Jashuka yells that the labyrinth is collapsing and tells him to run for the tunnel she mentioned. He looks over and spots the tunnel, then takes off toward it, thinking he almost died and asking what the hell that was. He complains that the place is still trying to kill him even after he beat the boss and got garbage rewards. But then he looks ahead. He spots several chests and realizes Bram's treasure key is finally useful. Right away, he takes back every bad thing he said about the game. He loves Satisfy now. There's no way the real treasure isn't here. Now he just has to pick a chest. Most people overthink it and assume the fanciest chest is a trap. Grid says that Shiny One is obviously suspicious, but he still goes for the flashiest chest. He just can't resist money. Then he uses the key, opens the chest, and freezes in shock. Inside there's only an egg. He immediately complains that this is a total scam. After all that work and even bleeding to beat the boss, his reward is a stupid egg. Why is there an egg in a treasure chest? He swears he's getting revenge on the developers, then decides the real treasure must be in one of the other chests. The problem is, he has no key. But then he remembers something. If he doesn't have a key, he can just make one with item creation. So he opens the menu and picks a key blueprint. With this many locked chests in the world, using one creation slot on a key definitely won't be a waste. If he wants to open everything, he'll need a master key. He decides to use the black iron left for making Dainsleif. And since it's meant to open any chest, he figures it should look like one of those thief tools from movies, basically like a paperclip. So he just sketches it, however. The system says auto adjustment is complete and asks him to name the item. He decides this key will open every kind of lock, so he names it Master Key. He figures making it shouldn't be too hard now that he has black iron, but he still needs forge fire, and that's a problem. Just then, Jashuka arrives and asks if he's okay. Grid is glad they showed up. He remembers her phoenix arrow and quickly asks for a little help. He needs fire to melt something down, just for a small item. Jashuka asks if he really wants her to burn all her mana just to give him a bit of fire. Grid says it's no big deal and threatens to leave the guild if she refuses. That leaves her no choice. She asks where to shoot, thinking he's annoying, but helping a legendary blacksmith might be worth it. She tells everyone to watch out for the shaking, then draws her arrow and fires flames over there. Grid grins, this is perfect. Vantner watches and thinks any guy who can push Jashuka around like that must be pretty impressive. Not long after, he finishes the item. Jashuka asks what it is, and Grid proudly calls it the best item in the world. He tells her to watch. He tests it on the old wooden chest, and it opens. Inside, he finds Braham's boots, a unique rated item. The big surprise is the fly effect, and he wonders if that's a mage-only skill. To him, this is amazing. They belong to a great magician. Reduce cooldowns and grant fly. Best of all, he can use that cooldown reduction on Pagma's sword dance. Jashuka can't believe it. Fly normally needs a second-class advancement at level 200, so only a handful of mages can use it right now. Vantarin says the effects are great and the defense is high too. He immediately tries to buy the boots from Grid. Grid turns him down. He doesn't need money right now, and he can use the item himself. Now he moves to the last chest, thinking he's paid off all his debt and finally needs to start saving money. No matter what, he refuses to go back to living broke. But when he opens the chest full of hope, something suddenly strikes his chest. He has no idea what just hit him, and then a smoky figure with two glowing eyes appears. Grid drops flat to the ground. Jashuka angrily demands to know how it dared attack Grid, and orders the shadow to show itself. Vantner steps up too, saying he'll make it pay for killing Grid. But then the kid stands up and says he's not dead. Jashuka swears she saw something pierce his chest, and Grid says he saw it too. Then he realizes the egg blocked the attack. He stares at it in disbelief. It moves on its own. It's fast, and it was tough enough to stop that hit. No matter how he looks at it, this isn't a normal egg. He even wonders if it's a dragon egg, then notices it's hatching. A second later, it bursts open in front of him, and golden liquid spills out. It looks like some kind of metal, almost like mercury. The shadow finally speaks, annoyed that someone still dares challenge him after 300 years, and calls that ore a disgrace. Grid barely hears it. He's too busy noticing the guy has no feet. It's a ghost. Jashuka feels the pressure right away and says it's incredibly strong, maybe even on Malicus's level. The figure then says that since Pavranium protected him, he must be Pagma's descendant. Grid is stunned to hear the words descendant of Pagma and wonders if his class quest is finally moving again. Vantner and the others ask what Pagma's descendant even means, while Jashuka realizes this may be their best shot at learning Grid's class. Grid admits that he is Pagma's descendant, then asks who this ghost is. The answer, Brahom, the great magician. Long ago, he made this mineral-filled labyrinth and waited for him. Brahom says he built 27 more places like this across the continent. He didn't expect Pagma's successor to take so long or to seem so uninterested in minerals. Grid asks why Brahom made all this and spent so long waiting for him. Brahom explains that the material is called Pavranium, an ore that can move by itself and has a will of its own. The greatest mineral ever made through Pagma's skill and his magic. It's tougher than adamantium, lighter than mithril, and as flexible as Jaffa. Grid is amazed that Pagma could even create minerals like this, but Brahom suddenly calls it cursed. He tries to attack the Pavranium, but it instantly protects Grid. Both of them are shocked. Braham can't believe it would melt itself down just to shield a blacksmith, especially when it's still such a crude lump of metal. Grid yells back that Braham doesn't look so strong if he has to sneak attack him like that, and demands to know why he attacked in the first place. Braham says he is the great magician who survived a battle with Trachmis, the fire dragon. After going beyond the limits of the human body, he wanted immortality. To achieve that, he made a vessel that could hold his soul forever, the soul receptacle. He believed the Pavranium Pagma created was the perfect material to finish it, so he spent nearly 10 years pouring his magic into helping create the Pavranium. In the end, it was made, but too much time passed before the receptacle could be completed, and Pagma died of old age. Even the dwarves were useless. None of them could even melt Pavranium. Braham was left desperate and furious, but now he has finally found Grid, the man who can grant his wish, Pagma's descendant. At that moment, Grid receives a class quest. Brahma orders him to create the soul receptacle, and if he succeeds, he'll hand over all the remaining pavranium. The quest, Resurrection of the Great Magician, appears. One fragment of Bram's soul was sealed inside one of his 28 labyrinths, and he wants Grid to make the soul receptacle so he can be revived and become immortal. The reward is a huge amount of pavranium. Grid thinks about it. This is a mineral even better than adamantium, the metal of the gods, and with how rare it is, there's no reason to refuse. He agrees and says he'll make the soul receptacle for him. Then this idiot draws what looks like a dog bowl and asks if that shape is okay. Bram immediately wants to kill him for turning the soul receptacle into that. Bram explains that the god of life and wisdom is Yatan, the god of war is Dominion, the goddess of light is Rebecca, and the god of darkness and disease is Yatan. Pavranium needs the blessing of all four gods. After that, he can shape the divine pavranium into any form he wants, as long as it can hold something. Grid asks how he's supposed to get those blessings, especially since he's an enemy of the Yatan church. Brahma says there's no time. Grid must do whatever it takes, whether that means surpassing them in power or begging them. He says he'll trust him and wait for the return of Pagma's descendant. Grid starts thinking that after beating Malachus, his standing with the other three religions isn't bad. The real problem is getting a blessing from the Yatan church when they hate him. Jashuka quickly contacts Ladiela and asks if she knows who Brahm and Pagma are. Layla says of course she knows Brahm. He's basically a master to all mages, the strongest magician who created most of the spells used in Satisfy. But she's never heard of anyone named Pagma, so Jashuka tells Vantner to investigate. Since this is a historical figure, asking NPCs will probably work better than asking players. While Vantner and Jashuka look around, they spot Grid already flying toward the exit. He realizes Bram passed him knowledge of the maze's layout. He says he's heading to the smithy first and leaves them behind, saying he'll see them later. Vantner is blown away, and Jashuka says she's sure the boots were level 240. The cloak looked level 202. Just like the legendary weapon he made for Evelyn, he can probably use all that gear. She didn't mean to learn this much about his class, but now she's really curious. Grid flies over everyone below and people quickly notice someone is soaring through the air. Then he realizes the boots are draining all his mana, so he decides to find a good place to land and go on foot. He asks Pavranium if it's excited. After 300 years it finally got out. Its form is a mess right now, so he says they'll change it. Normally it would mix with other metals, but since it exists to protect its master, Grid gets an idea and says they're going to the forge to melt it down. Meanwhile, the players below start talking. Grid looked like a second advancement mage since he was flying, but he also had a great sword on his back. Even the top magic swordsman in the rankings can't fly, so what is going on? A few players posted about what they saw and people argued about it in forums for days, but nobody believed them. Grid is thrilled to learn Pagma created this material, and just like that, the story of the flying swordsman began and ended the same way. Then at the forge, Vantner finally arrives and says no matter how many times he comes here, he still can't get used to the maze. Grid asks why they took so long and calls them slow. Then he brushes it off and asks Jashuka to shoot an arrow at him. She gets annoyed, saying they came into the maze because he called them, and now he's asking for another favor. Mad at him, she fires anyway, thinking she'll change the arrow's path just to scare him. But then the kid blocks it, and Jashuka is shocked. She wasn't trying to kill him, but she was being half serious, and he stopped her arrow with ease. Grid asks if that isn't awesome, saying he melted the ore and found out the Pavranium gets stunned for 2 seconds after taking heavy damage. So full protection would be hard, and since there isn't much of it, it works better as a small item that can split apart. He says he could make a blade attached to armor that moves to block attacks. While he's thinking about it, someone arrives and asks if he is Grid. The man says Count Steim is requesting his presence, and tells him to come at once. Jashuka is stunned. The ruler of the North, one of the strongest powers in the Eternal Kingdom, is looking for Grid. Grid clearly doesn't like being summoned by the Count, and Jashuka starts wondering who this kid really is. Soon after, at Winston Castle, Irene is very tense, and Count Steim thinks she dislikes him. His precious daughter is making that face, and worse, she fell for a commoner instead of a prince. He heard Grid was the blacksmith who rescued Irene from Malachus, but he has a hard time believing it. Bland agrees. He says Stella's right to suspect Grid is a fraud. Someone that young shouldn't be able to do all that. He says they can't give Irene to a man like that. In fact, Grid should be punished for trying to fool her. Right then, the protagonist walks in calmly and greets the Great Lord. Bland immediately snaps at him, calling him rude. Even if he's lowborn, what kind of clothes are those for meeting a lord? And why didn't he reveal who he was sooner? Grid says he thought he came to receive his reward, then wonders what this is, and who this guy thinks he is. Steam says that despite his age, Grid made the famous self-transcendent sword, and is strong enough to defeat Malachus and his followers. Grid answers that he fought Malachus with his companions, and the Yatan followers were so weak he beat them with his lousy swordsmanship. Steim says the Yatan followers have troubled him for decades, so if they were weak enough to lose to a blacksmith's sword, maybe Grid and his party were the ones who kidnapped his daughter. Grid is stunned and asks if the Count is saying he planned the whole thing after selling that sword dirt cheap and saving his daughter too. Irene speaks up and asks if he's really suspecting Grid, but Bland tells her they can't take this lightly. He says they need proof either way, but really, he's just jealous that Grid is getting close to Irene. He decides to tear off Grid's mask right now and demands that he prove his words on the spot. Grid says he never expected such terrible treatment toward a guest. He draws his sword and says if this is the only way to make them understand, then fine. He attacks and easily sends Bland flying. Bland is shocked that Grid swung that huge sword with one hand and wonders if his confidence comes from the strength he uses at work. He decides he'll win by using Grimm's skills and attacks low. But Grid blocks it once, then kicks him away. Bland curses him, thinking Grid is far better than he looks. He's actually very skilled with a sword. Grid figures Bland must be around level 200, but in stats, gear, and experience he is way ahead. Then he wonders if kicking that little noble was too much. Bland activates Sword of Grace and Armament Will, and Grid realizes he's a magic swordsman. Bland tells him to laugh while he can because he'll crush him with the magic his father taught him. After all, he's the first son of Count Ashur, the great and honorable mage. That name makes Grid remember Count Ashur, the man who started all his misery. Then Bland unleashes Stormlord at him. He asks if Grid is scared now that he sees who he is, but says it's already too late. Grid tanks the attack and says he should have mentioned that sooner. If he had known from the start that Bland was that bastard's son, he never would have wasted time talking to him. Then Grid uses Pagma's sword dance, Link slicing Bland over and over. Stingy is left speechless at the name Pagma, and Irene notices her father's strange reaction. Bland drops to the floor in terrible pain, shocked that he lost the eldest son of Count Ashur. The debuff didn't even work. He wonders what that skill was and who this kid really is. Grid then asks if that is enough to clear up Count Stim's doubts. Stime thinks it's impossible, but he should have noticed sooner. The greatest blacksmith and a great swordsman can only mean one thing. Excited, Stime rushes to Grid and asks for the honor of taking Irene as his wife, recognizing him as Pagma's successor. Grid realizes he figured it out and notes that Stime knows who Pagma is. Then his mind drifts to marriage. Irene is kind, beautiful, and easy to like. It's hard to believe she's just an NPC. But that's the thing about this game. The NPCs have feelings, thoughts, bodies, and desires just like real people. He starts thinking this might finally end his 27-year dry spell, and that he could finally become a real adult. But then Bland speaks up, warning the Count that Grid is immortal and won't die because of the divine curse. Is he really going to let Irene grow old and die alone? He says there's no way he can hand Irene over to him, and challenges Grid to a duel. He doesn't know how strong Pagma's descendant is, but he won't give Irene away that easily. Irene tells him she cares deeply about Grid and that this is her fault, begging him to stop. But Bland says everyone has lost their minds and charges again with Storm Sword. Grid says he still doesn't get it and that he'll show him the gap between their strength. He uses Pagma's sword dance, kill, hitting Bland with full force. Steam is shocked that Bland got this furious. He says Irene is precious to Bland too, then apologizes to Grid as Bland's swordmaster. Grid says it's fine, though Bland probably won't wake up for a few days. Still, Grid says the wedding will have to wait because he has personal matters to handle. Stime asks if that means he accepts the proposal, saying it's alright. Grid says Irene must be very precious to him, so he feels honored. There's no need to rush. First he'll finish his class quest. Stime realizes he caused a mess even while hosting a guest and apologizes again. Whatever Grid needs to do, he says he'll pray for Rebecca to help him finish it quickly. That makes Grid remember what Bram said. The Pavranium needs 4 blessings, and the Stame family has a good relationship with Rebecca's church, so Grid asks for a letter of recommendation, because he wants to speak with the Pope of the Rebecca church. Stame is surprised but agrees to write it and send it right away. Then Irene asks if he's going back to the forge and tells him to be careful until they meet again, and Grid heads out. Grid, Pagma's successor, became the first player out of 2 billion in Satisfy to earn the title of future Earl of Resvin. He thinks about that title and remembers how Yura almost ruined his chance before. Now, with things turning out like this, he starts feeling like he's truly meant to succeed. Then a man steps in front of him saying he's been waiting a long time. He asks if this is Grid and says he heard the kid is a great blacksmith. Grid guesses this guy is Tom, one of the guild's 6 new members. He asks what Tom wants, and Tom asks if Grid knows the crazy masked guy who crushed those giants bastards. Tom says he wants to fight that man, then tells Grid to make him a weapon while spitting on a piece of wood nearby. Grid instantly hates that. He asks if Tom even knows where he just spat. Tom notices how angry Grid got, even though he's only level 100, and says the other guild members may owe him favors, but he doesn't owe Grid anything. He says he'll leave the guild after beating that masked man, and if Grid pushes him, he'll beat him too. Tom asks if Grid knows the masked guy's nickname, since the other guild idiots won't tell him. Grid was already mad after dealing with that noble jerk, and now he says this ends here. He's about to log out anyway, but first he'll beat Tom for dirtying his workspace. Tom pulls out a dagger and says Grid looks more like a fighter than a blacksmith. Grid reminds him not to act like that in front of him. Tom says he never backs down from a fight and charges, claiming he's not like the others. Grid immediately decides to crush him. He's gotten strong enough to stand his ground now. Even so, he barely blocks Tom's claw attack. That makes Grid realize just how strong Tom is. Tom says this is nothing since he's been fighting Farquaad until now, and Grid should bow his head before a ranker. Apparently Tom is ranked 60th overall. Then he hurls Grid away. Grid notices his strength went up by 100 after the Giants raid, but even with all that confidence, Tom is still stronger in raw power. Tom rushes him again and questions if he's really a blacksmith. Grid is only level 114, yet he still blocked those attacks with a dagger. Grid realizes beating the giants made him too full of himself. He's never fought a high ranker before. Tom starts thinking Grid isn't a normal blacksmith and asks if he has a hidden class. He says he didn't expect to find a gem like this while looking for the masked man. Then Tom says he'll stop holding back because he also has a hidden class. He's the Beast Tamer, and ranked for 12th overall. Seeing Tom get serious, Grid decides it's time to equip all his armor. But just as the fight turns real, Ragus shows up. He knocks Tom away. Grid is shocked to see Ragus, who tells Tom he's being rude to Grid. Ragus warns that next time he'll blow Tom's head off and tells him to behave. Grid notices even calm, easygoing Ragus is mad, which shows the rookies still haven't been fully accepted by the guild. Tom mocks him, saying the great taekwondo master needed a cheap shot. Grid notices he can still stand and figures his recovery is impressive. Tom says he planned to fight Ragus someday, but a 2-on-1 would be rough, so he'll back off for now. Before leaving, he tells Grid he's not bad and says they'll fight another time. Grid just curses him out and tells him to fix his life first. Tom leaves without another word. Ragus tells Grid to let it go, since Tom gets much harder to beat after transforming. Then Ragus says they found the divine shield. One of Rebecca's daughters has it, and Grid is stunned. Ragus explains that title belongs to the 3 strongest paladins in the Rebecca church. He asked for a meeting, but they refused, so they probably don't plan to give the shield back. Grid remembers that name, one of the thieves who stole the shield called Isabel by that title. Ragus says the goddess Rebecca gave them holy weapons, and their power is said to rival the 2nd and 3rd servants of the Yat-Tan church. That's why the weaker Rebecca church can still stand against Yat-Tan. Grid realizes this is bad. He needs to meet the Pope of the Rebecca church in person, and this could ruin everything. But Ragus says he also has a message from the guildmaster. She says equipment production can wait, so Grid should go without worrying. If he needs help, he just has to send a message. Grid thinks she's always so serious and says Ragus can tell her he'll be back soon. The next day, Vanter comes by, and Campe tells him Grid isn't there. Vanter is surprised he's gone again. Meanwhile, at the North Gate near Vatican City in Holland, one of the guards looks up at the sky in shock. It's not a bird, it's a whole swarm of gargoyles, and he wonders why so many are here. Then he sees Grid flying beneath them. Grid says that thanks to Pavranium and his cloak, he managed to wipe out the swarm. Luckily, there's a forge right here, so it's time to repair his gear. He notices it's a portable forge, and thinks the setup looks pretty solid. He says he'll pay to borrow it, but the boy there asks how he can just use someone else's forge when he doesn't even look like a blacksmith. Grid figures it's because of his class effect. Any blacksmith above mid-rank tends to favor him, so this kid must be low rank. That means Grid will have to shut him up with skill. Grid sees the boy is only around level 20 and tells him to watch and learn if he wants to get anywhere. A small-town smith wouldn't normally get to see this kind of skill. The boy is shocked by how freely Grid controls the fire. He talks about the speed of the hammer and how perfectly it matches the flames, saying he's never seen anything like it. To him, Grid is on a whole different level from his father, who was a mid-rank blacksmith. Grid says most of his armor is already fixed. Only the helmet is left, and when he strikes it, it breaks apart. The boy asks why he destroyed a perfectly normal helmet when it only needed repairs. Grid says he didn't destroy it. He took it apart. After repairing it so many times, his understanding of the helmet rose to 85. If he remakes it with a few upgrades, he can push that to 100 and mass-produce it later. That works, and his understanding reaches 100, raising the helmet to unique rank. Grid says he's done and hands the boy 10 silver. The boy asks if he's leaving already and wonders if Grid is really heading to the Vatican on such a dangerous trip without a healer. Grid asks why he'd waste money on that. He tells the boy to keep practicing. Maybe in 10 years he'll become a mid-rank blacksmith. The boy introduces himself as Hector. He admits he was rude at first, but says he'll do his best to copy the skills Grid showed him. Grid tells him to work hard and thanks him for the forge. As he leaves, Grid says he still has a long way to go before reaching the Vatican. There probably won't be another forge on the road, so he'll have to rely on potions. He doesn't want to spend money hiring an NPC healer, so he decides to manage on his own. In Satisfy, only priests of the Rebecca Church can be real healers. But becoming a priest means living quietly and staying away from the world, so very few players choose that class. Because of that, players who needed healers started paying huge amounts to hire NPC priests instead. Once all that money started pouring into the church as offerings, the priests gave in to greed, and the one who made things turn out this way was the current pope. Inside the Rebecca Church, the pope is up to something shady. Isabel says the pope is really full of energy in bed while talking with Cassos. He tells her that's not something the Holy Virgin of Light should say. But Isabel fires back that the man who should be the holiest was corrupted by greed, so why shouldn't she complain? Cassos tells her to be quiet because the pope is coming out. He warns her that their grace has eyes and ears everywhere, so she should be careful. Then the pope comments that it sounds noisy out there and asks if they were talking behind his back. Dravigo walks out completely naked. They both bow and he says Isabel is as beautiful as ever. He says if he weren't on his way out, he'd invite her to his bed. Isabel asks if he'll at least hear why she came, but Cassos cuts in and tells her to respect the pope. The pope says it's fine. Isabel knows he would never do anything to Rebecca's daughters, the symbols of the church. She explains that if the divine shield gets filled with dark magic, its holy power will turn into darkness, The Yatan Church knew that, which is why they went after the shield. He says they need to recover every divine shield held by nations and families, since light and darkness work too well together. Isabel says she'll order the paladins to recover them all, but he tells her no. She has other things to do. He says he received a divine message last night. The goddess Rebecca told him one of her daughters will betray him. He says it has to be Rin and orders them to bring her in so he can punish her himself. This is already the third time she ignored his summons and stayed hidden in that remote temple. Isabel asks if he really doesn't know why Rin never answered his letters. Then she asks the real question. Can he truly hear messages from goddess Rebecca? He grabs her by the throat and asks if she's doubting him. Then he gives her 2 days to bring Rin back, saying his will is Rebecca's will. Cassius thinks Rin left because she couldn't stand the church's corruption, but Isabel swore loyalty, so she can't fight back. To him, the Rebecca Church is a prison for Isabel. She was raised by it since childhood, so she can't betray even a rotten pope. All he can do is pray to goddess Rebecca, because the church can't clean itself alone. Meanwhile, in the city of Rawlin, at the Rebecca Church, Grid walks through the place while Cassius hopes that if the Path of Light still exists, Rebecca will send her champion to punish the corrupt pope. Grid stares at the decorations, shocked they're real gold, and even wonders if he can steal some. Someone calls him out, saying people are watching. Grid shamelessly lies and says he was just looking at a flower. One priest then explains that Rawlin is a rest stop for players heading to the Vatican. He asks if Grid is going there too. Grid says yes, and the priest offers to travel with him, introducing himself as Dom Pao, a player priest of the Rebecca Church. Grid says this is the first player priest he's ever seen, and at level 162, he points out how harsh the class requirements are and asks if Dom Pao is religious in real life. Dom Pao says he's just a normal guy. He explains that his class quests helped him keep vows of silence and chastity, so it wasn't too hard. Little by little, prayer also helped him finish the quests and raise his divine power. Then he asks Grid to make a party and send him an invite, but when he checks, he sees the main character is only level 147, low for someone who made it this far. Grid asks if the trip is really that hard, since it sounds like he'll need the priest's help. Dom Pao says holy paladins pass through that road a lot, and there shouldn't be many monsters. He says he's glad for the company, but in truth, Dom Pao is a crook. He plans to escort Grid to a hunting zone so he can charge him more money. A while later, a swarm of monsters shows up. Dom Pao starts acting surprised, saying there shouldn't be this many around, and asking what's going on. Grid tells him to stop whining and keep healing. Grid realizes this is what level 190 lizardmen are like. They tear through HP fast. Even so, the priest's healing is great, and if they keep going to the Vatican like this, he could level up a lot. He also thinks Manta's passive skill is amazing, and decides to use this priest for free, as long as he can. Dom Pao starts noticing that Grid is strong. At first he thought the guy just got lucky crossing Suaz Mountain at such a low level, but that strength and dagger changes things. Maybe his gear is top tier. If they can keep hunting like this, the reward will be huge, so Dom Pao decides to make it work. Tired out, he points out that the drops are all going to the party leader, and asks why they aren't splitting them now. Grid says changing it would just let one person grab the best items. They'll divide everything once they reach the Vatican. Dom Pao tries to complain, but Grid cuts him off. If he doesn't trust him, then they might both die here, so he'd better heal fast after taking a potion. That's when Dom Pao starts realizing what kind of mess he got into. Later, he asks Grid to rest in a cave, saying it's strange to see so many monsters grouped up like this. He tells Grid things are different for him. Since he's a priest, his mana comes back slowly, so he asks the main character to take it easy. Still, he says it would be great if they could keep this pace all the way to the Vatican, but that probably won't happen. Then Grid thinks he'll have to take off the cloak. The moment he does, a message appears. Vampire Duchess Mary Rose is sealed in this place. Her evil presence has weakened the magic here, making all skills and spells unusable. Grid notices something is off, and asks Dom Pao if this is really safe. Dom Pao tells him not to worry. Mary Rose has been asleep for hundreds of years ever since 2 daughters of Rebecca sealed her. He says she never wakes up, so Mary Rose shouldn't be a problem right now. Then a man shows up asking why they took so long since they'd been waiting all day. Grid asks if they were waiting for him, and whether they know him, but he quickly realizes they look like assassins. Then he hears Dom Pao behind him, saying they got delayed because too many monsters appeared. The assassin laughs and says Grid may look poor, but his dagger smells like money. Trying to scare him into handing it over might be hard. Sure, but his level is low, and low level or not, he probably doesn't want to die. So why not hand over all his money and items? Grid realizes this is a robbery, and asks if Dom Pao won't face huge punishment for breaking his own doctrine. Can a Rebecca priest really do this? Dom Pao says there are so few priests that most people don't know how their class works. All he has to do is follow doctrine during class quests, then raise his divine status through prayer. So Grid's got it wrong. His faith in goddess Rebecca is absolute, but a person's actions don't always match their beliefs. As one assassin gets ready to strike, he says that if the Pope of the Rebecca Church is corrupt, then its priests being rotten too makes perfect sense. Grid snaps back that all that talk is annoying and they should worry about themselves. Grid figures they're around level 200, and judging by their gear, the others are probably above Dom Pao too. He realizes they brought him to a place where skills are sealed because they specialize in murder and physical combat. He knows dealing with a Ranker isn't easy after what happened with Tom, but he's seen plenty of assassins by now. And compared to Faker, these guys are nothing. So Grid equips all his gear. Then he lands a single blow and sends one assassin flying. They immediately realize his strength is insane. One of them looks closer, recognizes the helmet and sword, and shouts that this is the Psycho Butcher. Grid wonders why they're panicking. Did they just realize they picked the wrong target? Then something pops around him, and he sees it's a smoke bomb. The assassins don't care. They tell the others to grab him and complain that they have to do all the hard work because idiot Dom Pao couldn't even bring them a proper victim. Dom Pao apologizes, saying he had no way to know he'd end up bringing someone this dangerous. Now he figures he has no choice but to stay on their side. The assassin leader tells Sniffer to throw the shurikens while they handle close combat. He boasts that the shurikens explode, carry poison, and come with smoke bombs. There's no way Grid can deal with that. So they throw everything at Grid while rushing in. One of them feels something strange hit his dagger, then remembers Grid's name and says not to blame them. This is just how assassins fight. But Grid laughs. Rankers really are different, and their gear is nasty. If he'd slipped up for even a second, he'd be dead. Then he says the funny part is that he has some pretty crazy items too, and Pavranium blocks the attack with ease. Grid tells them again they picked the wrong guy and they're going to regret it. Then he activates Pagma Sword Dance Wave and charges straight at them. Dom Pao can't believe it. How is Grid using skills here at all? And how can someone that low level fight 3 assassin rankers? He realizes Grid must have a secret class. At this rate, they're getting no XP and no loot today, so something has to change. Dom Pao makes the only move he can think of. He drops to his knees in front of Grid and begs for mercy. Grid asks how many people must have begged the same way in this place. He says he doesn't care about the others, but Dom Pao betrayed him, so he'd better not complain when Grid takes every item earned on the way here. Dom Pao quickly agrees, they all belong to Grid anyway. Then he asks if Grid really won't kill him, saying he's nicer than expected. But suddenly he gets badly scared. Grid asks what his problem is. He already said he won't kill him, so why make that face? Then a voice speaks up, surprised she woke in such a way. She says she had been wondering why she smelled blood, and to think someone would offer her food the moment she awakened, how wonderful. She greets Grid. The system announces that he has encountered the vampire Duchess Mary Rose. All skills and magic are disabled, and the vampire's gaze paralyzes lower beings, stealing their will and control of their bodies. Her charm is absolute. Even so, he resists. Xian is stunned. This is Mary Rose, and her aura is huge. Compared to her, Malachus is nothing. Then he remembers she was sealed away and wonders how she woke up. Mary Rose says the blood on that cloak carried the scent of countless people, and that was enough to wake her. MC starts putting it together. Malachus really did kill 1,000 virgins as a sacrifice, but Mary Rose says Shin is unusual. He doesn't have divine power like Rebecca's daughters or magic like Bram, yet her gaze and presence don't work on him. That shocks him even more. She knows Bram and talks about him like an equal. He starts wondering if she's stronger than Bram. Her beauty is unreal, and he can feel how far above him she is. Fighting her alone is impossible, so he knows he has to be careful. So the protagonist plays it smart. If unusual means interesting, maybe she'll spare him. Since she just woke up, he asks her for that favor. Mary Rose thinks for a moment, then she laughs, saying he's awfully bold for making that kind of request. She calls him cute, and Shine turns red. In the end, she agrees to leave him alive. It's been a long time, and she wants to enjoy the fresh air. She says they'll meet again someday, then leaves with a teasing look. feels uneasy around her, but he's still relieved things ended peacefully. Asking for a free cure from her would have been way too risky. So he decides he'd better be careful about whatever those guys leave behind. When he looks down, he spots the assassin's shuriken belt. The guy must have died and dropped it from the penalty. Shin gets excited right away. It's a great item, and now it's his for free. Meanwhile, at Rebecca's cathedral, the Pope says he heard Irene used her prayers as an excuse to chase a different truth. He reminds her that she was always his sword, cutting down the church's enemies for him. Even so, she dared to doubt him, the oracle of goddess Rebecca. He says she should stay what she always was, loyal and an example to the faithful. That is, if Irene truly is one of Rebecca's daughters. He brings up the high priest who pushed a rebellion and claimed he'd been blinded by false gods, then asks if Irene got rid of them. He questions whether her loyalty was fake, but Irene answers that her loyalty to goddess Rebecca and the holy will is eternal. Still, she was confused by the Pope's heretical actions, so she prayed for an answer about where her true loyalty should go. The Pope slams his hand down and cuts her off. How dare she speak of eternal loyalty while doubting him? He declares her a traitor, not a daughter of Rebecca, and orders her killed at once. Along with the recovery of the sacred weapon Ekel's sword, a rank SS mission appears for every guard there: kill Irene. They're asked whether they'll refuse, and the system warns that refusing means being branded a traitor by the Pope. One knight is stunned by the reward, an ability awakening. If he accepts, he could become a true paladin of Rebecca. Compared to the Judah and Dominion churches, which are famous for buffs and combat skills, Rebecca's paladins are mostly healers. The class is hard to get, so it isn't very popular. But he chose this path for one reason. Rebecca's daughters are the strongest paladins among the NPCs. He's already passed level 200 and gone through his second stat awakening. But nothing changed. He's still chasing the title of true paladin of Rebecca's church and thinks all he has to do now is kill Irene. At last, he can awaken. But instead he throws his helmet to the ground and asks how he could ever point his sword at Irene when she's that beautiful. He flat out refuses. He tells her it's fine, he'll protect her. This is Damien, second in the Paladin rankings. Irene is touched to see Damien take her side, and he promises he'll always stand with her. The others immediately call him a traitor and demand that he be punished. Then Damien gets a class change quest. The goddess wants him to use his power to punish the Pope. The outcome could change the world, so he's told to be careful, and he receives Blessing of Light. He can hardly believe it. He also gets Heart's Desire, which can instantly revive the dead though not NPCs. Damien figures these skills are some of the best in the game. He was chosen. At last, he thinks, he's going to become the protagonist. Not quite, but he still uses Blessing of Light to crush the knights. Everyone panics at the power of that light and shouts to protect the Pope. Then Damien charges straight at Drevel. He declares that Drevel's cruelty ends here, but the Pope drops him in an instant with a single beam of light through the left side of his chest. Elsewhere, Ibelin keeps blaming herself. She says she pushed Irene to the edge. She should have refused the Pope's orders, but she was too scared, so she brought Irene back even though she knew how much she hated the Vatican as it is now. The priest beside her says it wouldn't have mattered if she refused, someone else would have dragged Irene there by force. At least Irene came with a friend, so Ibelin shouldn't blame herself. Still, she asks what will happen to Irene. The Pope won't let her stay by her side, and the priest fears Irene could be excommunicated or worse, killed. He tells her not to forget that as long as the 3 divine weapons remain intact, Rebecca's daughters can be replaced at any time. They were forced to fight to prove their loyalty, just because they were born with rare divine power. Once they lose their value as tools, they're thrown away. He thinks it's a terribly sad life. Ibelin asks Cassos why he's crying and says the goddess will surely protect Irene, but Cassos only apologizes. With their strength, he says they can't save Irene or even save Ibelin. Then Shin shows up and asks why a grown man is crying on the floor like that. He says Cassos looks way too miserable for his face. Cassos recognizes him right away. It's been a while. He asks what he is doing there while Ibelin stares at the cloak and realizes it's Malicus's cloak. She heard a group of warriors defeated Malicus not long ago, so the protagonist asks if she recognized it. Then, while he's feeling proud of himself, he notices she's the woman from before, the one with his shield. He's still mad and tells her to give it back. Cassos introduces Shin as the blacksmith from Winston, who made the divine shield she has now. That leaves Ibelin shocked that he was the one who beat Malicus. She politely thanks him for defeating the demon that escaped them so many times, and says it's an honor to meet such a great warrior. MC doesn't care about any of that. He just wants his shield back, especially since he still hasn't been paid for it. But Ibelin says that's unfortunate. The church decided to take the shield because it has the potential to become a dangerous weapon. She even says they'd like him to hand over the other shields he made. That makes him furious. They're trying to take his stuff for nothing, and he warns that heads will roll if they don't return it. Cassos quickly tells him to calm down and asks what else brought him here. Shin says he came for the shield, but he also needs the goddess's blessing, so he came to see the Pope. That surprises Cassos. Maybe this is the goddess's will after all. Then they hear a loud noise, and Ibelin recognizes it as divine power. She says the Pope is doing something to Irene, but Cassos tells her to wait. The Pope ordered that no one enter, and disobeying could end badly. Ibelin refuses and says she has to stop him, no matter what. Shin is surprised when she pulls out that weapon. He didn't notice in all the chaos, but that spear is incredible, made with even more care than Dainsleif. He figures it must be from Pagma. While everyone argues over whether to go in, Luna appears and says the Pope's orders are absolute. Ibelin is not allowed inside. Ibelin fires back that Irene will die if she waits and tells Luna to move. Cassos thinks about how Luna is only 14, but the church's teaching runs deep in her. She did the most to crush the rebellion and became the Pope's favorite agent, so there's no way she'd step aside. And just as he expected, Luna apologizes, but says what cannot be done will not be done. Shin keeps staring at the spear, wondering why everyone is so tense over it. Then a quest appears, help Rebecca's church. It's tied to his class change mission, and the goal is to kill Drevel. The reward is the goddess's blessing. It's also linked to his second-class quest. If he fails here, he won't meet the requirements to finish that one. The protagonist is baffled. Does he really have to kill the Pope to get the blessing? That makes no sense. Then he looks back at the spear and notices a mark on it. He starts to wonder if it's connected to the quest. His gut tells him it is. The harsher the penalty, the more the system tries to make the reward broken. While Shin is busy thinking about all that, Ibelin keeps begging Luna to move. Irene will die. Is the goddess really going to let that happen? She says there's nothing she can do against the Pope and begs someone, anyone, to help. So Grid grabs the spear from her hand and asks if all he has to do is kill the Pope. Right then, Isabel gets an oracle from the goddess telling her to trust him. She stares at him and asks if he's serious, if he really plans to punish the Pope for shaming the goddess. He says yes, someone sent him, so she begs him to do it. Grid accepts the quest to save Rin, but says she has to give him her shield in return. Then he says that counts as a gift and starts checking the spear. The system says the legendary blacksmith can examine anything, and if an item has a hidden effect, he'll uncover it. It's the sealed Liefel spear, a legendary item and one of the 3 holy relics of the Rebecca Church. Its divine power is so huge that normal humans can't handle it, putting heavy strain on both body and mind. Since Rebecca's daughters live short lives because of that burden, The fifth Pope, Franz, asked Pagma to seal the weapon's power. The moment he does, its power shoots way up. Grab has triggered the item's hidden effect. Now it's the myth-grade Life-Veil Spear, and it just keeps getting stronger. The text says Pagma's descendant broke the seal during the reign of the 13th Pope and witnessed a divine weapon. His insight rises by 200, going past 500 total. He'll now see the world differently. His blacksmith skills also go up by 1 level, and now he can craft myth-grade items. Grid is stunned by the myth rank. It even beats failure. Then he realizes this weapon is so strong it could mess up the balance of the whole world. With myth rank unlocked, he wonders if he can now make weapons like Dainsleif or Valhalla. Then he turns and looks at Isabel. Her hair starts to shine, and she asks what's going on. Her white transformation is turning on by itself, and an insane amount of divine power is pouring out of Life-Veil. But Grid is still wondering if his analysis only boosted its attack power. He notices numbers above Isabel's head and thinks that might be her combat power. That makes this even crazier. Then Luna starts glowing too. She says she has to fight, but her attack power is only 50,000, and that's with Variel's shield. Grid sees Isabel's combat power jump from 55 to 120, and Luna's from 26 to 50. Looks like Isabel's got this. He quickly figures she'll ask him to save Rin while she holds the line, and honestly that's perfect. So he wishes Isabel luck and says he's going to save Rin. She agrees and gives him a small smile. Meanwhile, inside the church, the Pope is still killing that guy, but he doesn't look too shocked. He already knew this could happen. He apologizes to Rin and says it looks like he can't be the protagonist. Rin starts screaming for Damien. He's lost 41% of his health, and now he can't focus. Then a bunch of shurikens fly in, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Grid shows up annoyed, because when that guy used shurikens before, it looked like some amazing skill, but it's really just a smoke bomb. The Pope says church discipline must have fallen hard if someone like this can walk in here. He demands to know who the hell this guy is, while Damien asks the same thing. Grid says he has no idea. Maybe this guy is the protagonist after all. He checks them both. That's Rin, and her combat power is only 27,000. Then he wonders if that paladin is a player, because his is 12,500. If that's his level, he must be a top ranker, and as a paladin, he'd make a great tank. So Grid invites the kid to join him, but makes one thing clear: if they team up, he gets every item the Pope drops. Saving his life should be payment enough. Damien says he doesn't care. Grid can have it all while he catches his breath a little, and then he joins Grid's party. The Pope keeps calling Grid insolent, asking how he dares stay in this holy place. Dravigo says he'll deliver divine punishment himself, but then Grid feels Damien's power flow into him and realizes it's a paladin buff. That'll help a lot. He snaps back that divine punishment is crap. Because of Dravigo, his class quest is a mess, and the recommendation letter he got from his father-in-law is useless now. The Pope should have just kept his mouth shut. Then Dravigo uses that same light attack to blast Grid away. But Grid notices he blocked his sword. He's shocked Dravigo pulled that off, even with the red lightning, and Damien's buff on him. With his current power, Grid thought he could even break through Malicus's triple shield. So how did a Pope with only 24,000 combat power stop him? If Damien's 12,000 puts him around top ranker level, then Malicus must have been around 200,000, since it took the whole guild to bring him down. But right now, the Pope feels even stronger than Malicus. That means even a small gap in combat power is actually huge. So Grid charges in, determined to beat him with pure control. He unleashes a storm of attacks, saying this is what came out of all his rage in the Guardian's Labyrinth. He tells Dravigo to try blocking his sword energy now, but the Pope asks if wildly swinging his blade is really Grid's answer. He doesn't think that can pierce the light. Then he throws his power straight at the kid. Grid admits the guy is really strong, but that's fine. He wants to see how much Dravigo can take, and how far he himself can go. He uses Transcend along with Blacksmith's Rage, almost like he's turning into some shonen anime monster. Then he starts firing attack after attack at the Pope. Dravigo tries to block all of them, but several break through. The Pope is shocked. His light magic got pierced. He can't believe the goddess's power is losing to someone he sees as beneath him. Grid lands 13,000 damage, plus more hits stacking up all over Dravigo's body. Once he sees that bastard's health drop below half, he starts laughing. He can't solo him yet, but now he's already wondering what loot the Pope will drop. Dravigo keeps feeling those attacks harder and harder. Then he yells, asking what the others are waiting for, and orders them to kill those heretics right now. The knights hesitate, but in the end they remember they must obey the Pope and rush Grid. He barks at them, asking if everyone's just going to stand there while the Pope's health keeps dropping. Damien steps in front to protect him. He apologizes and tells Grid to leave the rest to him. Grid sees there are about 20 paladins there, so he tells Damien to block properly. Then he tells Dravigo this fight will probably end soon. The effects of Red Lightning, Transcend, and Blacksmith's Rage are almost over, so he has to go all out with the time he has left. He tries to use Pagma's Sword Dance, kill, but he feels something as he gets close to Dravigo. The Pope starts glowing and fully heals. Grid can't believe it. Even in Pangea, a full heal like that should be nearly impossible, and he's sure Dravigo had around 300,000 GP. On top of that, his shield appears and even blocks kill. Then Dravigo uses Goddess's Breath, saying the Goddess's blessing will protect his body and soul. Grid realizes this is the peak of a priest's power, and Dravigo says she will save people from darkness through light. Then he says he'll lead them with his power, and fires a massive beam of light at Grid, claiming all of this is in the name of the goddess Rebecca. As he launches it, Dravigo says this is fitting divine punishment for a believer like him, and tells Grid to use this chance to think about what he's done. Grid snaps back, asking who he thinks he is to tell anyone to reflect. He's the filthiest bastard here. The one who should get divine punishment is Dravigo. While Grid raises his rare divine shield, Dravigo sees it and is stunned, asking how a believer like him dares use one of the church's battle shields. He calls it a disgrace and attacks Grid again. Grid can tell every hit is insanely strong. The shield has high durability for a rare item, but it's dropping fast. He's not about to let something he worked so hard to make get destroyed like this, so he decides to block without the shield and uses Wind Blast, but he still gets hit, and part of his mask breaks. That ticks him off, and Dravigo starts saying he planned to cut off his head, but it seems Grid got lucky. Except right then, Pavranium slips behind him and strikes his back. Dravigo jerks in shock, asking what the hell that was, and Grid fires back, asking how he dares destroy his precious gear. Then Grid attacks from the front, using Link to land 22 straight hits. Dravigo feels every one of them and curses him. Damien says Grid seems to be controlling the fight, but from experience he knows the Pope is even more dangerous now. He yells for Grid to get away from him, but it's too late. A beam hits Grid right in the chest. He takes 14,000 damage and loses 56% of his health. Dravigo declares it's over and calls him a heretic. Damien says Grid just lost over half his life and now he'll get attacked while stunned. But Grid pushes forward anyway. He drives his dagger into Dravigo's chest. Even stunned, the Pope can't believe it and asks how he moved. Grady just sneers. Didn't he already say? He says he won't stand there and watch a dog like Dravigo break his gear, then shows Doran's ring and triggers its healing effect. Dravigo stares at him and asks who the hell he is. Instead of answering, Proto smashes him with a brutal headbutt. The blow sends Dravigo flying back. Then Grady says he'll find out how long that crazy healing can keep him alive. He starts stabbing Dravigo while he's down. Critical hit after critical hit lands, and Dravigo screams as his HP drops. Proto keeps going like a mad killer, throwing out a whole chain of kill attacks. Damien looks at Grady and realizes that fierce look seems familiar. Then it hits him. This is the butcher who wiped out the giant guild. To Damien, it feels like a worse monster showed up to punish the corrupt Pope. The sight is awful. Grid carving him up on the floor, and Damien can't help wondering if this is really what a savior looks like in the Vatican. Dravigo still can't believe a mere heretic is doing this to him and keeps thinking this can't be real. He yells that he's the goddess's oracle, the man who rules over 70 million people, someone even kings kneel to. Then he shines again and heals, forcing Proto to jump back. Grady curses, wondering if this endless healing will ever stop. Still, he notices this recovery feels different, and starts wondering why. Dravigo says he may have suffered under a beast claws, but this turned out to be a good chance for him too. He says he's been blessed once more, and that heretics are nothing but beasts beyond saving. A bright aura wraps around him, and he declares that goddess Rebecca always blesses those who endure her trials with light. Proto can tell this is different. Something is coming. Meanwhile, outside, Ibelin keeps fighting. She attacks her sister while Luna tries to stop her. But Ibelin says she's following goddess Rebecca's will. She tries to use God's punishment on Luna, who blocks with goddess's embrace. But the shield breaks apart completely, and Luna lands a hit on her. Katz worries about both of them as the blast goes off. Then Ibelin tells Proto she's fine, and says she doesn't think Luna will wake up anytime soon. She used white flour, and Luna only passed out. She leaves Luna with him and says she's going to save Irene. Then she runs inside, saying she'll stop the Pope. She can't lose her sisters too. For everyone's sake, she says she has to do something. But when she gets in, she sees the Pope glowing wildly. A huge symbol rises behind him as power floods his body. He rants that he must save his sisters, grant them power, and punish and kill the demon standing against them, acting in the goddess's faith. Ibelin realizes it's the strongest divine magic and warns him not to face it, just run. But Dravigo fully transforms and unleashes the goddess's wrath. Grid instantly realizes this won't be easy. When the attack hits, the shockwave is so huge that Ibelin has to raise a shield to protect the other two with him. After using that move, the Pope looks completely drained. But when he looks at Gred, he wonders who this guy is. He's still alive, with Pavranium protecting him. Dravigo is stunned that anyone blocked the goddess's wrath. Ibelin thinks it's impossible, and Irene starts speaking too, apologizing to Damien and Ibelin. She says she thought obeying orders was for the church, but she only hurt everyone. If divine punishment means the goddess's wrath, then she'll fight too. But Proto cuts them off and tells them to stay back. As long as he's fine, nobody should interfere. If they're trying to steal his target, he'll kill them. He throws off his cloak, pulls out a huge greatsword, and says that Pope is his prey. He's the one who's going to chop that trash into pieces. At this point, around chapter 67, Grid might be getting a little angry. Damien is even more shocked, wondering who this guy is if he can block Pope Dravigo's goddess's wrath. He says the paladins were beaten thanks to awakened skills, and now he needs to support Grid, so he buffs the party, raising their hit rate by 80% for 3 minutes. Dravigo still can't understand what happened. He never believed someone could block the goddess's power. Grid draws his sword and it starts to shine. Dravigo gets more afraid. Even after being blasted to dust, this man won't die, and now he wants to tear him apart. Then Grid launches another attack at Proto's target, Go calls him a savage and mocks that stupid sword again, saying his shield will make the attack useless. But then he feels something is wrong, and the strike cuts right through the shield and throws him back. As blood pours out, he panics, wondering how it got past a shield that blocks physical attacks. Grid asks if that shield can stop magic too, calls him an idiot and charges in. He uses Golden Flash and says Go will return his items and die. Then he brings the full weight of his sword down on him. Go can't believe he attacked with magic, and realizes the wounds are deeper than he thought. He needs to heal fast, but Prosa uses Link level 2. With the skill leveled up, the damage jumps, and the number of hits increases by 5. Grid says Go can keep trying to heal. He'll keep cutting until there's nothing left. Then he fires off Link with 17 straight hits on Go, and the Pope starts to panic, wondering how long this savage will keep attacking. So he uses Goddess's protection to fling Grid away, calling the boy annoying and telling him to die already. Then he uses the Goddess's wrath again, and the whole attack comes crashing down on Grid like a rain of spears from the sky. Grid takes massive damage, and the Pope thinks that even with that golden disc, he can't block everything. To him, Prot is finished. He thinks it's finally over and tells him to disappear. But Grid's hand grabs Go's arm. He appears in front of him, badly wrecked but still standing. Go can't understand how this happened, because he's sure Grid should have died many times already. How does he keep living? He asks how he survived again, and Grid says he already told him, then uses immortality, and says Go is completely screwed. Go panics, asking who he is and why he can't beat him. Grid uses Kill level 2. The skill's stronger now, and he drives his sword into the Pope's chest, then triggers Kill again with the blade still inside. The Pope starts to fade and asks how he dares do this, but Grid tells him to shut up and just die. The Pope starts glowing with the sword still stuck inside him, and everyone watches. Then Grid is told he defeated Go, the 13th Pope. Party leader, Grid gets the Goddess's essence, the Holy Light armor, Holy Light gauntlets, and Holy Light crown, plus 95,350,000 experience and 500 gold. Everyone rushes over to him as he drops to the floor saying he's exhausted and can't move a finger. His mission is complete too, and his affinity with the Rebecca Church reaches max level. He's told to receive Pavernium's blessing after speaking with Ibelin. So he forces himself up, thinking he still has to finish the quest, and she walks up behind him. She thanks him, saying he restored the Goddess's honor and protected Irene and the Rebecca Church. Damien still can't believe it. Grid basically beat the Pope by himself. Because of that, they protected Rebecca's daughter, and he also finishes class quest, gaining the unique hidden class Goddess Agent. He now qualifies to become Pope, and if he's crowned, he can lead the Rebecca Church. He also learns Goddess's breath, protection, and divine message, unlocks all dignity stats, and his divine power growth rate triples. The boy can't believe it. Among hidden classes, only 3 players even have epic ones, and he got a unique class. He never imagined he'd get this lucky after quietly watching over Rebecca's daughters for 35 years. Looking at Grid, he thinks that man is his lifelong benefactor, and someday he has to repay him. But then Grid turns to Evelyn and says thanks aren't enough. Didn't she say the church was rich? Then pay him. The other 3 are stunned as soon as he opens his mouth. Grid complains that his helmet was destroyed, so they'd better cover the repair cost for his armor too. And on top of that, he wants payment for the mental damage from losing his shield. Damien thinks this side of Grid makes perfect sense, but also makes him hard to figure out. Then Grid says there's something even more important. He wants her to bless those beauties over there and asks if she can. She says yes, surprised that he wants those items blessed. Still, she takes them and does what he asked. Then she starts blessing them with divine power. Rebecca's blessing falls on the Pavranium, making its golden disc effect even stronger. Grid is shocked. Now it has a healing skill too. It already had a will of its own, and now it can gain abilities, so more blessings might give it even more. Isabel also returns the divine shield, just like she promised, and Grid is surprised to actually see it back. He starts wondering if he can get Eton's blessing with his gear as it is now. If not, he'll just force him to do it. Isabel says she wants to repay him, but rebuilding the Vatican will cost a lot. She admits it's embarrassing and hopes returning the shield will be enough. Grid says that's a shame, but lets it go since he's partly to blame. Then Damien asks where he's headed next. Damien says a lot of people can live in peace because of Grid. Even if Grid thinks he didn't do that much, Damien promises to repay him someday. Before that, Grid brings up something else. Was it really okay to rub those discs on Isabel's chest? Isabel answers with a flying kick straight to his face. Then Grid says he just remembered a favor he needs. It has to do with where he's going next. So Isabel asks what it is, adding that she can't travel with him because she can't leave her position for long. Grid gives her a smug look and says he'd never want a crazy brat like her tagging along anyway. Isabel snaps back, asking who he's calling a brat. It's easy to forget Grid is older, but right now in the game he's 26. What he actually wants is simple, a letter of recommendation. Sometime later, Tobin is alone in a forest, cursing the traitors who kept making excuses when he asked for help with this quest. The one guy who always volunteers isn't answering either, probably off training somewhere. Still, this is an SS rank quest with a legendary sword as the reward. For a paladin of Yutan, it's an amazing chance. The quest is dangerous, so he was sure those guys would never come. Then someone finally arrives. It's the new members. Tobin figures they may not be close yet, but they're rankers, and at least they're willing to help. When they ask where they're going and what they need to do, he decides he'll clear the quest with them. He tells them they need to recover a few items. Their destination is Rebecca's Vatican. Then the story explains that Jude, the god of health and wisdom, and Dominion, the god of war, were both children of Rebecca, the goddess of light. Because of that, the churches of Jude and Dominion serve Rebecca's church as the highest one. The three churches were close, but each one had big ambitions. That's why Pascal reacts fast after hearing that Drivigo stained the Vatican. He says Rebecca's followers will soon want a new pope, and if Rebecca's church has no proper candidate, then he himself should become the next pope. One knight points out that the most respected pope was the fifth pope, Franz, and he came from their church. Since it happened before, it can happen again. Tobin asks what he needs to do. Pascal orders him to bring back the battle armor, Franz War and Life, which is being kept by Rebecca's church. With that, Pascal could be accepted without opposition and become pope. Tobin gets the SS rank quest. Descendant of Franz, he knows even a tiny XP gap can change the top rankings. And if he gains 5 levels, he could reach level 232 and rise from 68th place. On top of that, he'd get the Sword of Wisdom, a legendary ranked weapon. Its attack power isn't amazing for a legendary item, but the cooldown reduction effect is huge. With that, he could level as fast as Pong and Evelyn. Tobin knows this won't be easy, but since Grid doesn't think much of him, this feels like the chance he needed. Pascal says a spy inside the Vatican will reveal where the items are. Since Tobin is his best paladin, he's eager to see how he performs. Tobin tells him to just name the artifacts, he'll leave right away. So on the day he got the quest, Tobin led the other 3 out. He's still annoyed because the others agreed to help at first, then backed out as soon as they heard it involved the church. He thought they were friends, but now he's so mad he thinks these new members are better than them. He thanks the group for helping, but warns them they might have to face Rebecca's daughters. Then he remembers that Japanese-styled guy only asked to recover treasures, so Tobin figures this can still work. The only thing they ask in return is a chance to meet the man with the bone helm. One of them is Box, the top-ranked spiritualist. Tobin wonders if this is that rumored playboy. He's made so many girls cry that it sounds like there should be a Killbox club. Spiritualists control objects by linking magic to them, or connect items to create magic tools with buffs and debuffs. Box may be the lowest ranked player in his guild overall, but he's number 1 in his class, so Tobin is excited to see what he can do. The other 2 are high-level rankers too, so they're strong. One is Sokka, a berserker, and the other is Black Ted, a summoner. What's strange is that all the new members are obsessed with Grid. Tobin says he's told them many times already. He can't reveal Grid's identity until he fully trusts them. Box can tell they really care about seeing him and asks if that's the whole reason they agreed to help. They say helping Tobin will build trust and maybe then they'll get to meet that man. Since Tobin is the guild's advisor, they're sure he's close to Grid. Tobin almost chokes trying to respond, but then proudly says, of course they're close. He might even be Grid's best friend in the guild. After that, he cuts the topic off. They've been walking for 2 full days, so the Vatican should be near. Then he notices a glow on a tree. That's the signal the spy mentioned. It should mean the artifacts are here. He tells the others to wait a bit while he receives a message from the church. Sokka groans that this is boring and asks why the guild is so obsessed with that guy. Black Ted tells them to wait a little longer. They're almost at the Vatican. Sokka turns to Box and asks if helping with this quest will really let them meet the man with the helm. Box says there are no promises, but staying by the advisor is their best shot. She gets annoyed and asks if he's sure they're not wasting time and about to hear another excuse. Then she says she and Black Ted are going ahead and he can keep babysitting the advisor. Box asks if they shouldn't stick together, but she says waiting is too annoying and leaves. Meanwhile, Tobin is stunned while the other man says it's true. He even checked for himself because he couldn't believe it. Pope Drivigo was just killed, and by someone like that, a person blessed by the gods. Tobin asks for the killer's name, but the spy says he couldn't confirm it. All he knows is that the person was strong and used sword skills to defeat the Pope. Tobin can't believe it. Someone blessed by the gods means a player, and the Pope was known as one of the strongest NPCs around. A player beat him alone. He wonders if it was Krogel, the number 1 ranker Pong talked about, the one rumored to be strong enough to wipe out a whole guild by himself. But maybe not, it could be some hidden expert. Even Euphemina, who crushed Faker, was someone he had never heard of before. Then he asks if Rebecca's daughters were guarding the Pope. Were they beaten too? The spy says no, they're fine. Recently, the Pope had been controlling Rebecca's daughters too harshly, so they gave up their role as guardians out of hatred for him. Tobin realizes their internal situation was a mess. Either way, the Pope's death throws Rebecca's church into chaos. That should make stealing Franz's artifacts easier, so he asks for their location. A little later, he heads back to Box, who asks if he's done. Tobin then asks where the others went. Box says Sokka got tired of waiting and ran ahead with Black Ted. As far as he knows, Black Ted is her bodyguard in real life too. He asks why Tobin looks irritated and if something went wrong. Tobin says it's nothing major, but the mission changed a little. First, he says they may not need to go to the Vatican after all. Box asks what the issue is. Tobin explains that the artifact's location has changed, and he's about to post the info in the group chat when a huge noise cuts him off, followed by smoke. Box says Sokka must have gotten bored and started hunting. The two immediately run toward them. Tobin thinks this should be much easier if they really don't need to go to the Vatican and face Rebecca's daughters, but one thing still bothers him: this is an SS rank quest, so the difficulty shouldn't have dropped that easily. Then Box tells Tobin it looks like their target is right in front of them. He doesn't think it's a dungeon, more like a marker. They realize the quest target is right there and call Ahsoka over. Black Ted asks if she's okay, and she snaps at him to help first and ask later. He starts summoning his black bear. The huge beast appears behind him and Box says it's Black Ted's summon. Box says they should join them and Tobin agrees. But when he looks ahead, something feels off. As Box moves to help, Ahsoka asks if this is really a mission to recover artifacts. He tells her to check the info in guild chat. The quest is correct. Tobin freezes up, remembering Pascal. Pascal had said Fran's items could only be used by his descendants in the Vatican, and Tobin had to recover them. Then he remembers what the informant said. The man who killed the Pope took all the artifacts. Tobin is shocked it was a player, and even more shocked that the Jonas and the Fierce let him take Fran's relics. The assassin had added that they even felt guilty for not doing more to stop him, and Tobin could barely believe it. Meanwhile, Black Ted's bear charges in, but gets killed almost instantly. Tobin again recalls Pascal listing the crown, the holy light armor, and the gauntlets. The informant had also said the man even wore the holy armor for a while. Tobin realizes he has to stop him. The man thereafter looks confused and asks what's going on. Why attack him out of nowhere? Tobin finally understands that Grid is the one who killed the Pope and took the artifacts. Grid notices Tobin there while Tobin remembers the Pope's order to defeat him, kill him, and bring the artifacts back. Now sure, this is Grid. Tobin wonders if he's the one who sent them. Grid asks Tobin directly if he told those guys to attack. He tells Tobin to come over and explain. But then Black Ted summons another bear, and it slams into Grid's stomach. The hit lands like a punch and sends him flying, dealing real damage. Tobin realizes that summon hits hard. Even so, Tobin tells Ted to stop. Grid is in the same guild as them. But Ahsoka jumps in and hacks at Grid, dealing heavy damage. Tobin notices her swords hurt a lot. Then he checks their attack power and realizes both of them are high-level rankers. Still, he figures the damage is only that high, because Grid has no armor on. So Grid equips himself and comes back wearing fully holy armor. Then he asks if he looks stylish. Tobin recognizes it at once, the holy light set. He hadn't believed the mission report before. Now it's clear, Grid really did kill the Pope and take his armor. Tobin can hardly believe it. Just a few weeks ago, Grid was only level 100, so how did he beat the Pope? Still, Tobin thinks this could work out if he can persuade Grid to help with the mission, and he starts moving closer. But Ahsoka attacks Grid again. Tobin silently begs them not to make him mad and thinks they're all insane. Ahsoka recognizes the huge sword and asks if he's the skull helmet guy, the butcher, the one who beat the giant members by himself. Grid fires back, asking why a crazy butcher like him would be wearing such awesome armor. He thought upgrading his look would earn him some good fame. Then he demands to know why they're picking a fight for no reason, and blasts Ahsoka away. Black Ted orders the white bear to protect her, but Grid drives Matar into the bear's belly and tears a huge hole through it. The bear still doesn't die, and Grid is surprised it felt like he pierced straight through. Then he realizes it's Black Ted's skill. Mana pours into the bear as Berserker activates. Berserker gives summons 10 seconds of immunity and doubles all their stats, so the bear attacks again, but Grid restrains it and stops its movement. Black Ted is stunned. Grid didn't just hurt a level 280 Berserker mode warrior summon, he also blocked it. Grid says they started this fight so they might as well finish it, and rushes at Ahsoka. She notices he's swinging that massive sword insanely fast and thinks the skill is amazing. Still, she doesn't mind him going all out. The longer the fight drags on, the stronger Berserker gets, so she uses Sword Frenzy and knocks Grid away. But he calls out to her, saying she should have listened when he said his armor was good, then says he'll show her what a real combo looks like. He uses Pagma's sword dance with Link, and she drops to the ground completely beaten. Grid puts his sword to her neck and demands an answer. Why did they attack him? He reminds her she called him a butcher, and warns her she'll find out what that means if she lies. Before he can do more, Tobin rushes in and knocks Grid's sword away from her neck. With a savage look, Grid asks Tobin if he's really going to interfere. Tobin turns to him, almost in tears, begging Grid to believe him. It wasn't his idea. Ahsoka doesn't buy it and asks if he's trying to trick them, but Tobin keeps insisting he's telling the truth. He says that guy is a new member in his guild, or Boxes, and he's a spiritualist who can control people. According to Tobin, Box controlled him to do this, and Box quietly appreciates the save. Meanwhile, Box thinks about his trump card, a puppet-style skill that controls a target with magic power. It was his best move, but it only lasted 3 seconds. On a monster, it should last at least 5 minutes, and on a user at least 30 seconds. That means Grid's magic resistance is absurd. The Zadaka guild really is impressive. Box thinks it's a shame his best skill ended like that, then introduces himself to Grid. He says they recently joined the guild and were helping Tobin with his mission. Grid just stares, thinking the guy looks way too pretty, almost like a demon. Then Box bluntly says Tobin's mission was to kill him, and Grid goes, "What?" He turns to Tobin and asks if he was really planning to kill a guildmate. Tobin insists it's a misunderstanding. The mission was to execute the one who killed the Pope, but he didn't know it was him. Then he says killing Grid isn't even needed. The quest should clear if he just gets the holy light set, so he begs Grid to sell it. Grid asks if he should trust him and die, while a white bear is chewing on him. Tobin tells Black Ted to stop since Grid is in their guild. The bear lets go, and Grid says if that's true, he'll think about it. When he asks the price, Tobin offers 2,000 gold per item, 6,000 total. Grid asks if he's insane, and says that has to be a joke. It should be at least 2 million per item. Tobin calls that ridiculous, and says Grid can't even use the gear properly. Grid says it looked great on him anyway. Tobin begs him to be serious and not be cruel. This is his first SS rank mission, and he really needs help. Grid thinks it's nice that an idiot wants to buy exclusive armor, but the guy has no clue what a legendary item like that is really worth. Tobin keeps begging and raises the offer to 2,200 gold each, saying he desperately needs them. Grid tells him to get lost, and Tobin realizes that besides the price, Grid never backs down, so he won't hand them over easily. Then Box messages Tobin, asking if they can beat Grid. Tobin is startled. He looks at Box and realizes he's serious. Box asks if Tobin understands. They want to fight with everything they've got, beat Grid, and take the armor. Tobin just needs to stay out of the way. Tobin immediately thinks this is going to end badly. Killing a guildmate is a terrible idea. But then he wonders how much stronger Grid will get with this new armor. If Grid stays weak, he'll only hold the guild back. Still, is that really a reason to betray a teammate? Guild trust should mean everything. Even so, he can't stop thinking about that legendary sword. So he asks Box if he can pretend to cast magic on him. The other two get buffed, and the main character is surprised by that, looking at Tobin since he's probably the one doing it. Then Tobin starts acting like Box is controlling him again, in the most obvious fake way possible, and apologizes to Grid, saying he's wasting God's buff for nothing. After that, he says Grid brought this on himself, and should think of himself as a sacrifice for the guild. Grid thinks Tobin is acting weird, but gets the point, they're going to fight. Box tells him that since they've met, he'd love to see the power of the secret class that crushed the giant guild. Then Ahsoka charges straight at him and tells him to come on and show what he can do. She uses Spear Frenzy to attack, then asks what Grid thinks. She boasts that this is the power of her favorite weapon, the Infernal Halberd, and says the skill has crowd control as long as the target is in the air. But Grid swings his sword at her, forcing her to block with the spear, and she's shocked he didn't get launched. Grid remembers berserkers can use all kinds of weapons. He realizes she has a demon spear, and while the bear tries to hit him from behind, he notices her defense has gone up too. To make things worse, Tobin is buffing her, while still acting like he's controlling Grid. Grid unleashes Wave and hits everyone around him. She takes 4,500 damage, and her speed drops for 10 seconds. Even worse, he pierced her unique rated armor, and cut 25% of her health with a debuff on top of it. She realizes this guy is no joke. Then Box uses Magic Power Resonance, boosting all buffs on his party members by 1.5 times. On top of that, he fires his magic gun at Grid, but the damage is tiny, not even reaching 4 digits. Grid just stares, realizing that even with penalties, this armor is insane. It cuts physical damage by 40% and magic damage by 50%. Box can't believe he's only doing 300 damage. Even if spiritual attacks are weaker, all his stats were boosted by the buff. Then the Pavranium attacks Box and hits him much harder than Box hit Grid. Right after that, Grid uses Transcend to strike all of them at once. Tabam jumps in front and blocks with his shield. Even then, Grid starts cracking his replica rank shield. Tabam can't believe how strong Grid has gotten. Grid curses at Tabam and demands to know why he's doing this. Tabam tries to explain, but Suka cuts in and says they'll talk first. She asks if he ever wondered why they wanted to meet him, then brings up how lots of people sell class change info and secret item details. She explains that picking the best class takes tons of information, and people with secret classes like his are the best source she could find. Then she asks how to get his class. She says she'll pay so much he could never spend it all. 10 billion, 20 billion, whatever he wants. Tabam finally understands why she was so desperate to come see the guy with the bone helmet. He figures Black Ted, her bodyguard, is helping her with this. He thinks it's a tempting offer for someone like Grid who loves money, and wonders what he'll say. Grid says he wants 1 quadrillion won. The girl can barely believe it. Ted asks if he's joking. Even a rich family's daughter can't spend that much, and she asks if he's crazy. Grid tells her to use her brain. If anyone could get it, it wouldn't be a secret class, and class change methods aren't all the same. He calls her a dumb rich girl, says money can't buy everything, and points out she's even dumber for attacking him before making that offer. Then he says he has a mission to finish fast and somewhere else to be. Tabam thinks the price is ridiculous, but Suka brought this on herself. Still, if Grid wants to fight, he'll regret turning her down. A battle against a ranker is a whole different level. Suka rushes him, and Grid asks if she's attacking just because he said no. He says that's exactly why he called her a dumb rich girl. Her combos aren't enough, so he activates Link on her. She tells him not to get cocky. If she can't get the information, she'll at least see his full strength for herself. After taking damage, her berserker effect reaches its peak. She lands a critical hit, her attack power jumps by 80%, her attack speed by 50%, and Grid takes 5,000 damage. Box asks Tobam why he still hasn't chosen a side, saying it would help the guild to know their members' full strength. Tobam says he made this choice for his mission, but he also wants to see Grid's real power, so he'll help them. He activates Critical Moment with Box's Mage Resonance. Critical Moment raises the party's attack power by 30%, and the Resonance boosts party buffs by another 1.5 times. Grid sees her using the Demon Spear again. Her strength is even higher now, and the impact throws him into the air. He dodges, but then she uses chains of hell. Grid notices there are even more chains now and starts wondering how many weapons she has. Then the bear charges at him and starts trying to hit him, but the Pavranium quickly blocks for Grid and throws the bear away. She notices he doesn't have that golden disc nearby, so she wants to see how he'll hold up with just his normal body. Using Greatsword Massacre, she attacks, and Grid realizes this berserker is completely crazy as she drives the sword into his chest. He takes a fatal hit for 29,900 damage and nearly dies. Tobam apologizes, saying this is his fault, but then Grid starts glowing like a lighthouse, nearly blinding everyone. He says he really thought he was dead, but Doran's ring instantly heals 50% of the damage he takes. On top of that, the Holy Light armor boosts healing magic by 300%, so the ring restores 38,000 health. She can't believe it and asks if he's even human. Black Ted grabs her and tells her to run, ordering the bear to hold Grid back. But before the bear can do anything, Grid snaps. He asks if they really think they'll leave alive after putting a hole in his chest, then uses Kill and one-shots the bear. Box can't believe what he's seeing. Grid wipes out Sokka, Black Ted, and the bear in a single attack. The power he's showing against rankers is way beyond expectations. Box says all the trouble they went through to find him was worth it. Then he asks Grid to leave Sadaka Guild and join his guild instead, but Grid doesn't care. He uses Blacksmith's Rage and kills him on the spot. Tobam realizes Grid just killed 3 rankers in a row. Grid asks if Tobam ever thought about joining a drama cast, saying he almost died because of him. Tobam says he never imagined Grid would be this strong, and before anything else, he drops to his knees. He apologizes, saying no excuse matters. He turned his back on a guildmate for his own desires, and all he can say is he's sorry. He wanted power so badly that he had to clear that mission, but that still doesn't change what he did. Grid says if Jishuka hears about this, Tobam will be kicked out. He asks if Tobam understands that. Tobam says he'll accept whatever punishment comes, but then Grid changes his mind. He says he'll consider Tobam's desperation, and since making Tobam's item is one of his last jobs, and Grid has enjoyed plenty of benefits from being in the guild, he'll let it slide. But from now on, Tobam has to do whatever Grid says until he finishes his item. Tobam gets emotional and thanks him, though he still asks if that's really enough. Grid tells him to get up, they still have a mission to finish. Then he adds that the payment for acting like a jerk is separate. He tells Tobam to hand over all the money he has right now or he'll tell everyone. Tobam quickly realizes the kid isn't that nice after all. Meanwhile, the SA Group calls an emergency meeting because as everyone knows, Satisfy is a massive success. SA Group isn't just the biggest in Korea but in the whole world. They have around 20 million clients, hundreds of affiliates, and unmatched influence and wealth. Korea depends heavily on them because their jobs and social impact can't easily be replaced. Because of that, the Korean government sent them an interesting request yesterday. They say today's meeting is about that request. They're here to discuss an international competition. Now the story reaches a big moment, and we're about to learn something very interesting about a certain character. For now, everyone is confused about this international competition, and it's explained that the government suggested the idea. The top 100 ranked players would be split by country and invited to South Korea, where the event would take place. The Korean government would host it, and they want SA Group to handle planning, PR, and sponsors. One of them complains that the government is always asking favors. They say Cedric Group isn't a charity, and a Satisfy tournament could be run by companies and broadcast from many countries, so why should they spend their own money and manpower on this? Just bringing famous rankers in would cost hundreds of billions. But another person says a tournament for a game played by 1/3 of the world would be huge. They agree that rankers are like stars and would draw huge crowds, so ticket sales wouldn't be a problem. That must be what the government wants. Someone else adds that starting this year they could turn it into a yearly Satisfy-backed festival. They say Satisfy could redefine what a nation means. The idea sounds interesting, so they decide to tell the government they'll accept the proposal. But then a girl asks them to wait, saying some changes are needed. Since they've approved the government's request, he tells manager Yame to draw them up. She says making teams by country alone would be unfair. There are 23 Americans in the top 100, but only 2 Koreans, so that wouldn't feel like a real contest. Everyone is shocked by the gap and starts throwing out ideas. Adjust the scale, cut it to the top 30, or pick 1-star player from each class. But she says that would make the event too small to count as an international tournament. Picking class celebrities would also take too much work. Then she brings up another issue. Yoro reached level 280 yesterday at 11:53. They say that's great news for Korea, especially after recent struggles in gaming. Still, they're surprised the top 5 players have already passed level 280. That leads to another concern. Are the rankers leveling too fast? Morpheus's forecast was wrong again, so they even wonder if something is broken. She says Morpheus is fine. The real reason is simple. The top rankers are performing way beyond expectations. As an example, she brings up Ragus. Even though he fights barehanded, he's still the #1 martial artist, which shows how far ahead his skill sense and combat judgment are. They also mention Rod Hoffman from England, a taekwondo fanatic. Even without focusing on weapons, martial artists can get much stronger with gear like Knuckles. Then they return to the main point. If they approve South Korea as the host, they'll need at least 3 months to prepare and market the event. At this pace, the top 5 could hit level 300 within a few months. That means players with a third advancement will start showing up soon. And that's not far-fetched. Around 1,000 players reached level 200 in the last 5 months. Everyone already knows the jump between first and second advancement takes 50 levels, so reaching the third should create an even bigger gap. The president agrees. Since the third advancement was designed almost like a secret class, those players would be way stronger than second advancement users, and the tournament outcome would be too obvious. Still, he says they can't change the system now. So he asks manager Kim if he has any ideas, since limiting the event to rankers alone is tricky. Kim suggests opening it to all 2 billion players. They could present the competition as a global quest, let the mission itself handle the promotion, track everyone's progress, and use that to choose the right representatives. Their leader likes it. If everyone can join at once, the event becomes easier to promote and the player selection gets simpler too. Meanwhile, at the Dominion Church Sanctuary, Grid arrives to ask for the blessing of the god Dominion. She explains it's a sacred rite given only once a year to chosen people. Ronde doesn't seem eager to agree. Even with the church's greatest paladin beside him and a recommendation letter from Isabel, Rebecca's daughter, she says it's still a hard request. Then she notices how stubborn he seems, but also that he gives off the feeling of being a good person, which she finds odd. At that point, Tobin speaks up. He says this man is Grid, one of the heroes who defeated Malakos, the sixth servant of Yatan, and the goddess's champion who brought divine punishment to Pope Drivigo. She's stunned. If that's true, then Grid has already received the blessing of goddess Rebecca. Tobin thinks he introduced Grid just the way he was told to, and waits to see her reaction. She lowers her head and says it's an honor to meet Grid. If that's the case, she'll give him the blessing right away. Grid figures that was easy and asks her to bless those items too. Tobin is left amazed, because even popes and church leaders have hundreds of thousands of followers and are respected even by kings, yet she's bowing to a mere player. Tobin can't help wondering if Grid has really become that important. Sometime later, he notices the discs now have an attack effect. The blessing of Dear Dominion raises the user's attack by 15. Then Tobin starts begging Grid to shut up and listen. They're in level 260 Griffin territory, and if they get spotted, they'll die. He asks if they really have to come here because the leader of the Judah Church will be furious if he returns without the armor. Grid brushes it off, telling him to stop whining. They're going to help the church. Tobin realizes this guy is way harsher than he thought, and says he should have known the moment they took this route. He even asks if Grid can at least crouch because this place is too dangerous. Grid snaps back, asking what kind of nonsense that is. Isn't Tobin American? Was crouching the only thing he learned in the army? Tobin says that's not the point. He's trying to protect Grid, but Grid says he plans to kill the griffins on the way. Griffin bones, leather, and tendons sell for a lot, so why would he think he can't do it? Tobin admits he already knows Grid's attack power is on the level of the overall top 10, especially after seeing him beat 3 rankers alone. Even so, this canyon is packed with level 260 griffins. If they swarm together, not even the number 1 player Krogel could survive. Then Grid suddenly steps back and just stares at Tobin from a distance. Tobin doesn't get it, and tells him this isn't the time to hide. That's when he realizes he's wearing Malakos' cloak. Right after that, the Griffin captain, a level 290 field boss, drops in directly above Tobin, and he panics, asking why he put this on him. Grid, fully in his worst mode, tells Tobin to run so he can kill them all. He even warns that if Tobin takes off the cloak, he'll tell Jashuka everything. Tobin feels like his mission is over and wonders why God abandoned him. He starts running for his life, acting as bait, and can't believe the boss actually came out. To him, it feels like a curse. Grid calls it good work and tells him to keep running. He'll take care of the weak ones and hunt as much as he wants. Now Tobin is sure Grid is basically a demon. Since there's no way around it, he decides he has to protect himself somehow. He nearly dies several times against the boss, and explains that Satisfy's bosses are split into 3 types: secret bosses like Malakos and Drivigo, dungeon bosses deep inside dungeons, and field bosses like this one. Field bosses are weaker than the other 2, but their stats are still 4 times higher than normal monsters. He can barely handle a regular griffin, so a boss should be impossible. He's sure he can't last much longer with his own strength. But then the main character suddenly uses Kill and lands a critical hit on the monster, taking it down in a single blow. A huge flash of light bursts between them. The system announces that he defeated the Griffin captain, gained 4,500,900 experience, leveled up, and got 3 Griffin tendons, 4 Griffin leathers, 7 Griffin bones, plus the magic book Tornado. Torban is stunned that Grid killed a field boss in 1 hit. He can't understand how that's possible, since Grid wasn't this strong against the Pope. The main character thinks it scared even him. The Pope had around 300,000 GP, and with Kill at level 2 giving 1,800% power, plus Blacksmith's Rage and the strength boost he got after killing Drivigo, and then the Pavranium attack buff, the gloves striking 5 times, and even a critical hit, the damage came out insane. Torben asks how he suddenly got that much attack power, and Grid just says it was luck. Then he asks why the field boss drops are so bad, since all he got was a pretty lame magic book. Torben quickly says it's actually valuable. The Griffin captain drops it at only a 0.1% rate. Even so, Tobin still can't believe they killed a field boss. He really thought he was dead, but at least they got items and XP out of it. Then he realizes something: they never formed a party. So he asks Grid if he can invite him to one, but the look Grid gives him is anything but friendly. Grid asks why a traitor should get any rewards, calls him crazy, and tells Tobin to keep running. There wasn't much Tobin could do. Back then, he had no idea that this slave-like life would end up being the best thing he'd get for a long time. At the same time, in Winston Castle, Irene tells Jashuka that she stopped the threat from the Yetan Church and defeated Malikos, so as ruler of the territory she is proud to recognize her achievements. She then grants Jashuka the title of Baroness, and gives her Byron village to govern. Just like that, the Tegaka Guild comes under Irene's banner. Later that night, it's said that once every 4 months, 2 full moons overlap and become one. When that happens, Brinnet Bay reveals a hidden path. Euphemina says she finally found it, the road leading to the bottom of the sea. She explains that Mylif, the dwarf master who stayed there after marrying a mermaid 500 years ago, is the final stop in her search for Mylif's descendant. Then she plays Laurel Has flute, letting her breathe underwater for 25 minutes. She finds a place that was only talked about in legends. If she makes and sells a map of it, she can earn a lot of gold and fame. Selling that map to the Saharan Empire's third prince will even start a chain quest. Since she's also the first to discover the Siren Kingdom, she starts explaining what it is. She says this is worth celebrating. Out of 2 million players, she found it first. Even so, her main goal is still finding Mylif's descendant. Everything she's done so far was to learn how to make the orb created by Mahmud, the first disciple of the great mage Baron. Then she thinks about Shin and how much he must have grown, wondering if he still remembers his promise to make an orb for her. She says she'll bring him the crafting method, so he just needs to hold on a little longer. She's almost there. Meanwhile, in Byron Village, Clum thinks this job sucks. He only joined the guild to find that helmet guy, so he can't believe he ended up guarding some old village. He says Sokka, Black Ted, and Box wanted to find that guy too, but they all left the guild. Thinking about that, he contacts Box and asks what the hell happened. Wasn't he supposed to stay until they learned who that guy was? Box tells him he actually already met the man, but things didn't go how he wanted, so he quit. Clum asks who it was. Box teases him instead, saying the answer would ruin the fun, and it's someone so unexpected that he'd better keep an open mind. Then Box reminds him about his old offer. Once he's done dealing with the helmet guy, he should come join his guild. Someone with Clum's strength would be welcome anytime. After that, Box just hangs up. Clum thinks he's seriously annoying. Still, he can't stop wondering who the helmet guy is. He goes through the guild members one by one, then thinks of Shin but brushes it off since he's just a blacksmith in Winston. Then he notices MC is already level 172. Just a few months ago, he was level 110. Now that starts to look pretty suspicious. At the same time, Jashuka says Pong and Ibelin are clearing nearby monsters with the soldiers, while Faker is handling the village money. Vanner says Byron is growing fast, and more players keep coming. Jashuka agrees the village always had potential, with high-level dungeons nearby and only half a day of travel to Winston. Vanturner asks where the team leader is, since it's been a week since he last heard from him, especially after he refused to help with a quest. Jashuka says they don't need to ban there right now, so it's fine. Then she gets distracted, admiring a picture of a goddess. News spreads that a Baroness of the Eternal Kingdom has officially received the territory. Vantner also complains about Shin, saying that idiot refuses to make his gear and only wants to hunt. His level is already over 170 in less than a month. He says he claimed he was leaving to finish a quest, but he's probably just grinding in some dungeon all day. Jashuka though thinks that leveling speed is close to what Regis was like when he got fired up. After meeting Braham in the maze, she looked into Pagma. Turns out Pagma wasn't just the best blacksmith in history, he was also a great swordsman. So it wouldn't be strange if the protagonist had gained some legendary power. And with how hard his class change quest must be, it makes sense that he's taking so long to return. Even so, she wants Shin back soon. She really wants to see how much stronger he's become. Meanwhile, MC is out grilling meat with Tobin nearby. Tobin groans that it's already been 4 days and begs him to please take a break, but he says he wants to hit level 200 and get his second advancement. Tobin begs him to at least let him rest since he's just being used like a ladder and not even getting XP. Tobin thinks about how the second advancement boosts every stat at level 200. For normal players, that's huge, but for someone with a secret class like the protagonist, levels don't seem to matter as much. After all, MC beat 4 rankers above level 200 and wiped out hundreds of level 260 griffins by himself. He's way beyond people with epic classes, so Tobin finally asks how he got a legendary class. Shine stays quiet, thinking back on everything. It all began in the northern cave. Back then, his life was awful. He kept dying in the game and was buried in debt. In the end, he just asks Tobin not to ask about that. Tobin realizes he must have gone through a lot. You don't get a legendary class through luck alone, so he shouldn't act like he didn't earn it. Then Tobin asks the protagonist to stop hunting and go to the Church of Judah's sanctuary. He says he has no right to tell him what to do, but he still wants to help with the quest. He admits he looked down on Shin's time and effort, and he apologizes. MC tells him it's fine, thinking he may have been too hard on him. Still, he warns Tobin he'll smack him if he stops listening. He says he's only helping because Tobin's a decent guy, and Tobin nearly cries from relief as he thanks him. The next day at the Church of Judah, he receives the blessing there too. Now only the Church of Yatan is left. At that moment, Pascal asks if his blessing will really help the protagonist. He says it's an honor, as leader of the Church of Judah, to help the champion of goddess Rebecca. He's also curious to hear the tale of how Shin defeated Malachus Oed and Drevago the Corrupt. But MC finds this warm treatment suspicious. He was ready for a fight since he came for one of the 7 sacred lights. Even so, he knows better than to let his guard down. He doesn't know what Pascal is planning. He is level 180 now, and thanks to all the stats he gained from crafting, he's much stronger than his level suggests. Since beating Drevago, he's gained 30 levels, so he's sure he can win if it comes to a fight. Pascal wonders if Tobin warned him about something. Noticing how alert the protagonist is, still, he says there's no reason to be hostile toward the goddess's champion. The 7 sacred lights are what Pascal needs to become pope. Since the Rebecca Church has no one, and the Dominion Church has no interest in the role, he's the best choice for the next pope. And that man, Shine, has made things much easier for him in more than one way. Still, Pascal tells MC that the Church of Yeton is extremely secretive, and even now the location of their sanctuary is unknown. If MC wants Yeton's blessing, he'll have to wait for the future. He asks if Tobin might know anything, but Pascal says Tobin hears outside news faster than he does. Still, he doubts even Tobin would know that. Then Pascal asks if Tobin didn't come with him and where he is. The protagonist says he's outside, and Tobin really is out there, throwing up and saying he can't go in because the church leader will kill him. Meanwhile, at Winston Castle, people say the front gate is packed and wonder what's going on. Everyone goes to check it out. They spot Irene, the Phoenix Guild, and the Sadaka Guild from Byron, so people figure some kind of event must be happening. Trumpets start blaring, and they assume it has to be for the king. A ceremony like this could only be for someone that important. As the castle gates open, everyone wonders who's coming out. It's just Shin. Confused about why so many people are there, the crowd is stunned. They thought it would be the king, not some beggar-looking guy. Then Irene runs straight to him and throws her arms around him. That leaves everyone in shock. She looks up at Shin and says she missed him. He asks how things have been. Then Jashuka chimes in, saying he should have come back sooner. She welcomes him and says she's been waiting for him. MC says he barely recognized her and asks what happened, since he's never seen her in those clothes before. The whole moment gets recorded, and people say the player personally welcomed by Irene of Winston Castle and Jashuka, the new Lord of Byron, is the hottest topic around. Users everywhere rush to search for the identity of the player welcomed by 2 famous beauties, who represent NPCs and players alike. Back home, Shin sees the news and says that player is him. His little sister asks if he's really the guy standing beside those girls. He says yes, that's him. He went back after a long time and they were really happy to see him. She says she likes him, but those women are basically celebrities. The protagonist starts bragging that he's even more popular than she thinks, and tells her to watch her mouth. Privately, he admits both of them are gorgeous now, and they've grown so much more confident. His little sister starts getting upset that he's actually popular. Shin asks if there's any food, and she tells him to handle it himself. He notices she seems jealous and jokes that she just can't wait to become an adult. Then he remembers that once he finishes his quest, he's supposed to marry Irene. That thought sends him into a goofy fantasy. He gets all excited, thinking his big night is getting closer. Later that night, his little sister goes to his room and says everyone's heading to bed, asking when he's coming. Shin smugly tells her not to worry and says they can all go on ahead. That weirds her out. She tells their mom she thinks her brother is broken because he's actually studying. Their mom says maybe something's wrong with him and tells her to leave him alone. And the book MC is reading is basically 100 Ways to Please a Woman. He says if he'd read this sooner, he would have been married already. Still, he decides the main event matters most and wonders if he should look up Snoo Snoo and Satisfy. He already knew the game let players feel everything, but finding out that even that is possible in-game blows his mind. Then he learns it can happen with NPCs or other players. At that point, real women like Yang don't matter to him anymore. The only woman who can save him now is Irene, so he checks the rules. It says a player can do that once a month, but only if the partner is married to them and agrees to it. If not, the option stays locked. He figures those rules exist to stop abuse in the game. Then he gets stuck on the once-a-month part. After waiting 27 years for this, he thinks the limit is insane. It feels unfair, but there's no way around it. If that's how the system works, he'll have to follow it. So he swears he'll cram 10 years worth into one day, even if it kills him after. Back in the game, Vantner is burning with jealousy. He can't believe a guy like Grady is about to marry his Irene and keeps asking why it wasn't him. Vantner complains that even as a top ranker, he barely got to talk to her. So how did Grady pull it off? Pong tells him to give up. He already lost because he's bald. Vantner snaps back and says again that he isn't bald in real life. Pong doesn't care and says he still looks like her dad, asking if he still doesn't get it. Grady wonders what all the noise is about. He heard Irene became a lord, so doesn't she have better things to do? She answers that this is his wedding, so of course she'll make time. After disappearing for 40 days, he suddenly comes back and gets married. Everyone is stunned, especially since he's the first player to marry an NPC. Grady also notices Vantner's nonsense barely bothers him now. He really has gotten more mature without even realizing it. Then he asks about Faker, saying he needs to talk to him. Jashuka says he's probably around somewhere, just hiding like usual. Pong agrees Faker is the best assassin there, then asks someone to find him. But Grady walks straight to Pong's side, sensing Faker there. He says he got an item after killing an assassin and asks if Faker can teach him how to use it. Faker is shocked. He was using stealth, so how did Grady spot him right away? Then it hits him. Grady really has changed. A few months ago, he was hot-headed, but now he seems much calmer. That ability to read people, along with the calm to back it up, comes from Grady's composure stat, which has reached 600. Now Faker understands why his master said Grady had matured. He explains that the item is for setting traps and poison, and that it's very useful. Grady says it belonged to Shay. He beat Shay and his group, and the item dropped when Shay died. Faker is stunned. Shay is 5th among assassins, and if he had allies, that means Sniper and Curb were with him too. Grady beat all of them alone. Just then, Jashuka calls for Grady and says it's about to start, so he'd better hurry. Faker remembers her saying Grady might even surpass Pong and Regis. Now he thinks Grady may really become someone worth fighting. Meanwhile, Grady takes Irene and heads to the wedding. At the ceremony, both of them say yes. While the ambassador gives a formal speech, the king says it was no exaggeration to call Kondistan one of the strongest in the kingdom. Jashuka thinks that means her guild is growing stronger too, and Grady is a huge gain for her in every way. Then the priest says it's time to show the sign of their promise, and Grady asks what that means. Irene says her family already prepared it and hands him the rings, telling him they just need to place them on each other's fingers. With that exchange, they become each other's partners for life. He receives the wedding ring, and the system says its special effects activate if his partner wears the matching one. The more his wife loves him, the better the benefits and the stronger his voice becomes. But if her happiness drops too low, the worst case is divorce, so he'd better be careful. Then he gets another notice. He has become Khan's son-in-law, unlocked noble status, and all his stats rise by 20. He can now enter noble society, gets a monthly salary of 500 gold, and is officially bound to love Irene Winston forever, as the husband of the Lady of Winston. Irene looks at Grady with pure love in her eyes. He tells her she's beautiful and jokes that he feels years younger. The priest declares them husband and wife, in the name of goddess Rebecca, and everyone celebrates. Khan sees that the boy has become her husband, and wonders if this will lighten his burden a little. Grady returned the forge to him, visited his son's grave like a friend, helped him enjoy life again, and gave him a reason to keep living. Khan had been so thankful to hear him hammering in the forge. Now that Grady is a noble, they may not meet as often, but he still hopes the boy won't lose heart. No matter what, he'll always support his son Grady. Then Grady calls out to Khan. He says the forge is running low on coal, and he'll need to start making items as soon as he gets back, so Khan should buy more. Khan just stares at him in surprise. Then he remembers Grady's promise that he would take care of him, and Khan starts to cry. The Lord of Winston walks over and says Khan must be a good friend of Grady's. Khan wonders why someone like him would care about a plain old man, but the Lord says that's nonsense. Who would dare look down on a great blacksmith? Khan is practically a master of his field, so he should be proud. Then he says, they can't stand around on such a happy day. Start the feast and give everyone meat. Grady tells Khan to set responsibility aside for today and just enjoy it. So the wedding of Lady Winston and Grady became the first big celebration in a long time after all the losses from the battle against the Church of Yatan. For 10 days, all goods in Winston are tax-free. Players who set Winston as their hometown get 50% more experience and 30% better item drops for 15 days. Players living anywhere in Kondistan also get buffs for 15 days, 30% more experience, and 15% better drop rates. Once players heard about the experience buff in Kondistan, the area's population jumped fast. Winston's allied village Byron also grew during that time. That also marked the start of a new era for the Tezuka Guild. Jashuka says she's so busy she doesn't even have time to rest. Meanwhile, the newlyweds finally get some time alone, and the guy who's been waiting forever for his first time is a nervous wreck. Irene speaks to Grady. She says they first met when he came to the castle to deliver the sword he made for her family, and since then he has saved her many times. She's deeply grateful and he made her truly happy, but she kept holding herself back because she hated that a lady meant to protect her land couldn't even protect herself. Grady thinks it makes sense. She'd feel that way after being kidnapped so many times, but it doesn't mean she's weak. Irene says she still isn't strong enough yet, but one day she'll protect him. Grady looks into her eyes and tells her that someone as kind as she is already strong. He says no one has ever offered him such warm love before. Then he asks Irene to please take good care of him and kisses her deeply. After that, he starts undressing. Then he says he'll protect her too, and lays her on the bed. After that, the only thing I can say is that the details are skipped. The next day, Kondistan tells him there's no reason to be surprised. After he passes on, Irene will become a countess, and even now she rules a large territory. He says he respects Grady's wish to focus on blacksmithing, but socially it's not right for a commoner to be married to a ruler. So Grady should accept the title he's offering, Viscount. That makes him a Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom, and as Kondistan's son-in-law, he also receives the family name Sten. He gains the right to govern land and command soldiers, and can now hire them too. Grady is stunned by all of it. Phoenix explains that under noble law, a count can grant the title of Viscount to 2 people and Baron to 8. But the Sten family is highly respected, so with special privilege, 6 Viscounts have already been appointed, including Grady. It's a title that will serve him well in both power and authority. Grady also learns that on top of the 500 gold he already gets as the Count's son-in-law, his monthly pay is now 2,500. There's no way he'd turn down profit worth 3,000,001 a month. Then Condestain bluntly asks how their first night went. Irene quickly reacts to her father, while Grady says it went well thanks to her kindness. He almost says too much, but keeps the details to himself and thinks it's a shame they can only do it once per month. He gets more and more frustrated. With almost 1,000 in dexterity, vitality, and strength, only doing it once a month is rough for a guy who loves the nightlife. Still, he decides it's fine. He has a new goal now. No matter what it takes, he's going to protect Irene and never let her face that kind of danger again. So he asks Irene to lend him some soldiers if she's okay with it. She wonders if he isn't going back to the forge. He says protecting Irene comes first, and he plans to lead an expedition to defend her land. His target is the Forest Guardian, Byron, the monster that's been threatening the people. It's time to finish failure. With the soldiers gathered, they wonder why they were told to stay after training, especially since only the 13th squad was kept behind. Some think it's punishment for all the trouble they've caused. Others point out that Winston has 2,000 soldiers right now because of the fight with the Church of Atan, so they need every man they can get. That makes harsh punishment unlikely. One of them asks Captain Jones why they were called, but he has no idea. That gets them annoyed, saying their captain really is nothing but muscle. Then everyone is told to be quiet. Viscount Greed has arrived. They recognize him as the hero who saved the young lady, and they already know he's a great blacksmith too. To them, he's amazing. He asks if this is the unit Irene prepared for him. They look stronger than Winston's average soldiers. Before the expedition, he decides to check their abilities, and thinks about trying the sword Irene gave him. Then he starts examining them and gets a very high level of insight. He reviews the men under his command and notices the sword gives him the same kind of information. 3 NPCs stand out for this expedition, and one missing figure catches his eye, Judge, whose stats are also pretty good. He notes that this guy's numbers are a little lower than the others, but for his level, they're still high. More importantly, his max potential is incredible. If he reaches it, he could end up at least twice as strong as Judge. His intelligence is trash, but his rank is solid, and that stupidity might actually help. Greed decides to train him into a better knight. Then he tells everyone their mission. They're going to kill the Forest Guardian. Romeo is shocked. With only 100 men, he says even all of Winston's forces might not beat the Guardian, and they need at least 2 great mages, which Winston doesn't have, so he asks if Greed plans to bring in the Tezzacot Guild from Byron Village. Greed says no, they'll handle it with these soldiers. To get the blue orichalcum needed for failure, he can't call the others. Besides, he believes he can beat the Guardian on his own. Later that afternoon, Vander starts yelling at Jasuka. He says she has to talk sense into Grid. He should be making his gear, but since the wedding, he's been ignoring him. Jasuka says Grid isn't ignoring anyone. She heard he's going to kill the Forest Guardian, and Tobin immediately reacts to that. He says that when he first met Grid, he was already trying to join the Guardian raid, so Grid must be looking for something. Vander complains that whatever it is, Grid still hasn't told him, and calls that cruel. Jasuka just says that's how Grid is. He likes making his own choices. She tells them not to worry about equipment production since she was already thinking of reminding him about his guild duties. Even if she says nothing, he'll understand how important the guild is after this raid, especially at this time of year. 4 days later, in the Grey Forest, everyone is exhausted. It feels like torture. They've been fighting for 4 straight days with no rest. They knew Byron's monsters were strong, but there are way too many of them. No one has died only because Greed keeps sending knights in whenever things get bad. Still, they can tell he has no plans to stop. This isn't a commander, it's a demon. Romeo tells Greed they've come far, but he doesn't think they can go any farther. Greed asks why not. Romeo explains that poisonous fog starts 300 meters ahead. It's still some distance away, but a few soldiers are already feeling the effects. Greed remembers this fog comes from a poison flower and deals a fixed 350 damage per second. Crossing it alone would be hard enough, and the soldiers only have around 3,000 GP. So he decides to go by himself. But then Judy starts walking into the fog. He says he isn't afraid of the poison path that even the other knights fear. Greed realizes the forced march has made everyone stronger, and Judy grew fast because he fought on the front line. Thanks to his potential, he's already reached level 110. That's enough to make up for his stupidity, which is exactly why Greed noticed him. He tells Judy to keep growing, because he plans to make good use of him as a knight. But halfway through, Judy drops flat to the ground. Everyone wonders if he died and asks why he rushed in without thinking. Greed quickly rethinks the situation. Judy's intelligence was only 11. Then poisonous plants start attacking him, and there are goblins too. The soldiers shout for everyone to save Captain Judy, but no one can get close because of the fog. They can't risk all the soldiers' lives, so they freeze, not knowing what to do. Greed steps in and uses Pagma's sword dance, sending out a wave that wipes out every monster. He's actually annoyed they all died in one hit. That ruined their chance to train. Then he asks if Judy is okay, since the fog is gone now. Judy gets back up and says he's perfectly fine. Grid admits his toughness really is impressive, but tells him to drink a potion just in case. Being brave is good, but next time he needs to think before doing something dumb. He doesn't have 10 lives and Grid refuses to lose him for nothing. Judy starts thanking Grid. Romeo is stunned. Killing all those monsters in one strike was amazing, but what shocks him even more is seeing a noble risk his life to save a commoner. Grid points out there are a lot of hobgoblins nearby, so they should split into groups of 3 and protect each other. They still have to kill the Guardian. That fires everyone up. This is their commander, and they charge back into battle. Back at the guild, Vandina asks what Jashuka meant earlier, about Grid realizing the guild's importance, especially at this time of year. Jashuka explains they've fought the Guardian before, and the whole guild took part, but it was strong enough to wound every one of them. But now it's the season when the 2 moons overlap, and during that time, the blue orichalcum inside the Forest Guardian gains endless magic power. A fully awakened Guardian is stronger than a Pope, and even Grid could die if he gets careless. Meanwhile, in front of the Guardian's area, Grid wonders if this is really the place and asks where it is. He knows the Guardian's habits and figures this should be its respawn time, but he still can't find it. He needs to finish Failure after paying off all his debts, and since blue orichalcum isn't sold in shops, the only way to get it is by killing the boss. He barely managed to bring the frightened soldiers this far, thanks to his dignity stat, so he can't let this trip be for nothing. To make Failure, he needs 15 blue orichalcum. He got 3 from selling the High Transcendent Sword, but he still needs 12 more. He says he bought boss info from the market, then wonders if he got scammed, so he tosses a small stone at something nearby. That thing suddenly moves and everyone panics. Grid can only ask if they're serious. Then he realizes that really is the Forest Guardian, so the info wasn't fake, and killing the boss himself is way better than waiting for the item to show up on the market. At once, everyone is ordered to get ready for battle. But Grid notices something strange. It almost looks human. He thought it would be 5 meters tall, but it's nearly his height. Still, the orichalcum in its body proves it's the Forest Guardian. Then the Guardian suddenly rushes forward and attacks one of his men before Grid can even react. Night Deck dies instantly. A level 185 knight was killed with a single kick, and Grid realizes just how insane this thing's combat power is. That leaves him shaken. He can't even read its combat power, so he figures it's beyond measure. What the hell is this? The Guardian turns to look at Grid, while back elsewhere, Vandner asks Khan if Grid still hasn't returned. Khan says no and tells him to leave. Vandner says he's only there because Jashuka claimed Grid would fail the raid. He adds that when Grid comes back, Khan should remind him about his items. Khan snaps back saying he heard Vandner talking trash about Grid on the wedding day, and asks if he has no shame. Vandner grumbles that the old man is annoying, which is exactly why he gets along with Grid. Then someone shows up, thanks Khan for the tea, and says he's leaving. Khan asks why he's going so soon, and tells him to stay a little longer. Vandner finds it weird. He's never seen this guy before, so now he's wondering who he is, and since when Khan acts this friendly with strangers. The man gives a whistle. A dragon appears. That shocks Vandner. It's an Ivern. The man says that now he knows where Shin went. He's going after him. Khan warns him not to be too surprised when he sees him. He's gotten much stronger, and lately he's been growing up fast. The visitor says the protagonist is the kind of person who grows along with the people around him, and that changed him too. He's glad Khan is doing well, then says he'll see him later. Vandner starts thinking, a rancor with an Ivern pet, could this be another hidden monster player? Meanwhile, he feels like he's hit a wall because of his gear. He's still wondering where the hell MC is. At the same time, MC tells everyone to fall back. If his skill that read the Pope's power isn't working now, then this thing has to be even stronger than the Pope. He realizes it's an awakened Forest Guardian. That's dangerous, but also great. Harder fight, better orichalcum drops. Then the monster charges straight at the protagonist. He grabs his sword, tries to knock the attack aside, and lands a critical hit for 5,700 damage. Shin figures that only shaved off about 1% of its max HP. Still, the damage is decent. Since it got smaller, maybe its life armor dropped too. He also realizes the Guardian used to seem slow because of its huge armor. In this awakened form, it's much faster. Even so, MC keeps attacking, thinking this is the perfect kind of enemy for him, strong enough to test his own power. The Guardian rushes him again, and he expects another frontal attack. He thinks the thing never learns, but the Guardian suddenly dodges. It slips past Shine's strike and kicks him right in the face. The protagonist takes 13,090 damage from a brutal hit. One attack just erased a third of his HP. Then Doran's ring activates, healing half the damage instantly. On top of that, the Holy Light armor boosts healing effects by 300%, so MC restores 19,635 GP. He curses the Guardian and activates Pagme's sword dance, Malink, but once again, the Guardian dodges and leaps at him. He realizes just how insanely fast it is. As the Guardian attacks again, the durability of the replica Dunsleaf drops by 37 points. That means it damaged a weapon made from black iron, a top-grade ore. Shin thinks blue orichalcum really is the second best mineral, only weaker than Damantio. Now he decides to crush the thing and take all its orichalcum, using Blacksmith's Rage again, this time with Pagma's Wave. The skill hits everything within 1 meter for 155% of his attack, and slows them down. The monster gets hit over and over, and the protagonist deals 10,300 damage. Its speed finally starts dropping. He also uses Kill, but the Guardian stomps the ground, throwing up a storm of rocks. Shin sees it too late, and his attack starts to miss. The Guardian gets ready to punch straight at him. MC can't believe it. Kill! the move that drops so many monsters, barely worked. Then he gets slammed with heavy damage. From far away, Jude wants to rush in and save Sheen for saving his life. But the man beside him says he'd only get in the way. Then the Guardian looks up toward the spot where it attacked him and finds Pavranium in front of him, blocking the blow. The protagonist calls the Guardian dirty for using tricks to dodge his attack. It acts smart, but it's just a golem. No brain, no real cunning. Then he uses Braim's boots and activates Fly, summoning invisible magic wings that let him hover. His soldiers are amazed. They call the Viscount incredible, saying he's using high-level magic and can do anything. The Guardian lunges at Sheen, but of course it can't reach him in the air. MC even mocks it, asking what's wrong and if it can't catch him. If he had to guess, it can probably jump around 4 meters. It has more attack power than the Pope and enough raw strength to break black iron. He can only think one thing. This thing is busted. Still, if he stays patient, he can win. And there's also something he's been wanting to test. He raises his sword and activates Pagma's sword dance, Transcend. His attack power doubles, and even normal attacks become ranged strikes. Then he uses Link, swinging downward with a huge wave of power. The blast rushes toward the Guardian and hits dead on. The impact is so huge that everyone nearby feels it. Shine lands a critical hit, dealing 183,900 damage. Down below, the Guardian is left badly broken. The system announces a successful skill fusion. He gets the fused skill, Transcended Link. Because of the fusion, his intelligence rises by 10, and he earns several more achievements. The skill costs 1,600 mana and has a 900-second cooldown. On top of that, Pagma's sword dance evolves to a higher level, reaching level 2. The protagonist asks if the golem saw that because this is his new finishing move. The golem stays below, groaning in pain until its color starts to change. Still flying, Shine thinks the fuse skill is already amazing, but Pagma's evolution is just as good. Its passive effect feels almost like a level 240 skill. Then he tells himself to end this fast so he can focus on making failure. It's getting late, and he can't waste time here. The Guardian is already down by a third, and while MC stays airborne, its attacks can't reach him. This should be easy. He also remembers the game said he can use Transcend again right after using a fuse skill. If he starts fusing the other Pagma dances too, this fight will end fast. So he uses Transcend together with Wave, creating a new fusion of the two. The attack slams into the monster for 15,800 damage, followed by more hits, and its movement speed drops again. Shine starts wondering if there's some specific rule to these fusions. The ore coating the Guardian seems to be protecting it from taking the full damage. He also can't use Kill yet because it's still on cooldown. He'll have to save that for when the Guardian is nearly dead. So he keeps hammering the monster with Blacksmith's Rage while it crouches on the ground. Its HP is steadily dropping, but that ore shield around its body is really starting to annoy him. Then Transcend starts running out, and Shine feels his stamina nearly hit its limit just from swinging his sword. Kill will be ready soon, so he needs to finish this quickly and save mana. Everyone watching thinks he's actually beating the Forest Guardian. It's amazing, and if the Guardian falls, Perrin can be peaceful again. He sees that the monster has less than 25% HP left, so he gets ready to collect the drops, then notices something strange. When did its color change? The moment the shift finishes, the monster opens its eyes and releases a wave of power at the protagonist. It blasts him away, and he crashes back first into a rock. He has no idea what just happened, but the monster doesn't give him any time to think. It slams into Shin's stomach and nearly kills him. Now he's desperately trying to understand what changed. After changing color, it got even stronger. MC is furious. This happens right when he thought the fight was almost over. But the Guardian doesn't stop attacking. To save him from this beating, Pavranium starts striking the Guardian. That gives Shin a chance to pull away. He tells Pavranium to hold it off while he gets some distance and buys time. He'll hide in the trees, but the monster fires a blast at Pavranium, sending it flying. He realizes it's a shockwave, strong enough to paralyze Pavranium. He guesses it might be as powerful as Jashuka's Phoenix Arrow. Then the monster starts chasing the protagonist again. It throws itself at him, and he has to block with his sword. Dunsleif's durability drops by 46 points, and MC realizes that's even worse than before. Did its strength increase again? But why? Then he remembers the blue orichalcum. He'd only been thinking about using it for failure and forgot what it actually does. Blue orichalcum is made from the Forest Guardian's magic, and moonlight touching orichalcum. It can't gain extra magic power, but it has the highest mana density and durability of any ore. In the dark, it gets stronger. Shin realizes how bad this is. An awakened Guardian was already trouble. He tries to use Fly, but the monster grabs his leg and slams him back into the ground. He can't even run anymore. Then Pavranio starts moving again, and Grady thinks that since the paralysis is gone, he can use him to get the Guardian off his back. But the Guardian fires that blast again and paralyzes Pavranio one more time. Grady curses under his breath. That bastard can shut down even Pavranio, so he can't count on him now. The monster keeps piling on attack after attack. His HP drops fast. Grady realizes he can't use Kill Pavranio or the fused skill now, and right then winning feels impossible. The thing is insanely strong and fast, easily the nastiest monster he's ever faced. For a moment he sees it clearly. The raid failed, and he's about to die. Then composure suddenly activates. That catches him off guard, but the effect settles his mind. Once he calms down, he sees how stupid he's been. His gear carried him so many times that taking the easy way became a habit, even though he's never really had it easy. Grady smiles and decides none of that matters. Skills, items, whatever. The one still standing wins. As the monster charges in with another punch, he throws his sword into it, landing a critical hit and takes damage himself. The Ice Guardian freezes in shock. It still manages to kick Grady away, but he throws the sword again and lands another hit on the Guardian, leaving it stunned again. Grady says this is driving him crazy, then dares it to keep going and see who dies first. So the two of them trade blows head-on, neither one trying to defend. Grady keeps losing HP, but he chugs high-grade potions and heals it right back. The Guardian can't do that. It just keeps taking damage. Grady gets beaten so hard he's even taking hits to the head, but the Holy Light Armor and Doran's Ring kick in, restoring 23,400 health. Now even the Guardian starts to fear how stubborn this kid is. Grady goes for another hit, but the Guardian uses its speed to slip behind him. Grady snaps that if it's a monster, it should act like one and stop trying to defend itself now. Then he smashes the monster in the side of its ribs and sends it flying. He rushes in and hits it again, launching it into the air. Grady thinks he'll return every attack the monster gave him, and with it still up there, he activates Magma Sword Dance. If this fight has an end, he's going to force it himself. But while the monster is still in the air, it fires that blast at Grady again, piercing his stomach. Even then he thinks the last one standing wins. The monster thinks it finished him, but it's wrong. Grady says that look on its face is what you make when you meet a real monster. He's still alive thanks to his death resist effect, which keeps him at minimum HP for 5 seconds. Then he uses kill once more on the boss, strikes it, and finally brings it down. Grady says if the one who endures the longest wins, then victory is his. He's been enduring for 27 years. Outside, all the subordinates stare in shock at what they're seeing. Grady levels up 4 more times. He reaches level 200 and completes his second advancement. All his stats go up, and the awakened Forest Guardian under the Twin Full Moons is finally defeated. Grady shouts in victory and gets 14 blue orichalcum, 3 purple orichalcum, and the amethyst shield. Then he realizes he should have scraped off every bit of that damn orichalcum before killing it and can't believe he forgot. It pisses him off because he still needs more orichalcum to make the failure. If he didn't already have the piece he got from Administrator Vald, he'd be furious. He picks up the purple orichalcum and figures it's meant for accessories. Since he already has plenty of rings, he decides to make a necklace with it. What really bothers him, though, is the shield, an epic-ranked amethyst shield. He's sure it's a quest item, and that annoys him because the old man from Kazan Canyon once asked him to help get Smafu. He turned that down, but now he's thinking about it. He heard Smafu lives in the Saharan Empire, so if he goes there someday, he should continue Piaro's quest. People rush over to Grady and ask if he's alright. He says he's fine and tells them they can rest now. He also apologizes to Romeo for not being able to protect the deck and says sorry to everyone who came here trusting him without question. That moves them all. They start thinking the rumors about his close connection to the Smith god were true after all. Then they notice something strange. An Ivern drops down nearby and the rider quickly apologizes for startling everyone. He says he came in a hurry because it's been a long time since he saw his lord and asks how Grady has been. Grady realizes it's Heroi. Grady says it's really been a while and that Heroi has grown a lot. Heroi says that's all thanks to Grady's generosity. Grady checks him and sees 10,000 combat power, 2,000 more than Romeo, so he figures Heroi must be around level 200. But Heroi isn't a combat class, he's an orator. So Grady wonders if this comes from his second class. Either way, it's a huge jump. Heroi says it's been 4 or 5 months since they last met, and a lot happened in that time. Then he asks if Grady knew that fewer than 100 players have tamed an Ivern. Grady says Heroi showed up at the perfect time. He tells him to kill the ice orcs and bring back 28 selfie scales. Heroi is confused. They just reunited. But Grady tells him to repay the favor. The drop rate is low, sure, but he should be able to gather everything in about 10 days. Grady's already planning ahead. He wants to make a zip-up hoodie too, and needs 20 scales for each one. With what Heroi gathers, he can make 2 and sell 1. He says Heroi can take those guys along since hunting will help them train. Romeo asks if they get to go too. Grady adds one more demand. The kid can't ride that Charizard-looking mount. He has to walk with the others. Heroi agrees. Grady promises he'll make him a good item when he gets back, then flies off. Heroi just stares, shocked at how strong his lord has become. Still, Heroi thinks Grady is as unpredictable as ever. Just like before, he'll make a shining path for him, so he says to leave it to him. The descendant of the Blue Wolves never breaks a promise. Grady says he's counting on him and thinks that now he can finally make the failure. When he gets back to the village, he tells Jashuka that he beat the Forest Guardian alone. The boss was level 180, and the fight pushed him all the way to level 200. He says it was a huge pain since the Guardian was awakened, but he still pulled it off. Jashuka already knew Pagma's descendant was absurdly strong, but this doesn't just feel unbalanced, it feels like a bug. Not even the whole guild could beat the awakened Guardian, and no one in Manashe could do it alone. That would mean Grade is stronger than the entire guild put together. Still, that's not a fair comparison, since Braham's boots and Pavaran didn't really decide the battle. Even so, with the Yadan Church likely hungry for revenge after Malikos's defeat, Grade's power leaves Jashuka shaken. She starts wondering if it's really okay to leave someone this strong with the Smith god. So she talks to Grid and says she knows this is his base, then tries to charm him. She tells him they need that man's strength and have to win him over, even if that means seducing him. Then she asks whether he's ever thought about moving to Byron. Grid shuts her down right away. No chance. He's busy, and he tells Jashuka to get lost. She burns with embarrassment. Her attempt at seduction failed miserably. Outside, everyone sees her fuming and cursing Grid, yelling that now that he's gotten stronger, he's become even more of a jerk. People realize it's Jashuka, and wonder who could have annoyed her that badly. One of them even guesses it might be Heartbreak. The next day, gossip about Jashuka, one of Satisfy's two great beauties, spreads all over town, but Grid's mind is on something else. He tells himself he has only one shot to make failure with the orichalcum he has, and since it's the best weapon possible, it has to come out legendary. To raise the odds of that happening, he needs the right hammer. He says this forest is going to become the place where a legend was born. Meanwhile, someone arrives there and thinks it's unbelievable. He waited 4 months for this chance, but the Guardian is gone. He spots signs of battle and realizes the Guardian was defeated before he got there. That shouldn't be possible. Not even a solid guild should have been able to kill it. The man angrily asks how they dared waste his and Agnes's precious time. Meanwhile, Grid is completely at ease while that guy rages that some insolent bastard showed up. 4 days later, Grid is gasping. He stayed up 4 nights straight without taking a single customer, and he can barely keep his eyes open. But he did it. He made Fajero's hammer, and it's legendary. His class bonus gives him more experience, and this is already his 4th legendary item. On top of that, his fame keeps rising, and crafting boosts all his stats by 25 points. Still, the chance to make another legendary item only goes up by 1%. Then he thinks it over. Every legendary item he made before came from a 0.01% chance, so this is actually a huge jump, way beyond what he expected. Khan comes over and asks how long he's been there and if he's okay. He explains that he had to make this hammer. Khan looks at the result and says it's an amazing hammer, but he can tell something is bothering him. He admits he doesn't know why. This hammer is clearly better than the last one, but he's scared he'll waste his only shot at making the greatsword he wants. Even though things are better now, he's still worried. Khan is moved by that, but then someone calls for the old man. Customers came to place an order. Khan apologizes and says the forge is closed until tomorrow. The man is confused since other people are still waiting outside. Khan just says it's unfortunate and shuts the door. Grid is surprised. Khan turned them away. Khan tells him that doesn't matter right now and asks him to sit down. Grid asks what he's doing and Khan tells him to look at the hammers he made. Their colors are different and each tip was shaped in its own way. Even though the same skilled blacksmith made them, no two are alike. Then Khan asks if Grid really sees all of them as failures. Khan says that in important moments, the one thing you can't lose is love for what you make. The process and the result aren't what matter most. He tells Grid to look proudly at everything his hands have made. If he does, he'll grow enough to even be thankful for a hammer that turned out wrong. Khan tells him to forget the customers and focus on crafting. That alone should make him happy, and no matter the result, it will still be worth something. That cheers Grid up and gives him fresh motivation. Then the scene shifts to the chairman. Someone asks if he has seen the news yet, and he asks what happened. They tell him it's Satisfy news. Just now, every player got a shocking notice. The message says that a successor to Pagma's techniques and will has appeared, and that he can create legendary items. They identify him as Grid Shin Youngwo. He has created his 5th legendary item, officially announcing the rise of Pagma's descendant to the whole world. In the office, they watch a recording of the moment Grid lands the final strike on failure with his legendary hammer, while Blacksmith's patience is active. They explain that this is the moment Grid, the first player with a legendary class, creates failure. At first, he could only make normal and rare gear, but now his luck seems to be getting better and better. Maybe he's the type who grows slowly. Then they notice something coming out of his hand. They wonder if this is really something to laugh off. A player with a legendary class now has the best weapon too. Wouldn't that break the game's balance? Meanwhile, Grid keeps working with intense focus, polishing the weapon. One of the executives says she doubts it will end that way, since balance will adjust on its own. Grid keeps going, more focused than ever, and that concentration boosts the item's effect. At last, the crafting is complete. Failure, a legendary ranked weapon with absurd durability and attack power. The sword gets a long list of effects. The small blade jutting out helps with defense. It's light so attack speed stays high, and the user must be over level 300, have more than 5,000 strength, and advanced sword mastery at level 8 or higher. Grid realizes he did it. He's made plenty of legendary items now, but this one feels different. The earlier ones don't even compare to Albertino's one-of-a-kind sword, Dainsleif. But Failure is without a doubt the better weapon. Now he thinks he has the best armor and the best weapon in the game. Feeling unstoppable, he starts calling out Yura, the Bloody Witch, saying he's never even seen her, and she can come at him anytime. But then he notices something strange. His name is being engraved into the sword. He wonders if it's part of a skill effect, and then a notice about the legendary blacksmith skill appears. It says something special happens when the 5th legendary item is made. From now on, the blacksmith initial G will be carved into every item he produces. His talent is blooming. He's no longer a nameless smith, and Grid is stunned to see he now has his own mark. The penalty for not meeting item requirements is reduced by 15%. the penalty tied to using weapon effects disappears, and his understanding of items doubles. Grid quickly realizes what that means. A 15% penalty cut lets him use almost any item much better than before. To him, that's insanely strong. Then another notice says that as a result of his insight, his growth ability has weakened, and the stats gained from crafting are being reduced. That shocks him. He'll no longer get bonus points for making rare or epic items. Unique items now give 4 points to all stats, and legendary items give 10. He can't believe it and starts asking why his rewards were cut. But the legendary blacksmith skill also upgrades into Witness of the Godly Weapon. With legendary blacksmith already at level 3.87, Grid is told he can now make copies of myth-rated items. He immediately gets excited. Now he can finally reach something close to myth items. While the system keeps talking, it also says he has 11,830 reputation across the continent, and once it passes 30,000, he'll gain access to the reputation shop, a special shop any player can use. There, he can buy items with reputation points, and the shop's location changes over time. That makes him happy all over again. But then another notice says all stats of crafted items have increased by 17. That should be good, yet he gets annoyed because his reputation point gains from items have started to drop. Now he's outright complaining, wondering what kind of nonsense this is. He grumbles that they make changes like this and still expect him to use the reputation shop. To him, having a legendary class is starting to feel like a crime, and he curses the admins for cutting his stats. On top of that, his class as Pagma's descendant has now been revealed to the public. The system asks if he wants to register on the rankings under that title, but he refuses. After a nerf like this, he wants no part of it. So he doesn't register, and Khan asks what is going on since Grid finally succeeded. Grid starts ranting in front of Khan. He says the mark is cool and myth items sound amazing, but he's still mad. If a reputation shop existed, they should have told him sooner, and he still can't get over the crafting stat nerf. Khan asks if he's okay, and Grid answers that he is and isn't. Meanwhile, the developers think the nerf came too late. With the stats he already has, they aren't even sure it counts as balance anymore. One of them asks why they suddenly nerfed him right after his class became official. She explains they would never change the system unless it was for new quests or events. This nerf had already been built into Satisfy's system. He asks if she's saying that crazy stat growth was planned from the start, and she says yes, there was never any bug. She adds that non-combat classes have limits, so they couldn't keep letting them grow through stat gains forever. Still, she thinks the real reason this lasted so long is that Grid wasn't something Morpheus predicted. Even with a legendary class, most of the items he made were low rank, so it took him 3 extra months to create 5 legendary items. Ironically, that stretched out the stat growth effect because he was just that bad at the game. Her co-worker is stunned. In other words, his terrible luck turned into his biggest advantage. She says she isn't sure if he has no luck at all or just unbelievably weird luck. But one thing is clear, he's awful and amazing at the same time. Even with incompetence beyond what Morpheus expected, the news that Pagma's descendant had appeared spread across the world. The legendary blacksmith, master craftsman, and first user of a legendary class became a hot topic. Rumors about his identity and powers spread fast, and so did his fame. The top-ranked blacksmith announced that he was not Pagma's successor, and Katz also said a mere blacksmith could always be hired. Even with that arrogant comment, everyone among the rankers and guilds was talking about Pagma's descendant. Worried that things were getting too heated, the SA group came up with a fix. They decided to push the international competition quest to split the world's attention. Around then, Jashuka goes to the others and asks if they've heard. She says there's a high chance of war with the Yaten Church, then turns to Grid and asks him to make equipment for every guild member in a single set. Jashuka says the guild gear has to be done within a month. Sheen is stunned. There's no way he can finish that and still join the international competition, which starts in 2 months. That shocks her even more. If he joins, his identity as Pagma's successor could come out, and she wonders if he can handle that pressure. He goes quiet. He asks if it would really be that bad, then brings up how cold she's been with him lately. The tournament will be held in South Korea, with all kinds of events like raids and invasions. Even just taking part gives special rewards. Hearing that, Shin gets fired up and says he'll hurry, guild gear can wait. Vantuner grabs him right away and says no, those items come first. He reminds the protagonist he still owes him armor. Without it, he'll die in battle, so is the protagonist telling him to just go die. MC gives in. Then Jashuka decides to be honest with him. She wants him focused on making gear for the guild. The Church of Yitan has been acting strange lately. Shin thinks there's nothing to worry about. He doesn't need to stand out, he can just act like some hidden master and enjoy the time he has. In the end, he agrees that really is the safer choice. Meanwhile, his little sister thinks she's facing a tough problem. Summer break is almost over and she'll soon be a junior. She tells herself she needs to work harder. Up to now, she's only focused on studying so she could support her parents and help her brother too. Still, she remembers everything Shin has done for the family. She's glad he can finally smile again after stressing over money for so long. What worries her now is how much he spends. He barely even goes out, yet he bought a car worth 800 million won. And now there are beautiful girls next to him on TV, which looks like the perfect setup for a downward spiral. She starts wondering if that game is dangerous and what it's doing to him. Then she makes up her mind. Just in case, she'll study to become a therapist. Right after that, she notices a car passing by. A huge limousine in a small town like this stands out right away. Then someone she recognizes from TV steps out. It's that super famous Satisfy player. Yura heads straight to Shin's house, and his sister can't understand why someone like her would come looking for him. She quickly calls the protagonist and tells him to come home fast. Outside, people start gathering and asking if that girl is a celebrity. Others say yes, she's one of Satisfy's biggest stars. Then they wonder what someone like her is doing with the vegetable shop owner's daughter. They also heard the unemployed son bought a car, so now everyone's asking what kind of connection they have, and they're stunned to learn that car belongs to the family. Some say Yura is rich, so maybe it makes sense. Then the gossip shifts again. Now they ask if this is Shin's sister, saying she's just as pretty as the famous beauty. His sister demands to know why a celebrity like Yura came for her brother. What does she want with him, and how does she even know him? Yura explains that they met in Satisfy and got pretty close. At one point, they even pretended to date. The word date coming from Yura's mouth leaves the girl even more shocked. She can't believe someone like Yura would fake being her brother's girlfriend. It sounds like a drama, and she starts overthinking what that even means. Now she's seriously worried about Shin, while Yura calmly asks if she can see him. Meanwhile, MC is still in the game. His original plan was to upgrade his sword and armor. After fighting the Forest Guardian, he realized even legendary gear needs improving. But first, he can't delay Vantner's item, the Wave Armor. On top of that, those statues sell well, so they're worth keeping as one of his main products. Still, one thing bothers him, so he tells Vantner he'll call him when it's done and orders him to get lost until then. Vantner refuses. He wants to witness the birth of his armor and even says praying might help. So he starts praying for legendary armor, while Shin thinks this pressure is ridiculous. It reminds him of Cassius during the shield job. That makes him think of the Vatican. He hasn't heard anything about a new pope being chosen yet. It'd be dangerous if Ibellin's spear stayed unsealed, but he decides that's not his problem. Then someone calls for him, his little sister. While Vantner is still there praying, he suddenly sees Shin disappear and realizes the guy ran off again. But then an urgent notice goes out to every guild member. Jashuka orders everyone to gather in their personal zones immediately, and Vantner is caught off guard. At the same time, he logs out. He wonders why his sister called him so suddenly. Ever since his income got stable, she's never interrupted his game time. So if she's calling now, it must be serious. He even wonders if there's a thief at the house. Before, that would have scared him, but not now. He's ready to deal with whatever jerk is messing with his sister. Then he sees Yura and freezes. She says it's impressive how much he cares about his sister, and he asks what she's doing here. His sister tells Yura that, as she can see, her brother values family. If anyone tries to use him for something bad, God will punish them. She stays openly hostile, and Shin can only ask what kind of atmosphere this is. On top of that, he wants to know how Yura found his home. Ever since they met, she seemed to know way too much about him. Yura notices he's changed. Before, he couldn't even look her in the eye and always seemed nervous. Now he looks confident. She points out that even his body looks better. Shin thinks that since life got stable, he's been taking better care of himself and working out more. Then he starts wondering if he's improved enough for someone like her to notice him. He brushes it off as a family thing, while his sister, still feeling pleased with herself, goes to make tea and silently praises him. The protagonist cuts straight to it. He says he doesn't need her interest and tells the 2D woman to get to the point. Yura does exactly that. She wants him to join the international tournament as a representative of Korea. That leaves him stunned. She explains the government officially asked them to form a team. With her at the center, Korea could get strong results in the 4-day tournament starting on May 1st. MC is surprised the rankers have ties to the government too. Yura says Korea's image as a gaming powerhouse is mostly an old legend now. The government wants to rebuild Korea's competitive strength through this tournament, but honestly, it won't be easy. Western countries dominate the scene in the media while Koreans don't have much presence. Shin says he gets the situation but asks why her choice is him. There are plenty of Korean players, so isn't she overrating him? Yura says it's because she's sure he's an unrevealed epic-class player. That catches him off guard. He figures she thinks that because he recovered after getting hit by the Church of Yaton's ultimate attack. And it makes sense. Euphemina still hasn't revealed herself as the first person to get an epic class. Still, he points out there are only 9 events and each person can enter at most 3. So even if they do well, they can only win 3 gold medals per person. Just then, his sister brings tea. Since Yura doesn't seem to be trying to seduce him into anything shady, she decides tea is allowed. Yura tells Shin that talking is easy. Besides the 9 tournament events, things like the raid, labyrinth run, crafting, and treasure hunt aren't her strengths. And in the pet marathon, players with wyverns will have the edge, and no Korean player has one. She says she's confident about the siege event, but she doesn't have many people she can truly rely on there. Overall, the Korean team just doesn't have enough power to aim for many medals. As Yura takes the tea, she notices a message from his sister telling her not to underestimate him. Her brother isn't an idiot. That makes Yura pause and think, while the girl stays glued to her brother with the same guarded attitude. The protagonist, meanwhile, has no idea what she means. Yura goes on. In the end, the only real option left is PvP. But even there, at least 7 people are stronger than she is, so it won't be easy. Shin questions that right away. She's 5th in the overall rankings, so are there really 7 people stronger than her? And since she's Yatan's 8th servant, didn't she get some special power too? Yura explains that the official rankings don't show everything. There are many hidden rankers in Satisfy, and counting them, there are at least 10 people like that. Among the public rankers, she believes Krogel, Zebul, Kruger, Agnes, Lowell, Bondre, and Heroi are all stronger than her. Grid says it makes sense for Agnes, since he has an epic class, but asks if even the guys below rank 8 are that strong. She says yes. Their levels are way lower than hers, but their raw combat power is still huge. Even so, she believes none of them come close to Kroga. She calls him a one-of-a-kind genius. He reads skills, patterns, weaknesses, the flow of battle, attack timing, and combat tactics better than anyone. In her eyes, his talent in the game is far above hers. Hearing that so many people are stronger than her, Grid blurts out that he must be totally useless. That hits her hard. Still, he thinks that no matter how strong the top-ranked player is, it won't matter once they see his failure. Then she says the government promised a big reward if they win even one medal. It won't be easy, but since he has an epic class, she asks him to show what he can do. Grid thinks revealing his identity is required in the official tournament, and if people learn he has a legendary class, that could cause him a lot of trouble. But she's asking so sincerely that he wants to help. If there's any way to avoid being exposed, he should join. So he says he'll enter the pet marathon. His pet isn't alive, but it has its own will, endless stamina, and it obeys him. She lights up and asks if that means he's accepting the offer, but then stops at the part about a pet that isn't alive. She says she's never heard of anything like that except a high-level golem made by a great mage. He says it's similar. In his mind, it's just a race to the finish. If that's all, he can win. But he has one condition. He doesn't want to be exposed. She has to pretend the pet is hers. Of course, the reward money will go to him, but if she agrees, the gold medal can be hers. She accepts. It's hard to believe since she's never seen a pet like that. But if he says he'll do it, that's enough. While she still looks doubtful, he asks if everyone lied to her whole life, then tells her to go home and log in. He'll prove it. Instead, she tells him to log in later and asks if he remembers what she said at the meeting about repaying her debt. He remembers. She said that even if a battle with the Yatan Church was unavoidable, she didn't want to kill him, so he asks if she's bringing that up again. She says it's been 40 minutes since she logged out of Sanyis. What's happening will last at most 2 hours. Right now, Byron Village should already be in chaos. In the game, an overwhelming force is tearing the village apart. Vander asks Jashuka what the hell that is. What kind of hole just opened inside the castle sanctuary? Then she starts to feel sick. 2 people come out of it while chanting. It's the 5th servant of the Yatan Church, along with Niberius, the 4th servant, and Yura. Grid realizes Byron must be in chaos because of the 4th and 5th servants. Then it hits him. She came to see him right when the Yatan Church was planning its attack. She says her group has grown weaker, and right now no one can stop the Yatan Church. This was the only way she could save him, her savior, from a defeat he couldn't avoid. She asks him to understand. Meanwhile, Jashuka tells everyone to get ready. They have to protect Byron. Grid thinks Yura did something pointless. A blacksmith like him was never going to get involved in a guild war anyway. Still, he asks her one thing. Are the invaders really the 4th and 5th servants? And can they grant Yatan's blessing? She says advanced powers like that can only be used by the 1st servant. Even asking for an audience to receive the blessing is extremely hard. She's the 8th servant and still can't get it. Then she asks why he even wants a blessing from an enemy church. Grid snaps that she's useless and still too nosy, then tells her to leave. She shrinks back embarrassed, and the story explains that Byron had been thriving again. Thanks to its hunting grounds, the event effects from Irene's wedding and engagement, and protection from the Zadaka Guild, the city had grown to over 2,000 residents, including NPCs. But that was before the mass teleport inside Byron Castle. The Yatan Church invaded, and wounded people fled in panic. Others shout that anyone who fights back will die, so they should log out now. There are over 1,000 level 160 Yatan soldiers, stronger than the players there. Everywhere they use dark magic, hellfire and poisonous fog spread. The Yatan Church is slaughtering both players and NPCs caught in the teleport. More than 2,000 in all, and Byron suffers massive damage. The only place still standing is the castle at the top of the inner walls. Someone orders her to help with the evacuation, and she tells Zed, one of the few who knows the situation. But she thinks they're surrounded. The garden is packed with enemies. More than 100 are over level 100, and Yatan believers are there too. She uses the Red Witch's rage to strike back. She thinks the dark magic orb from the last raid is powerful, but there are too many enemies. She isn't sure she can hold them off while protecting everyone. Below them, people run for their lives, chased by enemies. Then they notice children are about to be caught, and her skill is still on cooldown. Just then, Thune shows up and demands to know what they're doing in his territory. But the servants of Yatan use Magic Chain to stop him. He glares at them and asks how they dare try to bind him. Then he quickly uses Lord of the Skies, breaks free, and turns into an eagle. Everyone is shocked. He's annoying, but he suddenly speeds up and transforms again into the King of Beasts, a giant lion that tears through the Yatan servants with its fangs. They admit Thun is insanely strong. He's hot-headed, but his skills are amazing, and they keep cutting enemies down now with Faker joining in. Faker warns them not to relax or drop their guard. Then Zed realizes the main castle gate is under attack. Faker tells Zed to leave this area to him and go help the others in the village. Right then, Heroi arrives, asking if they really said there were 100 enemies here. He says his body has been itching for a fight ever since the punishment he got, and he's sure this many enemies will finally make up for the training he missed. Meanwhile, Vanner stays with Jashuka, charging through the enemies in front of him and cutting them down. Jashuka fires an arrow and tells Vanner to duck, but he tells her to save her mana. It'll be better to use that skill from the castle's central wall, where she can see everything. He says he'll open a path to the main gate now, and she tells him to hurry because his HP is already low and his defense is awful since he put all his points into strength. Then she calls him an idiot guardian knight. He thinks he really does regret putting so many points into the wrong stat. On top of that, his damage isn't even that high. Then he realizes they haven't even reached the inner wall. The Yaten Church was never this strong before, so there must be a leader nearby boosting their stats. At that moment, he's almost hit and gets thrown aside as Nibarius, the church's fourth servant, appears. Nibarius asks if they're the bastards who defeated Malakos and harmed the church. The flute's sound carries dark magic that wrecks balance and focus. Now his chance to dodge drops to 0. His accuracy falls to 60, and even spellcasting speed is cut in half. The effects will last until the flute stops playing. Nibarius says they'll pay for what they did. Vanner can tell this man's power is on a whole different level from Malakos. That means he's the leader. It took everything they had just to beat Malakos before, so with only 2 of them here they can't do much. But then Abelin arrives, telling Vanner that Overgear's number 2 is here to stop him. They realize Abelin has joined the fight, but he gets caught by the magic and falls. Nibarius says he noticed Abelin was trying to deal even the tiniest bit of damage and mocks him, saying it's as pathetic as his sword. Vanner calls out to Abelin, but Nibarius tells him to blame his own stupidity for trying to stop someone far beyond him, then curses the boy. Suddenly Faker appears, strikes Nibarius and pulls Abelin out of danger. Nibarius starts bleeding but stays calm. He says Faker's blade managed to scratch him and that's impressive. Faker is shocked it was only a scratch. Abelin explains that the flute piles on debuffs, including lost accuracy. Vanner is glad Faker showed up. If he helps, the 4 of them might beat Nibarius. But Faker says no. He tells them to move on. More guild members will arrive soon and they can hold Nibarius here. Faker says there are more enemies than he can handle alone, and reminds Vanner that he has a mission. A guardian's duty is to protect his master, so he tells Jashuka to come with him. No matter what, they're getting through. Elsewhere at one of the blacksmith's homes, the Yaten men say that if he hadn't sided with the cursed ones, he would have lived. Forging items for them will be paid for with his life. They call him Byron's blacksmith and tell him to think over his choices in the land of the dead. But he says he didn't even know what was going on. He must have been that focused. Even so, he has no regrets. He says that after a young man pushed him a few months ago, he poured everything into forging again and finally made the special Jaffa arrows. After 50 years as a low-rank blacksmith, he finally reached the point where fire and hammer felt like one, and he was no longer ashamed to face his master. But then arrows killed both of them, and Crud says it has been a long time since he last shot someone with an arrow. He also says that the arrow is pretty strong for an old man, and jokes that he can meet his master a little later if he does not mind. Then he is shocked to see Grid and asks how he got there. Smith says he forged with all his heart while thinking of him, and he cannot believe they met again. Then he asks about the arrow, and Grid tells him he did well. Grid says the special Jaffa arrow Smith made is amazing, one of the best for sure. Then he says that after reaching this level by always putting his life on the line, Smith, now a high-level blacksmith after spending his whole life at the bottom, truly felt how great Grid was. Then Smith says it is such a shame. He finally became the blacksmith he wanted to be, and he thought he would keep working for many more years. He starts crying, saying he still wants to work. That deeply moves Grid, and the system says he was greatly touched by the wish of an old blacksmith, who broke past his limits through grit and love for his craft. Then he receives the S-rank quest, Blacksmith's Affection, and inherits Pagma's belief that forging should help others. The quest says he wants to repay the old blacksmith for reminding him that a blacksmith's heart is hot like fire and strong like steel. The reward is blacksmith's skill and affection. The goal is to protect Smith's forge. If his bond with a blacksmith NPC reaches the max, he can raise that blacksmith's skill by 1 to 5 levels. Any blacksmith who learns from him will stay loyal forever and share new crafting methods once they discover one. Grid thinks this feels just like when those bastards messed with Khan and Winston, and he got blacksmith's rage. So he tells Smith his wounds are not that deep, and asks him to hold on. Does he still want to keep working? Then he says that to do that he needs the forge. Smith asks where Grid is going, and Grid says being nice is not really his thing, but getting rid of something blocking his path should be easy enough. He says this place is too loud and messy for Smith to work at his best, so he is going to wipe out the bastards causing trouble. At the north wall outside the castle, an explosion hits Tobin, and he wonders why the burners are dealing so much damage, and he thinks Ragus is trapped inside the castle. Ponte is busy with the high-level followers at the west gate, and the other guild members cannot help him right now. There is only so much he can handle alone, and Balak is right in front of him. Tobin realizes the guy is way too strong while Balak keeps hammering him and asks what the point is of blocking in that condition. Tobin says that even if he blocks the sword strikes, Balak's passive is too strong. It deals 500 damage every second, and a level 250 player only has around 20,000 GP, so there is no point blocking just to keep taking burn damage. Even fire resistance is not helping, so he decides he has to get out of range and survive until the others arrive. Balak asks if he is trying to get away, saying his other choice makes no sense either. Then he slams Tobin and sends him flying. Balak says he was a little offended that only one person came to stop him, but he is pleased to see that even a so-called holy knight cannot endure the voice of demons. Tobin takes 3,900 damage, then another 7,980. He thinks he already used every buff he had, and the damage is still insane. He has to find some way out. So he uses the swamp shield, and notices Balak gets stuck in the mud. The more he struggles, the deeper he is pulled. Balak says it would be easier for both of them if Tobin accepted death and became a slave to the god Yatan. He mocks Tobin's desperate will to live, even with dirty tricks. Tobin is surprised, then says those dirty tricks are going to keep coming, so Balak better deal with it. Then 3 more allies join in, telling Tobin to finish him now with their ultimates. All of them attack Balak together, but then Tobin calls them idiots and says if that was their ultimate, they should have stayed back and used it on the mobs. He uses King's Blow on the monster and deals 1,350 physical damage. Balak says first a cursed one and now a beast. Then he says he does not mind their dirty tricks or their effort, but old Nibirius's flute will not let them get far. He says he appreciates that they do not overestimate him or the old man, but they should not look down on his followers either, because those followers sent them straight into hell. Then Balak unleashes Hellfire Festival with his sword. The flames of a demonic creature rise like the breath of the god Yatan. The followers' stats go up by 50% from the blessing, and they cheer, saying their god has blessed them, and now they should kill the cursed ones. But then both Vantner and Jiske throw themselves at those flasks, and Vantner says that will only happen over his dead body. He realizes the followers got much stronger because of those flames. He does not even have time to drink a health potion, and Nibirius's flute is already weakening them. He says Jiske is taking damage too. He knows her duty as a knight is to protect her master, and to him that is obvious. But then he throws Jiske back, and she asks what he is doing. Vantner says it is shameful that he failed and had to be protected. She needs to run. If they want to change this battle, he has to get her to the castle belt. Then he says there is no hope, but he will do anything for even a 1% chance, asking her to use him. He forcefully activates Protective Force Train Destroyer, and it greatly boosts his group's defense. That starts turning the fight around. Vantner charges in with everything he has, and the servants say they are almost there with that attack, telling them to die because this is their god's punishment. But Vantner yells for Jashuka to keep going, and she fires her attack at everyone. After that, she asks if he saw that, saying this is why she said it would help the guild more if Agar was the knight instead of a hothead like him. She says she knew this would happen, since he kept insisting on being a tank even though he spent all his LTS years as a damage dealer. She says his stats are a total mess because he dumped everything into strength to cover for weak attack power, and now, all beaten up, she tells him to learn how to spend his points right. Then Vananta asks what she is doing. He is supposed to protect her, so what is he meant to do if she is the one protecting him? He says she risked her life for that, but she says losing XP by dying is dangerous for everyone. They are rankers and it would take months or even years to earn that XP back. He will die anyway with him gone, especially with what looks like half of the Yatan Church army right there. She says time spent building strength is part of the guild's power too. If death cannot be avoided, she will use the Phoenix Arrow to take down as many as possible and at least make things easier for the others. But then Grid shouts at her, telling her to stop right there. She is stunned by that. She looks up and Grid appears flying above them all, looking like Gillo in that hat, asking why they are trying to die. Jashuka, annoyed, asks why he is so late and starts cursing at him. Grid blushes and says he is sorry. Then Vantner calls out to him, saying he could not even finish his armor before rushing over like that. Because of him, he is a wreck and turned into a knight who cannot protect anyone. But Grid tells him to quit whining and drink that it might help. Vantner tells him to shut up because they are already doomed, but the second he sees it, he lights up. Then all the servants rush at him. But a dome appears and Vantner equips the relief armor, a legendary item, and is shocked by it. It is legendary and he says the armor alone is amazing, but the persistent skill is as good as Guardian's strength, a knight's ultimate skill. It can even block an ultimate attack. He says timing it would be hard, but it also instantly restores his health. He starts thanking Grid, saying they are going to crush everyone now and calling the enemies losers. Then Grid says the reason they are having so much trouble with the minions is because guys went to the north and east gates. She says yes and asks how he figured that out. Grid says his insight stat rose so he can see the whole battlefield better. He says he has his reasons, but either way things are fine now. He will trust them and move out. Meanwhile, Balak says that at this rate this pathetic land will turn to ash in less than a day, and the flames will be unbearable for fighters. He adds that the explosions from Hellfire Festival are too much for long-range fighters. He was thinking of inviting them to the festival, but their weak little bodies are not even good enough to be entertainment. Tobam realizes even Pong and Regis are getting pushed back by the high-level believers, so no help is coming. Since Grid dragged him all over the place, he never got to level up, and now he's about to lose XP. He thinks only Tom could take that huge skill and still hit back, since Tom is both their tank and main damage dealer. But Tom alone still doesn't have enough attack power. Tom figures that if someone could make up for that missing damage, he might be able to hold the line long enough to create an opening. Then a sword drops beside them. Tom recognizes it right away. It's Grid's Dainsleaf. And then he spots Grid. Grid says the fire-crazy guy is a boss, then tells them 5 more guild members are here now, so they should be able to handle him with that sword. He adds that another boss needs help at the west gate, so he's heading there. Tobam quickly calls out to him. Tobam warns him that sword needs level 250, 1800 strength, and advanced sword mastery. He doesn't meet the level, and nobody else should meet all 3 either. But then he admits there is one person. He doesn't like him, but for now he's the only one they can trust with it. Tobam realizes who Tobam means. The guy who pretended to be a weak blacksmith to hide his real skill. He doesn't like him either. Still, Tom notices it's the sword he's been searching for, and suddenly things get a lot more interesting. Then the news starts reporting live from Satisfy. Byron Castle is under attack by the Yaten Church, and Sadaka Guild, known as one of the best, is fighting back. But the situation is bad. Their 2 strongest members, Rakos and Pong, are trapped inside the inner castle. At the west outer gate, several high-level servants have become a huge threat thanks to buffs from the Hellfire. The defenders are surrounded, so they need a group in the center to break through. Right now, only Layla and Zednos are giving support from the inner wall. While Layla fights, Jishuka orders her not to move and shoots down an enemy right beside her. Jishuka has crossed the city and reached the castle wall. As an archer, she can cut down the enemy assault, and she apologizes for arriving late. Zednos is shocked that his master came in person and asks if they shouldn't deal with the servants of Aton first. She says Nivid is already being handled, and Valak should be tied up by Thune. Valak rushes Thune and mocks him, asking who this brat thinks he is. He says a sword won't save him, and his only real chance is to accept death and be reborn as a servant of Atan. Then Thune starts getting hit. The others realize it's dangerous, and one of them tells Sandra to get out while she still can. But Vantner suddenly arrives, says his mission is done, and joins the fight, stopping the flames. Tobam notices he's wearing new armor. Vantner jokes that he's late too, but at least he showed up wearing that guy's armor. Jishuka says it's time to clean them up. The servants try to retreat, calling it a magic sword, while blood keeps pouring out. Ibelin says he wouldn't call it a magic sword, it's more like a cursed one. They need to watch out for the thorns. He thinks the best way to help Faker now is by holding back the believers, but he still worries about leaving him alone. Meanwhile, Faker is up against Nivid. Nivid's flute keeps ruining his attacks. Faker gets annoyed, saying it's already hard enough just to keep his balance, and now his accuracy is terrible too. On top of that, his dodge chance is basically gone, so he keeps getting hit. He realizes he can't beat Nevibe like this, and drops to the ground. Nevibe tells him he may be fast, but he's too weak. Calling it a shame, he summons magic into the sky and says things would be different if Faker had used black magic that stains everything, and pulls out all of his power. He tells Faker to remember that if he's ever reborn, then drops a black firestorm on him. It hits Faker head-on. Ibelin gets clipped by it too. Then Grid appears right in the middle of the fire. He says they've all gotten stronger. Last time it took everyone together just to barely beat Malachus. So, if an assassin like Faker still can't take down one old man, Grid says he's just asking to be used as a punching bag. Faker is stunned to see him. Faker snaps back that this isn't the time for jokes, his skills are being suppressed by that flute's debuff. Ibelin is still staring when Grid tells him to grab Faker and get out. This place is about to turn into a bigger mess. Niberius says Grid must be a flying mage and warns him that he's challenging a great wizard. Grid shrugs it off. If this guy can do all that, he must be strong. And since he seems to have all kinds of tricks, Grid says he'll make the perfect test subject. He asks Niberius one favor: don't die too fast. Then he pulls out Failure, a sword almost as big as he is, and says it'd be lame to go down in one hit. The others are shocked by Grid's new sword. It's huge. Niberius is surprised too. He thought Grid was a mage, yet he's using a giant sword like that. He calls it barbaric and says Grid must be overconfident after beating Malachus if he thinks Niberius is just as weak. Grid just thanks him for the warning. Then he uses Pagma's sword dance, Link Transcended. The attack flies straight at Niberius, who instantly throws up a shield packed with buffs. Niberius realizes this isn't just some oversized sword. Facing the strike head-on, he uses Black Firestorm to stop it. But the attack tears right through the storm. He's stunned by the raw physical power. Niberius quickly raises a wall of black ice and barely manages to block Grid's attack. Then lightning gathers. It swirls around the boy and crashes down on Grid. Niberius says he's not even entertaining. Grid says fine, if that was just the warm-up, then now they'll do this for real. He activates the Divine Light Armor's black magic immunity and charges Niberius with Pagma's sword dance. Kill. Niberius can't believe it. Grid ignored Abyss Thunder, and now this new strike is even worse. He feels the attack's power and knows he can't take it. This monster came out of nowhere, so he quickly casts Reverse Gravity. Grid is flung upward, and Niberius thinks kill is useless now. Immunity won't help if gravity itself changes. He can't believe Grid has so many skills. Niberius rushes in saying the tide has turned and now it's Grid's turn to get attacked. He uses double casting, Black Lightning, and Black Water, and Grid gets shocked. When Niberius gets closer, he notices the armor has divine power. Grid isn't fully immune to black magic, but close. Grid only takes a little over 1000 damage each hit, which is absurdly low. He realizes the armor and Pavranium kept the attacks from turning critical, but if this keeps up, he'll just become Niberius's punching bag. Grid thinks that if gravity changed, then he needs another way to move. The ground is just a limit, so he steps on the air, Saying he's sick of this crap, he attacks again with Link, but Nibirius cancels reverse gravity. Grid drops as gravity returns to normal. He grumbles that this old man is annoying and asks if he has any idea how much effort went into failure, just to waste 3 skills on nothing. Then an urgent update hits Satisfies news. There's another report about the masked user claiming to be Padme's descendant, and Byron Castle seems to be taking back control thanks to him. But even with the small hope he brought, people start criticizing the legendary class after he gets pushed back by Nibirius, saying it's not that special. The broadcast asks Krogel for a special comment. As the 3rd-ranked player in the world, he says that judging by the sword Grid threw at the North Gate, Padme's descendant and the overgeared king are the same person. Then they ask him to be direct. With so many people doubting Grid's skill, how does he compare? Krogel says that from this situation alone, Grid would be better than him in raids. Grid may not have enough attack power to quickly bring down Nibirius, a secret boss, but as a legendary class his base stats should be better too. Still, Krogel says he'd be better in PvP. Grid's control is rough, and his techniques are simple. He's not even sure how strong all of Grid's skills are, and that move called Padme's sword dance has been dodged a lot. Nibirius mocks this strange so-called savior, saying he's all gear and no skill, and should be ashamed. Then he unleashes Black Tempest at Grid. Heroi realizes it's the same kind of skill used at the Yatin Church, but this version is much stronger. The attack crashes into Grid and Heroi thinks any normal skill would be useless here. Grid tells him to shut up. He says Nibirius can talk all the trash he wants after winning against all these items, then activates full Sacred Shield and charges straight at Nibirius. That's when he notices an orb. He remembers that a spell stored in an orb can be cast instantly without chanting, as long as mana keeps feeding it. It's basically a backup spell. Chris says the top 20 players would agree with him. This goes beyond class or gear. It all comes down to skill. And right after that, Grid gets blasted at point-blank range by Black Thunder. Meanwhile, at the Westgate, Pong uses True Illusion with his spear on the enemy. He says his accuracy is better now that the flute stopped playing. It'll take time, but things are turning around. Pong still can't believe he's fighting several level 200 followers by himself. Even so, he can feel how much stronger he's gotten since the Malachus raid, partly because he's only focused on one pair. Even then, this would be way harder without the Wind Spear. He says this new weapon gave the guild a huge boost, and everyone would agree. At the same time, Vantner charges at Balak. He thinks that bastard is way too tough, and those flames are seriously annoying. Tabam warns him not to get too close. The fire hits harder than it looks. Vantner shoots back that Balak is underestimating his armor, and this is nothing. He finally got that item, added a feather to it, and charges Balak without holding back. Watching them fight, Tabam thinks their combat skills are amazing. What held them back before was their gear, but now better items have raised their level, their morale, and more. That makes him think of Grid. His equipment matters more than raw stats or skills. Meanwhile, Nibirius thinks the 2 spells stored in his orb are his strongest, built from 3 abilities. Just one of them already crushed every cursed one before, so this brat who relies on toys should be easy. That's what he thought. But Grid pushes through the attack with Pavranium and his immortal skill, making Nibirius ask how he dares charge through his strongest magic. Nibirius starts doubting himself. Was it really just annoying armor? And that shield from earlier was the finest holy shield he had ever seen. Still, he tells himself those useless items have no real power. His magic and destructive skills are what true power comes from. So he fires Black Rock Storm at Grid. Sure, the boy never expected a second spell inside the orb. He says he'll tear him apart along with those precious items of his. But when he looks ahead, he's stunned. Grid survived that too. He takes 14,300 damage, yet comes charging out with blood in his eyes. Nibirius can't understand it. Grid should have been ripped to pieces. What is this kid, and who is he to carry that many absurd artifacts? Grid tells him he talks too much for someone weaker than the Pope. Then he mocks him. What's wrong, jealous? Now that his spells aren't working, Nibirius realizes his orb is empty. He's out of mana, can't cast any strong magic, and that brat is driving him crazy. He's lived 123 years under Yaton's blessing and gathered a mountain of knowledge, but he has never seen something as ridiculous as an immortal being like this. He puts up Diamond Shield in front of the boy, then adds Black Shield, calling it the defensive magic he's most proud of. Grid will never break through. He never thought he'd retreat because of one kid, but he tries to escape anyway. Grid notices the teleport needs a little time, and now Nibirius can't even keep using tricks to throw off his attacks. Nibirius scoffs, asking if Grid even has the skill to use that sword right. Does he really think waving that useless blade around will break a double barrier? Grid says yes. A lot of his skills are still on cooldown like Link, Transcend, and Kill, but a basic attack is enough, because his sword is legendary. Then the light gauntlets activate and strike the target 5 times. Grid keeps swinging with just his sword, and failure adds 5 more hits. Nibirius is completely lost. That wasn't a skill. Grid just swung his sword and the shield shattered. Now Grid is right in front of him, ready to bring that giant blade down on Nibirius. He slashes across him with Failure's skill, Divide. It deals 800% of his attack power to one target, and if body parts are cut, it can stack status effects. Cooldown 300 seconds. Nibirius drops to the ground screaming, saying this can't be real, and thinks the others lasted longer than expected. but this brat is on another level, just like that pathetic woman Euphemina, who was chosen by the god Yatin. Tiberius says that holy power and blessing must be from the Rebecca Church. He heard they had a secret temple that trained Rebecca's daughters in Templar assassins, so he asks if Grid is one of them. Grid says of course not. He just has great items, and Tiberius underestimated him the whole time. Then Grid rushes in and pierces him with failure, killing Tiberius by himself. Tiberius can't believe he's dying at the hands of a single cursed one. For the sake of the god Yatan, he thinks he must rethink hell itself. Then the system announces that Grid defeated Tiberius, the fourth servant of Yatan, who carried out bioexperiments under the excuse of researching black magic. Grid gains 67 million XP, 4,000 reputation, and until a new great black mage appears, the Yatan Church will produce black mages more slowly. He also levels up 3 times. On top of that, his hostility with the Yatan Church hits the maximum. Grid is happy he won. He got Tiberius's flute and bracelet too, and he's glad the rewards are actually pretty good. He wants to stop and check the items, but clearing out the battlefield matters more right now, so he wonders if he should go all out and finish everyone fast. Meanwhile, Balak is still fighting Tobum, while Grid watches from a distance. He says he already finished things on the other side and came over, but they're still nowhere near done. Balak realizes Grid was the one who went after Tiberius alone, and Tiberius lost to that bastard. He doesn't look that strong. But then Pong attacks the distracted Balak, saying he's right here. Grid asks if Balak liked the sword and jokes about buying that trash for 4 million gold, which makes Tobum protest. How can he call that trash and ask for 4 million? He starts thinking Grid is crazy for calling one of the best swords around garbage. Grid tells them to hurry up and beat Balak. If they can't do it before he finishes checking his new items, he'll take all the rewards himself, so Wagner definitely doesn't want that. Tobum says he saw the notification and asks if Grid really beat Tiberius. Grid says yes. The old man dropped a lot of good stuff. The bracelet is unique, ranked with no hidden effect, and Tiberius's flute is legendary, a treasure preserved by the Yatan Church for many years. The flute affects the minds of those who hear it. Grid finds that interesting and wonders how Tiberius even played it. Buff and debuff classes are limited, but with this flute, that won't matter much. As soon as he plays it, everyone on his side feels something. The system explains, if a follower of Yatan plays the flute, enemy evasion drops by 50%, accuracy drops by 30%, and casting time increases by 1.5 seconds. If followers of the other 3 gods play it, allied evasion and accuracy go up by 20%, and casting time drops by 1.5 seconds. But before anything else, Balak charges them. He hits both of them, and Tobum asks if Vantner is okay. Then the system adds that if a neutral person plays the flute, a random effect is applied. The flute must be played for at least 5 seconds. The effect lasts 30 seconds, has no requirements, a 10-minute cooldown, and a 20-meter range. What Grid triggered was an awful flute sound that lowered all stats by 30%, so he ended up debuffing his own team. They all think it's that idiot's fault up there, and Balak laughs that someone even dumber than these two really exists. Thanks to Grid, playing with that sword will be even more fun. But Grid just rushes him and cuts Balak's sword in half. Then he asks if that was Balak's favorite sword, says sorry, and adds that he has to fix the mess he made, so Balak shouldn't be too upset. Balak is shocked that his sword broke in one hit. Even putting that aside, that giant blade gives off a massive aura, and now he understands why Tiberius lost to him. Grid tells him not to be too surprised. He didn't even use kill yet. He just needs Balak to survive one more attack, and Balak starts realizing how dangerous Grid really is. Balak decides the fight is pointless now that Tiberius is dead, so he quickly escapes with teleportation. Grid notices how fast he ran and complains that he didn't even get to use his ultimate. But then he completes the quest Blacksmith's Affection, and Smith's lifespan increases by 30 years because of him. Grid figures that alone is enough to say everything worked out, so the invasion of Byron Castle ends with a victory for the Tezuka Guild. They spent huge money and effort on Byron over the last 20 days, so the losses were heavy, but thanks to Grid, things still ended well. And of course the media and the whole community start talking about the masked man who defeated a servant of Yatan. People argued that Anabaris had already been weakened by the guild. Even so, with low mana and all, he still stole the spotlight. Meanwhile, in Miami, USA, they realize Grid beat level 300 Anabaris. On top of that, Asuka and Black Ted lost to him too. That makes them almost regret offering those 2 executive spots, but the man who clashed with Grid before says they still need Sokka's money, so they can't let her go yet. Then Snake Guild's leader says they'll gather top players from every class and build a new nation. If they keep taking castles and clearing hidden dungeons, getting legendary items will only get easier. Grid's rise naturally drew a lot of attention. Zebal, the number 2 player overall and Snake Guild's master, says he had been watching Grid because he was the only maker of legendary items, but doing all this over a blacksmith still seems like too much. Even so, the attention on Grid still isn't that serious yet. After that, the village starts being rebuilt. Sokka says it took a month to build everything, and only half a day for it all to be ruined. It hurts to watch. Then someone arrives at Byron Village and says the notice is at least good news, since they badly need an administrator right now, but the requirements are tough. She explains that the insight stat usually rises only if you're a commander or if you lead a guild for a long time. Hers is only 75, so this won't be easy. Even so, she decides to ask the one person whose insight is higher than hers. Grid is stunned and asks if she wants him to go find some hidden talented person. He points out that he's a blacksmith, but she tells Grid his insight is unusually high. That, she says, is why he read the whole battle so fast. While looking at the ruler's sword, he thinks it looks like an upgraded version of the commander's sword, and that could cause trouble. She starts charming him again, asking for the favor and promising to reward him later. Then she sweetens it with a polite little please. Seeing her chest almost shakes his resolve. Grid starts wondering why she has to be so pretty, why his heart is racing, and whether this is love, but he quickly shuts that down. In his mind, every woman is dangerous, except Irene. She wonders what kind of look he's making, and he says he doesn't need a reward. He just wants her to help Vaughn and Newton since they can't afford the armor in Dainsleif. She tells him the guild funds are empty right now, so he asks her to wait for their payment later, and also hand over the materials the members collected that day. He receives 7 blue orichalcum, 21 orichalcum, and 55 black iron. Shocked, he says those ores are very valuable and asks if she's really giving them to him for free, since he already has the skills and methods to use them. She says he's their only blacksmith, so he deserves it. More than that, she hopes he'll think of the guild as home. Grid realizes he likes being in Seneca, not just because of support like this, but because they respect him and treat him well. He jokes that if she really wants to be close to him, she should call him Appa or something, since she's only 24. She thinks a guildmaster can't say something like that, and his insight jumps past 600. His talent search skill reaches level 2, and he heads out to look for targets. There are still plenty of people around. He notices his insight has already gone up by 5 points, and the commander's sword is making it rise even faster. With around 500 NPCs in the village, he figures only an idiot wouldn't find someone useful. If his insight keeps climbing, he might even find a knight candidate, 2 birds with 1 stone. Then Yura sends him a call request. She says she watched the Byron battle stream and contacted him late because of it. She noticed the masked descendant of Pagma was there, and asks if that person is in his guild. Grid thinks that battle really was a mess, and feels glad he wore a mask, just in case. Still, he says yes, and asks why she called. Yura says she mainly wanted to check the patch he mentioned, and she was also curious about Pagma's descendant. Grid then asks if she isn't a servant of Yatan, since her church would disapprove. She says she'll go in disguise, so as long as he keeps it secret, it'll be fine. Then she adds that the two of them have a pretty special relationship, and asks if he's not going to attack her. She also says she'll come after Byron Village. Then she logs off, leaving Grid confused about what she meant by a special relationship. He wishes she wouldn't say things that could be misunderstood. A little later, Toon comes to him and says he found him. He asks to hand back the sword. He wanted to keep it, but he can't pay, so he came to return it. He says he's not rich enough to cover 4 million gold. Grid is confused. Toon is ranked 40th overall, and is famous in his country too. Didn't he make a lot from the media? Jishuka even said guild members earn millions. But Toon says he doesn't know about the others. People don't really like him. Grid starts to wonder what he means, and Toon repeats it. People don't like him, so offers like that never come. The only thing he earns is 10,000 gold a week from hunting. That shocks Grid. A ranker's gear should be worth at least 40,000 or more. At this rate, Toon's rank will drop because of item limits. Grid had assumed rankers were rich, which is why he lent him the weapon. Toon says he only used swordsmanship of war before, so he got used to getting by like this. Even so, Grid is glad he came back to return it. Toon then asks something else. What was Grid thinking when he lent over the sword? Toon could have run off with it, and from their first meeting they weren't exactly close enough to trust each other with something that valuable. Grid says none of that matters now. Toon returned it, and that's what counts. If he finds good materials or useful production methods while hunting, he should bring them over. If the price works, Grid will make items for him too. That makes Toon think back to his last desperate move, joining the Italian mafia. It only lasted half a year, but during that time he did every kind of crime except murder. He fought, stole, and wrecked everything around him like a storm, stuck in the same pointless cycle. Then he happened to find the world of Satisfy. It was bigger than anything he had ever seen, and it became the light that gave him hope to start over. To leave the mafia, he had to cut out his own left eye. He didn't care. One eye was enough to see what mattered. But even after being reborn there, it was still just another society. Violence was the only language he knew, so he ended up in the back alleys again. Still, this time had to be different. He had to change something. He joined the guild, became head of security, and chose to take at least one step down a better path. He swore he would live a new life, and if he could prove that, he'd do things differently. So he speaks to Grid about how badly he handled the job and the trouble he caused. Grid brushes it off and tells him not to do it again. First of all, he says, stop spitting on the ground, it makes you look like a jerk. To Toon, that simple kindness hits hard. He says he'll try to fix that, but Grid just tells him to get lost and quit making that weird face. Toon says he'll get back to work. Grid wonders why Toon, Jishuka, Yura, and everyone else seems so strange today. Then he starts wondering if talent search made him more sensitive too. Thinking it over, he realizes that if the Byron battle was streamed so widely, then Pavranium must have been shown to the public. He had planned to hide it and use it in the marathon, so now he needs to do something. With that, he heads to Smith's Forge. When he gets there, another oddball is waiting. The guy tells Grid to try him, and Grid snaps back, telling him to shut up. Then he activates Blacksmith's affection, and Smith's level jumps by 4. Grid wonders what he just saw. Grid says it's nothing, then corrects himself. He's not just a hero, he's basically a god. Calling Smith ridiculous, he says the old man is in his prime now, so he's about to get very busy. Then Grid asks if he can borrow it, and Smith says of course. Grid explains that Pavranium has low attack power because he made it mainly for defense, using Balak's barrier as a base. There's very little of it too, so at most he can forge 2 daggers. He knows none of his pets can really use Pavranium well, but he still wants to go beyond everyone else. So he decides to make a more offensive form of Pavranium. Sometime later, Yura arrives in disguise, though the disguise is still pretty flashy. Grid says she's covered from head to toe, and asks if enemy territory is really that scary, even for someone as strong as Yura. She answers that if she were scared of that, she wouldn't be out in the open. But if someone recognizes her, things could get messy. Then she tells him to stop dragging it out and show her the pet already. Grid says she's cold. He wanted to tease her a bit more. Then he adds that he finished it a little while ago, and she'll get to see it come out of the furnace. She has no idea what he means, so he asks her to toss him a stone or something. She says she still doesn't see any pet, asks if it's really ready, and decides to trust him. Then she throws it, but the toss is weak, so he tells her to use all her strength or it won't come out. Right then Pavranto jumps in and blocks it fast. Grady grins and says he wants to see her shocked face as he orders it to act. In an instant, it shatters that force. Then it rushes straight at Yura, stunning her as it pierces through all the nearby trees. After that, it flies back to Grady, and he thinks this form was made because too many people already saw the other one. It probably won't be recognized as his pet. This version is 30 golden needles made from Pavranio, each with endless durability. Yura wonders if that really counts as a pet, but she can also tell that light is absurdly strong. Then something suddenly appears beside him. He blurts out, wondering what the hell that was and why it exploded out of nowhere. But it's Phoenix. He asks if Grady is okay, and Grady is left wondering why Phoenix is here at all. Irene explains that she was coming back to help her husband, who was having trouble restoring Byron, and then noticed him talking with someone outside the castle. Phoenix, though, recognizes her right away, the 8th servant of Yatan. He wants kidnapped and demands to know what's going on. Grady is stunned that Irene showed up now of all times, and realizes this is a total disaster. When Irene asks why he was with that woman, he knows he's in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Yura is stuck on one thing. Irene called him love. That means Grady is the one who married the ruler of Winston. Phoenix calls Yura his sworn enemy, and says she killed many of his men, then presses Grady for an explanation. Grady wonders why this had to happen right now. Watching Irene grip her sword, he realizes she might think he's cheating, and her affection could drop too. He has to do something. So he quickly strikes the ground. That shocks everyone. Then he starts cursing Yura, calling her trash, and asking if she came after his wife as he moves closer. Yura has no idea what he's talking about, and can barely believe he's saying this while insulting her. Still, she pieces some of it together. Those golden needles look a lot like the golden discs someone used during the invasion, so she says she's seen his pet and thinks she knows his secret identity. She'll leave now because it's obvious he's someone South Korea needs, a legendary class player descended from Pagma. With that, she simply uses fly and leaves. Irene calms down a little, and Grady turns to her with the most innocent face he can make. He tells her everything's fine now. She must be confused, but he asks her to trust him. There's nothing to worry about while he's with her. A few days later, Jishuka tells Irene that thanks to their support, much of Byron Village has been restored. She says she won't forget this kindness and will repay it when needed. Irene answers that helping Grady's friends is also her duty, and she hopes they'll keep being good people Grady can rely on. Then she says she'll take her men back to Winston, and asks Baroness Jishuka to keep taking care of Byron Village. In the back, Tobin is dying of jealousy. He says Grady looks happy, pointing out that he never left the inner castle while Lady Irene was there, then asks if the honeymoon was nice. She mistakes Vanner for Tobin, and Grady snaps, asking if he knows anything at all, and telling him to shut up. He complains about going to bed excited, and still not being able to enjoy the night, leaving Vanner asking what the hell he's talking about. The night before, in the room with Irene, Grady was nervous with her beside him, and then he learns they can only be together once a month if she agrees. There were still 10 days left. Yeah, his poor friend was basically locked out. Once a month is rough. Back in the present, he says if Fantner is jealous, then he should get married too. Fantner has no clue what's going on, but apologizes anyway. Irene tells Grady she has to leave now. She says he's amazing, so she knows he must be busy, but she hopes he comes back as soon as he can. She's happy she got to see him again after so long, and she turns bright red, saying next time they'll have a much nicer night together. She's completely flustered. Grady starts apologizing, blaming those awful system moderators. He says goodbye to her, feeling disappointed, but knows he can't keep thinking about it forever. If he wants to get back soon, he has to finish his work here fast. That makes him wonder if he should wrap up the talent search. So he ends up searching in the Byron mine. He's already checked over 400 people and found no one with real potential. His discernment and persistence stats went up, so it wasn't a total loss, but at this rate, he'll never finish. Then he overhears the miners saying the wall repairs are almost done, so everyone will probably return to their normal jobs soon. That reminds him of when he used to come here to mine at a low level. Just climbing the mountain used to wear him out, and now it feels like a story from long ago. Suddenly, a stone flies right at his face. He catches it in time, and one of the miners quickly apologizes, saying he can't control those flying stones, and asking for forgiveness. Grady tells him it's fine, stuff like that happens at work. Then someone starts yelling, saying, "Again?" And Grady thinks that guy never changes. A boy marches over and says they shouldn't treat it like it can't be helped. He asks how many times he has to explain that this is easy to avoid if they read the ore's texture first. He keeps scolding the miner, saying he still can't even use a pickaxe right at his age, and then complains that he crushed the whole ore chunk while mining. The protagonist thinks the kid looks about 15, but his control is incredible. Before, he wouldn't have even noticed a boy like this, but now his discernment stat is telling him this kid is someone special. Later, back at the castle with Vantner, he asks if the population will really go over 12,000, and whether this village can even hold that many people. Tobin says they'll have to expand the village and turn it into a city. He adds that their guild gained a lot of fans after the battle livestream, and many people want to move in. They don't have enough money yet, but he thinks the players can help solve that. Vantner starts thinking that must be why women have been looking at him differently lately, but Pong tells him to keep dreaming. They only talk about him because he's the average guard of the guild. Then Tobin says it was actually good that Pong and Regas couldn't use their full strength. They might have held out longer, but if they had, the village would have been destroyed beyond repair. That thought really hits him. Then Faker suddenly appears out of nowhere and scares Tobin half to death. He says that for some reason Smith, the village blacksmith, has become an advanced blacksmith, which means better weapons and stronger workers. He says it's all thanks to Grady. At first he thought Grady was selfish, but something changed. He's becoming a true ally, and they need to catch up to him fast. Ibelin asks if they saw the live stream. Even with the mask, Grady still stood out a lot. Lim says she saw it too, and says it was amazing when he saved Jashuka. Then Vantner asks if that's why Jashuka started looking at Grady differently, and Tobin asks if she's serious. Did Jashuka finally notice men? They say the meeting is at the bookstore, so she should be there. Once they see her, they start wondering if they should ask. In the end, they take the risk. And Vantner walks up to her saying Grady is already married, asking if she's sure everything will be okay. Jashuka instantly turns red and lunges at him, ready to kill Vantner for that joke. Then Grady shows up and notices everyone is there. But Tobin asks why he's wearing armor inside the castle and who that is with him. Grady says this kid couldn't trust the dignity of the person he'll serve, so he brought him along for a while. Then he tells everyone to say hi to this rude brat. His name is Miner. The boy jumps up and says he's had enough. He works in the mine, so why does he, the future king of miners, have to read? Grady just flicks his forehead and tells him to stop doubting, shut his mouth, and study. From now on, it's at least 2 books a day. The kid calls it torture and asks why he has to read all day. Deep down, he's already starting to think that one day he might kill Grady. Grady says of course the boy doesn't understand yet. Since he's holding a book now instead of his usual pickaxe, Grady checks all of the boy's stats, and one of them says that even at his age, he can gather ore like a miner with 20 years of experience. The villagers believe he'll one day surpass Giz, the legendary miner. He also has fantastic pickaxe technique rank S and mineral master rank S, plus budding talent at rank SS. Grady says the ruler's sword helped him a lot by letting him see people's abilities in detail. Normal people's stat growth usually caps at 100, but this boy's numbers are insanely high. Budding talent sounds a little odd, but every one of his skills is at least rank S. He's the perfect partner for a blacksmith like Grady, and Grady feels like his ore detector just found pure gold. Then someone rushes in to tell Grady that a visitor has arrived at Smith's forge, and the protagonist thinks it finally happened. Jashuka asks if it's a guest and whether he's going to see who it is. He says he's been waiting for someone, and since his work here is almost done, he'll go now and then return to Winston. He says he still needs this sword a little longer. Just one more use. Then he heads to Smith's forge. There, Grady meets Heroi and asks how he's been. Grady praises his work. The soldiers gained about 8 to 10 levels, nobody died, and they all seem a lot more dependable now. What stands out most is Jude, whose stats jumped a lot. He went up 17 levels and gained 280 stat points. That means at least 16 stats increased. His growth speed is insane. Grady says he already checked the description of the ruler's sword skill, but what matters most now is the scales from Selfie. Heroi says they have 28, and everyone's waiting for Grady to praise him. Then he asks what Grady plans to do with them. Grady asks if he didn't say he got sword mastery after reaching his 2nd class. Since all the materials are ready, they're going back to Winston. He says he'll make him a sword and a special gear set too. On top of that, there's something he needs to gather as much as possible before the international competition starts. On another day, a giant screen in the city reports that the information center released some eye-catching stats. The number of visitors entering the country was almost 800,000. Since the Olympics usually bring in around 200,000 to 500,000, and recent events had been struggling, people started calling this the birth of a new world-class event. Everything points to the Satisfy International competition being a huge success. 4 months after Grady and Than attacked Byron, the village recovered. Back in the real world, the news stayed full of hype about the international competition, but none of that interested Grady. Right now, his focus is on a small cave north of the Eternal Kingdom. Thick smoke pours out from inside. The boy mining there says this is the last spot, so they should hurry up and finish. Then he suddenly wakes up to a group of orcs surrounding him. The orcs talk about capturing the boy. Maybe he can be emergency food. To them, that sounds great. Then Paimon shows up. He asks if they didn't hear the explosion and says they should get out of there. One orc gets mad, asking how someone like him can stay so calm without being scared, saying it in his own language. Then he says he'll kill him right now. The orcs rush the boy, but before they can do anything, Faker steps in and cuts them all down. As they vanish, the boy wonders where a huge sword like that even came from. Grady appears and says he avoided the golems, but Byron's trap still caught him. They noticed his presence, so all the effort he put into preparing his stealth ended up useless. The little miner complains that if Grady was going to do that alone, he could have helped. He says he was in danger while waiting outside, so Grady should have at least come faster. Grady asks if he has any idea how hard this was. He had to make sure the money he spent was worth it. Then he shows off the item. It's a zip-up hoodie, and not just any hoodie, but a unique rated one. The boy asks if he found the item, and Grady says yes. As long as he knows where the traps are, getting in will be easy now. He says this is his 7th Pavran, then laughs and tells the boy that this is all the Pavran in the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom. Talking to Miner, he says the boy's information is always right. The training is clearly paying off, so he tells him to head back. But Miner tells him to stop bringing that up. He keeps getting flashbacks of being locked in the library for 4 months because of that weird thing. The protagonist tells him it's good to get smarter, but Miner says he already told him his destiny is to become the king of mining. Even Grady thinks he wants to leave the kid alone. But to collect all the Pavran hidden across the continent by the great mage Braham, certain conditions have to be met. Braham asks Miner to make a soul vessel, and if he succeeds, he'll hand over the rest of the Pavran. The problem is that making the soul vessel with Pavran requires the blessing of the 4 gods, which is impossible now that he's the sworn enemy of the Than Church. Grady admits finding Miner basically saved him. After raising Miner's intelligence, his ore detection got even stronger, which helped them find the Pavran. Miner hates all of this, but Grady is just glad he no longer has to make lunchboxes to help that ghost revive or whatever. Now he can gather all the Pavran on his own. And honestly, this feels like it's gonna go badly. Messing with that guy seems like a terrible idea. Sure enough, after some time, the spirit finds out and starts cursing Grid nonstop. He says Grid made a fool of him, broke his promise, and stole all the Pavran while completely ignoring his soul fragment. He calls him insolent and wonders if Pagma's descendant has started doubting who he really is. If he can't revive through him, he'll have to prepare Plan B, but he swears he'll never forgive Grid for this. Sometime later, they speak to the president and say they have something urgent to report. He asks what it is. Chief Yon says the conditions for the new legendary class, Braham's successor, seem to have been met. That makes him think this is interesting. He asks if Grid finally realized Braham is a liar and the biggest villain in the world, but she says he should already know Grid isn't smart enough to figure that out on his own. He agrees, yet points out that Grid still signed up for the international competition, which should be fun to watch. Then she says that part actually goes against their predictions too. There's a big chance he still won't show up, and the one who registered him was Yura, backed by the Korean government. So he says they really can't rely on that guy. Then suggests a bet on whether he'll actually participate or not. Sometime later, Grid is talking with Tobin, asking if he seriously thinks the fire shield he wants can be made just from the production method without any of the main materials. Tobin begs Grid for help. He can't get the firestone, the key material, by himself, and says Miner's ore magic should be able to help. Grid shuts that down. Miner's skill isn't all-powerful. Without a clue, even Miner can't find it, and he says he's explained that 100 times over these past months. Tobin says he needs a fire-resistant shield because the Phoenix raid is in 10 days. Grady asks if his current shield can't be used somehow. Then he thinks about the Firestone, an ore packed with fire energy that's used to make many fire-type items. It has an extremely low drop rate from a certain boss that still hasn't been named. Grady says he already asked Miner to search, so Tobin should stop whining and get lost. Right then, Tobin asks if he's serious, just as Miner arrives and says he found the Firestone's location and how to mine it. Tobin is left stunned. Miner says it's on Kukro Island in the sea southeast of the Eternal Kingdom. Normally it would take a week to get there, but with flight, they can arrive much faster. Tobin thinks about that island and realizes it might be the one he was hoping it wasn't. Grady asks what he's doing, and Tobin says he just needs to confirm one thing with his colleagues. Then he notices it belongs to the Silver Knight Guild. He thanks Grid for looking into it but tells him to drop it. That area is controlled by the Silver Knight Guild. On paper they're weaker, but they're still strong, with over 200 members, and their guild master is in the top 100. He says he wants that material badly, but entering without permission could start a guild war. Because of the pact between guilds, no one can enter another guild's territory without approval, so he'll ask for their cooperation properly another time. Besides, they're the only ones who even need those materials. Even so, he's grateful Grid searched for them. Grady thinks these guys are blunt, but they always keep their promises. Then he tells Khan he'll be away from the forge for a few days and asks if that's okay. Khan says Grady doesn't need to explain himself. He knows Grady means well, so there's no need to worry. Gathering materials for a good cause is also part of what makes a great blacksmith. Then Grady tells Tobin this is his reward for being his slave all this time. With that hoodie he can mine without anyone noticing. He just tells Tobin to make sure the payment is ready, since this is a business trip. That leaves Tobin deeply moved. 2 days later, in real-world South Korea, the first Satisfy International competition officially begins. For this first tournament, 17 nations with at least 10 major contributors and quest players are taking part. Each nation has 13 members, so 221 players with an average level of 213 will compete. They also announced that 3% of the tournament's profits will be reinvested into the economy to help the people, and ask everyone to applaud the Korean government and the SA group for making this tournament possible. The whole crowd gets fired up. Yanan says that with 800,000 tourists, the economic impact far exceeded what the Korean government expected. Other nations are already lining up with requests to host next. They add that public approval is huge and their stock prices are climbing fast too. The chairman thinks all the tycoons who came to Korea made a fortune, while billions around the world are getting the best entertainment they've had in ages. He goes on, saying the world he built has gone past language and borders and is now giving people a kind of joy even God couldn't make. Easy there, man. That kind of thinking never ends well. We've seen stories crash hard because of talk like that. Same energy as saying even God couldn't sink the Titanic. The chairman keeps boasting, saying he's reached a level where his name will be remembered in history. Meanwhile, Jessica is acting strangely shy, already wearing Brazil's team shirt. Yep, she's Brazilian. People ask what's going on with Jessica, but no one knows. All they can tell is that she's looking for someone on Korea's team. They think his name was Grid. Yeah, that's the one, Grid. Far away, Grid finally arrives. The trip took about 46 hours, and the island is way bigger than he expected. He still has time left. Miner told him he needs to arrive at the right moment to get the Firestone, and then he plans to take Helgao down slowly. If you remember the start of this video, that was a preview of what's happening now. While flying, Grid gets the feeling he forgot something. Maybe it's the world tournament for the game he's playing. Once he reaches a town, Grid heads to a shop and asks for the best food they have. As the merchant prepares it, Grid remembers Roro's advice. Buying more from merchant NPCs raises affinity and makes it easier to get info. He also notices this island town is very developed, probably thanks to the Silver Knight Guild. Then he asks about a monster named Helgao and where to find it. The merchant is shocked and asks why he'd want to see a man-eating demon. That's basically suicide. Still shaken, the merchant asks if Grid knows the legend of Sword Saint Muller, who sealed that demon 300 years ago. He destroyed the body, but the soul couldn't be sealed, so it still comes back from time to time. Grid thinks it over, a monster even someone like Muller couldn't fully erase. Noticing a group nearby, Grid hears from the merchant that it's an expedition from the Silver Knight Guild. Rumor says the demon will appear again soon, and the merchant wonders if they're ready for the fire. He warns Grid that if he really wants to face that demon, he should coat his gear with firestones first. Grid asks what he means. The merchant explains that firestones help resist the demon's black flames, which are even hotter than the green flames of the Jade Demon clan. Then he sends Grid to South Street to meet Ellen, saying his name will get Grid a discount. That only leaves Grid more confused, so he goes to Ellen and she explains it clearly. Mix firestones into her special formula and they turn into paint. If that paint is used on equipment, it boosts fire resistance. Grid asks if even mithril armor can be painted. Ellen says firestones are symbols of harmony, so they blend with anything. Grid is amazed that such a tiny stone can do all that. Grid figures his immunity can block status effects like burns, but not actual fire damage. For that, he needs resistance. He says his armor and gauntlets are outside and hopes their fire resistance will be enough once they're treated. Ellen tells him to leave them with her, but then freezes. She's stunned by how beautiful and flawless the armor is. It looks better than dwarf work. And in her 56 years as a painter, she's never seen anything like it. Then she asks to handle it herself, promising to pour her whole soul into making sure this masterpiece never burns. Some time passes. She works with extreme care, and Grid notices she doesn't let a single drop of paint touch the gold ornaments. She's clearly a real craftswoman. She's been at it for hours, so Grid uses the chance to study her technique. His insight rises by 10, his dexterity by 20, and he learns more about painting armor and metal. After a while, she finishes and thanks Grid. Because of his armor, she says she was able to create one of her finest works, and it turned out so good she wants to frame it. Grid is surprised when he sees it. The armor looks incredible now, different from before, but the red and gold match perfectly and give off a fierce aura. On top of that, the armor now has 19 fire resistance, and the gauntlets have 7. To Grid, that buff is huge. Now there's only one thing left. Combine it all into one set. Then a glow starts to appear. A tail appears along with the armor, and now the full effect shows up. Grid says the set looks almost like something a Demon King would wear, but everything fits together perfectly. He sees there's only 1 hour left until Helgao appears, so he has to head in now. As the guild moves out, they talk about how Kokoro Island was officially granted to them by the Eternal Kingdom, even though the Sacred Guild wanted it as a reward for their war contributions. In the end, the Silver Knight Guild got it. They say this place will become the home that raises Korea's rankers, and their leader is Peak Sword, ranked 16th overall. He thinks Korea's standing in Satisfy is too low, and he already turned down Yura's request to join the government team for the international event. Korea's old name as the best gaming country is his pride, and he refuses to let it fade into a distant memory. So he declares that today they'll beat Helgao and restore their reputation, then orders everyone to move. Back at the competition, they announced that unfortunately Kruger, the #1 player in the overall rankings, officially won't participate. Even so, almost the entire top 100 will be there, including around 21 top-ranked players, so the hype hasn't dropped at all. Right now, the US representative is speaking, and the United States is one of the favorites thanks to its high average level and 6 players in the overall top 20. On the other side, even as the host nation, Korea is seen as one of the weakest teams because of its shallow player pool. Some even say the country that gets Pagme as descendant could change the whole tournament. They announce that the competition will begin the next day, and they tell everyone to get excited for it. Meanwhile, out in the crowded city, Pong is walking with Regus, pointing out all the attractive people around them. Regus tells him to watch where he's going, while Pong points at someone nearby and says that guy is. Pong recognizes him from at least 3 years ago, and can't believe he looks like that in real life. He says this must be what happens when someone steps out of Satisfy into the real world, but admits the guy looks good. Regus says the worst one is himself, walking around in martial arts clothes. Then he starts going on about this being the home of Taekwondo, getting weirdly fired up. Pong then brings up something else. He says it's a shame Krog won't be competing. It would have been a great chance to fight him, though he's still happy with the rest of the lineup. Regus says Spain doesn't care much about conquest, unlike England, but Pong disagrees. In that way, he says, they're pretty much the same. For him, it's personal. Regus says he's also excited to be in the home of Taekwondo. He's practiced it for 10 years, and now at 26, he's finally here. Pong points out that the media is giving a lot of attention to the United States, probably because they have so many high-ranked players. Then Jishuka suddenly snaps and demands to know where the hell Grid is. Pong asks if he still hasn't answered her. She says he hasn't even opened the message, and now she's furious. He didn't even show up for the opening ceremony, so she starts wondering if he's really joining the tournament at all, and what he's doing right now. At that exact moment where Grid is, that guild is getting wrecked by the boss, whose flames wipe out half their members in a single attack. Grid is shocked, thinking this might end in another failure. Then Grid suddenly speaks up from among them. He says he was wondering why his stealth had turned off, asks if Helgao noticed him, and decides there's no point hiding anymore as he takes off his hoodie. He stores the hoodie, reveals his armor, and says he'll mine what he needs and get out. Meanwhile, people at the tournament are saying Korea still isn't getting any attention. Ragas says that aside from Yura, most of Korea's players are weaker, so people probably don't even see them as real contenders. With so many rankers competing, that makes sense. For now, surviving the tournament is the first goal. Jishuka, still a little down, says she's heading back to the hotel. She plans to log into Satisfy and ask Grid for his address. Pong notices she's really into him, and Regus says it's probably more than that. Pong says a competition is still a competition. Facing top rankers is worth it, even if all you gain is experience. Then he asks if Regus really thinks Grid will show up. Regus says if he does, everyone will be shocked. After all, they know South Korea is one of the toughest teams. For people only watching the United States, that would be a huge surprise. Pong admits he didn't care much when he first heard about the event, but now that it's close, he's getting excited. Jishuka says they're all in the top 15 overall, so she knows they can go far. No matter what happens, this tournament will help fix Sadaka's name, especially with the gear Grid made for them over the last 4 months. At the same time, Helgao keeps trying to kill Grid while Grid calmly mines. Jishuka thinks about how much stronger everyone got thanks to his items. Meanwhile, Grid keeps taking hit after hit from Helgao without even panicking. That's because Pavranium stuck behind him blocks the attacks for him. The guildmaster can't understand how Grid is still fine. Jishuka thinks her guild has something no other guild ever had. At that same moment, both she and Grid think the same thing. They're simply overgeared. Overgeared. That's the name. Right in the middle of all that chaos, the guild leader realizes Helgao wiped out half the guild with one attack. Even 86% fire resistance meant nothing. He can't believe the flames do nothing to Grid. While Grid keeps mining, Pavranium handles everything, and Grid finally says the boss is seriously annoying. He says he doesn't want to fight and tells the boss to get lost, then swings Dan's leaf and knocks Helgao back with one hit. The guildmaster is stunned. Their strongest members couldn't even hurt the monster, but Grid pushed it back in one blow. He figures that absurd attack and defense must come from a secret class. He also notices Grid's sword is enhanced past +8. Gear like that is insanely rare and expensive. He hardly ever even sees +7 equipment. Since gear can go up to +10, he concludes Grid must have a high-level secret class, lots of money, and crazy luck. He starts thinking Grid must be some rich kid. But that part isn't really true. Grid isn't just lucky, and he wasn't born rich. The guildmaster asks if Grid is a Japanese spy from Sakura Guild, and tells him not to ruin the raid. Grid just asks what Sakura Guild is and says he's Korean. That shocks them. They ask if someone besides Yura and Faker in Korea could really be this strong, then get excited, thinking another genius has appeared in Korea. Grid asks how he's the one getting in the way when he's the only one actually damaging the monster, while they're being useless. Then he starts Pagma's sword dance kill, and the boss takes massive damage. A 10,500 critical hit. Even the boss winces. Grid says he doesn't care about the monster, and if he wanted to take advantage of them, he already would have. He's only here for the Firestones, so they should stay out of each other's way. Still, he knows these guys will never beat this thing. He can't even read the boss's full combat power, and even a critical hit with kill didn't take 10% of its health. Even with his immortality passive, he's not sure he could win. Grid realizes this is a real hell monster. Since he only needs 3 firestones to make Tobin's shield, he decides it's smarter to leave once he gets them. Then Helgal speaks, saying those stones aren't meant for lowly humans to touch. While the boss talks to Grid, the guildmaster uses draw sword and rope to strike Helgal. He keeps pressing the attack with more sword skills, and now amplitude too. Since Grid says he's Korean, the guildmaster decides to trust him and treat this as repayment for what he owes. He shouts that this is their chance and tells everyone to focus attacks on one spot. If they use everything they train, they can do it this time, so show the power of Silver Knight Guild. Helgal mocks them, saying humans never fail to be foolish. They may all be human, but the gap between them is enormous. Then Grid suddenly notices the firestones are glowing. He wonders if that's the source of Helgal's magic, and quickly figures it out. The stones are linked to the boss's power. If he mines them out, Helgal will weaken. Helgal launches another wide-area attack, sending flames everywhere. He says the power of hell is beyond their control and calls out that so-called immortal. He sneers at them, telling them to remember this as they die with their allies. Then the attack crashes down, and the guildmaster realizes a full month of training still meant nothing against this monster. He says he misjudged Helgal's strength and apologizes to everyone. But then Helgal's attack suddenly loses most of its power. Helgal notices the flames have weakened, and demands to know how Grid dared do that. Grid is already holding a firestone, realizing he was right. He tosses them a pickaxe and says the glowing firestones are the boss's weakness. When Helgal uses his power, they need to find one and mine it out to weaken him. They stare at the pickaxe in shock. It's a legendary ranked tool. Helgal turns to Grid, furious, ready to attack him. Grid tells Pavranium to get off his back and go after Helgal, and it really does move in to protect him. Helgal asks if Grid is trying to distract him with those chunks of metal. Then he notices his staff can't break them, and realizes the metal moves like it has a mind of its own. While Grid fights, the guildmaster apologizes and says he has no mining skills, then suddenly freezes. He notices Grid is using a greatsword, but it's far bigger than a normal one. Then he sees its failure +9 and is stunned by that insane enhancement. Grid thinks he can't even mine in peace. He says he already gave them the pickaxe and even an idiot should be able to mine with it. He says he'll handle the big monster, so the guildmaster should drop that trash sword and start mining already. The guildmaster, ranked 16 in unified swordsmanship, can't believe Grid just said that to him. Then Grid uses Pagma's sword dance, Link, on Helgal. About 10% of its health is already gone, and after losing a firestone, it's weaker. Grid has also grown a lot in the last 4 months. He's level 246 now, so he thinks he has a chance. Helgal can't understand why he's taking so much damage. Losing 1 firestone shouldn't have done this much, and somehow that bastard got stronger after drawing that sword. He looks back and sees the guildmaster mining like an NPC, then realizes they're after another firestone. This time he tries to stop it, but Grid cuts him off and tells him to look at him instead. Helgal has to block Grid's attack with his hands. Those golden blades and that sword make him wonder if the boy stole a god's treasure. He says he's never seen a human like this except Miller. Grid asks if he means that legendary guy, the one he beat up a long time ago. Then he uses Transcended Link and keeps attacking. Grid swears Helgal is going to die again today. Helgal says Miller was a legend and asks how an insect like Grid dares compare himself to him. He gathers even more hellfire in his hand and hits Grid for 4,800 damage. The system warns that he's burning and will take 2,000 fire damage every second until he dies. Helgal laughs and says this is the flame of hell. It never goes out until the target turns to ash. It's basically a curse that keeps burning until the victim dies. Helgal says Grid won't be able to put it out, no matter how big his mouth is. But Grid resists it, and Helgal is shocked, asking what this even is. He realizes the hellfire isn't working on Grid like before, and wonders what kind of human he is. Then Helgal understands. Grid really is a legendary man like Miller, the strongest of legends, the one who sealed great demons 150 years ago. He can only stay alive through the firestones in this demon body, but he's still the endless flame of hell, ready to burn everything again and again. Helgal thinks he can't let the same disaster happen twice, not when he's the 9th of the 33 great demons. Then the firestones light up again. A second later, Helgal's scythe lands cleanly on Grid. The hit sends him flying. He takes 7,930 damage and wonders why Helgal suddenly got so much stronger. Is it Pavranium? But it's not just raw power. Helgal's whole look and even the feeling around him has changed. Grid keeps taking one heavy hit after another, many of them critical. He's getting overwhelmed fast, and even with all his armor enhanced to +6, the damage is still huge. The crit rate is crazy too. His fire resistance blocks burn, but hellfire is still a real problem. After mining just 1 firestone, Helgal is already this strong, so Grid wonders if this is hell's power. Still, he fires back with Pagma's sword dance, Wave, dealing 18,500 damage. Helgal admits Grid still has some tricks left. His effort even reminds him of Amelia, while Grid keeps getting weaker. But Helgal makes one thing clear. He is no Amelia. Grid checks his health and sees only 30% left. Even so, if he can hold on a little longer, the advantage should swing back his way. He tells himself that if they mine just 1 more firestone, they can win. but the guildmaster still hasn't managed to get even one. Grid wonders if mining always takes this long. Either way, he just has to survive a bit more until the guildmaster gets the hang of it. That only makes him even more annoyed. He snaps, asking if that idiot wants to die with him and telling him to go die alone. Meanwhile, the Satisfy News reports on day 1 of the first international tournament. Along with the crowd's excitement, the maze race results are finally revealed. The outcome wasn't much of a surprise. The United States, Canada, and France were the favorites, and those 3 countries took the medals, forming a clear Big Three. For the raid event, Zubal, second in the overall rankings and a member of Team USA, showed calm leadership, dealt top damage, and tanked perfectly, earning the gold medal. In the maze event, Bondre, ranked 11th overall, brought gold to France. He read the maze structure at incredible speed and fooled the other rankers with his skill. Canada completed the Big Three. Their top player, Chris, entered both events but lost to the United States and France each time, ending up with silver. Since each player can join at least 3 events in the tournament, Chris's results feel a little disappointing. The broadcast keeps showing the standings. The United States and France each have 1 gold, while Canada has 2 silvers. Now the next event is target shooting, and the hosts wonder if anyone has a winning plan. One of them says strategies matter, but winning is actually pretty simple. Back in the fight, Grid is busy cursing the guildmaster non-stop. He asks if the guy seriously can't hit even a crystal that isn't moving, while the guildmaster turns red with embarrassment. Then the guildmaster points out something important. Near the root under the firestone, one part of the ground is weaker. If they strike there, it should break much faster. Helgao cuts in, telling Grid to worry about staying alive first, and attacks again. Seeing the fire rush toward him, Grid throws up his holy light shield to block it. Helgao stares and asks if these artifacts ever run out. How many more does this guy have? Grid thinks there's no time to rest and calls for Pavranium to buy him a little time. It rushes at Helgao's weapon to stop it, but the flames keep pouring toward Grid anyway. The monster nearly buries him under its assault. Grid gets slammed into the ground and takes massive damage. Helgao's hand shoots straight for his head, and Grid realizes this enemy is way faster than the Forest Keeper. They're on a completely different level. Helgao asks if Grid really dared to underestimate Helgao, then tells him to die for that mistake. He says he'll leave Grid's head intact so he can think about his failure, while Grid's situation turns completely hopeless. Helgao keeps raining fire down on him, while the useless guildmaster can do nothing but shield himself from the flying ash. Helgao declares that Grid has burned to ashes, but Grid is still down there, healing. He tells Helgao sorry to disappoint him, but he's not dying yet. Doran's ring restores 50% of the damage taken with a 10-minute cooldown. Helgao is stunned and asks what just happened. How many of these activated items does Grid have? Grid says Helgao has pushed his patience far enough. He uses failure with the divide effect, swings upward, and cuts off Helgao's hands, landing a critical hit for 46,940 damage. Helgao screams in panic. With both hands severed, his movement is restricted, and his power and number of attacks drop hard. Grid realizes this combo is amazing against enemies with strong attacks, especially with the armor effect stacked in. His health is back to full now, and that's how you use Doran's ring right. He says Helgao has already lost 30% of his HP, then mocks him by asking if he's doing okay. That makes Helgao furious. He finally snaps and starts throwing flames everywhere, but then he notices something. The flames aren't working. He turns around and sees that the guildmaster finally managed to mine the firestone. Grid lights up right away and says things are looking bad for Helgao now. Time for round 2. The guildmaster starts thinking about how he never really cared about mining before or even considered it, but now that he's done it himself, he realizes finally getting the ore brings a whole different kind of joy, something battle can't give. He even thinks maybe he should have invested in mining skills. Grid excitedly tells him he did it, and praises him for the good work. The guildmaster asks if he really did well, then notices he got way too happy and tries to calm down. After all, he's the Silver Knight's guildmaster and 16th in the overall rankings. Why is he so pleased by praise from someone at least 10 years younger? Still, when he remembers who that young man is, it doesn't feel strange. This is the man who uses the Great Sword of the Abyss and the famous descendant of Pagma. That makes him question the media's story that Grid was just a clumsy guy carried by strong items, because for a blacksmith, using your own creations is part of your real fighting style. Grid beat the monster that wiped out 140 elite level 200 members of the Silver Knights. That's the level of Korea's legendary class player. The guildmaster decides he can't just stand by and watch South Korea's hope fail, so he starts clearing the way by mining. Elsewhere at Byron Castle, Tobin can't believe what's happening. He says that guy is way too unstable. Someone asks why Tobin looks so nervous, and one of the girls says Grid went to mine the firestone after saying, "Trust your father." They ask again why Tobin is so worried, and she explains that he also asked Grid to make him an item. Over the last 4 months, Grid made around 140 items for the guild, but 8 out of 10 were only normal or rare. One of them says rankings are mostly luck anyway, and everyone got their hopes up like kids. But then she says she heard they all went through the same thing. Everyone who got failed items heard Grid say, "Trust your father." Tobin immediately tells her not to say that. He admits he had doubts the moment Grid accepted the job, and that's exactly why the raid was delayed without the fire shield. But she says they're just words and asks if the others don't think so too. Then the boy beside her starts panicking too, asking if he's also going to get a normal item. She asks if that psycho told him the same thing. Back in the battle, Grid tells the guildmaster to just trust him and keep mining. It's time for round 2. Then he charges the demon while the guildmaster keeps mining in the background. Helgao starts feeling the pressure and says he can't lose face to a mere human again. His body starts turning green, and he realizes this vessel of the demon Piotis is reaching its limit. 4 of the firestones he used to enter this world have already been removed. If he can't kill this bastard with the power he has left, he'll be mocked in hell all over again. So he fires a dark red flame straight at Grid, hitting him in the chest for 1,850 and 1,790 damage. Grid is shocked that Helgao still had another attack like that. Helgao admits he never expected to meet another human on this level again. But since Hell will laugh at him for this, he says he'll at least take Grid's soul and make him a slave forever. Grid is amazed that Helgao can still deal damage, even while badly hurt. He really is a monster. Then Helgao tells him to show this second round he kept talking about, and starts bombarding him with fireballs, forcing Grid to keep dodging. Grid thinks that even after losing 2 firestones, the monster is still this strong, and now he's attacking from long range too. It was easier when Helgao just swung his staff. At this rate, Grid can't even get close. He considers using Transcendent to attack from a distance, but it only lasts 30 seconds, so he knows he has to save it for the end. Grid knows the only way to end this is up close. Right then, a fireball flies in, and Pavranium jumps in front of him just in time. Then the ground suddenly starts cracking. A blast throws him into the air, and he feels hot wind rising from below. He realizes hellfire damage got weaker, but Helgao's fighting power is still crazy high. If he can do this while sealed, Grid can't even imagine his full magic power. Helgao says Grid is in the perfect spot to burn, then sends a bunch of fireballs into the air while he's still airborne. All of them rush toward Grid, and Helgao tells him to turn to ashes. Grid knows he can't dodge from where he is, so he bets everything on one move. In the middle of that firestorm, with explosions going off everywhere, the guildmaster almost gets hit too. He says the blast was way too strong. No matter how good Grid's armor is, it shouldn't save him. Helgao starts laughing, sure Grid finally burned to ash, but then he spots smoke rising from a blade and notices Kane's shuriken belt there too. His attack hit that instead. Then Grid is detected by Helgao, master of hellfire, and his stealth gets cancelled as he reappears. Grid says he got lucky. The flames exploded at just the right moment, and he used the blades to avoid the worst of it. He still took a brutal hit, but survived with only 15,890 damage. Since he ate that much damage, he plans to give it all back. Now he says he's ending this with Blacksmith's Fury. Helgao is shocked Grid lived through that and still got this close. He also notices his detection slowed down because of the firestones they took. Grid drives Kill right into the monster's stomach, landing a critical hit for 1.538 million damage. Helgao can't believe it. This bastard just erased half his health in one shot. Grid gets annoyed that the 5-hit combo effect was supposed to trigger with the gauntlets and failure, but nothing happened, so he uses Link. While it's active, the skill rises to level 3. Its damage goes up and the number of hits increases by 5. Grid thinks the timing is perfect. This is what 5 months of training after meeting the Pope led to. He starts dealing 154,600 damage over and over. Helgao feels the sword getting heavier, but says it still won't be enough to beat him. Then magma bursts out of the ground and charges at Grid. Grid answers with Wave and Restraint. Wave deals 155% of attack damage and slows enemies within 1 meter. Restraint stops anyone from getting close to the user for 3 seconds. He blows apart the magma and keeps it held back. Helgao asks what Grid is planning now. Grid knows he won't last long against Helgao's magic in a drawn-out fight, and the ending is obvious if this keeps up. Even with his immortality passive, the gap between them is huge. This isn't the kind of enemy he can beat with tricks. He needs insane damage. Then Grid remembers the Transcended Link fusion worked, after Link reached level 2. So now that it's level 3, he wonders if this is the perfect time to make a new skill. He decides it has to combine with Kill, his strongest move, and turn it into a chain strike through Link. The moment he fuses the 2 skills, his intelligence rises by 10 points. His sword starts glowing in a new way, and Grid looks more fired up than ever. He creates the combined skill Chain of Death, a minimum of 3 and up to 7 strikes on one target, each dealing 1,500% attack damage. Kill's current damage is reduced by 300%, and the skill has its own cooldown. Helgao feels that wild, rough energy and realizes this attack is dangerous. He tries to stop the boy, yelling at him not to underestimate Hell. Grid thinks this is a weaker version of Kill, but compared to a 5-hit combo, this is clearly a brand new ultimate. He uses Chain of Death on Helgao, and the first hit deals 215,000 damage. The second lands for 219,800, and Helgao starts wondering if Grid is even human. The damage keeps coming, 3rd, 4th, 5th, then even a 6th strike. Then Failure's effect activates too, hitting the target 5 more times for 1,057,300 damage. The Holy Light Gauntlets trigger as well, attacking 5 more times and adding 2,230,900 damage. Grid completely overwhelms him, and Helgao starts fading away inside green flames. Helgao calls this his defeat and says he'll have to delay his plan to regain his sealed body by feeding on human souls. Grid tells him to remember this even in hell. He's on the same level as Miller, As Helgao fades out, he admits it and is sent back to Hell. Grid is told that he defeated Helgao, master of Hellfire, who had been capturing human souls. He receives 118,411,132 XP. His level shoots up 6 times, reaching level 253. The guild master can't believe it. Grid beat Helgao all by himself. Then one of the crystals nearby starts disappearing and explodes close to him. The guild master is stunned. The crystal vanished along with Helgao and he gets really mad. But he can't do much because his stamina drops to 0. The guild master walks over and asks if Grid is okay. Grid fires back. If he's not, what then? Is he going to give him a firestone or something? The guild master tells him not to worry and says he'll hand over the firestone he mined. But Grid says he doesn't need another one. He held Helgao off alone for half an hour and the guy only managed to mine one. Grid says the man talks big but can barely even swing a pickaxe, which is just pathetic. The guild master admits he has no excuse but says he's still happy. A legendary class player from his country did this. Then he asks if the rewards were good, and Grid says no chance. He didn't get any money, just this thing. He shows it off, thinking it looks like a bean, but it's actually a Memphis egg. He says the description just calls it an egg. The guild master figures it might not be a pet, since pet info is pretty well known, and he's never heard that name before. Grid says there aren't even any hatching instructions, so maybe it's some rare cooking item or something. He can't believe this is all he got for beating Helgao. The guild master says that if it helps, he wants to prepare a meal for him at the castle. But Grid says potions can't restore stamina, so he needs real rest. The guild master insists food will at least help a little, then suddenly gets a notification. It tells him to get out of there. He quickly tells Grid to log out, but Grid has no idea what he's talking about. Then someone arrives and says, this was unexpected. If he's still alive, that means he really did kill Helgao. Since he already had his fun, he says it's time to take that land again. This is Yoshimura, second in the archer rankings, 98th overall, and master of the Sakura Guild. Grid asks who they are, and Pixel Word explains that Sakura is one of Japan's 3 biggest guilds. They've wanted this island for a long time. They're hated even in Japan, but they're still powerful and packed with rankers. It looks like they came on purpose, while everyone was weak after the raid. Pixel Word says protecting this island is their duty as a South Korean guild. He tells Grid to hold on a little longer. His teammates will revive and come back soon, then urges him to log out. But Grid says he doesn't mean to butt in, and asks what exactly he's trying to protect. This is obviously going to be a hard fight, and Pixel Word keeps talking about his country like that matters more than the XP he's about to lose. Pixel Word says this is the island where he met his guildmates. Whether it's an island or a country, everyone has a place they want to protect. He says there are people he cares about in his country, and he's sure Grid has a place like that too. Grid wonders if that's what he calls protecting something. He still doesn't really get what Pixel Word means. Pixel Word says that either way, the battle from here on is his to defend. Then he charges in, using Draw Sword with Annihilate. He rushes straight at all of them. The Sakura Guildmaster says that's exactly what he expects from Pixel Word, attacking alone with the kind of arrogance that fits his skill. All this time, they couldn't even set foot on the island, but from now on it won't belong to anyone else. Even the grass here will be theirs. Watching the two of them from a distance, Grid thinks that Japanese guy is way too obsessed. His stamina is gone, so he decides it's best to slip away before he gets dragged into this. But he's told that the leftover magic power from Hugal is still spread through the air, so he can't log out. Grid is left wondering what's going on. Pixel Word says he already told him to leave and asks why he's still here. He appreciates the help, but says this is his responsibility. Grid cuts him off. What the hell is this? He literally can't log out. The Japanese players notice Grid talking with Pixel Word, and realize the guy in red is with him. They order their men not to let him retreat, and to kill him too. Pixel Word says Grid is with him, and won't let anyone get close. That confirms the worst part for Grid. He's furious. He got dragged into this and still can't log out. He tries eating to get his stamina back, but it barely helps. At this point, he knows he can only attack a few times and then die. But before that, he hears a voice complaining about being hungry, and looks at the egg in his hand. The egg keeps talking, saying it's starving and wants to eat. Grid freezes. That thing just spoke to him. Meanwhile, Pixel Word keeps charging straight at the enemy. He cuts down the Japanese players, one after another. Grid figures they might retreat if their leader dies, but taking him down alone won't be easy. And in his current state, he can't help much anyway. Still, the egg stays quiet for a moment, and Grid wonders if he imagined the whole thing. He guesses his low stamina messed with his head and decides he should run while Pixel Word has everyone's attention. Then the Sakura Guildmaster tells Pixel Word that land belongs to the strong. Hearing that, Grid thinks the guy is greedy to the bone. As Grid tries to stay unnoticed, the egg suddenly starts freaking out. It cries out that it's hungry again, and Grid is stunned that this is happening for real. Then the egg jumps at the Japanese leader, bites into him, and starts devouring him. A message says the man lost part of his soul to Memphis, making him weak to debuffs and cutting his main stats by 50% for 3 seconds. Shocked, he looks around, asking what just came out of nowhere. Without understanding any of it, Grid suddenly gets the title, The One Who Touched Hell, and he's left wondering what just happened. Now, the title gives him 3,000 more HP and unlocks demonic power. Memphis, the strongest demonic beast in hell, senses a human soul full of greed and forms a bond with him, making Grid the first master of a hell demonic beast in Satisfy. The creature turns out to be a weirdly cute cat with bat wings and a unicorn horn. Grid is shocked that Memphis is actually a cat, and Memphis happily says that Soul was delicious. The Japanese leader is weirdly touched by how cute the cat looks, thinking it's just some stray pet. But while he's distracted, Grid strikes him in the back. One attack lands hard, and the man is nearly killed. In disbelief, he realizes 70% of his HP vanished from a single hit. Grid realizes his guess was right. The cat really did drain him first. He figured that if this guy came to steal the island while everyone was weakened, then he had no right to complain about getting attacked back. So Grid finishes him off without remorse. The rest panic as soon as they see their guildmaster go down. They realize they have no chance. The man who just fell had beaten Nuna Gem, rank 8 among archers, and now they're asking who Grid even is. Then they recognize the insane sword and remember he's the street psycho who wiped out the Giants Guild by himself. With a scary look on his face, Grid asks if they still want to keep fighting now that their leader is dead. The enemies quickly judge the situation. With Silver Knights likely to regroup soon, fighting both Pixel Ward and this guy at once is too much, so they call for a retreat. Even while running away in fear, they warn Pixel Ward not to leave the island. Once it's over, Grid collapses from pure exhaustion and says that was all he had left. Pixel Ward asks if he's okay and reminds him he told him to log out. Then he notices the cat and says it belongs to Grid now. It's a strange little thing and the beast starts acting thrilled that its master is a killer. A notice says Grid's demonic power went up by 1 point. With demonic power he can talk to demonic beasts, and once it reaches a certain level he'll be able to enter hell. Honestly, it's starting to feel like Grid is heading somewhere pretty dangerous, but at least he keeps getting stronger. Grid wonders if this is the price for defeating those Japanese players, and he can already tell this might become a huge problem. More info appears among demonic beasts. Memphis is treated like a treasure of hell. The species is nearly extinct because they can barely reproduce. But when one is born, its combat ability can surpass even some high-level demons. That's why the 33 great demons treasure them. Grid can't believe this random cat is supposed to be a treasure of hell. Memphis explains that the moment he was born, he created a human soul with his own power. He says he has always been the strongest, just like his title claims. After that, Grid checks all of the creature's stats and skills. Grid notices the pet can't gain experience through PK, but its stats and skills are amazing, especially soul ingestion. He even thinks Saj would love something like this and wonders if he should buy her a capsule. The cat suddenly asks Grid if he likes him, and Grid says he likes him a lot. That makes the cat beam with pride. He says he's cute and strong, the strongest demonic beast in hell. But then he says Grid still looks worried. Memphis tells him not to stress, because he won't leave him, even if his master is ugly, as long as Grid serves him with all his heart. Grid is baffled. At this rate, it doesn't even feel like he's the master. Still, he puts up with it because the skills are worth it. Then he decides to let that slide and says the pet should have a name so they can get along better. The cat gets excited, ready to receive one. Grid names him Noe. He says it might sound a little like slave, but insists that's not why. According to him, it's the name of a mighty warrior from a noble legend. Noe loves the name right away, and Grid's affinity with him goes up by 5 points. Pixel Ward watches this and realizes Grid somehow fooled a demonic beast. That alone tells him this guy is anything but normal. He suggests they head to his castle so Grid can rest, but Grid refuses. He'd rather recover in his own place, since he doesn't feel comfortable there. Pixel Ward then asks, just out of curiosity, why Grid isn't joining the international tournament. Grid says that crazy girl put him on the list without asking, but he doesn't care, he doesn't want the spotlight, and sees no benefit in it. Pixel Ward says that's a shame, because fighting beside him for Korea will have to wait. Even so, he thanks Grid for the help and says this gave him new hope. He adds that he'll get stronger too and hopes they meet again. Then he finally introduces himself as Pixel Ward, and asks for Grid's name. Grid introduces himself and says he had a lot of fun. He adds that if Pixel Ward ever wants an item, he can ask, but it won't be free. Sometime later, Tobin talks to Grid. Tobin says it looks like they still need one more piece, and he gets discouraged, saying it'll be hard to gather the materials before the raid starts. Grid says it may sound like an excuse, but Huroi was way too strong for him to focus only on mining. Still, he admits part of the blame is his. He wrongly thought mining was just a basic skill, and apologizes to Tobin. That catches Tobin off guard, because Grid actually meant it. Most people only notice Grid's confidence because of that old theory about him. But Tobin knows Grid never says dumb things about blacksmithing. He can tell Grid was probably more desperate than the person who requested the item. So Tobin says there's nothing to apologize for. He's grateful for the help and suggests they try the Phoenix raid with Vant now that his HP has gone up during all this time. Grid agrees that if it's possible, then they should make it work. He says he'll hold on to the Firestones until he finishes the shield and collect more next time. Tobin says that's fine, but asks if Grid really isn't joining the international competition. Grid says no. He's exhausted, barely made it back, and just wants to log out and sleep. Tobin replies that if he's this tired, then he probably didn't see Jashuka's messages either. She said she wanted to meet up since everyone is in Korea now. Grid starts thinking that might actually be fun, and wonders if that whole thing is still happening. Then, on the second day of the tournament, the target shooting event begins. That day, 2 countries get even more attention than some of the expected podium teams, South Korea and Brazil. Their biggest stars appear, Jishuka and Irene. Funny enough, both are romantic partners of our main guy, but let's not get into that. Irene is ranked 5th overall, famous for her magic control, speed, range, and accuracy. Jishuka, who started 6 months later than the others, is the top archer and ranks 13th overall. The match takes place on an island called Tira. The first team to reach 150 points wins by hitting small flying discs worth 1 point each, moving at 144 kilometers per hour. There's also a golden disc worth 50 points, but it flies 10 times faster, so hitting it is much harder. Players can also knock opponents out of the match, though that won't change the score. 17 countries are competing in pairs, so one person will focus on shooting while the other protects their teammate, and that's the bad part for Irene and Jishuka. They're so strong that the moment the event starts, they'll probably become the main targets, but only Irori shows up for South Korea. People start wondering if someone dropped out, and if Yura is really going to fight alone. Then they spot NeoPixels and ask how Korea will fill the empty spot. Some say the team only got this far because of the SA group, and now it looks like they've basically given up. So they ask Yura if the rumors are true. Did she really get abandoned? Roundless walks over and says he heard Grid never planned to join, even after being selected. They tried reaching him too, but got nothing back. Yura realizes he's Ragus from the UK, and says she knows. She was the one who picked him without asking first. Ragus figures she must have expected him to be here, and assumes she chose him as her partner for this event. He says that must be rough. Fighting alone won't be easy, but she should be able to hold on since his team won't attack her right away. Then Jishuka walks over, talks to Ragus, and asks if that idiot Grid really didn't come. He confirms it. She gets more upset and says she was excited to see him, but even with everyone gathered in Korea, he still didn't show. Still, Jishuka brushes it off and says she needs to focus on the match. If she keeps worrying about others, she'll regret it later. Yura agrees. She didn't come here just to stand around. Everyone on this field is part of their country's elite, and whether they fight solo or in pairs, only the best matters. Once the match begins, they start hitting targets. There are a ton of discs in the air, so everyone tries to score as much as possible right from the start. Someone asks Jishuka if they shouldn't move to higher ground for a better view, but she says that would only make them easier to spot. With 17 countries here, someone's bound to start hunting players soon. Until then, they should focus on points. Beside her is Samuel, ranked 95th overall. Then they hear someone cast Black Tempest, and a fifth of Green Island gets wiped out. That one attack logs out the entire Italian team. Jishuka thinks the opening moments always belong to fools who don't know what they're doing, or to overwhelming predators. And Jishuka is one of them, crushing anyone in her way and following up with Black Lightning to take down even more players. The score climbs fast, and South Korea gets fired up. The world ranker in second place says Yatun's 8th servant is on the level of a boss monster. He figures her plan is simple: use wide-range attacks and score while she's still alone. For a top 5 player, it's a smart call. Still, he looks down on her, thinking she'll just raise the pressure and lose like any so-called top 5 player would. He's proud of himself for being ranked 2. On the second day of the target shooting event, 8 teams are already moving to eliminate Yura. Someone asks Mad if they shouldn't score more points first, but he says they can do that later. If they wait now, they'll fall behind. He adds that 8 more groups are closing in too, so with that kind of advantage, Yura should go down. Yura answers with Spiderweb, throwing black flame over everyone. The players caught in it die instantly. Jishuka notices and tells Samuel to forget the fight for now and just keep scoring. So they start picking off targets one by one, and their points rise fast. Jishuka reminds him this is still a competition. Even the right choice can go wrong here, especially with every country's best players on the field. Even after taking damage from a wave of attacks, Yura keeps tanking through it and pushes forward. The announcers say the teams really did turn this into a witch hunt against Yura. Out of the 16 enemies around her, 6 are in the top 30 overall. Fighting without a partner is clearly hurting her. Elsewhere, Grid complains that he only said he joined to get her off his back, and now he's the jerk for not showing up. It's not like patriotism suddenly kicked in, but people say Yura's will to fight alone hasn't broken. What they really want to know is what's driving her. Maybe the duty of someone who's represented South Korea for years, and Yura lives up to those expectations. They think the hopes of the people watching are what keep her going. Grid remembers telling Khan he would finish the smithing. Khan couldn't, and carry on his dream of becoming the best, speaking to his dead son. He also remembers Jishuka saying they needed Grid. Then Irene's words come back too, that she still wasn't strong enough, but one day she would protect him. He remembers Piaro saying there are people who love him, and if that's true, then he must have a place in this country too. That starts to stir something inside Grid. Back in the game, Yura admits this isn't going as easily as she thought. If she doesn't move now, she won't have a chance to win. But while she hesitates, she gets surrounded and realizes that if this fight drags on, things will get ugly. Then an explosion goes off. Everyone near her is blasted away. Yura has no idea what's happening until someone steps in and says he can't just watch a crowd gang up on one player to decide who's strongest. It's Regis. He asks Yura if she still hasn't given up on becoming the strongest. One of the others snaps at him to mind his own business, asking if he's trying to hand Yura the gold medal just to satisfy his cheap sense of justice. Regas thinks that over and says if they mean the morals he always follows, then sure, they're not completely wrong. But that's no reason to mock them. Then he turns serious and slams the guy with a huge punch for 9,200 damage. He follows with Palm of Power, dealing 10,900 more and sending another enemy flying. The man crashes to the ground, wrecked, saying his bones feel shattered after just 2 hits. Regas really is strong. The enemy uses Reverse Origin and Opportunistic Origin, fully restoring his health as his injured body regenerates. His redistributed stats temporarily shift to Intelligence, Persistence, Patience, and Luck, each dropping to 1 point, while his agility jumps to 2,137. Then he rushes Regas. His blow lands clean and knocks Regas back. He can't believe Regas is still moving when his bones should have been completely broken. Regas replies that just like martial arts trained his techniques, life as a monk trained his body to the limit. He tells the guy not to act like his morals are something special. The only goal in this competition is victory. Then he keeps pounding Regas, saying the results prove it. That's when Yura steps in and drops power onto the rest of the attackers. Bubit from Turkey gets caught in the flames. They explain that his overwhelming secret class is one of the best support classes in Engage, made for frontline players who create openings with many different skills. But even he admits he can't hold them off after that dash, and says Yura's control is unbelievably precise. She changes attacks in the tiny half-second gap between combo links. He assumes her mana has to be nearly empty after dealing with all 15 of them, and tells everyone to attack now.